Chapter 331. After chatting idly for a while, Lin Ming and Yuta entered through the door. "Come on, I take you to see Grandma." Lin Ming glanced back at Yuta, looking somewhat uneasy. Yuta tried to wave at him, but because her wrist couldn't move freely, her wave resembled a beckoning cat. "Go ahead, I be fine." Lin Ming and Kevin quickly tidied themselves up and went with Shinko to Grandma's residence. This was also the first time the two of them had properly observed Lanlin. Simple and unpretentious was Lin Ming's first impression of Lanlin. There were no extravagant buildings here, unlike Dongcheng, where carvings seemed to be left by overly talented craftsmen everywhere. Everything here followed a simple, pragmatic approach. Since it was breakfast time, Lin Ming and Yuta could smell the aroma of food wafting from the houses along the street. Upon arriving at Grandma's residence, before Lin Ming even entered, he heard familiar voices inside. Judging from the voices, it was Grandma and Arns. Upon entering the house, the mother-in-law smiled happily upon seeing Lin Ming. "The way you look now, you're more like a demon god." The mother-in-law appeared unwell, but seemed to be in a good mood, her face constantly beaming. Lin Ming and Kevin exchanged pleasantries with the mother-in-law for a while her son cleaned and prepared lunch outside. Aki sat quietly to one side, lost in thought. The mother-in-law looked at Lin Ming for a moment, then suddenly said, "It's all right. Just trust your choices, don't overthink it." Lin Ming was taken aback, but immediately understood that the mother-in-law was referring to Shursun's situation. Grandma turned to look at Arns and said with a sigh, "You're really amazing. I remember we were about the same age before." Arns smiled and said, "Living a long time isn't necessarily a good thing." Grandma nodded in agreement. Aki, who was nearby, overheard their conversation and asked curiously, "Why do you say living a long time isn't a good thing? Don't many people want to live forever?" Grandma slowly shook her head. "No, it's not. If people live too long, they become numb, they start to not know the meaning of their existence, and painful memories are harder to forget than happy ones. If people could really live a very, very long time, in the end, they'd probably just be an empty and sad shell." Aki listened, somewhat confused. He didn't know if Grandma was genuinely speaking from experience, or just trying to comfort him. Grandma chatted with a few people, then suddenly her gaze fell on Kevin. Kevin noticed her mother-in-law's gaze. She initially thought her mother-in-law just wanted to give her some instructions, but Kevin was startled when her mother-in-law spoke. Her mother-in-law pointed to Kevin's chest and said, "I seen him." "Him?" Everyone looked at Kevin. Kevin looked at her chest, and immediately understood her mother-in-law's meaning. You seen the first generation?" "Yes, a strange person. I was very young then, and had only recently gained my abilities." Lin Ming finally couldn't contain his curiosity. He had long been curious about the workings of his mother-in-law's seemingly omniscient ability. "I actually wanted to ask you for a long time, how do you know about us?" "Ha ha ha." The old woman laughed heartily. "Do you know about soul forms?" "Soul forms?" "Yes, everyone's soul has its own form, and everyone's forms are different." "You mean, we can see our inner selves through our soul forms?" "Actually, it's not just about the form of the soul. At first, I could only see souls, then I could see their appearance clearly, and later, I could hear their voices. But even that's not enough to know everything about someone, so we also need to add a part of divination." Lin Ming scratched his head. He didn't really understand, but he felt he understood some of it. And Lin Ming was very interested in the divination the old woman had mentioned. "You mentioned divination earlier. Is this some kind of secret technique passed down within the sect?" "It's not exactly a secret technique, just a little trick. I just happened to find it suited my abilities, so I used it together. If used alone, its accuracy is about the same as those street fortune tellers." The old woman leaned forward slightly, seemingly probing Lin Ming. "What? Do you want your fortune told?" Lin Ming wasn't particularly interested in divination. He always felt that divination, once it yielded a result, regardless of whether the hexagram was good or bad, greatly affected his mood. A bad result would leave him feeling anxious. A good result, but if nothing good came of it, he always feel like he lost something. Hearing the old woman mention divination, Arns frowned and asked, "After Dongqing's commotion, there are hardly any members left in the sect. Are you the only one left who knows this divination method?" Hearing this, the old woman suddenly became serious. She herself hadn't considered this issue, but Arns's mention of it made her realize it seemed true. Although it's just a small trick, it's a pity it's been lost. Lin Ming pointed to Achi. "Can't she learn it?" "No." The old woman shook her head. "The foundation of this divination technique is actually the prayers of a religious sect. It's difficult for non-sect members to understand." Lin Ming looked at Arns curiously. then let Arns. Before he could finish, Arns gently tapped her forehead, where she had once had 8 eyes. Do you think I'm suitable for divination? Oh, that's true. A person who can truly see the future is indeed incompatible with divination. Well, there's one more. Grandma, do you need to use your hands for this divination? Mental calculation is fine too, so there's no need to use your hands. Then why not let Yuta learn it? She's quite free these days anyway. Arns nodded in agreement. Indeed, that girl is always all smiles, but she's actually very clever. Hearing the two of them say this, Grandma thought it was a good idea. Anyway, she's just idle at home every day, having something to do is nice. Aki wanted to say something, thinking it would disturb Grandma's rest, but seeing Grandma's eager expression, she didn't object. At this moment, Yuta was lying alone in the large room, tormented by an unbearable itch on her back. Unable to scratch her back, she could only writhe on the bed. She had no idea that her greatest talent was about to be discovered, making her a renowned figure. Although this widespread fame wasn't all for good. The following days were quite interesting. Yuta's injury healed quickly, but she couldn't walk yet. Every morning, Kevin carried her on his back to her grandmother's to learn, and then carried her back when she was almost done. This heartwarming scene continued until one day Yuta couldn't resist licking the back of Kevin's neck while he was carrying her. From then on, Lin Ming carried Yuta to her grandmother's every day using mycelium. Yuta was indeed very clever. Even her grandmother was amazed by her learning speed. Moreover, after mastering the basics, Yuta immediately grasped the fascinating aspects of this divination technique. In these few days, she barely slept, constantly studying this divination art. Lin Ming had once asked her with great curiosity, "Is this divination really that accurate? Why are you so interested?" Yuta, beaming with excitement, gave a rather philosophical answer. The interesting thing about this is that it's actually not very accurate. From the day after they arrived in Lonlin, it took Yuta 5 days for her injuries to improve, from being completely unable to move her hands and feet to being able to barely use the toilet on her own. It took her 7 days to learn divination, from beginner to basic mastery. On the 8th day, Lin Ming unexpectedly saw Shursun's wife and child. At midnight on the 9th day, Achi suddenly knocked frantically on Lin Ming and his family's door. The mother-in-law passed away on the morning of the 10th day. The funeral arrangements were mostly handled by Arns. Although Yuta was present, her mobility was still somewhat limited, so she couldn't offer much help. The old woman's son, Lunkul, and Aki wiped away tears as they arranged the many things their mother had entrusted to them before her death. They knew that, by her age, their mother had lived a very long life, and thanks to Lao Han's treatment, she hadn't suffered much in her final days. With Lin Ming and the others' arrival, their mother had been happy every day in her last few days. That was enough. The only way to ease their grief was for time to heal. There was nothing else they could do. Of all the people, Yuta, who had known the old woman the shortest, cried the loudest. A divination stick, hand placed by her mother-in-law, still hung around her neck. The old woman had told her son that she loved Lonlin, so he wanted her buried there. After finishing everything, Lin Ming returned to his mother-in-law's room alone and looked around. The arrangement of the items hadn't actually changed, but it just felt empty. Outside the room, the residents of Lonlin came one by one to offer their condolences, all comforting Aki, Linkul, and Yuta, their disciple whom they had only known for a short time, but with whom they shared a deep bond. After a whole day of activity, everything finally quieted down. Perhaps because of the absence of someone's voice, the silence felt even more profound than usual. Ains was quietly comforting Aki. For some reason, Aki only seemed like a child in Ains's presence. Linkul was lost in thought. Lin Ming noticed that he seemed much more mature than when he had seen him on the grasslands. Yuta had been taken by Lao Han for his final treatment. Lin Ming looked at the group of people, all deep in thought, and called Kevin outside. Kevin was called out and asked curiously, "What's up?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to spend some time with you." Kevin nodded and stood with Lin Ming, the two of them silently gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains. After a while, Kevin asked, "What's our next step?" "Of course, we have to go back to the Assassin's Guild. You, me, Achi, and Yuta, the 4 of us definitely have to go back. I don't know if Arns has her own plans." A while later, Lin Ming saw Lao Han slowly walking towards them with Yuta. Lin Ming went to greet them in surprise. "You can walk now?" Lao Han said from the side, "I can walk, but I can't travel long distances." Lin Ming was extremely surprised by Lao Han's healing speed, because Lao Han's healing methods were clearly different from Mei Yi's. Mei Yi preferred to quickly and decisively heal injuries, while Lao Han provided planned, regular treatment. Moreover, Lao Han's healing techniques could increase the speed of recovery even when he wasn't using healing spells. Yuta's hand could move a little more now, but her eyes were still red and swollen, indicating she had just been crying again. Upon hearing that this was her last treatment with Old Han, Yuta formally thanked him. Old Han waved his hand. Don't thank me, I already been paid. Thank the one who paid. Yuta thought about the 100,000 gold coin treatment fee in her mind. She really couldn't afford it. It seemed that selling herself was the only better option. Lin Ning and Kaven, seeing Yuta arrive, also told her about the Assassin's Guild's arrangements. Perhaps because everyone was somewhat prepared for their mother-in-law's passing, even in their deep sorrow, they managed to maintain their usual pace. Yuta had no objection to returning to the Assassin's Guild, but upon hearing that Arns might not be going with them, her tears welled up again. Just then Arns, having just comforted Aki, came out of the house to find Lin Ming. Seeing her come out, Lin Ming quickly beckoned her over to continue comforting Yuta. Arns knew Yuta didn't want to be separated from her, and patted Yuta's head with a smile. Why don't you come with me? Yuta continued to sob. No, I want to be a slave to these two. As soon as Yuta said this, Old Han choked on his cigarette, coughing incessantly. Between coughing and pointing at Lin Ming, he finally managed to utter two words, beast. Lin Ming quickly denied it. We don't have that kind of dirty relationship, you need to understand, this is at most called working to pay off debts. Arns thought for a moment, then said to Yuta, I probably stay with you guys for a while longer. Little 7. Grandma asked me to look after her one last time. I plan to send her back to the Assassin's Guild first, and then plan the next step. Hearing this, Yuta calmed down and obediently went back to their lodgings with Kaven. Old Han, seeing there was nothing else to do, went to treat other patients in town, leaving only Arns and Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at Arns' forehead, hesitating to speak. Arns knew what he wanted to ask, and she pointed to her forehead. Are you trying to ask about my abilities? Lin Ming nodded. You won't use your abilities at all anymore? Arns sighed. I'm not entirely sure. I just have some resistance to using my abilities right now, but it's not something I can resist. Last time I saw your future, I didn't actively use my abilities, I was passively receiving them. To be honest, it felt a lot like a warning. You mean a warning? Yeah, like someone calling out before a major catastrophe. I suddenly have an idea. Tell me about it. Do you think it's possible that there's a demon god who can transmit what they see and hear to others, and that they're using their abilities to send this information to you from the future, wanting you to change the course of the world? Arns was a little overwhelmed by Lin Ming's mind-blowing idea. Although I think it's unlikely. But it's really impressive that you thought of this. Chapter 332. After Yuta learned divination, Lin Ming noticed she was much quieter than before. She no longer had her frequent outbursts, and always seemed lost in thought. While preparing for their departure, because Yuta couldn't do any physical labor, she could only sit there blankly. Seeing her lost in thought again, Lin Ming asked curiously, Are you calculating in your head right now? Yuta took a while to come to her senses after hearing this. Sometimes it's not calculation, it's speculation. Speculation? Yeah, like seeing steam rising from a kettle and speculating that the water will boil soon, or seeing feces mixed with bone fragments and speculating that there are wolves nearby. So the results of divination are based on this kind of speculation? Not entirely. After the kettle starts steaming, if the fire stops, the water won't boil. And feces mixed with bone fragments might not be from wolves, but from tigers. So you have to consider whether the conditions are constant, and the detail of the clues. Lin Ming listened, stunned. He felt a huge inconsistency between this and his previous impression of Yuta. It was like a domestic dog that only knew how to eat, sleep, and bark suddenly starting to study the truths of the universe. Yuta? It's nothing, I'm just confirming that you're still you. Yuta looked displeased by Lin Ming's words. I can use my brain, you know? That's really interesting. By the way, how accurate are your divination readings now? 50-50. Isn't that the same as not doing anything at all? You can't say that. After learning divination from my mother-in-law, I always feel something strange. Strange? What's strange? Is your libido starting to decline? No, not really. Yuta, in truth, didn't know if her strange feelings were related to the divination her mother-in-law had taught her. Lately, she'd been feeling a certain kind of attention. It wasn't the sudden feeling of someone behind her while traveling at night, nor was it discovering she was in danger through subtle clues while being followed. She felt as if she were being incorporated into some kind of concept. Because this feeling was too abstract, she couldn't discuss it with anyone. But she felt that someone like Lin Ming, who seemed rather odd, might understand. While Lin Ming was resting after unloading goods, she leaned closer and described her feelings as specifically as possible. To her delight, Lin Ming did understand. You said, attention. Yes. Although Lin Ming couldn't fully empathize, he felt that Yuta's state was like that of a highly accomplished monk on the verge of enlightenment. The contrast in her behavior was so great that Lin Ming felt somewhat uneasy. Unexpectedly, Chi didn't want to stay in Lanlin any longer. She proactively suggested returning to the Assassin's Guild as soon as possible. Lin Ming wanted to comfort Chi, feeling she was still just a child who had experienced too much recently. However, Chi was clearly much more mature than Lin Ming expected. As for Lun Kuel, he seemed to want to learn medicine with Lao Han, so there was no need to worry. This way, Lin Ming and his group could set off as soon as possible. Lin Ming hadn't originally planned to buy a carriage in Lanlin, because the residents didn't have many extra vehicles for him. The area was self-sufficient, and even commerce still relied on bartering. Moreover, most of Lin Ming and his group's luggage had been destroyed in the battle with Shursun. They only had some personal belongings left, and could easily walk a distance, find an inn, and then consider buying a vehicle. The problem was that Yuta couldn't walk for long periods. When seeing them off, Lao Han thought long and hard before leading a horse out of town. With this horse, they could carry some simple luggage and 2 people. Since Lin Ming had already paid Lao Han a considerable sum for medical expenses, the horse was free. After everything was settled, the group officially bid farewell to Lanlin. Aki kept turning back to look, and Shinka frequently waved goodbye to the people of Lanlin. Yuta, sitting on his horse, fell into deep thought again. Just as Lin Ming turned around to calculate the time to return to the Assassin's Guild, Lao Han called out to him from behind, "Hey! You mushroom?" Lin Ming turned around curiously, and saw Lao Han tossing him a rather large package. The package didn't look light, but Lao Han tossed it casually, sending it flying over 10 meters. Lin Ming frantically tried to catch it, but it was unexpectedly heavy, and he stumbled several steps before regaining his balance. Curious, Lin Ming opened the package and found it contained books. On the top book were the words, "Key Points for Interruptions in Ancient Spellcasting, Part 1, the bottom right corner of the cover listed the author, Shursun. This was a complete ancient spellcasting textbook compiled by Shursun himself. Lin Ming recognized the books. When he looked up at Lao Han again, he saw him already walking deeper into the town while smoking. Kaven recognized the books and patted Lin Ming on the back. "Isn't this good enough?" Lin Ming didn't know what to say. He placed the books on his horse's back, pulled one out, and began to skim through it. His original intention was to first understand the principles of this ancient magic, and also to have it as entertainment on the journey. But after flipping through a few pages, he realized he had underestimated it. This wasn't something that could be easily understood. Without calmly and attentively analyzing the content, one wouldn't grasp the essence. No wonder it was lost. It's too difficult. Lin Ming sighed and put the book back, preparing to return to the Assassin's Guild to study it with Ellie and Hyson. If the ancient magic could be preserved within the Assassin's Guild, it would be a good thing. Old Han probably thought so too. Following the road towards the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming suddenly remarked, "Life is essentially divided into 2 states, on the road, and not on the road." Shinka rolled her eyes at him. "Have you gone mad from all this traveling? Isn't that how mercenaries are? Destination, home, then destination again, then home again. What about someone without a home?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Arns. Arns frowned and looked back at them. "You're being very rude. I remember you always been a wanderer, right?" "That's true. Don't you feel rootless and adrift?" "I'm not a plant. Why should I have roots?" Lin Ming and the others chatted for a while about going home. He suddenly realized this topic might upset Yuta, so he glanced up at her. But Yuta, sitting on her horse, wasn't listening at all. She was currently holding the counting rods her mother-in-law had given her, muttering something under her breath. Curious, Lin Ming leaned closer and listened carefully for a while. He discovered that Yuta was using divination terms like harmony, stability, and borrowing. After eavesdropping for a while, Yuta finally said something Lin Ming understood. "That's not right." "Huh? What's wrong?" Lin Ming instinctively replied. Yuta, seated on his horse, held his counting rods and said with considerable confusion, "Why can't I calculate our fortune?" "Fortune? Actually, it can't be called fortune, but it's easier to understand by saying this. It's just that when I calculate it by treating us as a whole, it gives me an error." "An error?" "Yes, there's a discrepancy in the calculation. It's very strange." Lin Ming looked at the group, finding this unsurprising. After all, each of them had a rather unique identity. What information do you need to calculate fortune? It's simple. First is the number of people. Wait a minute, I should know where the mistake is. What do you mean? You, me, Kevin, Arns, Aki, Shinku, plus a horse, 6 people and 1 horse, that's how you calculated it, right? Yes, but you don't need to add the horse. You try changing the number of people to 8. Although Yuta didn't understand Lin Ming's meaning, she obediently recalculated the number to 8. Oh, this time it's right. Lin Ming looked at Yuta, feeling a sense of awe. They weren't 6 people. Of course, he and Kevin each carried 1. Lin Ming hadn't directly explained the matter of the first generation to Yuta. When Kevin went astray last time, Lin Ming used the excuse of old ailment to gloss over it. As for Ershram, he hadn't mentioned it at all. So Yuta had genuinely discovered some clues through this divination. Wow! She really learned something? Yuta kept asking why it was 8 people instead of 6. Why 8? It doesn't make sense. Her head was practically bubbling with frustration, and then, a reasonable hypothesis suddenly popped into her head. Oh! Could it be? Someone's pregnant. All the women in the group simultaneously turned to look at Yuta. Huh? Pregnant? Yuta? After considering this hypothesis, Yuta suddenly felt that everything made perfect sense. Yes. That must be it. And it's 2 people. Lin Ming quickly interrupted her. Don't let your imagination run wild. How can 2 people be pregnant at the same time? Yeah, that's right. It doesn't make sense. No, it's also possible it's twins. Give me a break. Lin Ming didn't know whether this girl was smart or stupid. If you say she's smart, her brain has never been perfectly normal. If you say she's stupid, well, most people wouldn't think this way. Lin Ming helplessly shrugged, not rushing to deny it. He felt that the matter between the first generation and Ershram was too complicated and wanted to find a suitable opportunity to tell her the truth. He didn't deny it, but the others fell into a deafening silence. Even Achi couldn't hide his surprise. For the rest of the journey, no one dared to look at each other. Shinku believed it must be Arns. Because she knew Lin Ming and Kevin weren't in that kind of relationship, and Achi probably hadn't developed that ability yet, so it could only be Arns. Considering the subtle maternal instincts Arns possessed, it seemed even more plausible. Arns initially suspected Shinku. But then she remembered that Lin Ming and Kevin usually slept together as if nothing was wrong. Well, it was inevitable that things would get out of hand. The more Arns thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and she kept glancing at Kevin's lower abdomen. As for Achi, she still felt it was Shinku. Because in Aki's opinion, Shinku's personality was very likable, and indeed it was. During his time in Lonlin, Shinku often helped others, and was very popular. But, being popular couldn't be this good. Thinking of this, Aki suddenly realized a crucial question. If it was Shinku, then who was the twins' father? Could it be Lao Han? After walking for a while, Lin Ming noticed that the atmosphere among the others was strange. Shinku started helping Arns with her luggage. Arns was chatting with Kevin intentionally, or unintentionally, and Aki kept asking Shinku what he thought of Lao Han. And the culprit behind it all, Yuta, took a different approach, whispering to Lin Ming, Can you get pregnant? TSK, of course not, I don't have that equipment. Oh. After a while, Yuta forgot about it, and started thinking about other things. Because they were on foot, their pace was slow, and they walked and rested frequently as darkness fell. There wasn't a suitable place to stay, so the group decided to camp on the spot. The weather was great today, with no wind. Lin Ming lit a campfire, watching the flames rise straight up, wondering if they should roast something to eat. Kevin stood next to Lin Ming, hands on his hips, curiously looking at the group of people not far away. Those people seemed a bit off from earlier. They were now making sure Lin Ming wasn't getting too close while surrounding He, as if giving her some instructions. They were making a final check. Anyone can be pregnant, just not He. The severity of the problem was completely different. Yuta, Arns, and Shinku had only just realized this problem, and were now giving He an emergency lesson. They first used various metaphors and rhetorical devices to subtly hint at things, and after confirming that Achi understood, they also realized that Achi hadn't experienced anything bad. Then they gave Achi a lecture on essential life knowledge. If you experience menstrual cramps, pay attention. If I'm not around, you can talk to the vice president. Achi, let me tell you, if you see blood, don't be afraid. Shut up, we're not that fast yet. I'm not talking about blood, I'm talking about that. That. Oh, that's true. And if someone tries to force you. At this point, The three of them suddenly thought about Achi's current strength, and it seemed no one could force her. So the conversation shifted to how to discern people's true nature and knowledge of physiological hygiene. Of the three, the most mature was actually Shinku, who seemed the most naive. Although Ains always gave off a gentle, maternal feeling, she had only lived a long time. She had never actually been in a serious relationship. Yuta was experienced, but her experience was generally not very reliable. After all, the audience wasn't the same. Shinku, on the other hand, had the knowledge of a married woman. So their conversation wasn't really 3-to-1, but 1-to-3. Shinku was essentially explaining various kinds of knowledge to them that only felt natural to discuss at night. That night, Yuta filled in her knowledge gaps, and Arns broadened her horizons. And Aki, she grew. Chapter 333. That night, after giving Achi a very thorough lecture, the three of them went to sleep. Because Lin Ning was still somewhat wary of the bounty order and feared a night attack, he decided to keep watch. After discussing it, they decided that Kaven would keep watch for the first half of the night, and Lin Ning for the second half. The next day, after traveling a little further, they would find a post station or town to buy a carriage, where the two of them could catch up on sleep. Although there was no arrangement for him to keep watch for the first half of the night, Lin Ning wasn't sleepy. He tried lying down for a while, and found himself quite energetic. Full of energy. After failing to fall asleep, he got up and looked around. Shinku, Arns, and Yuta were already asleep, and Kaven was currently circling in the sky, probably checking the surroundings. Lin Ning felt bored being alone, so he took out Shursun's ancient spell book from his luggage and began to read it by the light of the nearby campfire. He hadn't been reading for long when he heard several people nearby start talking in their sleep. It was Achi first. Achi's sleep talking was very soft, and he couldn't make out what she was saying, only sporadic words, like treatment, and recovery could be heard. After a while, Achi quieted down, and Arn started saying something startling. It's better to have a boy and a girl. What? A boy and a girl? Lin Ning didn't know that in Arns' dream, Kaven was already at her due date. She was dreaming about preparing to welcome twins with others. After a while, Arns also quieted down. Just when Lin Ning thought he could finally rest in peace, Shinku suddenly said 2 million. Not a penny less. The sudden price demand startled Lin Ning. However, Shinku in the dream didn't find the price excessive at all. She rolled over, mumbled something, and went back to sleep. These people. Even sleeping is so noisy. Lin Ning scratched his head, glanced down at a few lines of ancient spell incantations, and then suddenly saw Yuta sit up abruptly from her supine position. Lin Ning initially thought she had been woken up, or simply gotten up to pee. Awake? Why don't you keep watch for me for a while? Lin Ning joked. He expected Yuta to immediately refuse and go back to sleep, but to his surprise, Yuta didn't react at all. Yuta remained sitting there blankly, not looking at Lin Ning, her eyes vacant, staring at the empty ground in front of her. Yuta? Lin Ning called again, but Yuta still didn't respond. He shook his head, assuming Yuta was calculating something again, and didn't intend to pay her any attention. But after a while, Yuta suddenly stood up straight. Yuta? Lin Ning then realized something was wrong. Could this girl be sleepwalking? Thinking this, Lin Ning suddenly felt that Yuta really did seem like she was sleepwalking. He carefully put down his book, then tiptoed to Yuta's side, wanting to see what her current state was like. Just as he was about to tiptoe closer to Yuta, he saw her suddenly take a step forward. Yuta's movements were a little slow, and her eyes were half open, seemingly unfocused. If she really was sleepwalking, Lin Ning would have to consider whether to wake her up. After all, there were rumors that suddenly waking a sleepwalker was bad for their health. Just then, Kaven descended from the sky, landing beside Lin Ning. Curious, she asked, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong with you too?" Lin Ning quickly made a shushing gesture, signaling Kaven to be quiet. She seems to be sleepwalking. Sleepwalking? Yes. What should we do now? It's best to wait for her to wake up on her own. Kaven and Lin Ning quietly watched Yuta, intending to wait for her to wake up naturally. However, Yuta not only didn't wake up, but instead began to move within her dream. She first walked a few steps aimlessly on the ground. Perhaps because she couldn't concentrate in her dream, her gait appeared unsteady. Then Yuta suddenly squatted down on a flat surface, looking like a child squatting on the ground playing with ants. Lin Ning and Kaven exchanged a glance, tacitly walking over to see what the sleepwalker was doing. As Lin Ning approached, he was startled. Yuta picked up a twig from the ground, and was now writing furiously on it. The scene was quite eerie. Yuta's eyes weren't actually looking at the ground. Her face was forward, but her writing was incredibly precise and fast. In no time, she had densely written over a considerable area. Yuta moved her body as she wrote. She started by squatting, but later, perhaps finding it inconvenient, she began lying prone. Lin Ning looked at what Yuta had written. He realized that although he recognized each individual character, he couldn't understand them at all when they were put together. For example, strange sentences like the top part is unclear, while the bottom part has 3 remaining rays of light. Appear. Lin Ning was considering whether to forcibly wake Yuta, as her hand was injured, and such vigorous writing might hinder its healing. But Yuta's reaction exceeded Lin Ning's expectations. He had thought that Yuta would stop writing because of the hand pain, or perhaps wake up because of it. But in reality, Yuta not only didn't stop, but wrote even faster. From initially writing cautiously, she later began to write rapidly and fluently, as if she were in a hurry. It was as if she wouldn't have time if she didn't write these things down now. Yuta had almost completely covered the ground around them with writing. When Yuta finally stopped, she had been writing for half the night. Lin Ning stared in astonishment at the words around her. She felt as if she were sitting inside some kind of spell circle made of words. As Yuta wrote further, she became visibly exhausted. She struggled to finish the last sentence, sat up straight, swayed a few times, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Then came the sound of even breathing from Yuta's mouth. Her posture was rather unseemly. Because she had been writing while lying on the ground, her current position was one of her completely upturned, her buttocks raised high. This posture looked as if she were showing off something, as unrestrained as could be. Kevin shook his head, picked up a piece of clothing, and covered her bottom. What should we do with these? Kevin looked at the dense writing around him, feeling that simply erasing them seemed inappropriate, but leaving them would make it impossible for either of them to move. They were practically surrounded by these words. Lin Ning scratched his head. This was strange. He didn't need anyone to remind him to realize that Yuta's behavior earlier might not have been simply sleepwalking. Because when she wrote these things, she didn't hesitate at all. It was almost a single swift stroke. Perhaps these words have some special meaning. Lin Ning had witnessed many strange and unusual events within the sect, and Yuta was now showing signs of developing in that direction. After much thought, Lin Ning decided he had to leave these words behind, at least until Yuta woke up. Because of Yuta's many bizarre behaviors earlier, Lin Ning didn't dare to wake her directly. To leave the words behind without hindering their actions, Lin Ning took out paper and pen, had Kevin lift him into the air, and began to trace the writing on the ground. Lin Ning first drew a circle to represent their campsite. Then, where Shinku and Ains were sleeping, he drew several small figures, a campfire nearby, and 2 more small figures next to it, one of whom had sharp teeth. Kevin, holding him, asked curiously, "Is that me with the bared teeth?" "Ah, yes. Do you think it looks like me?" "It's all right, I guess." Because Lin Ning's drawing was too abstract, Kevin couldn't really give a proper evaluation. Having marked the ground, Lin Ning began to copy the words onto several sheets of paper, following the order Yuta had written in his memory, starting from where she had initially crouched. He only realized how many words there were after writing them down. He initially wanted to scale them proportionally, but after a couple of strokes, he found that 1 sheet of paper wasn't enough. He could only mark the writing order on the ground map, and then write the content on other sheets of paper. By the time he finished writing, it was already dawn. Yuta was still there, sound asleep. Lin Ning yawned. Kevin told him to get some sleep. If they needed a carriage tomorrow, Lin Ning might have to drive, so it was better for him to rest. Driving while fatigued was not advisable. Lin Ning was truly exhausted this time. He sat down on the ground, leaned against a tree, and drifted off to sleep. Kevin had already planned to stay up all night and catch up on sleep the next day. He sat alone in front of the extinguished fire to practice breathing exercises, and before he knew it, the latter half of the night had passed. Daylight had broken. The first to wake up was He. She had only gotten up to use the restroom, but as soon as she took a step, she noticed something was wrong with the ground. Looking closer, she was startled, her legs trembled, and she almost couldn't hold it in. The scene looked as if they had been cursed by some unknown force. Kevin pointed to Yuta, whose buttocks were sticking up high, and explained succinctly, "Don't be afraid," she wrote it. Achi was a little relieved, and tried not to step on the words on the ground as she ran to the toilet. Almost everyone was startled when they woke up. After Kevin explained, the others were all amazed. Because Lin Ning hadn't slept a wink the night before, he slept very soundly, and Yuta was also a heavy sleeper. The others were already awake, dressed, and gathered around Yuta, looking at her. Arn squatted beside her, frowning, and said, "She slept like that all night? Her neck will probably hurt when she wakes up." Shinka chimed in while eating. You know, this position is actually quite cute. Some very young children sleep like this too. If you look closely, she has a pretty good figure. I never noticed before. Yeah, her round bottom is amiable. Yes, and it looks very full. Why don't you lift up her clothes and take a look? That's not a good idea. Just one look. Okay, one look then. Arns had gone astray. Hearing this, she reached out and lifted the clothes covering Yuta's bottom. Wow. Really? Are kids' underwear this daring? Just as Shinku and Arns were admiring her bottom, Yuta finally woke up. She opened her eyes and found herself lying on the ground in a strange position, with Shinku and Arns staring at her bottom. She tried to stand up, but lost her balance, tilted, and fell to the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why are you all looking at me? Shinku pointed to the ground around her. Putting aside the fact that your butt is quite nice, look around you. Yuta then noticed the densely packed writing. Are we cursed by some supernatural force? Ah Chi, hearing someone react the same way, nodded silently. No, according to Kaven, you wrote all of this yourself. Me? Just then, Lin Ming woke up, took the sheets of paper he had copied, and handed them to Yuta. Just in case, I copied these words down. See if there's anything of value. Yuta was very puzzled. Things written in a dream shouldn't hold any mystery. She was about to say the others were making a fuss, but her expression suddenly turned serious as soon as her eyes fell on the papers. This, I wrote it. Ah, you wrote it. How is it? Can you understand it? I can understand it. Lin Ming noticed that Yuta's hand holding the papers was trembling slightly. What is written on the ground? It's a key. Medicine? No, it's a key. Oh, like a key for deciphering some kind of code? Yes, but a normal key is only one sentence, at most 3 or 5 sentences. This key is enormous. In the divination system Yuta had learned, these words were like a decoder for predicting a specific event. For example, a key for predicting wealth would have a corresponding key. A key for predicting overall fortune would also have a key. Depending on the person making the prediction, the time and place, and some other special factors, the key would also vary. Furthermore, as each diviner progresses in their career, their keys gradually become more detailed and precise. Even so, Yuta had never heard of such a long key. Yuta couldn't imagine how complex the event must have required such a massive key. But this wasn't the most shocking part. What shocked her most was that besides the key, these texts contained another part. It was a parameter, accompanied by numerous descriptions. This parameter was completely unfamiliar to her, something she had never encountered before. Yuta looked at this parameter and the other descriptions, and the more she read, the more familiar it seemed. This parameter appeared to be related to someone close to her. This parameter was extremely strange, as if it didn't belong to this world. Chapter 334. Although Yuta's strange behavior last night was odd, they couldn't stop their journey back to the Assassin's Guild. Before leaving the camp, they wiped away the writing on the ground, walked a short distance, and found a post station. They rested briefly there, and bought a carriage. With the carriage, their journey home became much faster. Lin Ming drove, Kaven slept in the carriage, and Yuta continued studying the writing, but these words she had written in her dream were completely incomprehensible. She hadn't known where to begin after looking at them for a long time. They didn't encounter any other enemies along the way. The journey was relatively peaceful. Lin Ming had initially thought that with his higher bounty, more people would come looking for trouble. But the opposite was true. Seeing that Lin Ming was now a 300,000 bounty hunter, many people began to fear him. Only those confident in themselves would try to take the 300,000 bounty. As they got closer to the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming suddenly discovered that there were troops stationed nearby. That makes sense. Lin Ming had already been considering the multi-party alliance when he left the Assassin's Guild, and now it seems the alliance has been initially established. Just as Lin Ming approached the Assassin's Guild, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Although the man was wearing a red mage's robe, his physique was still quite robust. Looking at the back of that figure, Lin Ming felt it became increasingly familiar. He thought this person resembled Les, the former Yang-level fire mage of the National Academy of Governance, currently a spell instructor at Shilinsel, and a user of flame beast spells. Logically, Brother Les should be teaching in Shilinsel now, but considering the possibility of an alliance between the Assassin's Guild and Shilinsel, his presence here is quite reasonable. Lin Ming, unable to determine if it was Les from behind, mischievously called out as the carriage approached, "Hey! Your butt fell off." "Huh? Where did it fall off?" Les, walking along, heard that his butt had fallen off and, puzzled, rubbed his backside, then instinctively searched the ground. Then he realized he'd been tricked. He never heard of someone losing there, but while walking down the street. Hey, I say you. Oh! Les turned around and saw the smiling Lin Ming. Hey! Oh ho! Les and Lin Ming were old acquaintances. Although their initial meeting was unpleasant, they had gradually become quite friendly. Now, their reunion felt like that of long-lost friends. Les used to have long, slick back hair that always looked a bit greasy. Now he had medium-length, layered hair. Perhaps because he had a slick-back style for so long, the direction of his hair had become fixed, the hair at his forehead still stubbornly slicked back, making him look like a long-haired hedgehog. Lin Ming looked at Les and asked curiously, "You came alone? Where's Hua?" "I'm here." Before Les could answer, a familiar voice rang out from behind the carriage. Lin Ming turned around and noticed that Hua's attire was completely different from before. Previously, Hua wore a very sharp military uniform, looking like an emotionless fighting machine. But now, she was wearing a black dress. The dress had some cute puffy ruffles, and the hem reached about knee-length. It was a fitted, short-sleeve style, and perhaps for sun protection, Hua wore tight-fitting, two-piece sleeves on her forearms. Hua's hair was styled in a high bun, and if it were just her outfit, she would look like an innocent, harmless girl next door. But two things jarred Hua. One was her military knife. The knife was typical military standard issue, a white scabbard adorned with gold, a handguard with engravings, and a cold, sharp style that clashed completely with Hua's gentle dress. If Hua were only carrying this knife, she would look like a failed assassin. Her attire and demeanor were terribly mismatched. Even more disastrous was that, after all this time, Hua was still carrying the broom the vice president had given her. Lin Ming stared at Hua, his mouth opening and closing for a long time before shutting down. He really didn't know where to begin with his comment. "You too, are you here representing Xialinsel?" "That's right. The Assassins Guild recently proposed an alliance, and we're here as envoys." "I see. When did you arrive?" "The day before yesterday. Actually, we already finished discussing the main matters, so we're mainly sightseeing now." Lin Ming nodded. Although he still had many questions, there was no rush, they could discuss them later. Back at the Assassins Guild, Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, finally back. The Assassins Guild headquarters was rather deserted, everyone was probably in the outer city. Lin Ming drove into the headquarters, then arranged to have dinner with Les, and let the two of them return to the outer city first. Just after seeing Les and Hua off, Lin Ming heard the vice president's voice. "Oh, you're back. Finished with everything?" "Yes, finished." "Good." Hearing the vice president's voice, He jumped out of the car. After getting out of the car, He didn't immediately go to the vice president's side. She stood in front of the car, as if suddenly realizing something important, staring blankly at the vice president. The vice president smiled and walked to He's side, reaching out to pat He's head, asking with concern, "How is she?" "Grandma." The vice president wanted to continue asking, but she noticed that He was burying her face in her legs, clutching her clothes, her shoulders trembling. He was crying, but without a sound. The vice president looked at Lin Ming in surprise. Lin Ming shook his head. The vice president frowned, sighing with heartache. "I see." The vice president looked at He, feeling as if a knife was being ripped from her heart. For He, the recent events had been far too cruel. This child was very strong, but the stronger a child is, the more heartbreaking it is to witness. The vice president gestured for Lin Ming and the others to go ahead with their work, leaving He to her. Lin Ming thought this was a good idea, so he took Yuta and the others to Yin Feng's place. Since Yuta and Arns were outsiders and might be staying in the Assassins Guild for a while, it was better to register and arrange accommodations directly with Yin Feng. Upon arriving at Yin Feng's office, Lin Ming pushed open the door and immediately smelled a familiar scent. It was the smell of some kind of incense mixed with tobacco. The source of this scent was obvious, the landlady. Lin Ming didn't need to ask anything, just smelling the aroma made his lips curl into a smile. Yin Feng saw them enter and, like Moses parting the sea, cleared the floating documents to either side. Then Yin Feng saw Arns. Arns also saw Yin Feng. Only then did Lin Ming suddenly remember that these two actually had a deep connection. Back then, Arns had risked her life to save Yin Feng, and Yin Feng's continued success as a wind mage was also related to Arns' encouragement. These two were old acquaintances, the kind of close friends who had gone through hardships together. Arns looked at Yin Feng and asked happily, "How have you been lately?" "All right?" "Yes, all right. How about you?" Arn shrugged. A lot of ups and downs, but thankfully I haven't died. Yin Feng chuckled. Only you could say something like that so calmly. Of course, if I didn't have that ability, we'd probably be dead together by now. Lin Ning felt that the more he listened to their conversation, the more ambiguous it became. Luckily, the landlady wasn't here otherwise, given her style. Just as Lin Ning finished thinking how lucky she was, a slender, snow-white hand suddenly appeared beside Yin Feng. It held a pipe. Lin Ming sighed inwardly. As expected of the landlady, she placed her spatial entrance in Yin Feng's office. After all, rabbits are quite possessive of their food. The landlady, perhaps having overheard the conversation outside, emerged from her spatial dimension. Because of her stunning figure, when the proprietress walked out of the spatial rift, those outside saw her hand holding a pipe first, then her stepping feet, then her prominent breasts, and only then her face. Oh! What a coincidence, you're back. The proprietress's tone was light, but Lin Ning could tell from the look in her eyes, as she looked at Arns, that this was unlikely to be a coincidence. Although Arns had never been in a relationship, she had lived long enough and possessed sufficient emotional intelligence. The moment she saw the proprietress emerge from Yin Feng's private office, she understood what was going on. Arns and the proprietress exchanged a glance, then paused for about a second before suddenly exchanging extremely warm greetings. Oh dear, it's been such a long time. Yes, I'm so grateful for your care back in Shichiloa. So it seems we're destined to meet. Ha ha ha. Yin Feng tried to speak several times, but found himself unable to get a word in edgewise. He could only let the two continue their conversation while he quietly completed their formalities, arranged accommodations, and handed the documents to Lin Ning. With everything done, the group didn't linger. Before Lin Ning left, the proprietress said to him, "My shop is located on the side wall of the candy shop opposite the exchange. Just call out when you get there." "Oh! Is it already open?" "No, it hasn't officially opened yet, but I can still serve you something if you come." After saying goodbye to Yin Feng and the proprietress, the group began carrying their luggage towards the outer city. Lin Ning also had his own residence in the outer city. This residence had been used as collateral when he bought Yuta's sword, but fortunately, he could easily get it back after completing some paperwork. Considering the numerous matters involving the exchange in the future, he moved his residence directly to the outer city. He brought Yuta and Arns to the outer city, and upon looking up, he saw the cat on the watchtower. The cat also saw Lin Ning, symbolically raising its head to acknowledge him. So lazy. Didn't even come down to greet me. Lin Ning led Yuta and Arns to their residence. Each of them had their own room. As for their future arrangements, they would discuss that later. Both of them were currently homeless, and staying with the Assassin's Guild would be a good thing, as the guild was short-handed. Lin Ning went straight back to his residence, which was very close to the exchange and was a two-story duplex. He and Kaven could each occupy one floor. This was Kaven's first time visiting Lin Ning's residence. Last time she came back, she left in such a rush that Lin Ning hadn't brought her here. Kaven looked around curiously and asked, "What about the house at headquarters?" "Keep it. We can go back there occasionally if we want some peace and quiet." "Pretty luxurious." "The cat is the luxurious one. He has a whole bunch of houses, and he takes turns living in them." After discussing it with Kaven, he decided to live upstairs, and Kaven downstairs. The two looked at the small two-story house, quite moved. Back when they first came to the Assassin's Guild, they had to squeeze into one room. Now they could live in a duplex. Lin Ning went upstairs, quickly dusted off his belongings, put down his luggage, and took out his and Kaven's paintings. He placed the paintings on the table, arranging them at a suitable angle, and then began tidying up the elemental crystals and Shursun's books. Thinking that he could stay in the Assassin's Guild for a few more days this time, Lin Ning happily began organizing his room. While they were tidying up, Kaven suddenly heard a knock at the door. It was Hyson. Seeing Hyson, Lin Ning knew he must have come to discuss the alliance. Hyson entered the house and looked it over. "Wow, spacious. It's not that exaggerated. It's just the two of us, so this size is normal. I just don't like big rooms. I feel a bit out of place." "I understand. Sometimes it feels empty." Since Lin Ning had just moved in, there wasn't much furniture, so he let Hyson find a place to stand where he wouldn't get in the way. While tidying up Shursun's books, he listened to Hyson talk about the recent situation in the Assassin's Guild. "We formed a preliminary alliance with Shillingsel. The chairman didn't actually convey the specific terms in detail, only saying that if we clash with the National Council again, Shillingsel will provide some support." "Are Nails and Hua considered part of the support they sent?" "Although they're nominally envoys, I think they should be considered part of the support. Besides Shillingsol and some surrounding small countries. We haven't formed any alliances with these countries, but we reached a consensus on protecting the area where the Assassin's Guild is located, because if the National Council occupies this area, their countries will instantly be in danger. Looks like things are going smoothly. Is Wilhelm still in the Assassin's Guild? He's left, but I heard he contact us again in a while. Oh, right. How far have Yen Feng and the landlady's relationship progressed? Hearing this, Hazen's smile gradually widened. They're basically living together now, it seems. The boss's wife seems to have set up her living space right in Yanfeng's office. So that means the boss's wife has actually been living in Yanfeng's office. We just can't see it. So sweet. Yeah, all lovey-dovey. Lin Ning recalled the boss's wife's timely appearance in Yanfeng's office to assert her ownership, chuckled foolishly, then counted on his fingers the couples, and soon-to-be couples in the Assassin's Guild, and came to a conclusion. The entire Assassin's Guild is filled with the atmosphere of spring right now. Chapter 335. Lin Ming tidied up his room, made some simple adjustments, and prepared to go to the exchange. Kaven was still organizing her clothes. Kaven wasn't usually particularly fond of dressing up, but she took 2 outfits out of her luggage and carefully hung them on a hanger. One was Dongqing's formal attire, and the other was a women's outfit her mother-in-law had given her back on the grasslands. Kaven, I'm going out for a bit. Do you want to come with me? Kaven turned to look at him and shook her head. On the way back, Yuta and Arn said they come to our place. I wait for them here. Okay, I should be back soon. Lin Ning went to the exchange alone. The exchange was as bustling as ever. Qing Rui stood imposingly at the entrance. He saw Lin Ning approaching from afar and raised his hand in greeting. Long time no see. I just got back too. Lin Ning glanced into the exchange and asked curiously, is Madame not here? Madame had some business to attend to and went back to her residence. She'd probably be back in a while. I see. I was hoping to talk to her about Dongcheng. Qing Rui had intended to invite Lin Ning into the exchange's office and pour him a cup of tea, but Lin Ning didn't want to stay there too long. He wanted to see He Xiao, not just to discuss Dongcheng. He also wanted to ask He Xiao what he thought about the Elder Council's method of awakening the demon god seed, but since He Xiao wasn't there, he had to find someone else. For example, there was Nazi, who had been keeping an eye on the Lord of Men. Qing Rui, seeing him glance at her before leaving, asked curiously, what are your plans? Lin Ming nodded. I want to go find Nazi. Do you know where he is now? Qing Rui looked up at the sky and pointed northeast of the Assassin's Guild. Over there, it should be quite far. The smell is a bit weak. Thanks. You're welcome. Lin Ning left the outer city and walked in the direction of Nazi. Although Nazi had a residence within the Assassin's Guild, he generally didn't linger there. He would always return to report on the situation, replenish supplies, and then leave again. Lin Ning moved further and further away from the outer city, and he felt the noise of the bustling city behind him grow fainter and fainter until it became completely inaudible. After walking a considerable distance, Lin Ning found Nazi's location. Nazi was lying in the shade of a large rock, a blanket spread out beneath him, legs crossed, leisurely reading a novel while sipping juice from his water bottle. Your work environment is pretty comfortable. Nazi moved the book aside, revealing Lin Ming's head of white hair. Your hair color changes quite freely. What? Do you prefer the half-black, half-white look? I can change it back for you. No need. It's fine this way. It makes me look delicate. Delicate. Although it was a compliment, Lin Ming felt a strange unease about the comment. Nazi didn't get up. He shifted to the side, making room for Lin Ming to lie down. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then laid down anyway, because he noticed Nazi seemed quite comfortable. And indeed, it was comfortable. Nazi even took a book out of his bag and handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming picked it up and saw the title was a heart-pounding accidental event during a wilderness vacation. His. Lin Ming glanced at the title, and then sat up again on the blanket. Nazi asked curiously, why aren't you lying down? Because I feel a little unsafe. Nazi ignored him, grabbed the water bag, took a sip, and asked, did you want to ask about the alliance? No, Hyson already told me about the alliance with Shillingsol. That's good, he's finally doing something worthwhile. I wanted to ask you about the Elder Council's ability to forcibly awaken demon gods. I know that. They seem to have been trying to research that. If they actually succeed, I guess. They already succeeded. Huh? The Elder Council has now mastered the method to forcibly awaken demon gods. The only drawback is that it can't be used too many times. Hearing this, Nazi finally sat up from the blanket. Is the intelligence accurate? Accurate? What's the source of the intelligence? A secret source, but highly reliable. Nazi closed the book with a grave expression, but he didn't forget to fold the corner of the page he had just read. This is troublesome. Lin Ning looked at Nazi and asked directly, do you think it's possible for them to use this ability to awaken the Lord of Man? To Lin Ning's surprise, Nazi shook his head firmly. I don't think so. Why? Because the level of the Lord of Man is simply too high. If the Lord of Man were truly awakened, the National Council's position would be completely destroyed. For them, this wouldn't be a good move, and Nachi pointed in the direction of the Lord of Man. The awakening of a demon god must follow a necessary process, just like a human's 10 months of pregnancy. Each stage of growth corresponds to a part of development. If a demon god is forcibly awakened, that demon god will inevitably be incomplete, and it might even. He died the moment he woke up. So, we don't need to worry too much? Not really. Who knows what the National Council might do? They might have some strange technologies up their sleeves. By the way, after allying with Shillingsul, did the National Council cause any trouble? They did. Oh! Was it the army? No, only one person came. One person? Yes, one person. Is this person very strong? Nazi shook his head. That person isn't strong and very weak. But that's not quite right either. That guy is both weak and strong. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? Nazi sighed and told Lin Ming about the conflict. It happened after Lin Ming and his group left the Assassin's Guild. They had just made contact with Shillingsul, and Wilhelm hadn't left yet. That day, the Assassin's Guild's mercenaries were patrolling nearby when they discovered a strange man. This person is wearing a large metal conical hat with some metal pendants around it. He wasn't wearing ordinary armor, but rather a armor-like device composed of machinery and pipes. His hat was bright silver, and the machinery surrounding his body was also the characteristic silver white of metal. He had 3 short swords on each side of his waist, and similar nozzles on the back of his arms and calves. He wore a metal half-face mask, completely obscuring his nose and mouth. The mercenaries initially didn't recognize him. Just as they were about to approach and ask, a hoarse voice came from behind the mask, "You boring." Hearing this, the mercenaries assumed he was a wealthy client hiring them, and were about to introduce their mercenary services when they inexplicably passed out. This was the mercenaries' first sighting of this strange man. Later, other mercenaries saw him, and similarly, after being told boring, they were drugged and rendered unconscious. When this news reached the Assassin's Guild, Hyacin suddenly realized that this person might not be a simple suspect. He might be Catalia, one of the top assassins kept by the National Council, known as the Useless Man. Realizing the potential trouble, Hyacin quickly summoned all 7 members and explained Catalia's background. Simply put, he was mentally unstable. Although an assassin for the National Council, Catalia was extremely selective about his opponents. If he thought the upcoming battle would be boring, he would simply knock out his opponent and leave. He only used his true abilities when he encountered someone he considered interesting. Catalia is strong, but his strength is different from what most people understand. Catalia is not a demon god. Nor is he a mage. Not a warrior, not an assassin, not a priest. He cannot use hand seals, cannot sense the elements. He cannot condense chi, and his strength is not even very great. Because of this, he has earned the title of Useless Man. However, he is still very strong. Because he will stop at nothing to achieve victory. Trap, poison, hidden arrows. Deception, blackmail, hostages. In Catalia's eyes, methods are not about being dirty or not, but about whether they are effective. Those he targets are as if subjected to a prolonged torture. And it is precisely because of this that his reputation is exceptionally bad, even within the National Council. Lin Ning interrupted Nachi upon hearing this. So, this guy is still near the Assassin's Guild, but there hasn't been any major conflict yet? Yes. Then why don't we find him and strike first? But the problem is, we can't find him. That strange attire must be quite conspicuous. Not really. According to Hyacin, that guy is a master of disguise. Entering the outer city in ordinary civilian clothes is a piece of cake for him. What about Qingrui? He should be able to identify something by scent. No, Catalia's meticulousness is beyond what most people imagine. Qingrui tried to locate him by the scent of those who encountered Catalia, but discovered that Catalia has even masked his own scent. So, that Catalia might be in the outer city right now? Yes. And the most difficult thing is, we don't know who he is, Or whether he discover a target he's interested in at some crucial moment. Then what if we temporarily close the outer city? It won't work. Nazi sighed. That's the most difficult part. Closing the outer city only provides temporary cover. As far as I know, Catalia sometimes lies low for up to 6 months to choose a target, just to dispel any suspicion. We can't outlast him, so we can only increase internal security. Nazi gave Lin Ming a wry smile when he mentioned increasing security. You probably haven't noticed, but we actually have more plainclothes security personnel in the outer city than merchants coming and going. Everyone entering and leaving the outer city every day is recorded, and Xingrui is constantly monitoring the flow of people in the outer city. It's so annoying. Like invisible fleas. Nazi gave a wry smile. Yes, and this flea is poisonous too. Just as the two were discussing Catalia, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly rang out from the sky. Lin Ming looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a golden light flying towards the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Nazi also saw the golden light, and quickly took out the thickest book from his bag, then opened it from the middle, with the pages facing outwards. Nazi held the book like that, and waited a while. Finally, the flying object approached. Lin Ming then realized it was Susa's card. Just as the card got close, Nazi slammed the book between it with a loud thud, trapping the card inside. The card struggled a few times inside the book, and then stopped moving. This card was noticeably gentler than the one that used to chase Nazi around. Is this calling me back? You guys are using this as a communication method now. What can I do? I was quite annoyed at first, but then I found it quite useful. I don't need to report my location. As long as I see the card flying towards me, I know someone needs to contact me. What if you get hit by the card? Why worry about what if? Look at this. Nazi brushed aside his hair. There were several shallow, scabbed blood marks on his scalp. Now I can only pray every day that that idiot Susa won't throw the wrong card, otherwise I might get my head opened on the spot. Nazi tidied up the blanket on the ground, and then gestured for Lin Ming to come closer. Then a familiar teleportation seal lit up beneath Nazi's feet, and in the blink of an eye, the two were back at the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Lin Ming stumbled slightly upon arrival. It had been a long time since he'd been teleported, and he was still a little unaccustomed to it. The two men walked toward Susa's usual interrogation room. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Susa waiting, sipping tea. What did you call me for? Susa glanced at Nazi, then pulled a book from under the table. The title was The Supreme Female Swordsman Also Has a Little Bit of Romance, Volume 1, This, Look, Finished, Volume 2. That's it? Yes. The female lead in this book is named Yu Chun, right? Yes, how? She later broke up with the current male lead. Then she married the city lord's son. Then she discovered that the city lord was actually the person she had a crush on all along. Faced with Nazi's lightning-fast spoiler, Susa, whose mouth was already not very good, couldn't utter a single word this time. He couldn't accept Nazi's spoiler that ruined his reading experience, and grabbed the book, ready to throw it at Nazi. Nazi quickly explained, "Don't be angry, what I said wasn't true. Actually, the female lead accidentally killed the male lead." This time, Susa didn't just throw a book, he grabbed a chair and started chasing Nazi all over the room. While Susa and Nazi were engaged in this friendly chase, a young man was strolling along the street in the outer city, looking around as if searching for something. The young man appeared handsome, at most a teenager. But in reality, he was 43 years old. This face was merely a high-level disguise. He was currently searching for something interesting in this bustling outer city. Chapter 336. Actually, Susa called Nazi back not just to see the second volume of that book. He wanted to discuss with Nazi a strategy for dealing with Catalia. That guy is annoying. Ever since they learned that Catalia had arrived at the Assassin's Guild, some people here have been on edge. Since Lin Ming was also here, Susa thought that everyone should brainstorm together. They couldn't just sit and wait to be killed. Nazi listened to Susa's proposal, and felt that they should indeed convene a meeting. After all, Catalia was special, he really deserved special treatment. The Catalia Special Operations meeting was scheduled for that evening after the outer city closed. To ensure the secrecy of the meeting's content, the location was chosen to be the proprietress's shop. Because the proprietress hadn't opened yet, most people didn't know the shop existed, making it the perfect place for a secret meeting. After entering the shop, the proprietress led everyone to the largest table in her shop, and everyone took their seats. Lin Ming glanced around the shop. Decorations were still scattered everywhere, and there were piles of unwashed cabinets. It seemed they would have to prepare for a while longer before opening. After a while, the proprietress brought out a large pot of tea. Our small shop can only boil water and make tea right now. Please don't mind. Lin Ning looked at the round table and realized this was the most people present since the outer city was established. The guild leader was out discussing alliance matters, and Mei Yi and Suso were respectively in charge of security patrols at headquarters and the outer city. Everyone else was present except for these three. Ellie, Hyson, the vice guild leader, Nazi, and Yen Feng. There was also Qingrui, responsible for security at the exchange, the three Kuei sisters, managing the warehouse, Xiao Ir, currently working as a magician in a circus troupe, and Olivia, who had brought Anti. Even the cat had a proper seat. Adding Lin Ming and Kevin were also present. The table was packed tightly. The Assassin's Guild members were physically very united. To make the seating more spacious, Olivia placed Anti on her lap. Lin Ming carried the cat on his lap, and the landlady wanted to put Yin Feng on her lap as well, but was refused. The meeting was chaired by Hyson, as he knew Catalia's past best. Hyson briefly explained Catalia's current situation infiltrating the Assassin's Guild, first asking if anyone had seen any suspicious individuals recently. Upon hearing the word suspicious individuals, Qingrui shook her head. There are so many people coming and going from the outer city every day, and dozens, if not hundreds, of suspicious people. The eldest sister of the Kuei family chimed in, indeed, because some sellers come to the exchange to sell stolen goods, so many people are acting suspiciously. Naki scratched his head. Has anything unusual happened lately? Kat suddenly raised her hand upon hearing this. Yes. Tell me. Why haven't we had any whitebait for lunch lately? Because whitebait is out of season. If you want to eat it, you have to wait until next year. Oh. Lin Ming flicked Kat on the forehead from behind. If you say anything else useless, I ban you. The good news was, Kat fell silent. The bad news was, everyone fell silent. It was only then that everyone realized the troublesome situation in Catalia. If we don't find this guy in the crowd, the entire outer city will remain in danger. The vice president, leaning on his sword, frowned and said, this is too passive. We need to take the initiative, even if it means some losses for the outer city. How about we seal off the city and conduct a search while Catalia is in the outer city? That would be too much of a commotion, and it might provoke him into a desperate act. Lin Ming looked at Hyson. That Catalia. Could he be a master of disguise? Hyson sighed. He certainly can, and a very high-level one at that. It's practically his only outstanding ability. Is it possible he might poison the Assassin's Guild's water supply? Probably not. Although he always uses poison, he rarely harms unrelated people so far. That's a very strange personal trait for him. Wait. What is it? You said he can disguise himself? Yes. Lin Ning looked at Qingrui again. And it can mask the smell? Yeah. Lin Ning glanced around at everyone present. Then, among our group, the entire table fell silent. Lin Ning looked at Kevin, who stood up, spread her wings, flapped them once, then sat down again, looking at Xiao Ir sitting next to her. Xiao Ir sighed, and patted Nachi on the shoulder. Why did you pat me? Isn't this a self-proof exercise? Xiao Ir finished speaking, and tossed a bag of gold coins onto the table. Nachi stared at the money bag for a long time, before realizing the money was his. He quickly stuffed the money back into his pocket, then a magic seal lit up beneath his feet, and he vanished in a flash, only to reappear a few seconds later. He now held a skewer of meat that appeared out of nowhere. Ellie, realizing it was her turn, snapped her fingers, a small whirlwind rising from her fingertips before disappearing in a whoosh. Anti easily proved himself. He tapped his head, making a loud clang. Everyone around him had already verified that there was nothing wrong. Lin Ming rubbed his temples incessantly. Looks like I was overthinking it, Hyson said helplessly. No, doing this isn't unnecessary. If someone infiltrates the group, it'd be a huge problem. We need to find a way to find him. I remember encountering his mercenary before, who said he once said something like boring? Yes, that guy seems to only target people he finds interesting. The problem is, what does he consider interesting? I'm starting to get a clue. He seems to hate people who appear happy. Isn't that just him taking revenge on society because he's unhappy? That's not wrong. Maybe that guy's been driven mad by jealousy. Lin Ming remained silent. Happiness. So, in that case, the happier someone appears in the entire outer city, the more likely they are to be targeted? Hyson guessed what Lin Ming was thinking. You mean, lure the snake out of its hole? That's what I'm thinking, but how can I be happy enough to make that guy jealous? Rich? Probably not. The outer city is full of wealthy people, and he hasn't made a move. Then marriage? That might work. He did like to use various ceremonies in the past, but there's no guarantee. Then let's give it a try. You say give it a try. How do we try? Hold a wedding. Yin Feng and Kevin nodded in unison. They were familiar with this. Back in Shicharava, to lure Arns out, they even staged a funeral. At that time, Kevin was a young widow, and Yin Feng was her brother-in-law. Looks like this time it'd be a wedding. Lin Ning didn't actually think his proposal would be accepted. He just wanted to broaden everyone's thinking, to throw out a starting point. But he didn't expect everyone to be so supportive. Qingrui said thoughtfully that does have one advantage. If there's a grand event in the outer city, we can better observe the people coming and going. If they do anything unusual, it'd be easier to spot them. The vice president nodded in agreement. Indeed, and using a wedding as an excuse makes it easier to conduct more detailed registration and screening of people entering and leaving. Even setting up checkpoints and conducting body searches wouldn't seem excessive. Hyson pondered for a moment, feeling that the cost of holding a wedding was still within an acceptable range. Even if the attempt to lure out the enemy failed, it wouldn't be a major loss. Lin Ning looked at everyone with suspicion. You really intend to do as I say? Yes. There's nothing wrong with it. But who will be holding the wedding? Lin Ning asked the most crucial question, and half the people present began to fidget. Everyone knew this marriage wasn't real, and the ceremony was very likely to be interrupted by Cat Alia. However, since they were going to get married, it was unlikely they would choose two completely unrelated people. The main characters of the wedding had to be, at the very least, a couple. Lin Ning looked around the table, first fixing his gaze on Hyson and Ellie. Before he could speak, he saw Hyson frantically giving him meaningful glances. Seeing Hyson's eyebrows practically popping out of his face, he knew Hyson had his own pace in pursuing Ellie. Then he looked at the proprietress and Yin Feng. How about, Secretary Yin Yu? No, 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 no. Just as Yin Feng was stammering incoherently trying to avoid the situation, the vice president came to his rescue. It's best not to be Yin Feng. If the operation goes smoothly, Yin Feng's hearing might be very useful on site, so he have to act as a staff member to coordinate. Yin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Yin Feng and Hyson were both unsuitable, Lin Ning looked at Qing Rui. But he immediately dismissed the idea. Qing Rui and Kuei Jijiu, although everyone knows they admire each other, haven't publicly dated yet, so it's not appropriate for this occasion. Then who else? Nazi, why don't you and Sousa have a wedding? Huh? That would also highlight the inclusivity of our Assassin's Guild. Don't be silly, even if I really liked a man, I wouldn't marry him. Speaking of which, Nazi pointed at Lin Ning and Kevin. Why don't you two just go for it? The two of us? Yeah, you two could even suddenly have a baby, and we wouldn't find it strange. Everyone nodded silently at Nachi's words. Lin Ming sighed. A fake wedding isn't a problem. The problem is I'm a 300,000 gold coin bounty hunter. If I hold a public wedding, it'd probably attract more than just Catalia. That was true. Lin Ning was practically a walking 300,000 gold coin. If he showed his face in public, someone might secretly take a shot. What do we do then? Our own people aren't enough. Then find an outsider? An outsider? What kind of outsider would an assassin throw a big wedding for them? Hearing about finding an outsider, Lin Ning suddenly slapped the cat's head. An idea had struck him. Yes. There's a suitable couple. Who? Les and Hua. Oh. Right. You know what? It really is. Everyone nodded, finding Lin Ning's proposal quite plausible. Then, spurred on by the Assassin's Guild's collective effort, Les and Hua were dragged from their residence in less than 10 minutes. The two were startled as soon as they entered the proprietress's shop. They saw all the prominent figures of the Assassin's Guild sitting upright, each with a cup of tea, grinning at the two of them. And because there was nothing on the table, the scene was incredibly eerie. Are you going to eat us? A cannibalistic feast? The three Kuei sisters stood up and offered their seats to the two, who cautiously sat down. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles, as if pricked by thorns. Can you two stop laughing? It's creepy. Lin Ning cut to the chase, asking directly, how far have things progressed between you two? Huh? Just answer truthfully. This is a matter of life and death for the Assassin's Guild. Les glanced at Hua, who looked completely relaxed. Les stammered, we have been officially dating for a while now. Wow. That's great. Hearing that they were indeed a couple, Lin Ning felt relieved. The Assassin's Guild would like to invite you to get married. Is the Assassin's Guild always this efficient? But not actually married. What do you mean? Lin Ming and Hyson then explained the results of the meeting to the two of them again. After listening, Les finally relaxed. Oh, I thought you were going to persecute me again. It's as if we're always persecuting you. Isn't that right? The vice president chuckled. Although you and the assassins have had some past conflicts, this wedding, while a feint, will be handled to the highest standards in every detail. Don't worry. But, I said don't worry. Okay. Les was genuinely afraid. He hadn't forgotten how the vice president almost killed him last time he visited the Assassin's Guild. Hua wasn't as afraid of the vice president now. After all, the vice president had given him a broom as a favor. Since Les and Hua had agreed, everyone began arranging the schedule. Weddings are actually quite troublesome. Attire, venue, catering, invitations. All preparations take time. Finally, after discussion between Heist and Yin Feng, the wedding date was set for a week later. And the news would begin circulating early the next morning. Meanwhile, Naki, in collaboration with Qingrui, completely overhauled the outer city's security plan and temporarily relocated Yin Feng to the outer city's entrance registration office. Together with Qingrui and the cat, they formed a comprehensive visual, olfactory, and auditory surveillance system encompassing the watchtower, the exchange, and the registration office. Everything was planned meticulously, all to find and eliminate this flea, Catalia. Chapter 337. The next day, Les and Hannah felt incredibly awkward walking down the street, because people seemed to be constantly bombarding them with happy wedding. Actually, neither of them was prepared for this. After their strategic meeting the previous night, Hannah had been observing Les's reactions with great interest. This man was incredibly flustered. Hannah and Les's relationship hadn't started off smoothly. When they first met, neither of them seemed interested in the other. After hearing happy wedding more than 10 times, Hannah suddenly asked, "Do you remember when we first met?" Les, who had been tense and uncomfortable, suddenly relaxed upon hearing Hannah's voice. "Of course I remember. Back then, I had just been promoted to Yang rank, and because I had no close combat skills, I started recruiting guards. Yeah, I was just a squad leader in the army at the time. I was ostracized because I didn't like to talk, and someone introduced me to you for an interview. When I saw you, I felt you weren't really suited to be a guard. That's not your fault. I'm short, and I don't look fierce, so..." Hua looked up and gave Les a meaningful look. "I sensed what you were thinking back then. The reason I tried so hard to pass the guard exam was because I thought you were too arrogant, and I wanted you to know I wasn't just a pretty face. Of course you're not a pretty face. How could someone who beat up an examiner, who made a dirty joke during the exam, be just a pretty face? You know about this?" "Of course I know, but I don't know the details. I only heard that one guard candidate kicked out 2 of the preliminary examiner's teeth. That old man said my butt looked good when I kicked, and told me to kick it twice more." "Did you kick it?" "Yes, I kicked it in his face." Ha ha ha. Just as they were reminiscing, Lin Ming happened to pass by in the distance. Seeing Les, he quickly and loudly announced, "Happy wedding." Les and Hua heard the blessing, and nodded slightly to Lin Ming. It seemed they were already enjoying the atmosphere. Speaking of butts, Hua brought up the topic of butts, suddenly seeming thoughtful. "You seem to have always liked butts." Les quickly denied it. "No, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." "Are you sure?" I'm probably sure." "So you don't like me at all, you just like my butt?" "Of course not." "Then my butt isn't worth your liking at all." "No, not really." "Are you hot?" "You're sweating." Flower had noticed long ago that Les was terrible at handling these kinds of questions. His brilliant brain, capable of memorizing a whole bunch of hand signs, would instantly crash when faced with Flower's deadly two-choice question, then start sweating due to an imbalance in heat dissipation. Okay, don't be nervous. I know you like butts, don't deny it." "How did you figure that out?" "Remember when I wore that tight-fitting armor for a while?" "Of course I remember, the blue one. Back then, the thing you did most every day was look at my butt and swallow your saliva. Do you think I didn't notice?" Les never expected that he would be exposed so early. Hannah stopped, walked in front of Les, and nimbly spun around a few times, finally facing him. She then put her hands behind her back, straightened her back, lightly stomped her foot, and assumed a standing attention posture. Les remembered. This was the same movement Hannah used during her marching performance in the honor guard. Hannah turned her head, looking at Les with a mischievous smile. "Have you gotten your wish now, you lecherous mage?" After saying this, Hannah suddenly realized that she was wearing a skirt. "Ah, this outfit isn't quite accurate. I remember the ladies' honor guard uniform from the National Council. It was pretty, but it was so tight, it was practically digging into my buttocks." Just as Hannah was teasing Les, May walked over from a short distance away. Happy wedding. Les and Hannah immediately returned to seriousness, nodding in return. Huh? Les, are you hot? Why is your face so red? Oh, maybe it's because my blood and energy are running high lately. High blood and energy is a good thing. I came to ask you about your wedding attire. Attire? Yes, you don't want to wear a mage's robe to your wedding, do you? Seeing Les's shocked expression, Hua added insult to injury. Oh, darling, you don't want to wear a mage's robe to marry me, do you? Ever since Les arrived in Shilinsel and confirmed his relationship with Hua, he had already noticed that Hua's true personality was now fully revealed. The Hua of the past always had a cold and ruthless protective demeanor, speaking to Les in a flat tone, occasionally with a touch of sarcasm. But now, in front of Les, Hua is a little drama queen, always looking for fun. Hua's character transition was incredibly smooth, making it feel completely natural to Les. In Hua's own words, I used to be your subordinate. Subordinates have to be careful what they say and do with their superiors, but things are different now. I'm now a little girl being pampered by our young-level Grand Mage, so of course I can do whatever makes me happy. Mei and the two of them discussed the arrangements for the next few days. First, there was the custom-made clothing, then the banquet arrangements, and the selection of the time and venue. Because this wedding was essentially a scheme to lure the enemy out, the two of them still had to follow the Assassin's Guild's arrangements for most things. The only things they could decide for themselves were the clothing and the catering. What kind of formal wear do you like? Something big and fluffy, or something more formal and sophisticated? Oh well, I take you to a few tailor shops in the outer city. After a stroll around, we should have a better idea. May pulled the two of them into a tailor shop and began helping them choose clothes. Meanwhile, Cat Alia was with the Assassin's Guild. He frowned as he watched people hanging celebratory bouquets by the roadside. The Assassin's Guild had difficulty detecting Cat Alia, not because of his excellent disguise, but because the identity he was currently using had actually been living in the outer city for over 2 months. The original owner of this identity was probably already completely decomposed underground, and he had taken over the role flawlessly. Cat Alia was a theatrical genius. In fact, before he became a psychopath, he was indeed an actor. He loved theater. Theater was full of all sorts of exciting conflicts. Kidnapping, abduction, duels, dramatic conflict, the fall of characters, tragedy, tragedies, sacrificial dramas performed for the gods, erotic dramas performed for the vulgar. Kataria gradually became dissatisfied with performing. After experiencing a real-life tragedy, he suddenly had an epiphany. The pain, the screams, the body language of someone fainting from excessive grief, the indifference of the onlookers, the killer's smugness and excitement, the real smell permeating the air that didn't belong to the stage. This was art. Drama was merely a metaphor for reality. Reality was the complete form of drama. Compared to this art, the whole world was incredibly boring. And now, Kataria sensed the beginning of a theatrical performance. The stage seemed to be being built, but the play was not yet determined. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Although Les and Flower's wedding was fake, to make it seem more realistic, the Assassin's Guild still sent an invitation to Xialinsel. However, because the journey was long, Xialinsel wouldn't have any guests in attendance. Lin Ming and Yin Feng chatted for a while, then Yin Feng suddenly asked, "Do you two have formal attire?" "Formal attire? We do have some. But they're winter clothes. You better prepare some, because according to the Assassin's Guild's tradition, friends who witness the newlyweds confirming their relationship are supposed to go on stage as witnesses. I've been thinking, and it seems like the two of you are the ones who fit that role. It seems that's true. The officiant's attire is usually quite simple, and mostly solid colors, making it easier to make. You two can go to the tailor shop where Les and his partner make suits to get your measurements taken, and then have the tailor design the color and style. Okay, we go right now." Lin Ming and Caven searched around and found Les trying on clothes in a rather luxurious tailor shop. Les had a great figure. He was the typical broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and shapely-bottom type. Because he was very tall, there weren't any clothes in his size to try on, so they needed to be custom-made. While the tailor was admiring his backside and sketching out designs, Hua had already come out wearing a snow-white long dress. Mei Yi was supporting Hua. Although the long dress was beautiful, Hua's gait was unsteady. This, high heels, are completely different from high-heeled military boots. Seeing that Hua wasn't used to the high heels, Mei Yi turned and gave the tailor a wink. "Here, take care of it." "No problem." Hua took off her shoes, looked at the high heels, and her face fell. Les asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you feeling discouraged because you can't handle high heels? No. You can learn it. Then what's wrong? I'm too short. Want to experience the perspective of someone tall? How? Hearing this, Les squatted down and patted his shoulder. Sit here. Hua looked at Les's sturdy shoulders, sat down curiously, and then reached out to support Les's head. Then, Les stood up effortlessly. Wow! So high! So high! Haha, how's the view? This is indoors, you're asking about the view. Shall we go for a walk? No, no, no. This is too embarrassing. When a person's feet are off the ground, they instinctively feel uneasy. But Hannah, sitting on Les's shoulders, felt quite safe. She asked Les curiously, by the way, when did you start building muscles? I forgot. Les lied. He hadn't forgotten. In the beginning, like other mages, Les was only skilled in magic. His physical abilities were terrible. Even when encountering danger, he had to run and rest frequently to escape. Later, in a conflict with the enemy, Hannah was injured while protecting Les with her life. After that injury, Hannah was bedridden for almost half a month. Looking back now, that must have been the first time Les didn't see this little girl as a guardian. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived, saving them from certain death. It was from that moment that Les began to train his body. Because Les was already tall and had a large frame, once he started exercising, he visibly became much stronger. Les's initial intention was simple. He just wanted to avoid holding Hua back when he couldn't use magic, even if it was just running a little faster to prevent them from falling into danger again. Les looked up at Hua sitting on his shoulder, and suddenly realized that everything had begun much earlier than they had thought. Everything seemed to be progressing naturally, but upon reflection, they realized that they had each put in their own effort along the way. Hua gently patted Les's head. Put me down. Les carefully placed Hua back on the ground. Hua no longer cared about her short stature. Sitting on someone's shoulders was such a thrill. Those tall people could never experience that. Lin Ming looked at Les's arm strength, which allowed him to lift Hua up, with a look of amazement. Kevin asked curiously from the side, Envious? To be honest, I am quite envious. Hearing this, Kevin squatted down and patted his own shoulder. Come on, get on. I'm not envious of that. I'm envious of muscles. Oh, I thought you wanted to be lifted up high. The group had basically finalized the clothes. They just needed to come back in a couple of days to try them on. As they left the tailor's shop, they happened to run into Xiao Yi, who was passing by. Xiao Yi saw them coming out of the shop and understood what was going on. Xiao Yi looked at Les and Hua, took a coin from her pocket, flicked it high into the air with a clink, and caught it steadily. Come on, you two, guess heads or tails. Hua and Les exchanged a glance. Heads? Xiao Yi chuckled, opening her hands. But instead of a coin, what was revealed was a vibrant flower. Xiao Yi handed the flower to the woman in front of her and bowed slightly. Congratulations on your marriage, you two. This was the first time Lin Ming had seen Xiao Yi perform. He had only recently heard that this habitual thief seemed to have found a new career path, but he hadn't expected Xiao Yi to adapt to her new identity so quickly. Lin Ming asked curiously, when did you learn this? Just recently. A performance troupe came to the outer city, and there was a magician in one of them. I watched his performance and found it interesting, so I tried it myself, and found it wasn't that difficult. It's probably just not difficult for you. Yes, and it has a lot in common with stealing. And my previous job. The methods of attracting attention, transferring stolen goods, and moving props are all very similar. Chapter 338 Extra Chapter. The Cat Demon God. His name is Qiu Dong. His favorite thing to do is sleep. Eat his fill, and then sleep peacefully. Qiu Dong has orange, slightly curly hair, and is quite small. If judged by human standards, he looks only 14 or 15 years old. He looks like a teenager who hasn't fully developed yet. Qiu Dong's ill-fated connection with the Assassin's Guild stems from an attack long ago. After that incident, he stayed with the guild and found a reliable employer, Mushroom. Qiu Dong likes the Assassin's Guild because it doesn't have many messy rules. Cats dislike rules. Rules are as repulsive as sticky, hot food. The cat's favorite thing to do is sit on the watchtower, watching people come and go below. Because the watchtower is very high, when looking down, the people below all appear as slowly moving heads. Hey! Someone calls out to him from below. It was Qingrui. Qiu Dong disliked large dogs. Especially black, muscular, with erect ears, the kind of large guard dogs. Qiu Dong craned his neck to look down, wanting to see what Qingrui wanted him to do. Chingrui was holding a glass of orange liquid that looked delicious. But Chiodong didn't want to go down. It was too much trouble, so he just squatted down and shook his head. Whether Chingrui understood the cat's thoughts or completely misunderstood, the big black dog, dragging the drink, suddenly started running. What was this dog trying to do? While the cat was still wondering, Chingrui had already begun running up the ladder with an almost gravity-defying posture. Chingrui was strong. The cat had heard of him, but he never heard of a dog that could fly. The cat felt the watchtower shake, and then Chingrui, ears perked, leaped up in a flash. The cat clung tightly to the railing to keep from falling. Chingrui landed steadily in front of the cat. "Oh, great view. What are you doing up here?" "Bringing you a drink. Didn't you ask me to bring it up?" "I didn't." "It's alright, I'm up here anyway here." Chingrui handed the cat a drink. The cat then realized that the dog had leaped up carrying a drink, and this, something that looked like juice, hadn't spilled a drop. The cat took a sip. Delicious. The cat drank while watching Chingrui. "Aren't you going down?" "No, it was so hard to get up here. I stay a little longer." After a long silence, Chingrui suddenly asked curiously, "Don't you get bored being here all alone?" "No." "Do you need some books?" "No, they'd be blown away by the wind." "Want some snacks?" The cat pointed to a box on the lookout platform. Chingrui opened the box and saw it was filled with various kinds of jerky, crispy biscuits, and fruit. The cat replenished its snack reserves from time to time, so the box was almost always full. "Can I have one?" "Go ahead." Chingrui took out a piece of jerky and ate it in a few bites. The cat watched from the side, hesitant to speak. Such a large piece of jerky could last the cat an entire afternoon if it ate it itself. Chingrui wanted another piece, but seeing the cat's eyes harden, he quickly closed the snack box. Chingrui sat cross-legged on the floor, enjoying the breeze with the cat, and suddenly remembered their first meeting. "Do you remember when we first met?" "I remember." The cat certainly remembered. Back then, he was a stray cat. Perhaps due to bad luck, the place where he awakened was a notorious lawless area. It was chaotic, filthy, and impoverished, with most residents being fugitives or deserters. The pressure of survival had imbued everyone with a primal instinct. Struggle, territory, theft, threats, various forms of violence converged here, eventually forming a delicate balance. At that time, the cat hadn't fully mastered his abilities. Perhaps due to physical weakness, his excessive sleep was always intermittent. For the cats of that time, going hungry and not knowing where their next meal would come from was a frequent occurrence. It wasn't because they lacked the ability to obtain food, but because the area itself was severely lacking in resources. The day he met Chingrui was a rainy night. On such a rainy night, the best thing to do was to find shelter and get a peaceful sleep, waiting for the rain to stop. But that day, just as he found a dilapidated hut to take shelter from the rain, he suddenly heard what sounded like very faint breathing mixed in with the rain. The breathing was rapid and weak. He initially ignored the sound, but he clearly heard it growing fainter and fainter. Ugh, so annoying. The cat couldn't rest in peace and decided to go out into the rain to find the source of the sound. The cat plunged into the rain, its body instantly soaked again after being shaken clean. It walked slowly, listening intently, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound amidst the rain and thunder. After being soaked for an unknown amount of time, the cat finally felt it was approaching the sound. It initially thought it might be an injured animal or a child. But what the cat saw was a boy lying in the rain, with black animal ears. Huh? The cat looked at the boy with his eyes closed, making sure it wasn't seeing things, then leaned closer and tugged at the boy's black ears. Huh? It was real ears. The cat demon god, Chiodong, at this moment, didn't even know what a demon god was. He only knew that he was always treated as an outsider. The boy before him had ears almost identical to his own, except for the color. When the word fellow traveler flashed through the cat's mind, he knew he had to save this person. The cat was small and thin. He couldn't carry the boy on his back, so he could only drag him along the ground towards the shelter they had found. Only when he lifted the boy did he notice the wound on the boy's leg. The wound was deep and still bleeding. The cat ignored the wound. He only knew he had to get the boy to shelter first, because his own body was starting to feel cold from the inside out, and he wouldn't survive if he stayed soaked. With great effort, he finally dragged the boy to shelter from the rain. Ha, I'm exhausted, ouch. Catching his breath, he shook off the rain and bent down to check on the boy. The boy's brow was furrowed, his eyes tightly closed, and his breathing was still very rapid. The cat looked at the wound on the boy's leg, tore off a sleeve from the boy's shirt, and quickly bandaged it. After treating it, The boy's breathing gradually calmed down. The cat looked at the boy with great curiosity, especially his ears. This was the first time the cat had ever seen ears like that on anyone else. The boy had a brownish complexion, black hair, and black ears. The cat then walked to a puddle on the ground and looked at himself. His skin was very fair, and his ears were orange. He felt that the more he looked at the boy, the more different he seemed. Had he saved the wrong person? But even if he had, there was no going back now. He couldn't just throw the boy out again. It wasn't because he couldn't bear to, but because he simply couldn't lift him anymore. The cat walked to the door of the dilapidated shack, looked up at the rain, and knew he was incapable of caring for anyone else. His own survival was a struggle. At this point, he leave it to fate. Seeing the rain gradually subside, the cat prepared to leave. Before leaving, he checked on the boy. His breathing was steady, his brow wasn't so furrowed, and he had no fever. He won't die. After the rain stopped, the cat left, and a while later returned with some food, placing it near the boy. The food was barely edible, but even so, it was half of the cat's precious rations. After that, the cat didn't think he'd ever see the boy again. Until 2 days later, when it started raining again, the cat suddenly remembered this familiar shelter. He had just run back to the door of the dilapidated house, when he saw a familiar figure inside. "Hey!" the cat exclaimed in surprise. The person inside heard his voice, and turned around, and the cat saw 2 black ears on the person's head. Both almost simultaneously uttered the same 2 words. "It's you." The boy looked much better. He saw the cat, and excitedly pulled him into the house. Autumn Winter thought the boy was malnourished from his injuries, and was going to eat him alive. But to his surprise, the boy thanked him earnestly. "Thank you for saving me, otherwise I would definitely have died on the way." I didn't mean to. You even left me some food. I didn't want it. You even bandaged my wounds." This was the first time Chiao Dong had been thanked so formally. He felt awkward all over, and at the same time, he was very curious about this boy's background, and why he hadn't left even though he had clearly woken up. The cat pointed to the boy's ear. "Oh, I'm a demon god, and you are too, right?" "What? A demon god, don't you know that?" "No." The boy looked at the being in front of him, who also had animal ears, in surprise. He felt that this person still looked like a child. "So, how long have you been awake?" "Awake?" "Yes. How long has it been since you regained consciousness?" The cat tried hard to think, but found it couldn't remember. "Don't remember." The boy frowned and pondered for a moment, but then decided not to think about it anymore. He sat up straight and introduced himself. "My name is Qingrui, the demon god of dogs." "What's yours?" "Autumn. Autumn Winter. Thank you for sharing your food with me. I told you, that was what I didn't want." For the next few days, the two of them were together. These few days were the most chaotic he had since Autumn Winter woken up. All his previous private time was now completely gone. Qingrui followed him around like a shadow, chattering incessantly like a little chatterbox. Autumn Winter also caught up on his studies during these few days. He learned many things he had never heard of before from Qingrui. About the country, about the people, about magic, about the demon god race. Furthermore, Chiao Dong also learned that Qingrui wasn't a resident of this area. He had encountered robbers on his way east, been robbed, and beaten, ending up on the ground. Hearing that he was going east, the cat curiously asked, "East? Where are you going?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" "Yes, I just heard there's a very prosperous place to the east, and I want to go see it." Qingrui looked at the cat and asked formally, "Do you want to come with me?" The cat thought for a long time, and then shook its head. He wasn't interested in that so-called prosperous place in the distance, because it was where Qingrui wanted to go, not where he wanted to go. He didn't like following others. Moreover, he himself had many unfinished matters to deal with in this wretched place. Seeing that the cat didn't want to leave with him, Qingrui stopped trying to persuade him, and a few days later, the two parted ways. Later, much time passed, and they met again at the Assassin's Guild. Although both of them looked different from before, their ears couldn't be hidden forever. Chiodong squatted on the watchtower, recalling their previous meeting. After thinking for a long time, he turned back to look at the tall and imposing Qingrui. "How did you grow from a little kid to so tall?" Qingrui scratched his head. "I'm actually quite curious too. How come you haven't grown at all? You're still so tiny." Chiodong felt he shouldn't have given him that food in the first place. Let this dog starve to death. Qingrui gazed at the slowly drifting white clouds and the undulating forest in the distance, then suddenly said, "I went to look for you later." "Look for me?" "Yes, I went back to that town, but it was deserted. Ah, maybe I played a part in that. The place where Cat was living was infested with criminals, and neighboring countries, suffering from the chaotic security situation, frequently sent troops to try and conquer it. But each time they failed. Until one day, when these troops came to attack this lawless place as usual, they found everyone in the entire town asleep. After that, Cat left. He remembered the eastern city Chingrui had mentioned and headed in that direction. Chingrui sighed, "I thought you were dead. It's a pity I'm still alive." After confirming his extraordinary abilities, the Cat embarked on a solo adventure. Chingrui did indeed reach the bustling city. There, he encountered Black Owl, one of the members of the National Council of Elders. Black Owl thought the boy's fluffy ears were quite cute, and his strength seemed to have great potential, so he took him in. Chingrui sat directly on the edge of the watchtower, craning his neck to look down. "Wow, so high! If you're afraid of heights, just go down." Chingrui looked at Chiodong and said thank you again. Chiodong looked at the big black dog with considerable disdain. "You said thank you enough, it's so cheesy." "It's good you're still alive." "That's even more cheesy." Chiodong felt the temperature was just right and started to feel sleepy, wanting to take a nap. He found a comfortable spot on the watchtower, lay down, covered his eyes with the hood, and yawned. After a while, the Cat fell asleep. Half asleep, he seemed to return to the day he parted ways with Chingrui. Chingrui looked at him with a grin and asked if he wanted to go to the legendary bustling city together. In his dream, Chiodong agreed. They traveled a long way together and arrived at the bustling place. The two lived together like brothers. Later, they followed Black Owl in battles, eventually encountering a monstrous villain who turned them into mushrooms shaped like cats and dogs. Whoa! Chiodong sat up abruptly, panting as he looked around. He hadn't turned into a mushroom. He hadn't gone on adventures with Chingrui. He hadn't followed Black Owl in battles. A gust of wind blew by, and the cat's ears trembled slightly in the wind. He shook his head, smoothed his ears, and then lay back down with a thud. The cat demon god. Named Chiodong. His favorite thing was sleeping. Chapter 339. Preparations for Les and Hannah's wedding were swift. After all, this was the first large-scale ceremony the outer city had ever hosted since its construction. On the surface, the entire outer city was filled with joy, but beneath the surface, undercurrents surged. Of all the people, the most frustrated was Chingrui. As the head of security for the exchange, he was expected to protect the outer city. As the saying goes, a good dog watches its neighbors. But in reality, he could do nothing. Kataria couldn't detect, couldn't sniff, couldn't track. Meanwhile, everyone in the outer city was beaming with joy, and Les and Hannah were immersed in the wedding. His canine instincts made him want to protect everything, but in the end, he always felt like he was punching cotton, unable to exert his strength. "Hey! Big dog!" Chingrui was standing blankly at the entrance of the exchange when he suddenly felt someone pat him on the back. Startled, Chingrui turned around and saw a smiling Kuei-jigyo. During this time, Kuei's younger sister had become quite familiar with Chingrui. Now, when others saw the two of them standing together, they all smiled knowingly. Although they hadn't officially confessed their feelings, their sweet and intimate aura was enough to permeate the entire outer city. Chingrui glanced at Kuei-jigyo and noticed that she seemed to be in a good mood today. "Are you off work?" "Yes, just taking a break and coming out for some fresh air." Chingrui simply hummed in agreement, not saying anything more. Not in a good mood? Not really, just a little anxious. The matter of Catalia hadn't been told to anyone except a few key personnel, so the three Kuei sisters were unaware that they were secretly searching for Catalia. "Oh ho! I know, Boss Chingrui has been protecting the exchange. Is something wrong? This time it's really tough." "It's okay." Kuei-jigyo nudged Chingrui's hip with her elbow, saying mysteriously, "I found something interesting yesterday." What is it?" Kuei-jigyo reached into the side pocket of her skirt, rummaged around for a while, and pulled out a palm-sized sticker. "Here, it's really popular lately." "What's this?" Chingrui took the sticker and saw a black dog with a colored expression drawn on it. Most importantly, this black dog was wearing clothes. Even more importantly, the clothes the black dog was wearing were his usual uniform. "This is me?" "Yes, don't you think it's very lifelike?" "Now that you mention it, it really does look like me, but what's the use of this kind of thing?" "I don't know how it became popular, but it seems someone drew portraits of many people in the outer city and made them into stickers. Of all the stickers, yours is the most popular." "Huh? Why me?" "Because children like it the most." "Because it's an animal?" "Of course not." The reason children like you is because they think that sticking you on their doors will let them know they're safe. A watchdog. Haha, you're not wrong in that sense, but I think they probably see you as a symbol of safety in this outer city. With Qingrui around, everything is safe. Hearing this explanation, Qingrui looked at the sticker in his hand again, and suddenly felt that the big black dog on the sticker was cool. Kuei-ji-jiu, hands behind her back, looked at the sticker in Qingrui's hand and said, "Look, the kids have already stuck your picture on the door. You're our outer city's guardian deity. How can you not be motivated?" Hearing this, Qingrui realized that Kuei-ji-jiu had actually come to encourage him. Qingrui hadn't heard this kind of encouragement in a long time. Most of the time, he was constantly pushing himself. He had even forgotten how wonderful it was to be encouraged. "Okay, I'm going back to work now." "Okay, remember to drink plenty of water." "Sure, no problem. I drink as much as I can." "You don't really need to drink that much." Kuei-ji-jiu chatted and laughed with Qingrui as she returned to her workstation. After Kuei-ji-jiu left, Qingrui stared blankly at the sticker in his hand. Although the encouragement had given him a boost of energy, the things he was clueless about were still clueless. He could only carefully put the sticker into his pocket. Just as he was putting stickers into his pocket, still wondering why children liked him, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Qingrui instantly sprang into a fighting stance, the movement so sudden that his elbow slammed back, smashing into the exchange's main door behind him. The door shattered with a loud crash from Qingrui's elbow, the glass breaking into a spiderweb-like pattern. He had just sensed hostility. It was real, unmistakable killing intent, a desire to tear the other person apart. Qingrui desperately wanted to believe it was just paranoia, but as a bodyguard for Black Owl, he had received training in this area. Aura, this intangible thing, could be detected to some degree. The aura he had sensed just now was like a crocodile lurking in the mud. But Qingrui's reaction had been too extreme. Everyone on the street stopped and stared at him in astonishment. Realizing his lapse in composure, Qingrui could only feign calmness and explain, "A cramp, my arm just cramped." Although passers-by didn't think a cramp could break down a door, seeing that Qingrui seemed unharmed, they went back to their business. Kataria. Qingrui gritted his teeth, muttering the name under his breath. The feeling he had just experienced was definitely Kataria's. And Kataria might have been watching him the whole time, only he had just noticed. He was the official security chief of the outer city, so if Kataria wanted to take any action, he should indeed be wary of him. "Trying to come after me? Fine." Qingrui's anger surged, his canine teeth and nails growing longer than usual. He still couldn't pinpoint Katalia's location. "Brother, are you alright?" Qingrui turned around upon hearing the voice, and saw Les and Hua. They were browsing the exchange, seemingly unconcerned. Qingrui immediately understood upon seeing them. Katalia was likely targeting this pair of newcomers. His earlier murderous intent might not have been directed at him, but rather at Les and Hua. Qingrui frowned and said to Les, "It's nothing, just a flea bite." Les's expression suddenly turned serious upon hearing the word flea. "Then, did you catch the flea?" "No, he got away." Les and Hua exchanged a glance, both remaining silent. Flea was their code. It was now almost certain that Katalia was still in the outer city, and the wedding was the day after tomorrow. Despite the potentially tumultuous wedding, Les and Flower seemed remarkably relaxed. They had been spending almost every day and night together recently, so they looked after each other. Furthermore, their combined strength meant they weren't too afraid of Katalia. And all the drinking water in the outer city had recently been inspected, ensuring no one had poisoned the water source. Thus, everything proceeded smoothly. The flowers in the streets, the aroma of milk from the pastry shops, the carpeted floors, everything was prepared, and finally, the wedding day arrived. As was customary, the Assassin's Guild ceremony was held in the afternoon, followed by evening entertainment and a reception. By noon that day, Les and Flower were already dressed in their attire. Because of the evening reception, and to ensure they would look their best in the light, Les and Flower chose white as the primary color with pink accents for their outfits. Hua, dressed in a white and pink dress, was naturally gentle and lovely, but to everyone's surprise, Les surprisingly suited pink remarkably well. After putting on his pink outfit, Les asked Lin Ming, who was also changing, with a puzzled look. "Why does this color look so soft and cuddly?" "It's handsome." "Really? Look in the mirror if you don't believe me." Les went to the mirror and found that he did indeed look quite good. Because he was very tall, the tailor had designed a loose-fitting coat for him with a certain drape, and some tassels on his left shoulder, making him look like a successful young prince from a wealthy country. Pink didn't look out of place on his rather muscular physique, And because the inner shirt was quite formal, it didn't look greasy at all. This was understandable. Broad shoulders and a slim waist meant he looked good in anything. Les finished his outfit, tidied his hair, and glanced back at Lin Ming. "Why are you green?" "I was about to ask that." Lin Ming knew he and Kevin were there to compliment the newlyweds, playing a supporting role. But he couldn't actually be green. "It does look quite good." Les looked at the bright green Lin Ming, barely suppressing a laugh. Just as Lin Ming was complaining about looking like a giant green onion leaf, the tailor shop owner walked in. "Phew, you're just in time. Here, and this is the most important thing." The owner handed over a cloak. It wasn't an ordinary cloak. After Lin Ming put it on, the hem of the cloak reached just to his ankles, almost completely covering his entire body. This cloak is called Floral Breeze. As the name suggests, the entire surface of this cloak is covered in flowers. Lin Ming suddenly understood why his clothes underneath were light green. He now felt like a flower fairy. The shop owner, looking at the floral Lin Ming, nodded with satisfaction. With this cloak, Lin Ming didn't feel so bad anymore. He looked in the mirror, thought his hair was a bit short, so he shook his head, and a cascade of long silvery white hair flowed down like a waterfall. Lin Ming had originally thought that longer hair would better match the long cloak, but when the shop owner saw his suddenly appearing long hair, he instantly had an idea. "Just leave it like that. Don't move." "What are you doing?" "Just don't move." The shopkeeper turned and took out scissors and a hair tie from the cabinet, then fiddled with Lin Ming's hair for a while. Then Lin Ming's hair became two braids hanging down his chest. The shopkeeper also took a few flowers from the flower garden and stuck them in Lin Ming's hair. Lin Ming looked at himself in the mirror and thought, it's kind of weird, but it looks pretty good." He sighed and turned to ask Les, "How does it look?" "I'm smitten, bro." "Shut your mouth." When Les and Lin Ming walked out of the house, Hua and Kevin were already dressed. The four of them saw each other and were all stunned. The moment Les saw Hua, he even forgot where he was. Beautiful, wonderful, the person in front of him seemed somewhat unfamiliar, yet extremely familiar. The person in front of him had a gentle, loving smile, like a cloud that had fallen to the ground, and a hint of rosy clouds on her face. Hua smiled, stood up, and twirled, her skirt billowing to reveal her fair legs. "Does it look good?" Les wanted to say it looked good, but the words caught in his throat, his lips trembled slightly, and he said nothing. Hua happily skipped over to Les, looking at him and teasingly saying, "Our archmage is crying from how beautiful I am." Kevin was dressed exactly like Lin Ming. Both were dressed as flower fairies, except Kevin was wearing a dress. Kevin looked at Lin Ming's hairstyle and gestured with his hand in front of his chest. "Why don't you just conjure up some breasts?" "No, that's a matter of principle." After the four of them finished getting ready, the tailor opened the door. The area outside was already bustling with noise. As the four people emerged, cheers and whistles instantly filled the entire outer city. The crowd surrounded the four and began walking towards the stage erected in the center of the street. Although it was called a wedding, it still followed the Assassin's Guild celebratory traditions, eating, drinking, and revelry. The entire outer city was now overflowing with delicious food. Because of this large-scale celebration, the exchange was temporarily closed for a day, and everyone was happily enjoying the lively atmosphere. However, a few people remained aloof from this atmosphere. These were the 6 members of the 7 Assassin's Guild seats currently in the outer city, plus Qing Rui. To this day, they still hadn't found Catalia. Several suspects, the hesitant merchant, the magician who had moved in, the vendor selling wound medicine, the beverage connoisseur peddling juice recipes, each of these suspicious individuals had someone secretly monitoring them. If their movements showed any sign of suspicion, they would be apprehended on the spot. But the wedding continued until nightfall, and everyone seemed perfectly normal, some were even completely drunk. Qingrui stood outside the crowd, watching Lin Ming on the stage recounting his ill-fated relationship with Les and Hua covering their faces guiltily, and the 3 Kui sisters happily skipping and jumping hand in hand. He felt the wedding was going very smoothly. Too smoothly, eerily so. This wedding didn't seem to have attracted Catalia's attention. Then how could he explain the murderous intent he sensed towards Les and Hua outside the exchange a while ago? Qingrui gazed at the distant crowd, deep in thought. He felt he had overlooked something. Some crucial, subtle, yet deadly thing. Chapter 340. Qingrui stood there, using his sense of smell to pinpoint the locations of the key figures, while watching the wedding gradually come to an end. Darkness fell. Just as Qingrui began to feel slightly tired, the crowd in the distance suddenly swarmed around Les, Hua, and Lin Ming, moving closer to him. Qingrui was startled by the sudden movement, then remembered that they were moving to a more open area for the bonfire party. As the crowd moved, a loud bang rang out from behind them. Everyone jumped in surprise and turned around. Someone had knocked over a barrel of sparkling wine. The gas from the sparkling wine, compressing the barrel, caused it to explode upon impact. What? A barrel? Ha ha ha. Everyone ignored the little incident, but Qingrui frowned. The crowd was too dense. Moreover, the wine barrel that had just exploded seemed to contain a very high-proof liquor, emitting a very strong aroma. The entire outer city was already almost completely permeated with the scents of food, flowers, and alcohol, and his sense of smell was momentarily thrown into disarray. Yin Feng was equally disoriented. The sound of the exploding barrel inexplicably made his ears ring, and for a moment, he couldn't hear the details of sounds within the outer city clearly. The crowd passed by Qingrui, leaving behind an empty street, some empty plates, scattered flower petals, and a still-rolling wine barrel. The crowd behind him had already gone far away. Now, the place was as quiet as if nothing had happened. Just as Qingrui thought he should follow the crowd to the party venue, he suddenly smelled a strong stench of blood emanating from an empty alleyway nearby. This smell of blood, like the crisp snapping sound of a trap being triggered, heralded the shattering of tranquility. A chill ran down Qingrui's spine. He quickly darted into the alley, and saw two people lying on the ground. They were the eldest and second eldest of the three Kuei sisters. But Kuei Jijio was nowhere to be seen. Kataria had actually already chosen her role. The newlyweds at the wedding? No, they weren't the happiest. Compared to the current merriment, anticipation was the most beautiful and fragile thing in the world. In Kataria's eyes, the happiest person at the entire wedding was the girl who, while thinking of her beloved, watched others' wedding and hoped that one day such happiness would descend upon her. Kuei Jijio. The Assassin's Guild had underestimated Cat Alia. Catalia's skill with poison had reached an unbelievable level. In his eyes, anything that could be called poison wasn't a good poison. And those things that weren't called poison were the most convenient to use. For example, an exceptionally beautiful flower he never seen before. For example, an exceptionally fragrant wine he never tasted before. Catalia's identity within the Assassin's Guild had always been that of an unremarkable winemaking apprentice, diligently shoveling lees in a dark, sunless wine cellar, possessing considerable talent for brewing. He rarely showed himself in public. Therefore, even those in the outer city who knew of his existence had mostly never interacted with him. Hey! How are you? Where's Xiaojio? The second sister of the Kuei family, still retaining a sliver of consciousness, frantically shook her head at Qingrui, then gestured that she had something in her hand. Qingrui took a piece of paper from her. On the paper were neatly written characters, strangely so. Everyone else, don't do anything unnecessary. Except for you, don't cross that line. After reading this line, Qingrui's sense of smell finally returned from the strange smell of alcohol. He tracked Kuei Jijio's location, and found that she was already outside the city. Qingrui ran to the outer city gate in a few strides, about to ask Yin Feng if he had seen anything, when he found that Yin Feng had already passed out. Although he was still breathing, his face was ashen. Cat! Qingrui called out towards the watchtower, but there was no response. It seemed he had also been affected. Qingrui anxiously pushed open the outer city gate, and found the guards lying haphazardly outside. Just then, Lin Ning and his group noticed the anomaly and instantly went on high alert. Qingrui saw the crowd approaching and briefly explained the situation, including the instruction to not cross this line. Lin Ning checked on Yin Feng and discovered that the poison Cat Alia had given them wasn't lethal. Moreover, after standing at the door for a while, they all suddenly felt dizzy. Lin Ning was puzzled because he couldn't pinpoint the source of the poison. Water? Food? Alcohol? It didn't seem to be any of those. They were poisoned simply by standing in that spot. But Yin Feng had been there for so long during the day without any problems, so why did he suddenly become poisoned at night? Lin Ning's confusion lasted only a moment before he realized the reason. It was fire. It was the kind of torches that were everywhere in the outer city. To be precise, it wasn't torches but wood. The wood and fuel used for these torches nearby were definitely problematic. The same was true for Cat's side. The torches were below the watchtower, and the rising heat caused Cat, despite his high position, to be affected by the rising poisonous gas. Which direction is Kuei Jijio? Qingrui pointed northwest. Now that they knew Kuei Jijio's direction, Lin Ning and the Assassin's Guild left some to watch over the unconscious people, while the rest headed northwest. But after traveling a short distance northwest, Qingrui suddenly sensed the line that Cat Alia had mentioned. It was a line emitting a strange smell, one that only Qing Rui could sense. To Lin Ming and the others, the ground in front of them was just ordinary ground, but to Qing Rui, the ground felt as if a strange-smelling slug had crossed it. Sensing the scent trail, Qing Rui immediately shouted, "Stop!" Among the crowd, some were puzzled by Qing Rui's sudden command to stop. Their feet hadn't yet halted. They assumed Qing Rui meant adjusting their tracking direction, so they didn't immediately stop. Their legs began to gradually move beyond the line. Seeing these people ignoring the line that could potentially determine Kuei Jizhou's life, Qing Rui suddenly stomped his leg hard on the ground. Zigzag as Qing Rui's foot struck the ground, a thin, jagged black substance rose abruptly from the ground in front of him. These substances, entirely black, resembled eerie plants growing from the ground, blocking the path of the Assassin's Guild. Lin Ming frowned as he looked at the serrated lines Qing Rui had summoned, asking, "Is this the line?" "Yes, I can handle the rest myself." "But..." "No problem, his target is me, otherwise he wouldn't have taken Kuei Jizhou hostage." Lin Ming gritted his teeth in hatred. He actually had a way to restrain everyone within a few miles. But he couldn't. He didn't believe that Catalia would ignore the existence of a demonic being with a 300,000 bounty. That phrase, "don't do anything unnecessary," seemed to be written specifically for him. After calming the Assassin's Guild members, Qing Rui continued forward alone. Catalia had indeed considered Lin Ming's existence. His arrangements within the Assassin's Guild were incredibly meticulous. He had even paid attention to everyone with special abilities. Yin Feng, with his extraordinary hearing and sensitivity to air currents, Qiu Dong, the former nationalist assassin positioned on a high platform with a broad view, and Lin Ming, capable of using spores and mycelium. He even knew the details of Lin Ming's abilities. He had planted a link bomb on himself and the hostage, Kuei Jizhou. The activation switch was on himself, but the bomb was on Kuei Jizhou. The condition for activation was that the switch remained motionless for 30 seconds. In other words, no matter what method the assassin used to attack him remotely, whether it was to restrain him, hallucinate him, render him unconscious, or kill him outright, Kuei Jizhou would perish after 30 seconds. Kuei Jizhou was the same. If she remained still for 30 seconds, she would be instantly obliterated. While this simplified the plot slightly, it was, fortunately, the way Catalia wanted to conclude the story. A desperate, accidental killing, the dramatic effect was decent, and the emotion of guilt was enough to highlight the theme. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was more composed than he had imagined. Perhaps other members of the Assassin's Guild had revealed some information about himself and the useless Catalia. He was not one to kill immediately. Premature bloodshed would throw the plot off balance. Foreshadowing, conflict, climax, epilogue, and finale are all important. He disliked new-style plays that started with gimmicks. They were too cliché. He preferred the structured and proper traditional plays. But Qing Rui, at this moment, didn't care about Catalia's theatrical aesthetics. He only wanted to ensure Kuei Jizhou's safety, and then kill this flea. Finally, Qing Rui met Catalia. Catalia was already dressed in his gear, and Kuei Jizhou sat at his feet, seemingly unconscious. Catalia adjusted his hat, revealing a pair of mostly white eyes. "Welcome, protagonist." Qing Rui didn't reply. He was observing the situation and the surrounding terrain. Kuei Jizhou had a constantly glowing light source on his chest, and a fire elemental scent emanated from him. Qing Rui looked at Catalia, their eyes meeting, and then Catalia suddenly kicked the unconscious Kuei Jizhou. In Qing Rui's eyes, this kick was strange. The kick wasn't too hard or too soft, as if to wake Kuei Jizhou, but after kicking, he did nothing more. Catalia's mouth was covered by a metal mask, so his speech was somewhat muffled. "Smelled it. That's right, it's a bomb." He pointed to his neck. On his neck was a similarly gleaming metal piece. "This is the switch. Guess what the activation condition is?" Qing Rui still didn't reply. But he roughly guessed the bomb's workings. Catalia couldn't die. This pervert dared to be so arrogant. He must have some means to support his arrogance. This bomb must be a key link in that chain. If he died, Kuei Jizhou would die too. Binding himself to the hostage would practically guarantee his victory. After that, he could just quietly watch the protagonist struggle before him. Oh, by the way, there's more than one activation condition for the bomb. "Look," Catalia said, looking at the flash on Kuei Jizhou's chest, clapping his hands in rhythm with the flash. At first, Qing Rui didn't realize what this guy was doing, but after a few seconds, he keenly noticed that the flashing speed of the bombs was gradually increasing. When the flashing speed of the bombs became so fast that they almost formed a straight line, Catalia kicked Kuei Jizhou again. Perhaps to provoke Qing Rui, This kick landed directly on Kuei-jijio's face. Qingrui knew that the other party was deliberately provoking him, but he also keenly noticed that with Catalia's kick, the flashing speed of the bombs on Kuei-jijio's body slowed down again. Could it be movement? Qingrui thought about the principle of the bombs. Only by moving Kuei-jijio every now and then could the bombs be prevented from exploding. After explaining about the bomb, Catalia closed his eyes, tilted his head to listen for a moment, and said, "No one's coming. We can begin?" Before Qingrui could react, he heard a strange hissing sound, and then Catalia instantly teleported in front of him. Qingrui instinctively jumped back, but as soon as he moved, he realized Catalia's intention. He was driving him away. Meanwhile, the bomb on Kuei-jijio's body was flashing faster and faster. This was the game Catalia wanted to play with Qingrui. Qingrui had to find a way to shake Kuei-jijio every 30 seconds. Catalia, in turn, would hinder Qingrui's movements. At the same time, Qingrui couldn't kill Catalia. Qingrui hadn't done anything yet, but sweat was already pouring down his forehead. 10 seconds passed. Catalia's speed was much faster than Qingrui had imagined. His mechanical gear allowed him to adjust his body direction using jet propulsion and move quickly with it. Meanwhile, Catalia's dagger was constantly aimed at Qingrui's vitals. 20 seconds passed. In the entanglement with Catalia, Qingrui couldn't gain the upper hand using only his agility. He tried to use his abilities, using the sharp ground spikes, to move Kuei-jijio's body. However, his ground spikes couldn't appear gently. If the force was slightly off, Kuei-jijio could easily be sliced in two. But he couldn't worry about that now. While dodging Catalia's attacks, Qingrui found the right angle and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. A row of serrated ground spikes erupted from the earth. Misaligned, the dark ground spikes pierced Kuei-jijio from beneath him, causing Kuei-jijio's body to lurch. Although the flashes of the bombs began to slow down, as the spikes disappeared, a trickle of blood began to seep from beneath Aoi no Q. Ha ha. Ha ha. Catalia seemed quite satisfied with Qingrui's actions. Just like my script. Catalia looked at Qingrui, who was clenching his teeth, and adjusted his hat, beginning to apply another layer of psychological pressure to his male lead. I poisoned her. She can actually see what you're doing. Qingrui also noticed that Aoi no Q's eyes were slightly open, and she could subtly change her expression. Catalia looked at Qingrui with his three wide eyes, his tone barely concealing his excitement. In the end, will she die by my hand, or will she watch helplessly? Die by your hand? Chapter 341. Qingrui remained silent. As the head of security for the Assassins Guild in the outer city, and a former elder statesman and bodyguard of Black Owl, he knew that calmness was always the primary factor in solving problems. Panic would play right into Catalia's hands. Moreover, Catalia was troublesome because he was not weak. He was indeed not a warrior, not an assassin, not a mage, and not a priest, but thanks to his skillful handling of his strange outer armor, his close combat ability was astonishing. Catalia's swordsmanship was quite remarkable. He possessed 6 daggers, none of which had hilts. The daggers were S-shaped, with blades on both ends. Because Catalia wore metal gauntlets, he could wield the daggers directly. After exchanging a few blows with Catalia, Qingrui discovered that Catalia could throw the daggers, which would then trace a circle in the air before returning to Catalia's hand. Therefore, Catalia's 6 swords were in a state where 2 were in his hand, 2 at his waist, and 2 constantly flying through the air. Faced with Catalia's relentless pursuit, Qingrui's initial thought was to outrun him. As long as he was fast enough, Catalia wouldn't be able to stop him from approaching Kuei-jijio. Having made up his mind, Qingrui feinted with his feet, while suddenly running to the side. As he ran, he left behind a patch of spikes to hinder Catalia's movement. Qingrui initially thought his spikes would slow Catalia down, but after taking 2 steps and turning back, he saw a scene that chilled him to the bone. Catalia was climbing on his spikes. He looked like an insect with its legs chopped off, crawling forward at breakneck speed, using the spikes on the ground. Qingrui, using the spikes to slow Catalia down, finally approached Kuei-jijio. Just as he was about to reach out and touch Kuei-jijio, he heard a whoosh of wind. Catalia's throwing knife arced through the air towards his outstretched arm. Without hesitation, Qingrui shoved Kuei-jijio hard, resetting the bomb's timer, then tensed his arm muscles to prevent the dagger from severing his arm. The dagger pierced Qingrui's arm with a thud. Qingrui had underestimated the dagger's power. The blade had almost pierced through his arm, and blood immediately gushed out. Just as Qingrui was trying to regain his footing near Kuei-jijio, Catalia's throwing knives suddenly flew in from multiple directions simultaneously, forcing him to retreat temporarily. And so, The next 30-second round began. While Qingrui and Cat Alia were locked in a fierce struggle, Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground in the distance. He could vaguely see the three people through the World Silk's vision. However, the distance was too great for him to use the World Silk's abilities. Moreover, the invisible line in front of him was also a cause for concern. Although he didn't believe the line held any hidden meaning, he still dared not easily break the restriction set up by Cat Alia. If there were any unknown mechanisms within, he could easily make a grave mistake. Lin Ming sat on the ground and looked back at the Assassin's Guild members. Right now, the Assassin's Guild members were either in a state of panic, frowning in deep thought, or going berserk. "Everyone listen to me." Lin Ming, sitting on the ground, suddenly spoke, and the Assassin's Guild members looked at him with suspicion. "I don't think we should wait here until everything is over, but acting rashly is definitely not an option. Just now, at the Assassin's Guild, I discovered that Catalia's preparations are actually far more meticulous than we imagined. In some ways, he's an extremely meticulous genius." Lin Ming took a deep breath. For someone like that, ordinary actions would definitely be anticipated. Therefore, I need some abilities that defy common sense. The Assassin's Guild members, upon hearing this, all pursed their lips and remained silent. Because if we're talking about defying common sense, Lin Ming is the most defying common sense member in the entire Assassin's Guild. Next is Caven. Caven, hearing his words, scratched his head. Defying common sense. Ah! Caven suddenly thought of someone. She knew it wasn't good to say the name directly, so she looked at Lin Ming and made 2 circles around her eyes with her hand. Ah! Lin Ming knew who Caven was talking about. She. Moreover, Chi is indeed nearby. This guy in his own space isn't even in the current world, and Chi's existence is unknown not only to Cat Alia, but also to the Assassin's Guild. The problem is, even if he could get Chi, this powerful figure, to help him, Lin Ming doesn't know how. Her ability isn't inherently offensive, so it seems like she can do everything, yet also seems capable of nothing. But Lin Ming still wants to try. Lin Ming winked at Caven. Caven didn't understand. Lin Ming could only tell her that he needed to think of a solution, and not to talk to her for the time being. Caven finally understood a little. After instructing others not to disturb him for the time being, Lin Ming sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in deep thought, leaving behind an empty shell of a body. His true form then traveled underground into the distance. Once he reached a location where the assassins wouldn't notice him, Lin Ming called out twice, "Chi!" "Hey! Hollow Eye!" Chi poked his head out from the side, pouting. "Are my eyes strange?" "No, they have a kind of ethereal beauty." Seeing that no one was around, Chi emerged from his spatial dimension, a book tucked under his arm as usual. "What's wrong?" "I need your help." "Going to find someone again?" "Not someone this time." "Then what is it?" Lin Ming briefly explained the situation to Chi. Someone had been kidnapped, and the demon of the dog was single-handedly dealing with it, with an invisible line drawn in front of them, creating a prison-like area. Chi fell silent after hearing Lin Ming's words. Lin Ming sensed something was amiss. Chi's eyes weren't their usual vacant curiosity, they were expressionless, her face like a motionless mask. Seeing her silence, Lin Ming tentatively asked, "Do you have a request?" "Yes." "You can tell me. I see if I can accept it." Chi was silent again, then stated her request. Hearing Chi's words, Lin Ming was speechless for a long time. Chi's request was, "I want to know where you came from." "You mean me?" "Yes, you." Hearing the word you, Lin Ming realized this was the first time Chi had addressed him with such formality. She usually used the more respectful you. "I'm just a demonic being who awakened in the forest." Chi looked up, her eyes unfathomable. "No, what I want to know is, where you came from." "That's important." Lin Ming sighed deeply. "Since you brought this up, it means you know something. When I tell you the truth, can you tell me what happened?" Chi nodded. "I will." "Okay." Chi's so-called request was more of a formal request for communication. She wasn't questioning Lin Ming, but rather had something uncertain to discuss with him. Therefore, Lin Ming didn't have a solution to her request. Compared to her previous request to see Ershram, this request was quite amicable. Chi agreed to help, but Lin Ming still needed to resolve the immediate crisis first. He pointed to the distance where Qingrui and Cat Alia were. "Can you get me there without me noticing?" "Of course. And there's something else I'm curious about." "Please tell me." Chi's address to Lin Ming changed back to you. "When you're in the space, you can know what's happening outside, right?" "I can, but I don't usually observe the outside from the inside. It's too tiring." "Then how do you always know my exact location so precisely, and stay close to me?" She pointed to Lin Ming's chest. Primordial element. The aura of primordial element is very special. As long as I can sense primordial element, I can stay near you. I see. She raised her hand, summoning a rift leading to another space, then turned to look at Lin Ming. Shall we make our move now? Wait a moment. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Ming returned from underground to the avatar near Caven, raised his head, and beckoned Caven to lean down. He had something to say. Caven curiously put his ear close to Lin Ming's mouth. Lin Ming said, Chi and I agreed that I would go directly to check the situation. Even if I can't do anything, just knowing the battle situation over there is good. Caven nodded upon hearing this. Then Lin Ming returned to Chi's vicinity, and entered that awkward space with her. After they entered the space, the rift disappeared, and the two of them were as if they had never existed in the world. After leading Lin Ming into the space, Chi began walking forward, simultaneously opening a view for Lin Ming that allowed him to see outside. You can't see from outside, so it's fine. She took 2 steps forward and pointed outside. Lin Ming saw Qing Rui and Cat Alia, as well as Kueiji Jio lying on the ground. In Chi's space, the concept of distance seemed different from outside. He felt that he had only taken a few steps, yet he had already covered hundreds of meters outside. The first thing Lin Ming witnessed, after seeing Qing Rui, was Qing Rui attacking Kueiji Jio with her earth spikes. Huh? Lin Ming was utterly confused by this unusual scene. Why did Qing Rui attack Kueiji Jio? Kueiji Jio was currently lying face down on the ground, surrounded by blood. Furthermore, the fight between Cat Alia and Qing Rui was very strange. Cat Alia actually had many openings. Although Lin Ming wasn't a close combat type, he could see that Catalia's openings seemed to be deliberately exposed. He would occasionally reveal openings, but Qing Rui would always stop just before striking one of Catalia's openings. Qing Rui seemed to be losing stamina extremely quickly. Blood was still flowing from his arm, and he had injuries on his back and left leg. Meanwhile, Cat Alia moved like a robot, his movements clean and efficient. Even his breathing was unusually steady despite the intensity of his activity. Strange. She stood beside Lin Ming, also observing the scene before them. They were like 2 spectators watching a fighting match, observing this bizarrely regulated brawl from an invisible seat. Lin Ming watched for a while, then noticed Qing Rui seize an opportunity, suddenly extending his left leg and managing to kick Kueiji Jio with a feeble effort. Kueiji Jio was kicked and rolled over. Only then did Lin Ming notice the bomb that had been flashing under Kueiji Jio. Similarly, he also saw that Kueiji Jio's face wasn't just covered in blood. Kueiji Jio was still awake. Looking at Qing Rui's wounds, from which blood kept gushing with each movement, her face was covered in tears. Hearing Lin Ming's blunt curse, she looked on in astonishment. Lin Ming felt increasingly agitated. He kept his eyes glued to the outside, unconsciously starting to bite his fingers. Qing Rui was clearly bound by some kind of rule. One of these rules was likely the bomb. Qing Rui's actions seemed to involve periodically moving Kueiji Jio, which was probably one of the rules. As for the second rule, Lin Ming guessed it was probably that he couldn't kill Cat Alia. He couldn't even injure her. Lin Ming continued observing from a different angle within Chi's space, and saw the switch on Catalia's neck. That switch flashed in the same rhythm as the light on Kueiji Jio's chest. In other words, if Cat Alia died, Kueiji Jio would also die? Lin Ming conceived 2 hypotheses in his mind, observed for a while, and basically confirmed the correctness of these 2 ideas. She then pointed at Kueiji Jio. She's dying? I know even if you don't say it. Aren't you going out? Going out was of course necessary, but the question was, what to do afterward? He couldn't kill Cat Alia, nor could he restrain him. Cat Alia might have a way to take everyone down with him in an instant, but he couldn't defuse the bomb in a split second. Ah! Lin Ming suddenly thought of a very unconventional method. He turned to Qi and asked, Is this space of yours completely isolated from the outside world? What do you mean? It means, for things entering this space, from the outside perspective, are they moved to a different location, or do they disappear from their original world? They disappear. Why are you so sure? Because someone once tried to track my location with tracking magic, but they found that I had disappeared from the world, and the tracking seal would immediately become ineffective. It's feasible. Hearing Chi's words, Lin Ming felt his idea was achievable. He wanted to pull Kue no Q into this space. Can I influence the outside world from this space? When you open the rift you can? Lin Ming briefly explained his idea to Chi. Chi tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, Although I'm confident I can sever the connection between those 2 glittering things, the one with the eggshell hat is the real threat, isn't it? That eggshell. We leave it to the dog. Seeing the sweat on Lin Ming's forehead, She asked doubtfully. If you're not confident, why not think of another way? There's no time. Get ready, be quick, as fast as you can. Oh, I can open the rift next to her. To pull Kue no Q into this space as quickly as possible. Before Catalia had time to react, Lin Ning was already trying his best to pull the world silk before Chi opened the rift. This way, he could ensure that Kue no Q was pulled up the instant the rift opened. Sweat streamed down Lin Ming's chin. He was waiting for his chance. Waiting for Kateria's position to be blocked by Qing Rui. Now! Open! With Lin Ming's countdown, Qi whooshed open the rift. Because Lin Ning had been gathering his strength, Kueji Jiao was sucked into an invisible maw and vanished in an instant, leaving only a pool of blood. Outside, Qing Rui heard the strange noise behind him, and whirled around, only to find Kueji Jiao gone. Kateria was equally surprised. Kateria instinctively asked, but this question immediately put Qing Rui at ease. Because it meant that this wasn't Kateria's doing, most likely, it was the Assassin's Guild's help. Qing Rui slowly began to inhale, using a breathing technique from the nationalist government forces that allowed for rapid recovery of stamina. Kueji Jiao is gone, and now he can only trust the person who intervened halfway through. And Qing Rui grabbed his clothes, ripped his shirt to shreds, and then hair began to grow on his body at a visible speed. Similarly, his appearance began to resemble that of a wild beast more and more. Now that Kueji Jiao is no longer in sight, there are no more concerns. So, the vicious dog is about to go berserk. Chapter 342. Seeing Qingrui's sudden change in form, and Kueji Jiao's abrupt disappearance, Catalia knew his charade was beyond repair. But he didn't think he would lose. Kueji Jiao being taken away from the battlefield was a liberation for Catalia. Because things had become very simple. He no longer needed to contend with Qingrui or observe the spectacle of infighting, he only needed to find a way to kill the inhuman monster before him. Catalia didn't believe he would lose. Because he discovered that Qingrui's attacks were nothing more than fists, feet, ground spikes, and claws, attacks his equipment could handle. After Qingrui transformed into a dog, its speed increased dramatically. It flashed past Catalia, instantly appearing behind him, and clawing at his back. Catalia didn't panic. He knew how to deal with an extremely fast opponent. After all, even a hunting dog can't do much against a hedgehog. Just as Qingrui's claws were about to touch Catalia, several blades suddenly rose up from his back. This was a problem Qingrui had noticed from the very beginning of his fight with Catalia. His armor, aside from some mechanical components, was essentially composed of scale-like structures. Now, the scales on his back had suddenly stood upright, forming a perfectly defensive spiked shield. Qingrui's claws could only stop in midair, but his attack didn't stop. Using the force of his swing, his claws suddenly extended, striking Catalia's scaled armor on his back with a clang. Because the scales were already erect, Qingrui hesitated for a moment, then decided to ignore the spikes and grab them directly. His claws hooked onto the scales, and although his palm was pricked by the spikes, Qingrui successfully grabbed Catalia. Qingrui wanted to tear off Catalia's troublesome armor. Kataria felt his back being pulled, and guessing Qingrui's intention, he threw all 6 daggers. The daggers spun in the air before flying towards Qingrui. Hearing the whooshing sound, Qingrui couldn't think of a better way to deal with it, so he simply threw a powerful punch. He grabbed Catalia's back with one hand, then suddenly leaned down and grabbed Catalia's ankle. Kataria suddenly felt his feet leave the ground, his mind blank with confusion. He didn't know what Qingrui was doing. Qingrui's plan was incredibly simple. He lifted Catalia up and, like swinging a wooden stake, swung him towards the flying knives. Catalia hadn't expected to be used as a shield. Using the moment he was being swung, he caught 2 daggers and tried to stab them behind him, but just as he was about to swing, he felt a sudden dizziness. Qingrui lifted him up, spun him around in the air, and then, with a whoosh, swung Catalia in a semicircle, slamming him violently to the ground with a motion as if he were chopping wood. Catalia tried to regain his balance in the air, but Qingrui's strength seemed to be increasing. And what's worse, Catalia realized that he wasn't standing on the ground. Instead, it was a whole patch of sharp spikes. Toothed bone-shattering hammer. This was Qingrui's most frequently used tactic. Simple, direct, and extremely intimidating. Once hit by Qingrui's attack, it was almost impossible to escape unscathed, and Catalia was no exception. He felt as if he had been struck by a giant, toothed hammer. His internal organs seemed to have shifted. Fortunately, his equipment was sturdy enough to block the damage from the spikes and cushion the impact. After being slammed to the ground, Catalia quickly performed a backflip, moving away from the spikes. Catalia looked at Qingrui, wondering if it was just his imagination, but Qingrui seemed to have grown larger. Qingrui strode towards him, touching his 2 canine teeth as he walked. Your equipment must be expensive. The National Council has spent so much money on you, you must have achieved quite a bit by now. Catalia looked at Qingrui and stood up. He clapped his hands in the air, and the daggers that had been scattered on the ground flew back into his hands, as if drawn by a magnet. Yes, as an assassin. This was the second time Catalia had asked this question today. Because the black dog in front of him, holding its canines in both hands, pulled out 2 of its teeth with a forceful pull, as if plucking a hair. Catalia looked at Qingrui and noticed that after he pulled out the teeth, white teeth slowly began to grow back from the empty gums. As Catalia wondered why Qingrui had pulled out 2 teeth, Qingrui held them in his hands, then suddenly flicked his hands downwards, and 2 snow-white bone knives appeared in Qingrui's hands. Plague Fang Bone Blade, the Fiend Clan's vicious dog. Qingrui paused slightly upon hearing these 4 words. Long time no see, this name? After saying this, Qingrui began to put the bone blade in his mouth, gnawing on it from head to tail like a bone. Kataria, watching his bewildered behavior, hesitated, unsure whether to attack now. Qingrui, seeing him standing there stunned, finished with his bone blade and nodded with satisfaction. I only recently developed this ability myself. Since you're skilled with poison then, do you know about rabies? Hearing the word rabies, Kataria's scalp tightened. So Qingrui hadn't been gnawing on a bone. He was poisoning his blade. Generally, dogs infected with rabies die, but Qingrui, the demon god of dogs, might have found a way to control the rabies virus. In fact, Qingrui had indeed found a method. In his human form, he has no resistance to toxins, but once he switches to his beast form, he develops extremely strong resistance. While in the National Council, he tentatively came into contact with the rabies virus. He then discovered that rabies didn't kill him, instead, it became a part of him. In his human form, the rabies virus is hidden deep within his body. In his beast form, the virus becomes visible and can be used as a toxin. Furthermore, Qingrui can even cure rabies in other humans or dogs. In other words, rabies has been tamed by the demon god of dogs. Kataria had already realized that Qingrui's resistance to toxins was now very high because the spikes on his body actually contained poison, but Qingrui seemed completely unaffected by the poison's presence. Qingrui swung his bone blade twice and charged forward. Kataria, seeing Qingrui wielding a weapon, became slightly more cautious than before. However, he wasn't panicked. The attack that had slammed him to the ground had primarily caused internal injuries from the impact. His armor was still intact, making it almost impossible for him to be hit by that bone blade. Kataria's assessment was correct, but Qingrui's first move caught him somewhat off guard. Qingrui didn't swing or thrust, but instead turned the bone blade in his hand, holding it with the smaller end in his hand and the larger end facing outwards, like 2 drumsticks, and raised it high, striking down on the large conical hat on Kataria's head. Like striking some kind of metal disc instrument, Kataria's head was struck with a clang. Kataria had seen countless masters since his debut. This was the first time he had been attacked like this. To be honest, his head was buzzing. Qingrui felt like he wasn't fighting a human. He was like a starving man facing a crab, whose shell he couldn't crack. It was covered in spikes and a hard shell. He had nowhere to start. This crab should have some weak points at its joints, but Qingrui couldn't find any. While Qingrui and Catalia were struggling outside, Lin Ning was playing the role of a bomb disposal expert. After bringing Kuei Jio into Chi's space, he discovered the bomb was still flashing. That's right, the bomb synchronization with Catalia had only broken, but it hadn't been deactivated. Lin Ming took a deep breath and began to undress Kuei Jio. As he undressed her, he noticed Kuei Jio's lips trembling slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Lin Ming, assuming she was concerned about being stripped naked, comforted her. Disarming the bomb is more important. You should close your eyes first. Hearing this, Kuei Jio didn't close her eyes, and continued trying to speak. Lin Ning didn't know what she was trying to say, but disarming the bomb couldn't be delayed, so he directly undressed Kuei Jio. As Kuei Jio's clothes were pulled aside, Lin Ming gasped. This bomb wasn't simply attached to her body. The bomb was hooked to Kuei Jio's ribs with metal hooks resembling insect legs. You son of a bitch! Lin Ming cursed, starting to remove the bomb. To prevent it from affecting Kuei Jio's internal organs, he even used the world silk to check, discovering that the hooks were in dangerous positions. Removing the bomb rashly could potentially cause fatal injuries. This time, Lin Ming's curses were even more vulgar. Although the bomb was complex, it wasn't beyond Lin Ming's ability to handle. The most crucial issue was that Kuei Jijiu needed to move every 30 seconds. At critical moments in defusing the bomb, even the slightest movement could be fatal. Therefore, the movements had to be as fast as possible. While using mycelium to seep into Kuei Jijiu's body to stop the bleeding, Lin Ming carefully lifted away the barbs. Because he couldn't see the back of the bomb, he could only try to focus on blind spots using World Silk. However, once he used World Silk, he couldn't see some details of the bomb and Kuei Jijiu's body. So he began to try using both eyes to operate with two different perspectives. This task was no less difficult than drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other. But Lin Ming was adept at handling situations requiring multitasking. Moreover, he had to succeed. It concerned Kuei Jijiu's safety. Lin Ming felt he had never done anything so demanding of concentration. In just a few seconds, sweat was pouring down his face. He was now activating the World Silk with one eye, while the other eye focused on the object before him, simultaneously trying to use the World Silk's abilities to manipulate the parts he couldn't reach. Under this strange vision, Lin Ming painstakingly dismantled the constantly flashing bomb, but at the same time, he discovered something else. This bomb was made of fire element. After staring intently at the bomb with this strange vision for a while, Lin Ming suddenly trembled. Qi, standing beside him, jumped in fright. Lin Ming was startled. He seemed to have just witnessed the movement of fire element. No, that's unlikely. Seeing elemental movement with the naked eye is like seeing cellular tissue. It's impossible. Could it be a hallucination caused by excessive mental tension? Lin Ming couldn't think about that now. He carefully disassembled the barbs. The 30 seconds were almost up. He had never felt 30 seconds so vividly before. Finally, at the last moment, Lin Ming disassembled the last hook holding Kuei Jijiu. He flicked his wrist, and the bomb was flung into Qi's hand. Then, Lin Ming spread his mycelium, covering himself and Kuei Jijiu. A loud clang was heard outside. With a loud bang, Lin Ming found the sound strange and slowly withdrew the mycelium, looking at Qi. Qi was holding a metal sphere the size of a watermelon, trembling with fear. Why didn't you say so beforehand? The situation was urgent. You're the owner of this space. If I wanted to give it to you, I definitely had a way. Luckily, Qi reacted quickly. As soon as she took the bomb, she regretted it, thinking she should have taken the gamble and extracted the primordial element from this person. Dealing with this guy was truly dangerous. At the last second, she conjured a metal sphere in her hand and wrapped the bomb inside. Otherwise, she would probably be reduced to half a body by now. After dealing with the bomb, Lin Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned back to treat Kuei Jijiu's wound. Kuei Jijiu's body looked like it had a gaping hole. If he sought Mei's help, it should be able to heal, but he didn't know if it would leave a scar. Kuei Jijiu had been trying to speak since earlier, and Lin Ming assumed it was because of pain. Such an injury would be excruciating for anyone, as it directly touched the bone. But what Aoi no Q was about to say wasn't a complaint of pain, nor was it out of embarrassment at having her chest exposed. After trying for a while, she finally managed to utter a recognizable sound. Left armpit. Left armpit? Lin Ming, hearing this, thought Aoi no Q might have some kind of mechanism, so he quickly lifted her left arm to check her armpit. Nothing there. Left armpit, right ankle, right side of the neck. Huh? Lin Ming listened to Aoi no Q, not understanding what she meant. Seeing Lin Ming's confusion, Aoi no Q forcefully tilted her head back, looking at the spot where she had been pulled in, and then, with all her might, uttered two more words. Weakness. Weakness. Kataria's weakness. Lin Ming understood Aoi no Q's intention in an instant. Aoi no Q was not a useless vase. She wasn't a princess waiting to be rescued by a warrior. The three Aoi sisters possessed observational and memory skills far exceeding those of ordinary people. While Qingrui and Cat Alia were initially entangled, and she was repeatedly injured by Qingrui's spikes, she was diligently observing Catalia's armor. Then, from the distance and position of the various parts of Catalia's armor as she moved, she deduced the prepared breakthrough point. No armor can be perfectly integrated, the various parts of the armor cannot be perfectly connected. That seemingly seamless appearance was a deliberate disguise created by Cat Alia. But the disguise couldn't fool Aoi's eyes. These connection points were the weaknesses that could be exploited in this armor, the cracks that could pry open the crab's hard shell. Chapter 343. Lin Ming, hearing Kuei Jijiu's words, knew this was information that needed to be conveyed to Qingrui, and wanted to relay the message as quickly as possible. However, as soon as he stood up, he felt a wave of dizziness and stumbled. Lin Ming suddenly felt his vision had become strange. Are you going out? She looked at the swaying Lin Ming with suspicion. Yes, I need to go out. Are you feeling unwell? I don't know. But the situation is urgent. Let me go out first. Leave Kuei Jiu here for now, and I come back for her treatment once things stabilize outside. Okay. Lin Ming originally wanted to take Kuei Jiu back to the Assassin's Guild first, but he felt that helping Qing Rui was more important. After leaving Qi's space, Lin Ming's dizziness worsened. He felt as if a kaleidoscope was playing before his eyes. The moment his feet touched the ground, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Qing Rui and Catalia, who were locked in combat, were both startled when Lin Ming suddenly appeared. Catalia's first thought upon seeing Lin Ming was to retreat. He absolutely did not want to confront this lord of the alien fungi head-on. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something was wrong with Lin Ming. He seemed drunk, swaying unsteadily. Lin Ming's vision was blurred. He could only discern Qing Rui's location by sound, and then shouted, "Left armpit, right ankle, and back of the neck? These are the weak points of that guy's armor that Kuei Jiu discovered." Hearing Lin Ming's words, Catalia knew he should indeed retreat. However, Qing Rui had no reason to let him go. Knowing the weakness of the armor, Qing Rui's attack suddenly became more methodical. With two serrated blades in his hands, he could almost ignore the fly-like throwing knives. Although Catalia tried to protect his weak point, Qing Rui's twin blades were like two sharp teeth, prying open a gap in his defenses. Then, he bent down and, at an extremely tricky angle, thrust the blade into Catalia's left armpit. After this thrust, Qing Rui knew that Lin Ming's intelligence was correct. When he attacked Catalia earlier, the serrated blades felt solid in his hands, but this time, he felt a looseness. It was as if each previous strike had hit a solid ice surface, but this one felt like it had struck shards of ice. Sensing the attack had taken effect, Qing Rui gave Catalia no time to adjust. Gripping the serrated blade, he swiftly raised his leg, delivering a powerful knee strike to the base of the blade. This nail-driving attack, if aimed at other parts of Catalia's body, would have been manageable. However, taking such a blow at a point where the armor wasn't entirely secure caused Catalia to feel a tearing sensation in his left shoulder. Then, he saw Qing Rui's serrated blade pierce through his left armpit, almost penetrating his entire shoulder. Qing Rui didn't intend to let him finish with just one blow. He gripped the serrated blade, now embedded in Catalia's shoulder, twisting it like a drill in his hand, and coldly said, "Say goodbye to your left hand." The next second, Catalia saw his left arm flying through the air. Catalia, whose arm had been forcibly torn off, didn't scream. He immediately applied poison to himself. It was an anesthetic, to prevent himself from losing his mind due to the excruciating pain. Catalia began to observe his surroundings and Qing Rui's actions, looking for an opportunity to leave. Useless. Qing Rui twirled the two serrated blades in his hands, their surfaces coated with a warm, lustrous glaze, which now seemed to glow in the moonlight. Qing Rui slowly approached Catalia. He knew the battle was over. Catalia couldn't understand why Qing Rui could walk so leisurely. He had only lost an arm. He wasn't completely incapacitated. But Qing Rui crouched down not far from him. "Have you forgotten something? Let me remind you. Now imagine something." "What?" "Water." The moment Qing Rui uttered the word water, Catalia's face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with terror, and he felt his breathing become difficult. Qing Rui looked again at the severed wound on Catalia's left arm. The blood was still flowing. Although Catalia was trying to stop the bleeding, judging by the amount of blood loss, his body must be extremely weak. Thirsty? Catalia's face was pale, but not from blood loss. He was truly thirsty. However, if a glass of water were placed in front of him now, he wouldn't dare drink it. He didn't even dare to look. The rabies he remembered wasn't like this. At least, it would take some time for symptoms to appear, but Qing Rui seemed to see through his thoughts, chuckling lightly in front of him. "You don't think my rabies is the same as what you understand, do you? It's become my own ability, more potent, and it takes effect instantly upon contact with blood." Qing Rui didn't rashly step forward to execute Catalia. Although he could, he decided to end the battle in the safest way possible. Catalia wasn't the type to beg for mercy. This twisted worldview was often more warped than a dried earthworm. Qing Rui was a little afraid that he might choose to die together with Catalia at the last moment. In fact, Catalia did have that ability. His armor's power source was itself a complex magical seal structure. If he deliberately detonated it, the armor would explode along with all the poison. But Qing Rui was currently in a rather precariously safe position. Even if he self-destructed, he couldn't take Qing Rui down with him. Catalia felt as if something was blocking his throat, making it extremely difficult to breathe. He knew that this time, He was truly going to die here. Ha. Kataria suddenly laughed. He raised his hand and took off his straw hat. Then, using his remaining arm to support himself, he looked at Qingruo. Not going to make a move? No, I decided to wait until you die. I want to ask you a question. I don't want to answer. Kataria shook his head. Fine, if you won't answer, then I won't ask any more. Qingruo stood silently watching Catalia's transformation from a smiling face to convulsing, and finally turning bluish-purple from suffocation. Then Qingruo saw Catalia collapse to the ground, and he was curious. Why didn't Catalia commit suicide? As the demon god of dogs, he knew the pain of rabies. It wasn't just physical pain, but also an indescribable fear. If he were Catalia, knowing it was hopeless, he would definitely choose to end his own life. In fact, Catalia had considered ending his own life. It was simple for him. The poison in his body, the blades, the detonation of his armor, all could end his life instantly. He had even prepared the self-destruction process. But in the end, he didn't actually press the switch. Because he suddenly realized that the execution of the villain was also a crucial part of a drama. If this part were omitted, the play would feel anticlimactic. Ah, I see. I thought I planned the whole plot, but I almost forgot I was also a key character. Since I'm this character, I should be responsible for this character and experience this final execution. At the same time, it's also the end for his character. In his dying moments, Catalia even felt a touch of joy. He could imagine that after he died, people would cheer, both in the audience and on stage, celebrating. Although he disliked this kind of vulgar family reunion, from a theatrical perspective, it was complete enough. Not amazing, but acceptable. Qingruo waited until Catalia was completely still. Even her breathing had stopped, before getting up and leaving. Lin Ming was still wriggling on the ground. Hey Lin Ming, how are you? Lin Ming looked strange. He seemed to be groping around with his hands, like a blind person. Qingruo was startled by this scene. You can't see? No, I can see too much. Because of his blurred vision, he could only stand up normally by closing his eyes. Lin Ming, with his eyes closed, didn't know that Catalia was dead. How's that guy? Did he win? Yeah, he won, thank you. Don't thank me yet. Lin Ming, with his eyes closed, shouted loudly to the side, Qi. Release that girl. A moment later, Kueiji Jio suddenly appeared from the ground, staring in disbelief at Qingruo, who was holding two toothed knives in his hands. Qingruo realized her appearance might frighten Kueiji Jio, so she quickly transformed back into human form. Lin Ming had already given Kueiji Jio first aid for her wounds. Now all that was needed was to take her back to the Assassin's Guild. You guys go back and take care of the wounded first. What about you? Let Kaven come get me. Qingruo carefully picked up Kueiji Jio, frowning as she looked at the wound on Kueiji Jio's chest. Kueiji Jio had recovered somewhat from the poisoning. She could make some slight movements and even speak a few words. After being picked up by Qingruo, she kept trying to pull at her clothes to cover her chest. Qingruo, understanding perfectly, covered Kueiji Jio's chest, and Kueiji Jio finally quieted down obediently. Lin Ming, with his eyes closed, reminded Qingruo, don't rush, the wound isn't serious. Just walk back slowly, don't run. Qingruo hummed in agreement, and carried Kueiji Jio towards the Assassin's Guild. In his arms, Kueiji Jio suddenly said, Safety? Qingruo asked curiously, Safety? Yes. Kueiji Jio felt dizzy, as if she was about to faint at any moment, but she didn't want to pass out like this, because being held felt quite nice. However, she ultimately couldn't resist her weakness. Before fainting, she shakily reached into her pocket, and pulled something out. It was a sticker. Qingruo's sticker. The kind of sticker that children all love. Kueiji Jio actually had quite a few of her own. She nestled in Qingruo's arms, whispering, Look at me. Qingruo, who had been carefully adjusting his pace to keep Kueiji Jio from swaying too much, looked down at the girl in his arms, puzzled, when Kueiji Jio suddenly looked at him. As he looked down, Kueiji Jio used all her strength to lift her hand, and Pia slapped the sticker onto Qingruo's forehead. Huh? Qingruo froze, like a zombie with a talisman stuck to it. Kueiji Jio then closed her eyes in relief, leaving Qingruo with the words, Guardian you passed, before fainting. Qingruo safely escorted Kueiji Jio to where the Assassin's Guild members were, where they were still arguing about whether the invisible line was just a bluff by Catalia. Seeing Qingruo holding Kueiji Jio, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Only Kaven frowned. Qingruo looked at the fake Lin Ming beside Kaven with a puzzled expression. Kaven asked softly, Where's Lin Ming? Hearing Kaven's question, Qingruo realized that the motionless Lin Ming was fake. He's behind you. He said you should go pick him up. Caven nodded, spread its wings, and flew directly towards Lin Ming's direction. Before leaving, it explained to the others, this Lin Ming is a fake. Don't worry about him. You can go back first. Caven flew for a while, and then saw Lin Ming. Lin Ming stood obediently in place, like a child waiting for their parents after school, chatting with Qi, who was peeking out from the side. Qi seemed unaware of Lin Ming's confused vision. According to Lin Ming's own description, the scene he saw was very strange, neither like the world silk nor the real world. Originally, he could use the world silk's vision when his eyes were closed, but now, whether he observed the world silk with his eyes closed or the outside world with his eyes open, his vision was equally chaotic. So he could only look at nothing, at least to keep himself from feeling too dizzy. Lin Ming noticed Caven's arrival and reached out to feel around. Caven didn't dodge, letting him feel around. Oh, this strong arm. Caven looked at him anxiously. You can't see now? No, the situation is complicated. Lin Ming explained his problem as best he could. When he tried to use both the world silk and his real-world vision simultaneously, something seemed to go wrong. You said something went wrong. Then was there anything strange about it? I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I think I saw elements. Caven didn't find Lin Ming's words particularly strange, but she suddenly rushed out of his own space, reached out and grabbed Lin Ming's shoulder, shaking him and asking in a trembling voice, you said. What did you see? Chapter 344. What did you see? Elements. Lin Ming's eyes were still closed, so he couldn't see Qi's expression. Although she had naturally pierced eyes, her shock upon hearing that Lin Ming could see elements was palpable. Lin Ming was quite puzzled. He felt Qi seemed to know something. Seeing elements. What does that mean? She didn't answer Lin Ming's question. Instead, she turned to run. But she had only taken one step when she found herself frozen in place. Even though I can't see them, I can still use the mycelium. She ignored his words and opened a crack, trying to escape. But just as she was about to leave, she noticed half of Lin Ming's body suddenly appearing behind her. It wasn't Lin Ming standing behind her, rather, Lin Ming had grown directly from her back. I can follow you forever. She looked at Lin Ming, who seemed like a possessed spirit, and knew there was no escape. Lin Ming tried to open his eyes, but a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he fell forward like a wooden statue. Caven swiftly grabbed his collar and pulled him upright. Although still dizzy, Lin Ming felt the dizziness was slightly better than before. So, this isn't just a simple case of blurred vision, is it? She shook his head. Actually, I don't know. Do you think I believe you? I really don't know. Lin Ming tilted his head. He knew Qi too well. Getting information out of him was easy. You don't know or you're unsure? I don't know. So there's a clue? She remained silent for a long time before asking, the primordial element. Does it no longer possess its own physical form? Indeed, when I transformed into mycelium, the primordial element also became part of the mycelium. Perhaps. The primordial element is following its instincts. Instincts. Yes. Instincts. Lin Ming had never considered this question. He had always treated the primordial element like a magical stone left over from the creation of the world. He didn't think the stone was any different. He might use it to mend the sky, or perhaps a monkey would spring forth, but he had never considered whether the primordial element itself possessed consciousness. Then what are the primordial element's instincts? She hesitated. In the silence, Lin Ming guessed the answer himself. It was creation. Creation is the giving rise to all things from nothing to something, from few to many, from formless to formed. Transformation is evolution, change, arrangement, combination, accumulation, and dismantling. This is the instinct of the primordial element, the source of all things. Qi's prediction was correct. Qi, one of the spider's severed limbs, prides herself on being a scholar, a recorder, and an observer. She is different from other spiders. Other spiders either focus solely on their own feelings or are obsessed with grand ambitions, while Qi possesses only boundless curiosity. Curiosity about this world. Through this curiosity, she relentlessly seeks knowledge about this world. From the soul of her own primordial element, she discovered the truth of creation, and after awakening, she learned about human civilization. She discovered that humans worship some kind of deity. In human consciousness, it seems that a god created them and gave them everything. Foolish. Their souls originated from primordial humans, this world from the primordial element, and everything they possess comes from themselves. Everything has a traceable origin, so why worship an empty god? But after dismissively criticizing humanity's act of creating gods, She suddenly wondered, if there truly were a god, what would it be like? To the spider, the primordial element might be the god, because it nurtured everything. But the primordial element has no consciousness of its own. Its differentiation into everything is more like a natural law, like ice melting into water, water evaporating, a natural phenomenon. Then what if? What if the primordial element had its own consciousness? What would it do? She looked at Lin Ming before her, and she suddenly felt fear. At the same time, she also discovered that hidden within the vast shadow of fear was a trace of excitement. She had initially feared Lin Ming because within him lay the dormant Eshram, the symbol of destruction. But now, Lin Ming seemed to be gradually awakening the power of creation. When the same person wields both destruction and creation, what else could he be but a god? Fortunately, however, Lin Ming didn't seem to have fully mastered either destruction or creation yet. Thinking this, she looked up at the stars. Perhaps the feud between spiders and humans could be put aside for now. Lin Ming, this extremely complex and unpredictable being, was the key to determining the world's future. She didn't discuss her own belief in deities with Lin Ming, because Lin Ming currently only possessed a certain possibility. However, faced with Lin Ming's question, she still explained her guess in detail. I think you might have a chance to master the creation ability of the primordial elements. Oh, I don't think so. This statement surprised Qi. In his understanding, humans would be extremely excited if they heard they might possess the ability to create, but Lin Ming was extremely calm. I know what you mean, and I somewhat sensed it too. Lin Ming tried to open his eyes again, this time slightly better than before. He stood for 2 seconds before collapsing forward. Feeling Caven gripping the back of his neck again, Lin Ming continued, From the moment I saw the World Silk vision, I wondered what it really meant. This World Silk seems like a tool arranged for a framework. Having the World Silk is equivalent to having the basic ability to change this world. Lin Ming, still held at a 45-degree angle, didn't rush to stand up, but continued, however, when I use the World Silk, I feel this power is too crude. Pulling closer, pushing further away. If developed, it might even allow me to master actions like lifting, putting down, combining, and separating, but these are all limited to the level of objects in human consciousness. He felt extremely uneasy standing with his eyes closed, as if he might collapse at any moment, so he sat down cross-legged on the ground. She looked down at Lin Ming, who sat like a Buddha statue, and suddenly realized that Lin Ming probably already knew what was about to happen to him. According to my understanding of this world, there are elements. Elements are divided into 2 types: stable elements, manifested as earth, wood, and water, and unstable elements, manifested as fire, lightning, ice, and wind. Besides elements, there are also fields related to elemental demigods, gravity, magnetism. Lin Ming closed his eyes, shook his head, and changed his long, completely white hair back to its original black and white color. So, if I can see the elements, I can change them, and changing the elements means I can change almost everything in this world. But there's one crucial thing missing. She asked curiously, what is it? The formula for the world. Lin Ming's words pierced Qi's brain like a steel cone falling from the sky. She thought she could slightly control Lin Ming and influence the course of events. But Lin Ming had already anticipated everything. You want? No. Huh? Lin Ming's answer once again caught Qi off guard. I know what you want to ask. Spider's thoughts are very simple. Are you asking if I want to become the ruler of the world? Yes. No, I'm not interested in ruling the world, but I am interested in mastering the world's formula and wielding the power of creation. You mean you pursue power, but won't rule anything? Yes, I don't want to become a god. But what? No, nothing. She didn't say that aloud. If Lin Ming really grew to that level, whether he became a god or not might not be up to him anymore. Having listened to their conversation for so long, Caven finally asked, when will your eyes return to normal? Lin Ming shook his head. I really don't know. It seems to be slowly improving, but it's a bit slow. It might take 2 or 3 days. Then if you have to be blind for 2 or 3 days every time you use this ability, that's too much trouble. There's no other way. Maybe I should go back and ask Ellie for advice on how to live with my eyes closed. I don't think you'd be able to learn that. Lin Ming smiled, raising his hand to signal Caven to help him up. Caven ignored him completely, simply lifting him up and hoisting him onto his shoulder. We should go back now, or someone will come looking for us. You two should give your final summary. She shook her head. She had nothing to summarize. Lin Ming, perched on Caven's shoulder, suddenly remembered something. Right, Didn't you want to know where I came from? Actually, I was already guessing when you asked that, Lin Ming said, raising his head and opening his eyes to look at Qi. Although he couldn't see anything, he still tried to see Qi's expression. My coming to this world wasn't a coincidence, was it? Qi didn't speak, simply disappearing from the spot. Lin Ming waited for a long time without hearing a reply, then turned to Kevin and asked, Gone? Yeah, gone. His aura vanished in an instant. Why did he run away? How should I know? Lin Ming was very curious. He was currently perched on Kevin's back, so Kevin couldn't see Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming had no idea what he looked like. She wasn't scared away by Lin Ming's question. She was scared away because she saw Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming had opened his eyes several times, and his eyeballs looked normal, but that last glance sent a chill down Qi's spine. Lin Ming's eyes no longer had pupils or whites. His eyes were entirely white, but in the very center of each eye, there were two black lines that intersected to form a cross. Because she could only see the front of his eyeballs, she couldn't tell if these two lines circled the entire eyeball. The cross formed by these two lines seemed like some kind of landmark. When Lin Ming looked at Qi with those eyes, she felt an indescribable fear. It said that humans are born with a fear of spiders, snakes, and swarms of venomous insects. At first, Qi didn't understand what this fear felt like. But the moment Lin Ming looked into her eyes, she suddenly understood. It was a fear etched into her very soul. But in reality, Lin Ming's unusual gaze didn't last long. He closed his eyes for a moment, and they returned to normal. Kevin, who had his back to him the whole time, didn't notice anything amiss. The two chatted all the way back to the Assassin's Guild. At the Assassin's Guild, they were urgently treating poisoned wounded. Unable to open his eyes, Lin Ming could only rely on his ears. He could hear Les and Hua's voices. They were probably helping to tidy up the streets. Mei had taken over a restaurant in the outer city as a temporary treatment center. Alway number 4 and Alway number 7 were both looking after Alway number 9. The cat seemed to have woken up. Lin Ming heard Qing Rui ask him if he was feeling unwell. The Assassin's Guild members were all stunned to see Kevin carrying Lin Ming back. Mei Yi frowned and approached. Injured? It shouldn't be considered injured. It's alright, don't worry about me. Take care of the other wounded first. Kevin carried Lin Ming, preparing to return to their lodgings. After a few steps, he exclaimed, Huh? Lin Ming asked curiously, What's wrong? Is something amiss? Your fake body. Someone brought it back for you. Huh? It's just a clump of mycelium. Why bring it back? I don't know, maybe they wanted to keep it as a souvenir, but looking at it now. What's wrong? Your sitting posture is pretty cool. What you said makes me want to see it myself. Oh, I know why they brought it back. Why? Lin Ming was about to ask when he realized the reason himself. It was probably because of the fairy-like appearance. Long hair, braids, covered in flowers, and Lin Ming's mycelium mimicry was incredibly realistic, making even the flowers look lifelike. Lin Ming had fans in the Assassin's Guild, so this was probably brought back by one of his own fans. He had a feeling that this fake persona might soon be auctioned off at the exchange. After tossing Lin Ming back to his lodgings, Kevin turned and found him a black strip of cloth. Here, take this. Blindfold yourself. Lin Ming took the cloth, blindfolded himself, and tried taking a couple of steps. Seeing nothing made him uneasy, so he sat back down. Never mind, I just wait until my eyes recover, Kevin sighed. Is there anything I can help you with now? No, I'm thinking about something. And me? Just stay here. Right here? Yes. You don't need to do anything? Yes. You? Kevin wanted to ask something more, but in the end, she quietly stood beside Lin Ming, occasionally making sounds to let him know she was still there. Kevin's emotional intelligence hadn't actually improved much, but through years of spending time with Lin Ming, she could sense some of his emotions. Lin Ming was actually very uneasy right now. Chapter 345. On the streets of the outer city, people came and went incessantly. Everyone was busy handling the aftermath of the Catalia incident. Only now did many realize that the purpose of the wedding was to lure Catalia out. Catalia's body in the distance was already cold, but Xingrui had specifically instructed that it was best not to approach the body for the time being, as his equipment might have leaked toxins. Inside the house, Lin Ming and Kevin, listening to the commotion outside, felt as if they belonged to a different space. Kevin? Here. Yeah. Lin Ming suddenly remembered the agreement she had made with him, and casually brought it up with Kevin. When I asked she for help, she made a condition. Oh. What condition? She wants to know where I came from. Well, you probably can't explain it yourself either. Yeah, I don't know why I'm here, but she has information that I'm from another world. So you said your arrival might not be accidental? Yes, that's right. I always feel that perhaps someone, or some will, brought me here. Strange. Yeah, very strange. Kevin stood to the side, looking down at Lin Ming, who was sitting very obediently. She knew that Lin Ming was afraid to move because he couldn't see anything. Are you scared? Huh? Are you scared? Although I'm born at night, I know that people are afraid. Some are afraid of the dark, some are afraid of death, some are afraid of pain, and some are afraid of all sorts of uncertain things. Kevin glanced at Lin Ming as she spoke. She guessed that Lin Ming's fear stemmed from the unusual breathing pattern on his face. Although I don't know what you're afraid of, if you are, perhaps I can think of a solution. Lin Ming wasn't actually afraid, he just felt uneasy. Too many things had suddenly happened, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What if he couldn't open his eyes? If he really was summoned to this world intentionally, did that mean his existence could also be eliminated? If, as she said, he could truly control creation, then he would undoubtedly become the center of this world. All of this was enough to make Lin Ming uneasy. But when he heard Kevin say, "Perhaps I can think of a solution," he suddenly calmed down considerably. Seeing that his breathing seemed to have stabilized, Kevin asked curiously, "Want to try opening your eyes?" Lin Ming nodded, removed the black cloth, and tried to open his eyes. Perhaps because he was sitting, he wasn't as dizzy as before, but he still couldn't see anything clearly. The scene before him was a kaleidoscope of colors, and he couldn't quite place what they were. Seeing his dazed expression, Kevin called out, "Look this way." Hearing Kevin's voice, Lin Ming looked up in his direction, trying to make out Kevin's face. His desire to see Kevin's face was subconscious. But just as he raised his head, attempting to search for Kevin in his field of vision, Kevin suddenly covered his eyes. Huh? Don't speak yet. Lin Ming felt the hand covering his eyes was icy cold. He didn't know what had happened, and was very confused. What's wrong? Don't make a sound. Okay. Kevin carefully recalled the scene she had just witnessed in her mind. Lin Ming's eyes, initially normal human pupils, suddenly seemed to have been replaced by strange eyes the moment Lin Ming looked at her. They were eyes she had never seen before. They didn't belong to any animal, and she had never seen any demon god species with such eyes. And most importantly, Kevin actually felt fear towards those eyes. This didn't make sense. As a Nightborn, she had only truly felt fear a handful of times since birth. She had no reason to feel fear towards Lin Ming. Kevin looked down at Lin Ming in surprise. Yes, it was still the same Lin Ming, seemingly simple-minded yet shrewd. There was no reason. He had no reason to be afraid of this mushroom. Could it be the power of these eyes? Kevin, unconvinced, slowly moved his hand away, glanced at Lin Ming's eyes, and then covered them again. No, he really couldn't bear to look. Lin Ming was completely bewildered. What's wrong? What's wrong? Kevin took a deep breath, picked up the strip of cloth, and blindfolded Lin Ming again, then tied a tight knot behind Lin Ming's head. Listen to me, your eyes. Something's wrong. Of course I know something's wrong. It's not just that you can't see clearly, your eyes. They don't look human eyes right now. Hearing this, Lin Ming hesitated for a long time before finally uttering a question. Huh? This was something he hadn't expected at all. Then, what do my eyes look like now? How can I describe it to you? It's like a cross used for archery. That's a rather brutal description. Do my eyes have many rings? No, only one cross. What about the rest? All white. In Lin Ming's mind, he imagined a hard-boiled egg, then drew two perpendicular lines on it. Yeah, that's roughly it. Then, does that cross move? Yes. It seems to move with your gaze. Wherever you look, the intersection of the cross points in that direction. Then why are you covering my eyes? Does it look ugly? Ugly. I don't think it's ugly. It's just that your eyes, they give off an unsettling feeling. Unsettling. Yes. Kevin savored the feeling from earlier, realizing that simply calling it fear wasn't quite accurate. So the word strange was used. Lin Ming, imagining his own two cross-shaped eyes, muttered to himself, What will I become? Just as the two were discussing the strange eyes, Les walked in from outside. Your eyes. There's a small problem. Lin Ming suddenly remembered that today was supposed to be Les and Hua's wedding. Your first wedding was like this, you won't be traumatized, will you? Of course not. We were fully prepared from the beginning. We even left our wills. There's no need to be so prepared. After a few casual words, Les left, and then many more people came to check on Lin Ming's condition. It took a long time for the outer city to gradually quiet down. After a night of commotion, it was almost dawn. I'm going out to check on things and get some food. You wait here for me, don't move around. Kevin said this and left, leaving Lin Ming alone in the room. It was very quiet all around. He closed his eyes, and could even hear the creaking of the wooden structure in the room. So Ellie has been living like this all along. It must be tough. It's okay, I'm used to it. Huh? Ellie? It's me. Kevin had just run into Ellie and Anti when he went out. Ellie had heard about Lin Ming's temporary blindness, and wanted to come and see him. Unlike Lin Ming, who was unable to move, Ellie moved freely in their room. It feels really strange, doesn't it? It feels so empty around you, yet so crowded. Lin Ming inwardly marveled at how aptly Ellie described her state. Anti pulled up a chair for Ellie, and after she sat down, she said to Lin Ming, "Do you roughly know when your eyes will recover?" "I don't know. Although I feel it's getting better, I'm not sure when I'd be able to see again." "Then I really came to the right place." Why? "I need to teach you some life skills. You can't keep being taken care of by Kevin forever, right?" "That's true. First, there's the issue of walking. I remember you could use spores to determine direction, right?" "Yes, you could, but that method of using spores easily fails if there's airflow interference. That's the opposite for me. I only find it difficult when there's no airflow." Ellie thought for a moment, deciding that the most primitive method was more suitable for Lin Ming. "Where's your staff?" "Oh, here." Lin Ming reached into his bag and pulled out his staff. "Use that as a blind cane. You know how to use it, right? Just tap left and right. Don't make it sound so easy. It's actually quite difficult. Of course, you can combine it with your own abilities, like having the mycelium help you find your way while walking." "Oh, that sounds good." "Then there's eating." "Eating. If it weren't for Kevin, I probably would have just used the demon seed's abilities to replenish my nutrients." Ellie chuckled upon hearing this. "Kevin really spoils you." Lin Ming was taken aback. "Pampering?" "Yes, for you, eating is probably just a psychological need." "That's true. But when I ran into Calvin earlier, she was seriously discussing with the breakfast vendor what you like to eat, probably trying to cheer you up." Ellie sat for a while longer, then left, leaving behind a black scarf. "Use this. It's more comfortable to cover your eyes with it." After Ellie left, Calvin returned with some food. "Come on, open your mouth." "Ah. There's no need to make a sound." Kevin stuffed a meatball into Lin Ming's mouth. "What's this? Can't you taste it?" "I'm just a little insecure because I can't see." "It's a fried glutinous rice ball, filled with red bean paste." "Oh, okay." Kevin stuffed something else into his mouth. "What's this?" "At least try it before you ask." "Is it a strip of meat? Can't you taste it?" After eating for a while, Lin Ming did feel much better. He asked Kevin to bring him the black gauze that Ellie had left behind, and he covered his eyes. It was definitely much more comfortable than a strip of cloth. Kevin watched as he took out his staff, swung it to the length of a regular cane, and started tapping it left and right on the ground. "Are you going out?" "Yes, I want to try." "Not waiting for your eyes to recover?" "At this rate, full recovery might take a week, and I can't stay indoors for a week." Hearing this, Kevin didn't stop him. "Should I go with you? Or will you go alone?" "I try by myself." "Okay, then be careful not to get lost." "I don't think I can walk that far." Lin Ming took his staff and went out. Kevin stayed inside for a while, then quietly followed. Lin Ming's walking fluidity far exceeded Kevin's expectations. He walked confidently on the street, even avoiding pedestrians. Actually, Lin Ming had simply covered the entire outer city street with mycelium, then used the footsteps of passers-by on the mycelium to determine their location. This method was quite effective. Lin Ming could even distinguish specific people by certain distinctive footsteps. The one who pokes the ground with each step was the vice president, the one who could crush his mycelium with a single step was Shinke, and the one who would suddenly appear from somewhere was Naki. He also knew that Kevin was following behind him. Everyone on the roadside was startled when they saw the blindfolded Lin Ming. A large group of people rushed to lead the way, asking him where he was going. Lin Ming wanted to check on Kuei Jijio's condition. After all, he had given Kuei Jijio's wound emergency treatment, and he wanted to know if there would be any lasting effects. Hearing that he wanted to see Kuei Jijio, the crowd led him to Mei Yi's treatment room. Mei Yi was busy preparing medicine and, seeing the blindfolded Lin Ming, assumed he was there for treatment. "Where are you hurt? Should I get you a quick fix?" No, I wanted to see Kuei Jijio." I thought you had some other injury besides your eyes. Kueiji Jio is inside, I take you there. Mei led Lin Ming to Kueiji Jio's ward. Qin Rui was also inside. Mei looked at Qin Rui and handed him a glass of water. Go and rest. She's just exhausted, she'd be fine. Hearing Mei's words, Lin Ming asked, Kueiji Jio hasn't woken up yet? She woke up once, but fell asleep again. After all, she was poisoned, and it will take some time for her body to metabolize the toxins. It's good that she's alright. Just as Lin Ming was about to ask about Qin Rui's injuries, he felt Mei suddenly press him down into a chair. Huh? Sit down, let's have an examination. Examination? What kind? My eyes, of course. You're already here, you have to let me examine them, otherwise who can feel at ease? An examination is possible. But there might be some unexpected events. Unexpected events? Yes. Lin Ming told Mei about the strange changes in his eyes. Across? Yes. Just as Mei was about to ask more questions, Yuta suddenly rushed out from the adjacent ward. Yuta tripped and fell because she was running too fast, and ran excitedly to Lin Ming. Across? You said across? Yes. Wait, what are you doing here? Mei quickly explained, she's quite knowledgeable in medicine, so she often comes to help me. Yuta looked at Lin Ming, her expression a mixture of excitement and fear, her voice trembling slightly. Across. I initially thought it was some kind of omen. But I never expected it to be such a direct sign. Although Lin Ming didn't understand words like omen or sign, he could roughly guess why Yuta was so agitated. Lin Ming's current state was becoming increasingly connected to a part of the massive divination Yuta had recently obtained in her dream. Chapter 346. Just a few days ago, the outer city of the Assassin's Guild was peaceful, and Catalia posed no threat. In a brightly lit room filled with the aroma of milk, a young girl intently fiddling with counting rods asked, Do you believe in divination? Huh? Me? Arns, holding a plate of cream pastries, looked puzzled. She had answered this question many times before. As a spider demon capable of seeing the future, Arns's attitude towards divination was ambiguous. She didn't want to say she believed in divination. Because, being able to see the future herself, she didn't believe that the future could be predicted solely through calculation. But she couldn't say she didn't believe in divination either. Because, upon closer reflection, she herself might be an extremely complex divination instrument. Arns placed the cream pastries on the table, and their aroma immediately filled the entire room. She picked up a piece, popped it into her mouth, and tasted it. Sweet and soft, a stark contrast to the Assassin's Guild's local specialty, the Iron Shield cake. Oh right, I just ran into Lin Ming. He told me to keep an eye on you. Keep an eye on me? What for? He said to keep an eye on you, to prevent you from harassing female tourists from the outer city. Stereotype. That's a stereotype. Yeah, I'm quite confused too. Why did he say you harass female tourists? Well, Arns looked curiously at the haphazardly placed wooden sticks on the ground. Fortune-telling? Is it about predicting the future? No. Huh, I thought it was some kind of prophet. Yuta took the pastry Arns offered, explaining as she ate, the divination my grandmother taught me is more like seeking a solution. A solution? Yes, like this, for example. Yuta waved the pastry in her hand. If I were the maker of this pastry, and I predicted the future before making it, the future indicated that the pastry would be delicious, but I know in my heart that the deliciousness comes from the sugar and dairy products. Without these ingredients, it would never achieve that future. In other words, the future is only a possibility. Right, unlike this type of future prediction, divination is more inclined towards methods. Arn seemed to understand, but not quite. So divination gives you the next steps, but not the final result? Yes. You could call it a step, a process, or a factor. But if you don't know the result the steps lead to, why follow the divination's instructions? It's not that you don't know the result at all. To know the future through divination, you need to perform continuous calculations. Ah, I think I understand. For example, with this dessert, if you predict the future before making it, the answer will be very sweet, but if you use divination, you won't get the conclusion very sweet. Then what will you get? Sugar. You see lots of sugar. Yuta, seeing Arns's confused expression, knew she couldn't say any more. Talking any further would be too much. She gathered up all the counting rods on the ground and took out the document she had obtained in her dream. She had only deciphered a very small portion. Deciphering this small portion had already consumed a considerable amount of her energy. Since joining the Assassin's Guild, She had almost constantly studied the contents of this document. If she had to describe it, it was like a huge map, but she couldn't pinpoint its direction. She lacked a crucial anchor point. With this anchor point, all the metaphors would become clear. In her recent deciphering, she discovered a seemingly important omen, a cross. A cross. This omen also had some connection to concepts like seeing and beginning. Yuta thought about it for a long time. Is it an ancient religion? Or some kind of weapon? A family crest? A national emblem? Or more profoundly, the intertwining conflict of two forces? None of them seemed quite plausible. Because of this question about the cross, Yuta's deciphering progress was stalled. Later, when the Catalans invaded and Lin Ming and Qing Rui defeated them, Lin Ming was asked by Mei Yi to be a medical assistant because of the wounded. It was then that he heard Lin Ming say, "My eyes. It seems like a cross has appeared." Eyes see cross? Yuta had long felt that Lin Ming was strange. Every time she performed a divination about Lin Ming, strange instructions would appear. Therefore, she had always suspected that Lin Ming was the key anchor point. And now she was certain. Lin Ming's existence was definitely special. Yuta was so excited in front of Lin Ming that she was almost incoherent. Lin Ming was also very curious about what this girl had divined. "So your divination included things related to me?" "Yes, and a lot." "I see." Yuta looked at Lin Ming and said cautiously, "Can I see that cross?" Lin Ming thought for a moment. "I think it's best not to." "Why? Do you think Kaven is a coward?" "Of course not. I don't think anything could frighten Kaven." "Right, I think so too, but when Kaven looked into my eyes, the first thing I heard in Kaven's voice was fear." Yuta fell silent. This was something she hadn't expected. And in fact, Lin Ming's worries were correct. Kaven and she were the only two people who had seen his cross-shaped eyes. Neither of them were ordinary people, but the moment they saw Lin Ming's eyes, they both instinctively reacted with fear and tried to escape. Lin Ming wasn't sure if Yuta, with her human body and still young mind, could withstand his gaze. Lin Ming had initially thought Yuta would back down. But Yuta was clearly not one to back down easily. She simply pulled up a chair, sat down in front of Lin Ming, and looked at Mei Yi, saying, "It's alright, this is the medical department anyway. Even if something goes wrong, we can treat you immediately. You don't need to push yourself so hard." "No." Yuta's tone was resolute. She took a deep breath. "You might have just learned about this cross, but I've been tormented by it for ages." Lin Ming hesitated, turning to look at Mei Yi and asking this. "I have a feeling something's off." Mei Yi sighed as well. "I have a feeling that even if you don't let her see, she'd find a way to peek." "Kaven, do you think she can handle it?" Kaven had been secretly hiding by the door, but Mei Yi hadn't expected her to call her name directly. "You both knew I was there?" Mei Yi and Lin Ming nodded together. Kaven looked disappointed. She had initially found secretly following him quite fun. As someone who had seen Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes directly, Kaven looked at Yuta, pondered for a moment, and said, "I think she shouldn't be in any danger, nor will she be injured, but—" Yuta didn't let Kaven continue, directly removing the black veil from Lin Ming's eyes. She was eager to know what this cross was, as it was crucial for deciphering the messages in her dreams. Lin Ming felt the black veil being removed, sighed, and opened his eyes. What Yuta initially saw was a pair of seemingly unfocused, ordinary eyes. Lin Ming instinctively looked towards the source of Yuta's voice, trying to discern her location amidst the blur. Now it looks normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Just as Lin Ming was trying to focus his eyes, Yuta's voice suddenly stopped. It wasn't a speechless silence, but rather a sudden, abrupt halt, as if someone had choked him. Then, Lin Ming heard the sound of water. Immediately after, he heard Mei Yi shout, "Look away. Breathe." Yuta, as expected, couldn't take it anymore. Even Mei Yi, upon realizing Yuta's condition was wrong and rushing towards her, glanced at Lin Ming's eyes. That single glance was enough for her to instinctively activate almost all the defensive seals on her body. This wasn't psychological fear, it was a physical, or rather, a primal instinct of the soul. Lin Ming realized something was wrong and quickly closed his eyes again, covering them with a black veil. Mei Yi steadied herself and slapped Yuta's chest. The impact of the slap caused Yuta to gasp for air. With these heavy breaths, she finally snapped out of her terror. She couldn't even remember what had just happened. She only felt as if she had been swallowed by something. Like water, like a swamp, like being sealed inside an endless, thick underground. Fear, like a tangible pressure, seeped into every pore. This fear was so sudden that she forgot to breathe. After a series of heavy gasps, Yuta realized that she was lying in a wet patch. There was warmth between her legs, and the sound of dripping water could still be heard from under the chair. Mei, still shaken, glanced back at Lin Ming and asked Yuta, "Can you stand up?" Yuta tried to move her legs, but could only wobble around in the warm water she had just created. No, no. Strangely enough, as soon as she stopped looking into Lin Ming's eyes, the fear vanished completely. Mei glanced at Yuta, who was trying to stand up in her urinal, then at the bewildered Lin Ming, and sighed very softly, not wanting Lin Ming to hear. Then, feigning nonchalance, she teased, "Looks like you'd be enough for the Assassin's Guild security from now on. I send you to the autumn/winter watchtower. Defending against enemies will depend on you." Lin Ming knew Mei was deliberately trying to comfort him, and casually echoed her twice, then looked up at Yuta and asked, "You saw the cross. Did you get any clues?" "I definitely got clues, but I need to change my pants first." Mei led Yuta to a nearby ward and gave her a hospital gown. Yuta changed into the gown and threw her soaking wet pants into the trash can with a plop. While cleaning up the golden lake she had just created with a mop, Yuta curiously asked Lin Ming, "What are your thoughts on the topic of another world?" "Huh?" Lin Ming hadn't expected Yuta to suddenly ask such a question. Was this also calculated? Yes. What did the calculation say? The cross is related to another world, but only half of it. You said half related? Yes, that's the result of the calculation, and, if we look at those calculation parameters, almost half of all the parameters I got in the dream don't apply to this world, and the part that doesn't apply to this world, Yuta said, drawing a cross on the ground with a mop. The part that doesn't apply to this world is almost all related to the cross. So I thought. Yuta, caught up in her story, drew on the floor with a mop, only to be slapped on the head by Mei Yi. "Stop playing with pee." "Oh right, this is pee." You're pee?" "Quite a lot." "You seem quite proud of it." Lin Ming quickly changed the subject. "You said it doesn't apply to this world, so that means it might apply in other worlds?" "Yes, there are some parameters that clearly can't exist in this world." Hearing Yuta's statement, Lin Ming, not a native of this world, naturally thought of the world he once lived in. That world that built its great civilization using steam and electricity. But after hearing some of Yuta's descriptions, Lin Ming realized that the parameters she mentioned were completely different from his former world. For example, Yuta mentioned elements. His former world didn't have elements. Could there be another world? Things suddenly became complicated. So, you obtained the calculation parameters that can be used in another world? It sounds far-fetched, but it's true. What are the characteristics of that world you're talking about? Characteristics? That's hard to say, because I don't understand whether those parameters are omens or manifestations. That doesn't necessarily mean it's another world, it could be this world. Lin Ming originally wanted to say special places in this world. This world might have some rather magical places, and it's possible that the parameters in these places are different from those in the outside world. But Lin Ming had only spoken halfway when Yuta suddenly had an inspiration. She stopped mopping the floor halfway through, and began repeatedly muttering, "That's right, this world's. If it's not another world, but this world's extremely distant past, or extremely distant future, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, if the time is long enough, the parameters will also change. What Yuta calculated might still be this world, only not the current human generation. However, calculations generally don't show the past. Therefore, the incomprehensible parts of Yuta's divination are likely the unrecognizable future of this world, which has lost its original appearance after countless years." Chapter 347. Although Lin Ming would need some time to regain his sight, he didn't have time for leisurely recuperation. The same was true for the entire Assassin's Guild. After the Catalia incident, everyone's spirits temporarily relaxed, but one thing no one could ignore was that war was imminent. Les and Hua themselves were Assassin's Guild envoys, who came as allies, and Wilhelm was still negotiating with various neutral forces outside, with the guild leader occasionally sending back news of alliances. Now, almost the entire continent was gradually forming two factions. On one side was the Zhongwen faction, mainly based in the Zhongwen kingdom where the national government was located. On the other side was the Assassin's Guild faction, led by Xia Linsel, which was constantly expanding its influence. "Sai, have I ever told you guys why the Assassin's Guild is called the Assassin's Guild?" the vice president asked curiously, looking at the black veil covering Lin Ming's eyes. "I remember the earliest members were all assassins, right?" "Why yes." "Vice president, what are you laughing at?" "I remembered something funny." The vice president suppressed a laugh while looking at Lin Ming's veil. Lin Ming wore this black veil every day, and someone had written "the cutest in the world" on it. Lin Ming was now solemnly declaring his cuteness, and the vice president had to carefully regulate her breathing to avoid bursting out laughing. Throughout the entire Assassin's Guild, not many people could do something like this. In fact, the ones who accomplished this grand feat were Yuta and her new best friend, Xiao Yi. These two were a perfect match when it came to pranks. They were inseparable and felt like they'd known each other forever. Kevin was quite unfazed by the prank. In his opinion, Lin Ming wearing the black veil with a declaration of cuteness written on it didn't look out of place at all. The vice president shifted her gaze, trying to stop thinking about whether Lin Ming was cute or not, and continued, "That's right. The Assassin's Guild was initially formed by a group of assassins who were disliked by various groups. At that time, their purpose was simply to band together for survival under oppression. It was an organization similar to a guild. It's truly remarkable that it has grown so large now. Yes, that's why I'm quite moved. The founders probably never dreamed that the Assassin's Guild would one day become the core of power unifying half the continent." Lin Ming tilted his head and thought for a moment, then voiced his concern. "But is this really a good thing? I know what you want to ask." "Huh? Are you asking why a conflict with the National Council has escalated into something almost like a war between nations, as if we unleashed a catastrophe?" "Yes, that's what I mean. Actually, it's not like that." The vice president sat in her chair, and Lin Ming could hear the metallic sound of her prosthetic leg moving. "Actually, all countries are constantly engaged in open and covert struggles. Peace is like walking a tightrope. Once one side loses its balance, it will immediately crumble. So, this conflict just provided an opportunity? Yes, and the situation isn't as grand as you imagine. Most countries' statements were merely indicating their positions, so they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. They won't send troops or get involved in the fighting." "I see. Then I was indeed overthinking it. By the way, it seems there's a convoy from Dongcheng on their way here." "Ah, which one is my reward?" "Reward? Yeah, a Dongcheng specialty fur coat, quite a nice item." Lin Ming, thinking the Dongcheng people would arrive soon, suddenly remembered the Sea family and casually asked, "What happened to Catalia's armor?" "It hasn't been dealt with yet. There seems to be a toxic gas leak nearby." "I see." Lin Ming actually wanted to give Catalia's armor directly to CMO. He felt the mechanical kid would like it. "Ah, so boring." Lin Ming chatted with the vice president for a while, then laid down on the bed, stretched out his legs, and started rolling around. Hearing him complain about being bored, the vice president suddenly remembered something. Right before the president left, he instructed that if I encountered anything strange or incomprehensible, I could ask for your opinion. Here's one such thing. Lin Ming sat up abruptly. "Tell me about it." After recalling the details, the vice president began to tell Lin Ming about this strange incident. It happened to the Eastern Guard of the Assassin's Guild. At first, the guards thought it was just a strange illness. A strange illness? Yes, it's an illness that even Mei would find incomprehensible. Could it be some kind of infectious disease? It's hard to say. The strange thing about this is that this strange illness seems to be contagious, but no pattern of transmission can be identified. What are the symptoms? The vice president scratched his head, revealing a rather disgusted expression. Thatch will grow on those people." "Huh? Like plants growing from the ground?" "No, not at all." The vice president described it in more detail. The so-called thatch isn't actually a fresh plant, but rather hay used as horse feed or kindling. But how come the hay? That's the strange thing. Every single blade of thatch is withered and yellow, and extremely hard. Lin Ming listened quietly, noticing the key point. Since it's hard, dry grass, but it's not piercing the body, but growing out of it. Could it be that the grass grows inside the body? Yes, that's the most troublesome part. Traditional doctors and healing priests like Mei can perfectly handle external injuries, but these guard symptoms leave them helpless. They can only surgically remove the grass from their bodies, and then allow them to heal. Will it recur? Yes. Some guards have almost gone insane because of this problem. Even perfectly healthy soldiers become paranoid, suspecting that grass is growing inside their bodies, and some even want to cut themselves open to check. This is undoubtedly a demonic species. Indeed, but their garrison location isn't in God's land, and there are no suspicious people around. We even completely replaced 2 batches of guards, and the problem persists. Lin Ming suddenly found it interesting. Although he was now blind, he was experiencing what it was like to be an armchair detective. Is there anything special about the garrison area? Aside from the strange symptoms the garrison personnel have, there's nothing unusual. There are also some indigenous people nearby. Indigenous people? It's a village? Yes, A self-sufficient little village, not wealthy but content. The villagers don't care much about the outside world. Then, the locals don't have that strange disease, right? Yes, the locals are very healthy. The vice president said with a touch of melancholy. Actually, the garrison there also intends to protect this village. Although the village hasn't asked us for protection, it's adjacent to enemy garrison territory. If there's a conflict, they could become casualties in the battle. They don't want to withdraw? No, they don't. They even think war is an exaggeration. Lin Ning lowered his head and pondered. It was the demon god seed that did this, that was now quite certain. The problem is, this demon god seed doesn't seem like an external enemy. Because if it were an external enemy, they wouldn't be so merciful as to spare the villagers. But if it wasn't an external enemy, then the demonic seed that caused everything is very likely one of the villagers. Have you investigated the villagers? You suspect the villagers did it? That's the only possibility. Actually, the villagers don't speak our language, so we don't communicate much. To avoid them thinking we're thugs trying to seize their land, we don't usually interact with them. These soldiers have almost no contact with the village. Almost no interaction. Even direct communication is rare. I mentioned this village only to tell you that the locals won't be affected. You mentioned some soldiers developing hypochondria, meaning not all soldiers will show symptoms? Yes, that's the strangest part. If it's an area of effect attack, all soldiers should be affected. If it's poison, it's impossible for only a few to be poisoned, especially since later on, all soldiers' food was clean supplies sent from headquarters. Vice President, you said clean supplies? Yes, oh, that's what the second batch of soldiers squad leader said. He said there might be a problem with the food, and headquarters needed to provide clean supplies. How's that squad leader doing? He barely survived. Is it overgrown with weeds too? Yeah, May said the weeds almost pierced his heart. After being sent back to headquarters, he had 32 cuts all over his body before the weeds were removed. Lin Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Just hearing about the injury, he unconsciously touched the goosebumps on his arm. So what do we do now? If my eyesight is okay, I can go. After all, thatch and stuff. I'm not really afraid of it. It'd be difficult. Even if you go, you at best become a mushroom-shaped straw bun. The problem will still be hard to solve. A mushroom-shaped straw bun. Doesn't it sound delicious? Like a kind of bun. Ah, you mean? The vice president was about to continue when Qingrui suddenly knocked on the door. Vice President, Mr. Sousa said he needs to discuss some things with you, and asked me to find your location. Sorry to bother you. Ah, it's alright. I've been chatting here too long. I'm coming right now. Before leaving, the vice president glanced back at Lin Ming's cutest in the world black veil. Anyway, that's the gist of it. Besides, the Assassin's Guild's public image is currently focused on being approachable, so it's not good to force our way into someone's village. If you can come up with any clues, you can pass them on to Hyson. He's recently taken charge of this matter. Just as the vice president finished speaking, Qingrui cautiously reminded him, when I went to visit Kuejijiu earlier, I saw Hyson. Huh? Didn't he just leave 2 days ago? Why is he back? He, came back to pick herbs. Lin Ning became even more curious upon hearing that even Hyson had fallen for it. Caven, let's go see Hyson. Okay. Lin Ning and Caven prepared some things for visiting a patient, and went directly to Mei Yi's clinic. On the way, Lin Ning felt something was strange. Is there some happy occasion today? I hear people laughing on the street. Caven glanced at the cutest guy in the world in front of him, but didn't answer. Upon arriving at the clinic, Lin Ning heard Hazen's roar as soon as he entered. Something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong with that village. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mei treated his wounds while telling him to be quiet. What does it hurt? It's just like a bamboo skewer stuck in your flesh. It's not the usual kind of pain. This thing, it's terrifying. Lin Ning couldn't see Hazen's face, so he couldn't know the extent of Hazen's injuries, but Caven, standing beside him, frowned deeply at Hazen's miserable state. Hazen's body looked as if it had been pierced by countless tiny arrows. According to Mei, his internal organs shouldn't be damaged, so major surgery wasn't necessary. They just needed to pull out the grass one by one. In all her years of medical practice, Mei had never seen such an injury before. The grass wasn't simply piercing, its ends were connected to flesh. If you pulled it out by force, it would pull out a small piece of flesh, leaving a small, bloody hole. Hey, Hyson, I come to find out what's going on. Hyson heard Lin Ming's voice, and was about to start complaining, but when he looked up and saw the black veil covering Lin Ming's eyes, he froze. You Have you become aware of yourself? Huh? What do you mean? I mean this. Oh. May plucked a blade of grass from his body, gesturing for him not to expose her, to laugh for a while first. Lin Ming, being blind, didn't understand the illness and asked directly, why do you think it's that village's problem? Because it's very suspicious there. And the inhabitants have a primitive tribal culture, silent and taciturn, and they look filthy. Mei plucked another blade of grass and corrected, that's their skin color. They seem to be of Western Fuxiao bloodline. Their culture is unique. Hyson listened to Mei Yi's explanation, still dismissive. But they still look like uncivilized people, they even pile up excrement into mountains. That's for making fertilizer. By the way, are you a germaphobe? Huh? I don't think so. From Hazen's words, Lin Ming seemed to sense something amiss. Hyson seemed to completely ignore the attack, instead constantly expressing his aversion to that village. So you think there's a demon god in that village? Definitely. Besides you, has anyone else been affected? Hyson was momentarily speechless. Because everyone else was fine except for him. Lin Ming felt he had a sudden inspiration and asked Mei Yi, are there any other wounded soldiers with this strange illness? Mei Yi pointed to a room behind her. They're all over there. Lin Ming had Kevin lead him over, and before they even got close to the ward, they could hear someone inside frantically listing the many strange things about the village. The words were almost entirely malicious. Kevin, seeing that he seemed to have a clue, asked curiously, any ideas? Lin Ming nodded. He did indeed have a nascent guess. Chapter 348. After a brief exchange with the wounded, Lin Ming basically determined the cause of the incident. Leaving Mei Yi's clinic, Kevin asked curiously, was it discussed? I think so. The vice president probably guessed this too, which is why he sent Hyson, who's relatively easygoing, but he didn't expect Hyson to suddenly act out. Is Hyson easygoing? Sort of. I think he's quite petty. By the way, why didn't the vice president tell you this guess? To keep me entertained. Kevin accompanied Lin Ming slowly back to his residence. Lin Ming still found this matter very interesting. This was the first time he had seen an ability that worked through emotions. But at the same time, he also realized the trickiness of this matter. Perhaps only he and Kevin in the entire Assassin's Guild could handle this. He stopped, pondered for a moment, and said to Kevin, how about we go? The journey isn't too far. We can get there in no time by plane. But are you sure you want to go looking like this? Actually, I'm just curious, and right now, we're probably the only ones who know anything about this. Things might not be so simple. The vice president isn't willing to withdraw the troops there under these circumstances, so it must be a very important strategic location. Let's go ask someone. Ask who? Sousa should know. I remember he and Nazir drew up a map of the forces surrounding the Assassin's Guild. Kevin didn't want Lin Ming to run around aimlessly, but she hadn't seen Lin Ming so energetic in a long time. Thinking that staying cooped up indoors all the time wasn't a good idea, he tacitly agreed to let him get involved in the incident. The two turned around and went to headquarters, finding Sousa reporting the situation to the vice president. A map was spread out in front of Sousa. The vice president looked at the map, frowning and remaining silent. Hello. I'm here. Lin Ming called out twice at the door, and the vice president turned around in surprise. So fast? Sousa hadn't said a word the whole time, looking at the words on Lin Ming's eyes with disbelief. The vice president was indeed deliberately using this matter to amuse Lin Ming. But she wasn't just saying it casually, this matter should have been left to Lin Ming. He was perfectly immune to the ability to grow straw from his body, making him the perfect candidate to handle this, but Lin Ming's eyesight was currently limited, and as one of the assassin's top combatants, the vice president didn't want Lin Ming to show his face in this situation. I came to check. I came to inquire about the situation over there. The vice president sighed, looking at Lin Ming, and said, I originally wanted you to handle it directly, but your eyesight is currently limited. So I had to find another way. You're overthinking it. Although I can't see, I can protect myself. Lin Ming said, suddenly understanding what the vice president was worried about. While the vice president was also worried about Lin Ming's safety, he was also concerned about something else. That was that Lin Ming, a top-tier combatant, was currently in a weakened state. If this news spread, it might give the already opportunistic enemy forces a good chance to attack the Assassin's Guild. Moreover, his disguises are no longer effective. Whether his hair is white, black, or a mix of both, his true appearance is basically public knowledge, so he has to find another way to conceal his identity. Seeing Lin Ming's enthusiasm, the vice president decided not to stop him. After all, what's coming will come eventually, and that place rife with a strange disease is indeed a crucial strategic location. The vice president explained to Lin Ming that place, commonly known as Horn Valley, is a crescent-shaped, flat open area. The village doesn't have a name, we simply call it Valley Village. If it falls, it won't actually affect the overall situation, but the trade routes to and from the outer city will be blocked. I see. The outer city is not only a commercial town, but also an important location for negotiations between various parties. So, if the trade routes are blocked, it's basically like cutting off a vital artery. That's right, that's why they keep trying to send troops to guard it. While the vice president was explaining the situation to Lin Ming, Sousa suddenly looked up outside, then ran into the street and looked towards the Assassin's Guild's gate. A moment later, a card, gleaming with golden light, flew back from afar. Sousa's cards, because they could track targets, had now been used in many ways. If he set the card's tracking target to himself, and then had the frontline troops take the card away, it could be released in an emergency, serving as an emergency communication device. The card Sousa gave to the frontline troops wasn't particularly offensive, so he simply held it in his hand. Sousa saw that the card contained some assassin's code. He turned around, his expression grave, and walked into the house. Pointing to the location of Corner Valley on the map, he said to the vice president, they attacked. Was it troops from the surrounding forces? Yes. Could it be that they saw Hyacinth being sent back for treatment and slipped through the gap? Presumably. This is bad. Their forces are still insufficient. The vice president turned to look at Lin Ming. We can't worry about much now. You two go, but try your best to conceal yourselves. Lin Ming nodded. I know that, I already thought of a way. What way? Disguise? No, that's too troublesome. I better just abandon my human form. I can't see anything anyway. As Lin Ming spoke, he transformed himself into a sticky mess and began to climb onto Caven. Caven's eyebrows furrowed. Stop! Does it have to be all sticky? Oh right, Caven doesn't like sticky textures. Lin Ming thought for a moment on the ground, then extended a tentacle, gesturing for Caven to extend his hand. Caven brought his hand close to the pool of Lin Ming's tissue, and saw the mycelium begin to form large and small, tile-like shapes. Then these mycelial plates began to assemble one by one on Caven's arm. This was the armor construction he had learned from Mei Yi. Because of his good memory, after seeing it a few times, he had memorized the shapes of the gauntlets and shoulder armor. Moreover, he only needed to imitate the shape of the armor. He didn't need to worry too much about the joints. In no time, a rather stylish arm armor appeared on Caven's right arm. Although invisible, by feeling through the mycelium, the arm armor appeared fairly well made. The entire arm, including the fingers, was encased in armor, resembling an iron claw. Caven shook his right hand in surprise. It was very light, like wearing a very thick garment. And it definitely didn't have that sticky feeling. Lin Ming finished constructing the arm armor, and began considering where to put the mouth. After all, he needed to speak. But having a mouth on his arm alone felt strange, so he used mycelium to create a palm-sized, yin-yang-headed mycelium figure on Caven's shoulder. This little figure looked like a doll, and apart from the mouth, the rest of it couldn't move. This had another advantage. Only Caven could hear what Lin Ming said. Because he was so small. Hey, can you hear me? I can hear you, but... But what? You're too small, it always sounds like a cat's meow. There's nothing I can do about it, you know. By the way, we can change the color. What color do you like? White? Oh! I thought you say you liked red. Lin Ming couldn't confirm with his eyes, so he relied on the mycelium in his memory to change the arm armor to white. The vice president looked at Caven and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is much more useful than disguise. Then I have to trouble you too. Report any problems promptly, don't try to be brave. Sousa took the card again, wiped off the writing, put it in a book, tied the book with a rope, and handed it to Caven. You know how to use it? Yes. Caven and Sousa confirmed their location, grabbed some tools, and flew directly towards Horn Valley. On the way to Horn Valley, Lin Ming seemed very excited. Like a child being taken out to play by an adult. Caven flew while listening to Lin Ming's incessant chatter in his ear. Lin Ming was usually very talkative, but this time, as a miniature person, his voice sounded even noisier. Throughout the journey, Caven's mind was filled with Lin Ming's voice calling him. After flying for a while, Horn Valley gradually came into view. As the vice president had said, this place was indeed a crescent-shaped flat area, presumably named so because the terrain resembled a bull's horn. Caven could see the garrisons and troop deployments of various sides from the air. Strangely, While other places were tense and on the verge of conflict, in Horn Valley, the personnel were surprisingly dispersed. Perhaps other garrisons had also encountered the strange disease of being covered in dry grass here. As they approached Horn Valley, Kaven suddenly landed on a tall tree. She landed steadily on a branch, observing the situation in the distance. Strange. What's wrong? We can see the village now, and we can see the attacking enemies, but they all stopped in front of the village. They're not attacking? Yeah, they haven't even moved. What about our people? It's a bit embarrassing to say, but our people have run away. So, only the people of Horn Valley are currently confronting the nearby forces? Yeah, judging from the situation, it seems the nearby forces want to flatten Horn Valley and use the area as a base. Kaven watched from a distance for a while, then sensed something was amiss. A standoff should have involved both sides on the verge of attack. But what she saw was a group of soldiers, weapons at the ready, menacingly confronting a peaceful village. Kaven decided to approach slowly. She landed on the ground, using her hair to slightly obscure the doll-like Lin Ming on her right shoulder, and began to walk through the jungle towards Valley Village. As she walked, Kaven began to realize something was wrong. Those confronting the village remained motionless, like statues. Finally reaching Horn Valley, Kaven emerged from the woods onto flat ground and looked around. The ground was covered in gravel, and there was a strong smell of animal dung nearby. Not far away was a village, without a wall, only a simple wooden fence surrounding it. Inside the fence were about a dozen, maybe 20 households. It was afternoon, the sun blazing, and the village was very quiet, save for the occasional bleating of livestock. Kaven cautiously approached the soldiers near the village. Sure enough, these soldiers weren't real people. They were neatly dressed scarecrows, roughly 100 or so. All of them were in the same posture, gripping weapons, ready to charge. Moreover, the scarecrows were wearing ill-fitting clothes. The clothes looked a size too small for them. Strange. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Ming asked impatiently. These are all scarecrows. Scarecrows? Yes. Could it be? They're all wearing clothes. Yes. And they're all carrying weapons. That's right. Kaven had already figured out what was going on with these people. She just hadn't recovered from her shock yet. Kaven reached out and lightly touched one of the scarecrows. The scarecrow lost its balance the instant it was touched and collapsed to the ground with a plop. Then, Kaven saw blood seeping steadily from the inside of the scarecrow. These scarecrows were probably the true power of the demonic species in Gu Village. Everyone's guess was correct. The means by which this power was realized was through malice. Some of the Assassin's Guild's garrison members were originally from the village and, far from harboring any ill will towards this rural village, actually felt a sense of goodwill. Others, however, came from wealthy families. In their eyes, this village, littered with excrement, was undoubtedly filthy, backward, and vulgar. Yet, despite this, the Assassin's Guild's ideology remained protection of the village. So even if they harbored malice, it remained merely at the level of complaining. Therefore, even the most severely injured squad leader only suffered 32 cuts all over his body. But now, the 100-man squad facing Kaven was different. They faced the village not with malice or disgust, but with naked killing intent. They wanted to flatten the village and capture these natives to sell as laborers or slaves. Under this extreme malice, the power of the demonic being in the village was fully unleashed. Kaven took a few steps back. She herself harbored no malice towards the village, but she was assessing whether she could withstand this power. The answer is, not necessarily. Judging from the scarecrow lying on the ground, when attacked by this ability, its body would be torn apart by the straw, which would then multiply, using the body as nourishment, eventually growing into the shape of a scarecrow. This attack method is unusual. Even with 7 cores, she might not be able to withstand it. Lin Ming noticed Kaven's retreating movement, thought for a moment, and said, "How about I go? You can wait here." Just as Kaven and Lin Ming were still hesitating about entering the village, the demon god in the village had already noticed their presence. He was surprised to find 2 strange beings. He had actually been hiding behind the fence, spying on Kaven and Lin Ming on his shoulder. His perception of people's minds was extremely strong, so even though Lin Ming was currently in the form of an armor and a small doll, he could sense that there were actually 2 people. This person was the rat demon god Moose. He appeared as a little boy with gray eyes. Although a boy, he had shoulder-length hair, tied at the ends with a hair tie. Ma's appearance was quite different from the village's native inhabitants. His skin was very fair, his eyes were round, and his eyebrows were short and segmented. Unlike the other villagers, he didn't have a brownish complexion, nor did he have the various rugged tattoos. He was a child found in the mud and raised by the entire village. Therefore, although Ma was a demon, he had an extraordinary affection for this valley village. It was this affection that allowed Ma to directly imbue the entire village with his power. His power wasn't malevolent. He couldn't even attack others unprovoked. But if anyone wanted to harm him or his acknowledged home, thatch would grow profusely. This was Ma's power. Miscellaneous growth illusory grass puppet. Chapter 349. It took Kevin quite a while to notice a small child behind the village fence. Looking at Mus, whose face was only half visible, she thought the child was rather cute. Lin Ming. What is it? There's a child. A child? Where? In the village. I think he's probably that demon. Oh. Should we go and negotiate? I don't dare. You sound so confident. Lin Ming seemed to be hearing Kevin say I don't dare for the first time. Then put your right hand on the ground. I get down first. Kevin listened to him and placed her right hand, clad in gauntlets, on the ground. As soon as her arm touched the ground, the gauntlets seemed to melt under the high temperature, turning into a slightly viscous liquid that seeped into the ground. After a while, a familiar shaped head emerged from the ground. Then I go negotiate. You stay here and I go. Okay. Lin Ming slowly spread the mycelium under his feet, gradually covering the entire Horn Valley. This way, he could at least know the approximate locations of the people nearby. Just as Lin Ming was about to leave, Kevin called him back. Don't forget this. Kevin then blindfolded him with the black veil, deliberately leaving the side with the writing facing out. Maz hid behind the fence, watching a truly strange person walk towards him. This person wasn't very tall, with strangely half black, half white hair, and a black cloth blindfold with words on it. It read, "The cutest in the world." When Maz first saw those words, he even wondered if he had learned to read incorrectly. Lin Ming's mycelium could only detect moving objects, so he kept bumping into those scarecrows. He struggled a lot before finally approaching the village. Is anyone home? Since awakening, Maz had rarely interacted with outsiders. He was naturally timid, and seeing Lin Ming, this strange-looking guy, made him tremble with fear. But since Lin Ming had already asked, he couldn't just remain silent. No, nobody. Lin Ming was taken aback by Maz's words. He could sense that Maz was very small, even smaller than a cat, and his voice was that of a young boy. Nobody's here, that's a shame. I wanted some water. Mousy continued, stammering, even though nobody's here. There's still water. Looking at Lin Ming, Mousy couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, You can't see anything? Yeah, I can't see anything. Then how do you know I'm here? Huh? Who are you? Isn't there nobody here? Mousy was stumped. What he didn't know was that Lin Ming, having dealt with all sorts of strange demons for years, was very adept at this kind of illogical conversation. Because Lin Ming couldn't see, his sense of smell and hearing became extremely acute. He sniffed around, listened carefully, and remarked, This really does resemble Blue Forest. Mousy's round eyes filled with confusion. What's a rotten pear? It's not a rotten pear. Blue Forest is a place, a small village. I lived there for a while. Are there cows there too? Yes, there are cows and horses. Are the cows there very strong pullers? Of course. Lin Ming gestured with his hand. A huge pile of poop. He. Mousy chuckled, amused by Lin Ming. Lin Ming scratched his head. Perhaps. The assassins and the surrounding forces have overcomplicated things. So far, he's only been communicating with this demonic species using methods he would use with a child, and the results have been surprisingly good. But this also shows that before Lin Ming arrived and asked, Is anyone here? No one was even willing to properly communicate with the people here. They came with malice, then were consumed by their own malice, turning into scarecrows, and fear spread, creating a vicious cycle. Lin Ming lowered his head, turning his face towards the source of the little boy's voice. What's your name? My name is... Before the little boy could answer, Lin Ming heard another woman's voice. Mouse. Aw, I'm here. Although Lin Ming didn't know who the person was, he already knew the little boy's name was Mouse. Lin Ming used his mycelium to sense the woman slowly approaching him and said, The fact that you're standing here means you have no ill intentions towards us, but if you want us to move out, please leave, Mouse. We're going home, the woman said, trying to leave with Mouse. Lin Ming was somewhat puzzled. Let them move out? Could it be that those soldiers from before wanted them to leave? But why were these villagers unwilling to leave? Lin Ming listened carefully to his surroundings. Without the village, this place would essentially be a wasteland. This was a question that had intrigued Lin Ming since he first learned of the village's existence. Why did they choose to live in such a place? If it weren't for the conflict, this place would be virtually uninhabited. Uninhabited? Lin Ming subconsciously turned back towards the group of scarecrows, who were originally made of flesh and blood. Although he couldn't see anything, he could smell the blood emanating from them. And Moose, by all accounts, didn't seem like a bloodthirsty person. These villagers perhaps wanted to protect Moose. The woman led Moose back into the village. This first attempt at negotiation, whether it was successful or not, was unclear. After hearing silence from the village, Lin Ming retraced his steps back to Caven. How's it going? We managed to talk to him. That demon species, is it scary? It's adorable. Are you serious? Yeah, really. Caven looked at the scarecrow that was still bleeding profusely in front of him, still somewhat doubtful. Lin Ming thought for a moment and felt that his guess was correct. But the matter wasn't resolved, and they couldn't just go back like this. Caven, let's get rid of these scarecrows. I can hear crows calling. Caven looked up, and sure enough, the group of dark scavengers were circling above their heads. Get rid of them, or burn them. It's best not to. Deep in the mountains, a wildfire would be disastrous. The two men made up their minds, and began to move the scarecrows away from the front of the village. While dealing with the scarecrows, Caven also disarmed them, and neatly stacked their weapons to one side. Although Lin Ming was blind, he could still help through the mycelium. The two men quickly cleared the area. They piled the scarecrows into a heap, and according to Caven's description, these scarecrows were so badly altered that even their country, wanting to recover the bodies, might not be able to tell them apart. After finishing their work, the two men found a clean spot and sat down. Lin Ming asked Caven curiously, "Isn't this village very similar to Lanlin?" "It is very similar, but not as compact as Lanlin. Lanlin feels crowded because of the large population. Here, you hardly see anyone." Caven noticed a few people in the village starting to look in their direction. "Someone's watching us." "That's normal. Judging from my conversation with Moose, they haven't had any formal contact with outsiders." "Is their language the same as outsiders?" "Not really, just a slight accent." Caven looked at the villagers, and suddenly noticed that they seemed to be arguing. "They seem to be arguing. What are they saying? Can you hear them clearly?" "Hiss. Are you sure they only have a slight accent? I can't understand anything right now." Maybe they use some local dialect." After a while, their argument grew louder, and Lin Ming could hear it too. It sounded like a man and a woman were arguing loudly about something. "Is that little boy nearby?" "It seems not." "This village. The villagers probably moved here to protect Mouse, that is, the demon god." "Why do you say that?" "The fact that they can speak both their own language and the outside language tells you they're not some uncivilized natives. And both Mouse and the woman I spoke to were very polite, indicating they used to live with outsiders." "You mean, you don't want that demon god to kill anymore?" Lin Ming nodded. "I think it's like this. I only spoke a few words to Moose, but I could tell he's just a child, even more so than Ah Chi, a genuine child, innocent, and a bit naive. A child like that could unintentionally kill hundreds of people in an instant. Yes, maybe the villagers moved here to prevent such a thing from happening, believing this remote place is suitable for Moose's life. They probably want Moose to grow up a bit, or until he can control his abilities, before he comes into contact with the outside world. But if it's just targeting malicious people, it's self-defense, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with that." Lin Ming smiled bitterly after hearing Caven's words. "Humans are complex, you know. Malice, or disgust, is like a human instinct. Nobody knows when it will be triggered. Someone who loves you to the core might feel disgust in an instant because of a single action or word. This disgust might be harmless to ordinary people, and they would forget it completely after a while. But in front of Moose, this disgust will turn into real harm." Calvin, after listening to this, seemed thoughtful, then went straight to the point, asking, "Have you ever hated me?" Lin Ming was caught off guard by the question. He stroked his chin, thinking for a long time, and was surprised to find that he didn't seem to have. "It seems I really haven't." Lin Ming countered, "Then have you ever hated me?" He had expected Calvin to say no, but to his surprise, Calvin answered decisively, "Of course." "Huh? Why?" "Well, when you become all sticky." Oh, that's what it was. Lin Ming had completely forgotten about that. Caven, watching the villagers still arguing, suddenly asked curiously, "Why doesn't Moose's ability work on the villagers?" "According to you, there must be times when the villagers dislike Moose, right? After all, he's just a child, and he's bound to cause trouble." "I thought about that too. Moose's ability might be related to the concept of family. So, it can protect those he considers family?" Yes, I guess so. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Caven stared blankly at the villagers, who were taking a break from arguing and drinking water, muttering, how should I put it? It feels cruel yet gentle. Right, you and I think the same thing. Do you know what kind of demon he is? No. But I always felt it was some kind of very small animal. Caven heard very small animal, and then recalled Moose hiding behind the fence. A rat? Lin Ming was puzzled. Why a rat? If you could see it, you probably think so too, since it looks so much like one. Does it have round ears? No, not really. Does it have big front teeth? No, not really either. Then why does it look like a rat? Well, the vibe. If it really is a rat, then the concept of a family makes perfect sense. Ah, they stopped arguing. Thank goodness. They all seem to be watching us. And then? It seems someone wants you to come over. Huh? Are you sure they want me to come over? Yes, definitely. Several people in the village were waving at Lin Ming and Caven. But Caven didn't want to go. She decided to let Lin Ming go by himself. Lin Ming returned to the fence outside the village gate, puzzled. He heard Moose's voice say to him, come in, the door's this way. Lin Ming couldn't see anything, but he could sense the heavy atmosphere among the crowd. There were many people around him, but no one spoke. After a while, the woman's voice rang out again. Grab this. Lin Ming was about to ask what to grab, when a wooden stick was shoved into his hand. Then the person in front of him took the stick and led Lin Ming into the village. Lin Ming didn't actually need the stick to walk, but since it was a kind gesture, he couldn't refuse. After walking for a while, he was led into a house. The house was cool and smelled wonderfully delicious food. The woman led Lin Ming into the house inside. Her voice was very pleasant, giving off a, well, intellectual older sister vibe. Mouse, let him sit down. Mouse moved a stool over. To let Lin Ming know where it was, he first pressed the stool's surface against Lin Ming's bottom to show him its size, then placed the stool on the ground and patted it. So thoughtful for such a young age. Lin Ming sat down and cautiously asked, you are? I am the matriarch of this village. You can think of me as the village chief. I am also Mouse's nominal mother. Hearing this, Lin Ming wanted to quickly explain his purpose. We mean no harm. I know. The matriarch interrupted Lin Ming, saying directly, whether you have malicious intentions or not, Mouse knows better than you do. I let you in because I trust you, and secondly, we want to know what's happening outside. Listening to the matriarch's words, Lin Ming felt her voice getting closer and closer, until he could even feel her breath. Is there war going on outside? Is this some kind of military stronghold? Will this place be forcibly taken? Tell me, this is very important to us. Moose, stop chewing on the guest's clothes. Lin Ming then realized why he felt his clothes being tugged repeatedly. Oh, Moose replied, but still looked at Lin Ming with great confusion. His round eyes were filled with immense doubt. This guy, why does he smell like mushrooms all over? Chapter 350. Lin Ming couldn't see the mistress's face, but from her voice and tone, he could sense her aggressive nature. He sat on the stool and thought for a moment, realizing that his purpose in coming here was quite simple, to uncover the truth about Gu Village and, incidentally, to defend this strategic location as much as possible. Therefore, reaching some kind of strategic cooperation with Gu Village seemed to be the best option. Gu Village's current location is indeed a strategic stronghold. The mistress clicked her tongue in displeasure upon hearing this. I was hoping to find some peace and quiet, but I can't escape it after all. Come on, tell me, what kind of strategic stronghold is it? Lin Ming listened to the mistress's voice. She seemed to be pacing around the room, followed by the clinking of porcelain, and then the sound of water. Lin Ming initially thought she was pouring a glass of water, but upon smelling it, he realized she was pouring wine. If there were a map. A map? Can you even read a map? I really can't. It's alright, just tell me, I know the terrain around here very well. Hearing her say that, Lin Ming began explaining the current situation of Gu Village based on the map in his mind. The surrounding forces are complex, and occupying Gu Village would mean securing a vital transportation route. Moreover, the terrain here is very convenient for both offense and defense. I see. Judging from her voice, the mistress seemed a little tipsy. So you came this time, hiccup, to make us move away? No, not at all. Oh. Then, hiccup. What do you mean? Actually, I came this time just to find out why the garrison soldiers have contracted this strange disease. A strange illness? Oh, you mean Moose? Just as Lin Ming was talking with his mistress, a man's voice sounded at the door. Mistress, another troop, 20 cavalry, about 60 infantry. Not many. But they don't seem to be coming for us. Oh. Then who are they coming for? This? The man's voice hesitated. Seeing his stammering, Lin Ming knew what was going on and pursed his lips. Sorry, they might be coming for me. Oh ho, a busy man. Why don't you go ahead and do your work? We can talk later? Can that pretty young girl outside handle it? Pretty young girl. I think she'd be fine, but I still go out for a bit. Oh okay, I'm a little sleepy. I take a nap, wake me up when you come back. A few seconds after the mistress finished speaking, Lin Ming heard soft snoring. What enviable quality sleep. Lin Ming was led out of the house, and back to the village entrance. Lin Ming used his mycelium to sense Caven's location, and called out in that direction. Caven! Oh, I'm here. Is it alright? No problem, don't worry. How long will it take? 3 or 4 minutes, just wait for me. The villagers listening to their conversation were stunned. 3 or 4 minutes, about 100 people. Oh, and 20 horses. They simply couldn't believe that a seemingly pretty young girl could accomplish this. But in an instant, Caven began her performance. A blood-red scythe flashed, and nearly 100 people opposite her were cut down and scattered in all directions. But for some reason, the soldiers who were driven back were remarkably disciplined and didn't run towards Gu village. Seeing that the force had been easily routed, Caven didn't pursue them further and returned to his original spot, sitting on the ground as if nothing had happened. The villagers were dumbfounded. The man who had brought Lin Ming out looked at Caven, then at Lin Ming, his tone suddenly becoming formal. Young man, who are you? This? A mercenary from the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then gave his real name. The man laughed heartily. Haha, never heard of you. If Lin Ming could roll his eyes, he would have rolled them to the heavens. But out of politeness, he could only try to make amends. Yes, we're just nobodies. Seeing the crisis had been resolved, the man didn't immediately take Lin Ming back to see his mistress. Instead, he turned to Mao Si and said, Mao Mao, go see if your mother's awake. If not, cover her with a blanket. Okay. Mao Mao. That nickname is rather cute. The man deliberately sent Mao Si away, his tone changing. You probably noticed, we're not some native villagers. Lin Ming hadn't expected him to be so direct. Yes, I noticed. I noticed it when I was talking to your mistress about the surrounding situation. I used a lot of military map terminology, and she understood it all. And when you were reporting, you used military reporting language too. Lin Ming asked curiously, where were you in the army before? Haha, the country doesn't exist anymore. Mentioning the army is meaningless. Just deserters. I see. Lin Ming guessed the origin of this village. They were probably a unit that fled after the country's defeat. Because the country had been destroyed, they had neither a reason to continue fighting nor a homeland to return to. So they simply laid down their arms and began a life in the mountains. So how did you meet Mao's? Him? We did find that kid. He was in a mud pit, almost trampled to death by a horse. Lin Ming hesitated for a long time before finally asking his question. You intend to protect Mao's like this forever? Of course not. As long as he can control his abilities a little, we let him do what he wants. What if Mao's wants to continue living with you? The man was silent for a moment after hearing this. He seemed to have never considered such a question. Probably not. Don't kids like to leave home when they grow up? Puberty and all that. I think he's still a long way from puberty. It's alright, kids grow up in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming sighed, still expressing his concerns. This place will become a battlefield. Here? Yes, not just this village, but this entire Horn Valley, from the river in the east to the main trade route in the west, could all become battlefields. You're one of the warring parties, right? Yes. So your visit isn't really about persuasion, but simply a warning? Lin Ming wanted to argue, but after thinking about it, he realized there was some truth to it. Whether Gu village and must evacuate or not, the assassins will have to guard the trade route. If other forces interfere, a direct confrontation is inevitable. The two sides might choose to fight Moose head-on or try to eliminate the village altogether. While Moose's abilities were formidable, they weren't invincible. His abilities clearly had range limitations, so long-range bombardment would perfectly resolve this troublesome village. His visit was indeed to warn the village to avoid the risks of war. War, huh? Isn't that good? Just as they were talking, the mistress's voice sounded from behind. The man beside him quickly responded, you're awake. Yes, I'm awake. I was sleeping quite well, but this little brat kept patting my face asking if I was asleep. Lin Ming couldn't see what the mistress was doing. He only heard a series of cracking sounds as she loosened her joints, so he guessed she was stretching. To be honest, I didn't expect such a peaceful place to become a battlefield, but speaking of war, aren't we quite familiar with it? But, no buts. When disaster strikes, there's no escaping it. Besides, we have to think about Moose. Constantly running around isn't a solution. The mistress pointed at Lin Ming. Look, isn't there someone who can emerge unscathed from Moose's presence? So you mean, tired of farming, wanting to fight. What about Moose? I've been thinking about this lately. I'm planning to train Moose's courage. You mean train his courage? Yes, he's a grown man. How can he be so timid and hesitant? But how do you train his courage? The more you fear something, the more directly you have to face it. You get used to it. Fears? Lin Ming suddenly thought of a certain guy who was always sleeping on the watchtower. Thinking of this, Lin Ming asked curiously, Ma. He's the rat demon god, right? Yes. To tell you the truth, we have a cat. Oh, I think that's great. Mau Mau you. Hey, don't run away. The mistress found it quite interesting to hear that the assassin would have a cat demon god. She was about to ask Ma if he wanted to see what the cat demon god looked like when she saw Ma's legs move incredibly fast, and he disappeared in a flash. This is troublesome. The mistress scratched her head, watching Ma's disappearing figure. We want him to be able to live a normal life someday, but we haven't found a good way. You saw it too, right? He's still very happy to see you, the outsider. The mistress fell silent after saying this. They were originally defeated soldiers, who were prepared to die for their country. The reason they survived until now is precisely because they met Ma. When they found Moose, the child was tiny, his mouth full of mud and water. It took them a great deal of effort to bring him back to life. After officially adopting Moose, they discovered that anyone who dared to attack them would be turned into a bloody, mangled scarecrow. Later, they realized that this was actually Moose's ability. What they had found was a dangerous demonic being. But to them, who were used to bloodshed, Moose was just a timid little child. This little child would clumsily circle around them every day, crying when in pain, fussing when hungry, and clinging to their legs when bored. Over the years, they had long since come to regard Moose as their own child. That's precisely why they so desperately wanted this child to be able to live independently. After all, they couldn't care for Moose forever. Their true wish was for Moose to live well after their deaths. The matriarch looked at Lin Ming. Regarding the war, I have an idea. Please speak. You can use this village as part of your fighting force. Huh? As you can see, we're not just some indigenous people who only know how to farm. We have our own fighting capabilities plus Moose. You mean we stay here? Yes, we don't plan to run away, and neither does Moose. Your negotiations this time were a failure, weren't they? We won't leave. If you and the surrounding forces are going to start a war, remember to have your people avoid this place. But what about the others? If others attack this place, don't worry, we find a way to deal with it. The matriarch spoke very firmly, so Lin Ming didn't say anything more. Seeing that the matter was settled, Lin Ming could only leave. Before leaving, he asked a question about Moose's abilities. What's the approximate range of Moose's abilities? He'd die within 200 meters, and be injured within 400 meters. The mistress answered, then stood in the village, watching Lin Ming leave. The man beside her, watching Lin Ming's departing figure, asked doubtfully, Mistress, is this all right? Of course not. Then why? I think Moose needs to test his abilities. But in that case, I know many people will die, but killing a menacing enemy is better than killing innocent people, isn't it? The man fell silent. Because the mistress was right. For Moz to control his abilities, a crucial prerequisite was to use them as much as possible, gradually achieving mastery. However, their past actions had all aimed to prevent Moz from unleashing his abilities. The mistress watched Moz leave in the distance and sighed. I know this is cruel, but if Moz wants to kill fewer people in the future, he has to kill more now, and this opportunity is limited. The mistress shook her head. She didn't know if her decision was right or wrong. This is probably a tribulation Moz is destined to face. He has to crawl out of a pile of corpses before he can possibly control himself. After speaking with the mistress, Lin Ming returned to cave inside. Finished talking? Finished talking. How did the talk go? It was a failure. They don't plan to leave. They intend to stay here and protect themselves. Protect themselves? Yes, basically, it's a fight between whoever attacks. But they told me the rat demon's range of power. Our people will be safe as long as they avoid that range. Well, at least it wasn't a wasted trip. Shall we go back now? No, there's still a little incident to deal with. A little incident? That cavalry unit from earlier. Oh, I almost forgot. Judging by their equipment, they weren't from the same faction as those who turned into scarecrows. They were probably specifically targeting the two of us. I think so too. And their garrison shouldn't be far away. It's possible someone is monitoring this place from a distance. So what do you plan to do? Lin Ming thought for a moment and said to Caven, since we already been discovered, let's just go and take out their garrison. That way, they won't get the illusion that I'm weak now. Chapter 351. Lin Ming and Caven took down the enemy's stronghold in less than 5 minutes. Neither of them intended to go on a killing spree. Caven only struck a couple of times, while Lin Ming used illusion magic, causing the garrison to either become dizzy or flee. After the garrison had all fled, the two looked at the empty space, feeling somewhat bored. Just as they were idly strolling through the woods, Lin Ming suddenly sensed an extremely strong presence slowly approaching them from the trees. Perhaps because he was blind, he had recently felt that his other senses were becoming increasingly acute. Caven. There's someone in that direction. I know, I can sense it. Caven listened to the footsteps in the woods, sweat slowly beating on his forehead. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. The enemy was in the shadows, while he was in the open, and he could tell just from their aura that this person was terrifyingly strong. Lin Ming tilted his head and listened to the sounds for a while, then heard Caven beside him exclaim, "Huh? What's wrong? Looks familiar. Is it someone you know?" Before Caven could reply, a familiar voice rang out from the other end. Young people these days, so rude, running around like they seen a ghost. Caven looked at the person in front of him. Judging by the face, he definitely recognized him. This person wasn't particularly tall, but his build was visibly muscular. For some reason, his back was slightly hunched, and he had short, black hair that looked like it had been hastily trimmed to avoid getting in the way. His beard was messy, and he wore casual, coarse cloth clothes. At first glance, he looked like a lost caravan porter. But Caven recognized him immediately. This was the Qi sect expert he and Lin Ming had met briefly in Qinglin town. Known as the Martial Saint, his name was Karen. Karen used to always carry a large bundle of weapons, which he claimed were the weapons of his former subordinates. After his men fell in battle, he traveled far and wide to return these weapons to their hometowns. Now it seemed Karen's mission was complete. He carried no weapons, only a straight-looking staff at his waist. "Caw, Karen!" Karen brushed the fallen leaves off his clothes, looking at Caven curiously. "Little girl, do you know me?" "I do know you. But I don't remember you." Lin Ming was also surprised to hear Caven call her Karen, asking, "Karen? Is that Karen?" Karen was even more bewildered. He stared at the two figures before him, a delicate young girl and the cutest person in the world, for a long time, but still couldn't recognize them. Although Karen was a martial saint, he genuinely couldn't recognize a vampire who had changed gender, and a mushroom-like figure with different hair color and a blindfold. Lin Ming quickly explained, "It's me, Lin Ming." "That sounds familiar. Qinglin Town, remember?" "Oh, even more familiar. The wolf demon god and the raven." "That seems to be true. I gave her a few iron shield cakes." "Ah, it's you." Back in Qinglin Town, Lin Ming had given Karen, the martial saint, a few iron shield cakes, a specialty of the Assassin's Guild, hard, fragrant, and delicious treat that could last a whole day. Unexpectedly, the image of this pancake in this martial saint's mind was far more vivid than his impression of the two of them. Listening to Karen's voice, Lin Ming felt that the martial saint's mindset was much more relaxed than before. Karen used to give the impression of a deep-seated, enlightened master. Now, he seemed more like a carefree wandering immortal. Karen looked at Lin Ming and asked curiously, "Are you blind?" "Ah. I guess I'm injured." "Ha ha ha. It's alright, it's alright. If you like, I know a blind swordsman who can teach you a few moves, at least enough for self-defense," Karen said, patting Lin Ming's shoulder repeatedly, making Lin Ming feel like he was being slapped into the ground. "My eyes should recover, it just needs some time." "Oh, that's good. Being able to see is very convenient." He then turned to look at Caven. Then looked at Lin Ming. Then looked at Caven again. "Youth is truly wonderful, ha ha ha." Lin Ming wanted to explain, but Karen wasn't the type to listen to reason. Where are you headed this time? This area hasn't been very peaceful lately. We can escort you for a while." "Huh? Escort me?" "Yes. We can keep you company and chat to relieve your boredom." Karen's strength was certainly not something she needed their escort for. Lin Ming still vividly remembered that earth-shattering sword strike in Qinglin Town. To be honest, even now, having encountered so many experts, he had never seen such a powerful sword strike. Since we've seen you two, it means the assassins are nearby, right? Yes, no. Yes or no? They're not far, but not a couple. Ah. Karen shook her head in annoyance. What a pity. Are you going to the Assassin's Guild? I didn't originally intend to, but since I met you all, I follow fate and go take a look. Is your vice president still there? Yes. Well, I finished dealing with my own affairs, and I should go see my junior sister. Oh right, Karen once mentioned that he and the vice president were from the same sect. After the three of them discussed it, they walked together towards the Assassin's Guild. Along the way, Karen and Lin Ming chatted the whole time. Kid, are you still so indecisive? I think I improved. Oh, the aura around you is more complex than before. You must have encountered quite a few things. That's true, and many of them are quite perplexing. Tell me about it. Lin Ming felt that Karen was like a very approachable elder. Being with her made him feel at ease, so he briefly told Karen about his experiences in Dongcheng and Cat Alia. As they talked, Lin Ming brought up Moose. Karen didn't pay much attention to Moose, but when Lin Ming mentioned that the village seemed to be the site of a defeated army from a fallen nation, Karen's expression suddenly turned serious. Lin Ming suddenly realized that he might have said too much. Karen noticed Lin Ming's unease, and quickly said, It's alright. I'm just a free man now. I don't have any deep-seated hatred or any particular allegiance. I was just thinking about some of my experiences. You don't need to worry about it. After comforting Lin Ming, Karen thoughtfully began to speak of Moose's situation. Demon gods. I encountered cases like this, where the demons awaken and struggle to control their abilities. Karen recalled a battle she experienced when she was a teenager, just starting out. In that battle, their target wasn't humans, but an out-of-control demon god. These uncontrollable demon gods were called calamities at the time. Later, they were simply called calamities. Calamity? Lin Ming had initially thought that cases like Moose's, where the demons couldn't control their abilities, were extremely rare, but Karen's explanation suggested otherwise. Yes, this anomaly in demon gods is partly due to natural causes. You can think of it as a coincidence. A demon god is born a freak. Some parts of them haven't fully developed before awakening prematurely, resulting in that state. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Considering the Elder Council's mastery of the technology to awaken demon gods, this kind of catastrophe could very well occur on a large scale. But if it doesn't fully develop, won't it just die? That depends on the situation. Some demon gods, due to confusion of self-awareness, cannot restrain their souls and simply dissipate. Others, however, will awaken completely, but without consciousness, only knowing how to attack aimlessly. It sounds like Moose is neither of those. Yes, the Moose you mentioned. Although it sounds harsh, he sounds more like a born killer. Lin Ming found it troublesome to navigate through the forest without seeing anything, so he had Caven lead them to the main road. This road was the vital trade route they needed to protect, connecting the outer city with the surrounding countries. Upon arriving at this main road, Karen couldn't help but exclaim, It's so lively. The outer city is much more lively than this. If you don't have anything urgent to attend to, you can stay a few more days. Okay. Karen chatted and laughed with Lin Ming along the way, but his eyes unconsciously kept glancing towards Gu Village. He actually knew about Gu Village. Moreover, he had come specifically for Gu Village. However, he had no grudge against Gu Village. On the contrary, the matriarch of Gu Village was actually an old friend of his. Since Karen and his 50 personal guards were wiped out, leaving only one general alive, he had been heartbroken. He had taken his men's weapons and returned all the weapons that had helped him achieve victory to their hometowns, personally delivering the tragic news to the families of his subordinates. Now that all the weapons had been returned, he remembered his former friends. The matriarch of Tanamura was one of Karen's former friends. This matriarch, once jokingly called the drunken she-wolf, was named Ryoyama Kanya. Raya and Shan were her people's designations for meritorious service, added later. Therefore, the matriarch's real name was simply Kana. She met Karen during a joint operation, but after a coup in Karen's country, Karen was expelled, and they lost contact. Years later, when Karen tried to find this fierce woman, who was easily intoxicated, she discovered that even the country Karen had served had perished. Karen assumed she had died for her country. He even erected a monument for this deceased friend, and wrote some sentimental words. But not long after, he heard rumors of another army of fallen kingdoms, supposedly led by a female general. Karen thought this must be Kanya's army, so he inquired and searched along the way, eventually finding his way to Horn Valley. He originally planned to go directly to meet Kanya, but he discovered that the area was far from peaceful. Danger lurked everywhere. A group of people seemed to be eyeing the unassuming little village covetously. Just then, he encountered Lin Ming. Karen felt that he and Kanya hadn't seen each other for a long time, and his sudden appearance might disturb their peace. Since the assassins were nearby, he thought it best to go to the assassins' headquarters first to learn about the situation in the area, then groom himself before meeting Kanya. Lin Ming was now suffering from being blind. Otherwise, given Lin Ming's keen observation skills, he could have easily guessed most of what was going on from Karen's constant turning back. Karen didn't tell Lin Ming that she had come specifically for Gu Village. Her past experience in the martial world told her that the Assassin's Guild was clearly involved in this conflict. If the Assassin's Guild and Kanya's village were in some kind of hostile relationship, she might end up pleasing neither side. Thinking of this, Karen gave a wry smile. She was getting old. She was starting to act cautiously. Lin Ming brought Karen back to the Assassin's Guild, where Karen finally met her senior brother and sister, the vice guild leader. Senior brother? Junior sister? Why are you limping? How come you're still alive? After a brief, intimate greeting, the vice president decided to postpone the reminiscing and prioritize dealing with the intelligence Lin Ming and his team had brought back. Since it was war-related intelligence, Karen was taken by Qingruo to eat some milk pudding. She would be entertained after their discussion. Lin Ming recounted the situation in Gu Village in detail, and conveyed the matriarch's final decision. Not withdrawing? That's not necessarily a bad thing for us. To put it bluntly, we can even use that village as a natural defensive line. Lin Ming talked about the war with the vice president for a while, then turned the topic back to Karen. Lin Ming cautiously asked, Vice President. Go ahead. You and Karen. There won't be anything. Do you want to be burned at the stake? I'm sorry. The vice president sighed. Karen and I were only fellow disciples for 2 years before we went our separate ways. That person, although incredibly powerful, was actually as simple-minded as a blank sheet of paper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Speaking of which, Karen's 50-man group. Yin Feng investigated that later. It was actually an internal rebellion. Karen's 50-man group became victims of political intrigue. Karen survived not because they had a change of heart, but because they simply couldn't kill her. Just as the two were discussing Karen's past, Karen, who was eating milk pudding in the outer city, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Karen, munching on her milk pudding, suddenly asked Qingruo beside her, you said. It's been so long since we last met. What kind of gift should I bring? Is she a woman? Yes. There are many tailors in the outer city, and the clothes are all very nice. I don't think she liked clothes. Could she be a martial artist? Yes, she used to be a general. Then how about a weapon? Wouldn't that be too cliché? Martial artists wouldn't like weapons, would they? Qingruo smiled and said to Karen, if it's been a long time since we last met, then what kind of gift you choose isn't really important. What do you mean? If she wants to see you, she'd be happy when you arrive. If she doesn't want to see you, she probably won't accept anything you give her. That makes sense. Big black ears. Big black ears. Qingruo's ears twitched. He was surprised to have a new nickname. Chapter 352. The next day. Just as Karen was happily enjoying her sightseeing tour of the outer city, and Lin Ming thought life had returned to normal, news of the battle suddenly arrived from the front lines. The main force of the opposing neighboring country had begun its operation. Their objective was very clear. The very same commercial route they had previously discussed. Blocking this road would essentially cripple the Assassin's Guild. However, to establish a military presence on this route, Tanamura was a crucial factor that could not be ignored. The vice president rubbed his temples. Tanamura said they hold the line, but we can't really rely on them as our main fighting force. Besides, the enemy is sending their main force, and that general. I know him. Lin Ming asked curiously, so you know their capabilities too? Indeed, the force that sent troops this time is the Kingdom of Bei, pronounced Xiu. The Kingdom of Bei has a lineage of incredibly powerful assassins. To be honest, although we're called the Assassin's Guild, if you're talking about the strongest assassins within 100 miles, it's not us, it's them. Is that general also an assassin? Yes, the general's name is Bei Zhao. I fought him. The vice president's face was full of disgust when he mentioned Bei Zhao's name. He practically had disdain written all over his face. I won't be going to the front lines this time, but if you catch that thing, give him a good beating. Oh ho! Lin Ming thought, this guy has a grudge. Seeing the vice president so gritting his teeth, he suddenly became very curious about who this Bei Zhao was. The vice president calmed himself down and began assigning tasks. Lin Ming, you don't need to go this time. Huh? The opponent is skilled in stealth, adept at movement, and has a bunch of strange moves. It'd be difficult to deal with them if you can't see them. I don't need to take action myself. I have Kaven take me. Kaven can't go either. Huh? Yesterday you went to Gu Village and encountered an ambush, right? Yes. Although we couldn't identify which faction it was, it's enough to show that your presence is being closely monitored, and I don't think Beijiao needs the two of you. Then who should we send this time? Who should we send? The vice president originally wanted to send Mei Yi, who was skilled in defense, but before she could speak, she heard a voice from the side. I go. The vice president looked in confusion at the source of the voice. It was Karen. You're not a member of the Assassin's Guild. What are you going there for? I originally wanted to go to Tanamura to see someone, and now that they're trying to take over, it's understandable that I go and intervene. Karen was mainly worried about Kanya. If someone else went, Tanamura might be caught in the crossfire. I'm naturally happy you can go, but I can't let you go alone to fight the enemy. Let that young couple come with me. The young couple? Karen pointed to Lin Ming and Kaven. The vice president looked at Lin Ming suspiciously. You two have gone public? Lin Ming quickly waved his hand. That's just Karen's weird imagination, don't worry about it. The vice president put his hands on his hips and looked at Karen. So you didn't hear what I just said? Those two had better stay put. The vice president, at this point, suddenly realized he overlooked a crucial point. Lin Ming seemed to absolutely have to go. Because of the presence of Moose there. Of all the intelligence available, only Lin Ming could safely approach Gu Village. And Lin Ming's vision was currently impaired, making him completely tied to Kaven. The vice president rubbed his temples again. Finally, it was decided that the main force would be Karen, Lin Ming, and Kaven. Karen, upon hearing that she could go to Gu Village, informed the others beforehand. I've been practicing martial arts recently, so I don't kill. The vice president looked speechless. You don't kill? Big Elbow, you've been bragging about that a lot. I said I don't kill. If you don't kill, how will you fight? By chanting scriptures to influence them? That's simple, just cripple them, not kill them, right? What kind of training are you practicing? Despite the numerous setbacks, 3 main forces were finally decided upon. The vice president looked at Karen, Lin Ming, and Kaven. If the 3 of you stood together, I believe you if you said you were going to conquer the world. Karen quickly waved her hand. I don't kill. Lin Ming also quickly waved his hand. I can't see. Kaven also waved to the vice president. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. The vice president originally wanted them to bring some mercenaries, but after discussing it, the 3 decided that those with superior skills and daring wouldn't bring any. Karen simply changed her clothes and trimmed her hair. Clothes make the man, and Karen suddenly looked like a commander. It's just that her back was still a bit hunched. Perhaps it was because she used to always carry a large bundle of weapons around, and had gotten used to hunching over. Lin Ming transformed into a white arm guard, attaching itself to Kaven's right arm. Kaven looked at Karen and asked curiously, aren't you carrying a weapon? No need. The Chi sect doesn't require personal weapons. If I used a weapon now, the power would be too great to control, easily harming our own side. Kaven then curiously pointed to the staff at Karen's waist. Then what's this? A wooden stick. Look how straight it is. Following the instructions from the front lines, the 3 of them arrived at the trade route near Gu Village. Because they sensed impending battle, passing caravans had temporarily stopped at nearby safe post stations, leaving the entire road deserted. Karen stopped here and looked around. From here on, there's enemy. Karen started to speak, then suddenly raised her hand and grabbed at something in front of her, then slowly opened her hand, looking at the object that had suddenly flown towards her. It was a steel needle. The needle was pitch black, clearly poisoned. A blowgun, that's a rare thing. Karen looked towards Tanamura's direction, and noticed that the previously clear air in front of her was slowly fogging up. Karen frowned, muttering, the less skilled a player, the more they love these fancy tricks. Kaven crouched down. Kaven didn't know what he was going to do, but obediently crouched down. Karen stretched out his right hand, grabbing at the air, and a glowing sword, seemingly as clear as topaz, appeared in his hand. Karen gripped the sword, swung it horizontally in front of him, and then, using the momentum, spun around, the blade drawing a near-perfect circle around him. Ring slash with this swing of the sword, Kaven felt a sudden gust of wind rise, spreading outwards from them with a whoosh. As the wind spread, the wisps of mist that hadn't yet condensed were also blown away without a trace. Kaven crouched on the ground, cautiously asking, "Can I stand up now?" Yes, get up. Karen's sword strike simultaneously attracted the attention of two people. One was Bei Zhao, the Bei Kingdom general, who was lurking in the shadows. The other was Kanya, the matriarch of the Tanamura clan, who was choosing a suitable weapon. Kanya knew an army was approaching them, and she knew they might attack, but she wasn't panicked at all. In fact, she was somewhat pleased. It had been many years since she had fought, so this was a good way to stretch her muscles. But the aura of that sword strike seemed to instantly transport her back to more than a decade ago. Back then, there was a young, powerful warrior, exceptionally talented and dashing, whose sword aura was just like this. Kanya initially thought she was mistaken. No one around her had noticed the sword strike from hundreds of meters away. They only felt a strange wind. But Kanya suddenly dropped her weapon, ran to the edge of the village, and looked in that direction. In the distance, there seemed to be someone. However, she couldn't make out who it was. Just as Kanya was wondering if the person was someone she knew from the past, a massive sword appeared out of thin air on the distant road. The sword was so enormous that from a distance, it looked like a building gleaming with golden light. Then the sword swung down violently, creating a gust of wind within a radius of several hundred meters. Kanya stared at the towering Chisek sword, her expression shifting from joy to emotion, then to confusion, and finally to rage. You come all this way, and instead of seeing me first, you went to fight. What do you mean by that? Kanya, draped only in a robe-like garment, was furious. She turned and picked up a spear from the pile of weapons, kicked the fence in front of her, and stormed towards Karen. A group of villagers behind her tried to dissuade her. He probably has his reasons. I won't listen. At least wear some underwear. No need. Hair. Unnecessary. The other villagers knew that Karen was likely fighting the enemy in the distance, and letting Kanya go would only cause trouble, so they all tried their best to hold back their enraged mistress. In the village, Moose, curious, asked a nearby villager, what happened to Mom? Who was that person? The villager pondered for a long time before replying, that's your mother's ill-fated relationship. Meanwhile, Karen had already engaged Bei Zhao in battle. Bei Zhao was very strong. That was undeniable. Karen's massive Chisek sword strike was meant to tell Bei Zhao that he shouldn't use petty tricks. He wasn't the kind of person who could be fooled by cleverness. Sure enough, after that sword strike, Bei Zhao immediately appeared. Bei Zhao wore a huge cloak that almost completely covered his body except for his head. Bei Zhao wore a black mask, revealing upturned eyes, gray eyebrows, and hair. Judging from his features, Bei Zhao seemed quite young. Upon seeing Karen and Calvin, Bei Zhao's first words left Karen bewildered. You two, are you a couple? Karen and Calvin exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Oh, that's good, that's good. Remember, love is a trap. What did you say? Love is a trap. Before Karen and Calvin could say anything, his men swarmed around him, covering his mouth. Their boss had been plagued by unrequited love for over a decade, and it had haunted him ever since. Whenever he saw a man and a woman, he would start muttering his melancholic life lessons. Boss, stop talking, it's embarrassing. You don't understand. You don't understand. Women are venomous snakes. Love is a trap. The subordinates quickly gave Karen meaningful glances, signaling him to attack immediately, lest this man show his face again. Karen scratched his head and symbolically unleashed a burst of sword energy. Seeing Karen make her move, Bei Zhao's men knew their boss would finally shut up. Bei Zhao was quite reliable when on the battlefield, as long as the enemy didn't flaunt their relationship in front of him. Bei Zhao watched Karen's sword strike and pulled his weapon from his cloak. It was a saw. The saw's appearance wasn't much different from an ordinary sword, but what was different was that where the blade should have been, there was a row of sharp serrations. While Karen was initially wondering what was so special about the saw, Bei Zhao demonstrated it to him. Bei Zhao began his three-hit combo. Concealment, his figure vanished instantly, and while Karen was still searching for his location, Bei Zhao was already behind him. Karen also realized that Bei Zhao's target wasn't her, but Caven behind him. Seeing Bei Zhao suddenly appear before him, Caven raised a blood-red thorn and thrust it towards Bei Zhao's chest. However, Bei Zhao used his cloak to deflect Caven's thorn, then raised his saw and swung it towards Caven's left. At this moment, Karen had already flashed to his side and swung her sword. If Bei Zhao continued to swing his saw, he would have to take the brunt of Karen's powerful blow. Bei Zhao's final choice surprised both Caven and Karen. He lightly touched Caven's left forearm with his saw. Fixed line after just a touch, he instantly dodged, creating distance between them. Watching Bei Zhao retreat to a distance, Caven and Karen were puzzled, but the next second, things took a turn for the worse. Bei Zhao stood still, gripping the saw between his left index and middle fingers. Then, with remarkable smoothness, he pulled the saw from between his fingers. Puppet saw fixed wire cut as Bei Zhao withdrew the saw blade. Caven, quite a distance away, heard a terrifying tearing sound coming from his left forearm. Caven raised his left hand, frowning. His left hand had been neatly severed at the forearm. It seems the vice president was right. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Caven calmly picked up his left hand from the ground and put it back. Karen watched as Calvin took over, clicking her tongue in amazement. This is so convenient. Lin Ming, perched on Calvin's shoulder, asked, "Are you alright? I should be able to try using the mycelium." Calvin and Karen, hearing Lin Ming's words, quickly replied in unison, "No need." Huh? Really not? This is the first time we've seen this thing. That's right. It's very interesting. Let's play with it a bit more. Chapter 353. Caven felt that Bei Zhao's ability was probably similar to Seuss's. Seuss's ability was to apply a locator to the opponent, allowing the cards to automatically seek out the enemy. Bei Zhao's ability was also to apply a location point, then use his saw to cut and attack at that point regardless of distance. Karen's countermeasure against this troublesome ability was to prevent the opponent from getting close, using brute force and wide-range attacks to subdue the enemy. Caven's strategy was to find a way to interrupt Bei Zhao's strange sawing motion after he applied the mark. Although their ideas differed slightly, the tactics they ultimately came up with were similar. Defense was out of the question. They had to attack first. Just as the two were about to charge in, Bei Zhao's subordinates began to move. When Bei Zhao's subordinates joined the battle, Caven and Karen realized the terrifying nature of this squad. All of Bei Zhao's subordinates possessed some level of Bei Zhao's ability. While not quite enough to sever an arm with a single touch, any contact with Bei Zhao's men would result in cuts, piercings, or blunt force trauma. On Caven and Karen's side, the powerful, heavy attacks were easily dodged by their opponents' agile movements, but conversely, a single touch would be followed by an unavoidable, guaranteed hit. In a typical battle between two armies, such a squad would undoubtedly be a major headache for the opposing side. Unfortunately, their opponents consisted of an unkillable demon god and a martial saint. Bei Zhao had noticed something was wrong long ago. He had attacked Karen several times, but when his saw cut into Karen's body, it always felt like sawing through a piece of iron. He knew about protective chi armor, of course. But in his past battles, those people's chi armor couldn't withstand a single saw strike. However, he kept sawing at Karen's chi armor until his saw teeth were almost worn down, and he still couldn't cut through it. Moreover, Karen's method of dealing with his subordinates was extremely ruthless. Every time someone tried to approach Karen to attach a mark, Karen would first make a feint, then suddenly turn around, grab the attacker, and slap them hard across the face. Karen didn't kill people now. Thus, the sound of slaps echoed incessantly along the entire avenue. Caven only fought for a short while at the beginning, then realized that he wasn't really needed, so he retreated to the side to chat with Lin Ming. Lin Ming heard the sound of Karen slapping her, and was puzzled. "What's that? What was that sound?" "Guess. Someone cracking a whip." "No. Someone clapping?" "Clapping shouldn't be that loud." "Of course it's not clapping." Lin Ming's mind raced with guesses, going through almost every possibility except for the unspeakable one of public humiliation, but he couldn't figure it out. Bei Zhao's men, after attacking for a while, retreated behind him. "Why did you stop?" "Boss, my head's buzzing. One last all-out attack. If we can't take her down, we think of something else." "Okay." Bei Zhao's men lined up and charged towards Karen. Seeing that the simple large shield wasn't intimidating enough, Karen decided to give them a deluxe upgrade. He slowly exhaled, then slightly concentrated his inner energy to enhance his strength and speed. Just as the assassins opposite him were about to close in, he suddenly flashed forward, instantly appearing beside the foremost assassin. Then he delivered a powerful slap to the assassin's face. Compared to this slap, the previous blows were like gentle caresses. The assassin was sent flying several meters through the air before landing with a thud. The other assassins, seeing this, immediately turned and ran back to Bei Zhao's side. They couldn't beat him. They really couldn't beat him. Bei Zhao rolled his eyes at his subordinates. "Got it. You guys step back a bit and make sure you're safe. I handle this." "Boss, those slaps hurt." "Be careful." "Shut up, you bunch of useless cowards." These subordinates were all Bei Zhao's personal protégés. Bei Zhao had wanted to see how much they had learned, but they were all slapped back at him. It was utterly humiliating. Bei Zhao ordered his men to retreat, then took off his large cloak. Under the cloak were several strange weapons. He first pulled out a long, thin object from his waist. It looked like a whip, but it wasn't a whip because it was so thin and extremely long, 5 or 6 meters when fully extended. The main body of the weapon resembled a thin steel wire. Because the wire was so thin, you couldn't even see anything on the handle in his hand unless you looked closely. After pulling out the long, thin whip, Bei Zhao then removed a disc from his back. He held the disc in his hand, weighed it in his hand, and then released it. The disc floated in midair. Bei Zhao nodded in satisfaction, and picked up the saw blade he had started with. Bei Zhao held the saw blade in one hand, and a steel wire in the other, with a strange disc floating beside him. This was Bei Zhao's complete form. Karen, a seasoned veteran, who had just witnessed some of Bei Zhao's abilities, turned and told Caven to retreat a distance upon seeing the disc and the steel wire. Seeing Karen emerge on her own, Bei Zhao chuckled, "A one-on-one duel, sir? These old rules don't exist anymore." Karen was surprised. "Huh? Gone? Really?" "Yes, people these days don't value martial ethics as much." Karen looked helpless, but still followed the old custom, calling out to Bei Zhao, "Who's better?" Bei Zhao smiled and replied, "Let's meet." After the greeting, Karen heard a whoosh, and Bei Zhao's hand flicked, the steel wire seeming to awaken instantly, wrapping around her. Chi armor. Chi-Sec sword. Bei Zhao had assumed Karen would try to block the wire with her sword, but he underestimated Karen's combat experience. Karen immediately gripped her sword, lowered her body, and lay prone on the ground like a crocodile, giving her no chance to entangle herself. Seeing that Karen chose to defend in the low post, Bei Zhao reached out and grabbed the disc floating in the air, then threw it towards the ground. The disc made a sharp, screeching sound as it touched the ground. Karen then realized that it wasn't a disc at all, but a rapidly spinning circular saw. The circular saw rolled straight towards Karen along the ground. Karen tried to block it with his Chi-Sec sword, but the moment the sword touched the saw, he sensed something was wrong. In their previous exchange, he had effortlessly blocked Bei Zhao's saw blade. Even when it smoked, it only managed to cut a gash in his chi armor. However, what the saw blade couldn't cut didn't mean the circular saw couldn't. Karen found his Chi-Sec sword being sawed apart at a visible speed, like a piece of wood. He summoned another Chi-Sec sword, hoping to use 2 swords to block the circular saw, but its cutting speed didn't decrease at all. Karen could only adjust his stance and retreat, but as soon as he stood up, the steel wire wrapped around him again. Knowing how to deal with this kind of soft weapon, he deployed his chi armor to protect his arm, intending to grab the end of the steel wire. Just as he was about to reach for the weapon, the tip of the steel wire whip suddenly spun in the air like a snake's head, pecking sharply at Karen's arm. Then, with a whooshing sound, the wire was retracted. Bei Zhao looked at Karen, tilting his head, and asked, "Did you guess?" Karen nodded. "I guessed." Karen looked at her arm that had just been pecked and began to condense chi armor on her forearm. Bei Zhao, however, was full of martial virtue, unhurried and calm, watching Karen's chi armor appear, condense, appear again, condense again, like condensing air into water, and water into ice. Finally, a golden armor appeared on Karen's arm. Karen prepared her strongest defense and turned to Bei Zhao, asking, "Is that enough? Want to try? Come on." Upon hearing this, Bei Zhao abruptly raised the steel wire, spun around, and then swung it down at the air in front of him. Just as the wire whistled through the air, a teeth-grinding scraping sound came from Karen's armor. When Karen was struck by the wire, she realized it wasn't wire at all. It was a wire saw. The surface of the wire was covered in barbs. Wire saws, because they are easy to carry and suitable for sawing through hard trees, are commonly used by many military units on marches. And clearly, this wire saw also possessed Bei Zhao's marking ability. Anyone who touched it would suffer the pain of being sawed through by a 5 or 6 meter long wire saw. Karen's perfectly formed gauntlet, its fragments scattering in the air from the sawing motion, resembled fireworks from afar. The sawing attack lasted for about 2 seconds. Karen looked at his gauntlet, and found that even his strongest defense had been slashed through, the deepest cuts reaching his skin, with several streams of blood trickling down his arm. Wow! Karen was amazed by Bei Zhao's attack. Of all the opponents I faced, very few have achieved this. You flatter me, the best is yet to come. Karen was now thinking. He wasn't thinking about how to fight back, but rather how to counterattack without killing the young man instantly. Although his aura armor was sawed through, Karen wanted to test the power of the wire saw. His aura armor could continuously regenerate. That is, if he kept generating new aura armor as it was sawed through, He could hold out against Bei Zhao until nightfall. Moreover, he had a new technique, newly developed, which he wanted to test. Karen concentrated his aura, surrounding himself like a golden coating, adhering to his outer skin. Cocoon. After he prepared this thin coating, Bei Zhao's next attack arrived. This time, it was the circular saw. This circular saw was Karen's biggest headache. The farther the saw teeth could be dragged, the greater the saw's power. Bei Zhao's saw was no exception. If the saw blade could be dragged 1 meter, then the wire saw was 5 or 6 meters. And that constantly rotating circular saw was infinitely long. If the circular saw's speed at which it cuts through his aura armor exceeds the speed at which he generates it, then he loses this game of offense and defense. Sure enough, Bei Zhao's next attack was the circular saw. Karen didn't dodge. Instead, she deliberately brushed against the suspended circular saw with her hand. Then, as expected, a barrage of saw teeth attacked from the point of contact. Karen had anticipated this, so she remained calm and collected, catching the circular saw with both hands, pressing down on the sides with her palms, and then dodging backward. Shedding shell. Bei Zhao couldn't believe what he was seeing. Karen, having pressed down on the circular saw, completely ignored its attacks and emerged from the golden coating as easily as removing clothing. Only her circular saw remained, locked in a stalemate with something resembling a humanoid bubble. Moreover, her circular saw seemed to be slowly enveloped by the coating, its rotation speed significantly reduced by the hand-like pressure of the coating. Karen was quite satisfied with her new technique. This was a method she had specifically developed to counter projectile weapons. Bei Zhao's circular saw was among the most difficult to deal with. Against ordinary darts, the coating could completely envelop them. And because the coating was soft, attacks such as spikes, blades, or serrations were largely ineffective. Cavan, observing Karen's fighting style from behind, suddenly understood. Oh right, actually she could have used her aura to limit the saw blade from the beginning, but she always felt her aura lacked defensive capabilities, so she didn't use it often. Karen glanced at Bei Zhao. In the current situation, Bei Zhao had clearly lost. His 3 saw blades were completely ineffective, but Karen noticed that Bei Zhao's expression didn't show the frustration or panic of defeat. He seemed to be thinking. Bei Zhao had one last move. But he raised the saw blade in his hand and looked at the teeth. The very tip of the saw seemed to be missing a few teeth. Bei Zhao hesitated for a moment, then reached out and grasped one of the teeth, about to pry it off. Karen noticed that as Bei Zhao prepared to break off the tooth, his men behind him suddenly started running away without looking back. Bei Zhao raised his hand, and with a snap, broke off a tooth as easily as breaking a lollipop, then pulled a small bottle filled with liquid from his waist. He tossed the saw blade into the small bottle, shook it, and then drank it all. Karen was completely bewildered. He had no idea what this man was up to. After drinking the liquid mixed with the saw blade, Bei Zhao stretched his neck from side to side, then opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of black smoke. The smoke was so thick it resembled a smoke bomb used to obscure vision. After setting up the smoke, Bei Zhao charged forward. Bei Zhao reached Karen and spewed a cloud of black smoke at him. Karen immediately swung his sword, using sword energy to disperse the smoke, but he noticed that the blade that came into contact with the smoke had turned black. Then Karen saw Bei Zhao raise his hand and swing the saw blade in midair, causing the Chi-Sek sword in his hand to vibrate violently. When he looked at his Chi-Sek sword again, he found it had shattered into dust. Karen immediately understood. The so-called smoke was actually a collection of dust particles. The smoke exhaled by Bei Zhao originated from the serrated edge he had just broken off. In other words, each dust particle in the smoke carried the tracking effect of the serrated edge. Moreover, each of these dust particles had an independent effect. His sword had just endured an attack from tens of millions of serrated blades. And even more terrifying was the possibility of inhaling this black smoke without careful attention. This was Bei Zhao's final and most dangerous move. Slicing blade wandering dismemberment smoke demon. Chapter 354. Looking at Bei Zhao's moves, Caven felt a sense of déjà vu. She turned to Lin Ming on her shoulder and said, "His moves are a bit like yours." In what way? Well, a cloud of smoke, you can't touch it, you can't inhale it. And if you touch it, you might get sawed to pieces. Karen looked at the smoke Bei Zhao exhaled, knowing that her opponent had already revealed his trump card, so she didn't hold back either. He clenched his fists in midair, and a huge two-handed sword appeared in his hands. Seeing this, Bei Zhao lowered his head and exhaled a cloud of black smoke towards the ground beneath his feet. The black smoke looked noticeably heavier than air, gathering around Bei Zhao's knees before rapidly spreading outwards. Karen raised her sword, about to counter with sword energy, when she suddenly heard a whooshing sound coming from the direction of Gu village. The sound initially resembled the swinging of a wooden stick. Then, the sound grew louder, beginning to sound like the howling of a gale sweeping through a valley, interspersed with the cracking of trees. Then, when Karen and Bei Zhao could see clearly, a long spear suddenly flew out of the woods. As the spear flew, trees in its path were pulverized, as if pierced by an invisible drill. Bei Zhao and Karen were both startled. Karen assumed Bei Zhao's men were coordinating with their boss, while Bei Zhao thought reinforcements had arrived. In reality, the spear was aimed at Karen. Karen, no longer caring about Bei Zhao beside her, faced the direction the spear had come from, spread her arms in her protective armor, and just as the spearhead was about to reach her, she gripped the tip with a sharp thud. Although the spearhead was gripped, the attack didn't stop. A horizontal tornado seemed to surround the spear. Caven, feeling the wind blades hurtling through the air, quickly deployed his blood shield for defense. The black smoke from the north-south region was almost instantly dispersed by the wind pressure generated by the spear. He also realized the attack was extraordinary, and had to temporarily halt his offensive, dodging backward. Karen gripped the spearhead with both hands, his entire body swept up by the immense wind force. He could hear the sound of his own energy armor constantly shattering. After a while, the wind pressure generated by the spear finally subsided. Karen looked up and saw that the wooden handle of the spear had been completely shattered, leaving only the metal spearhead in his hands. Phew! Karen let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to speak, he saw an angry woman come running down the mountain. The villagers of Gu village, after all, hadn't managed to restrain their matriarch. Kanya, dressed in a coarse cloth robe resembling a yukata, charged towards Karen, like a ferocious beast descending from the mountain. He had fought Bei Zhao for half a day without flinching, but the moment he saw Kanya, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Kanya rushed down the mountain, not even glancing at Caven beside her or Bei Zhao in the distance, heading straight for Karen. She stopped only when she was almost face to face with Karen. Karen didn't dare look down. Because Kanya's collar was too low, if he looked down, a blinding expanse of white would be visible. Long time no see, Kanya said angrily, raising her hand to slap Karen across the face. As a martial saint, Karen could defend against such attacks. Karen quickly raised his arm to block the slap, but Kanya feinted, then struck upwards with her finger, before kicking Karen's shinbone. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Karen's shinbone throbbed with pain. Seeing Kanya raise her foot again, ready to kick his shin, Karen, as a martial saint, could defend against such attacks. He bent down, reaching out to intercept Kanya's kick, but Kanya again feinted, then struck upwards with her finger, before slapping Karen across the face. Karen tried to explain, but Kanya didn't seem interested in hearing his explanation. Kicks to the shin, pokes in the armpit, stomps on the toes, spitting. Kanya's moves all looked incredibly crude, yet Karen couldn't dodge a single one. There were two reasons why Karen couldn't dodge these attacks. Firstly, during his early training, Karen was obsessed with orthodox martial arts, and coupled with his exceptional mastery of internal energy, he disdained these underhanded techniques, which gradually became his weakness. Secondly, Karen was completely at a loss for where to look at Kanya's clothes. Kanya wore shorts under her bathrobe, but her upper body was completely bare. This was far more troublesome for Karen than the black smoke from Bei Zhao. After having his toes stepped on several times, and being spat on several times, Karen finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Kanya's collar and forcefully pulled it in the middle, like a stage curtain falling, covering Kanya's chest with the collar. Listen to me. Kanya, her clothes grabbed by the chest, calmly said, "Fine, go ahead. I really did come to see you this time." Ouch. Stop stepping on me. Kanya stomped on Karen's toes, grinding them down in frustration. I'm angry. What are you angry about? Why didn't you come to see me? I'm here now. Bullshit. You're fighting? You're having a good time. How can I confirm your safety if I don't settle things here? Do I need you? I be quick. Quick. It's been so many years. You call that quick? Karen froze, as if struck by lightning. Kevin and Lin Ming, hiding behind the blood shield, were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. From any angle, Karen looked like a heartless man. But in reality, Karen and Kanya's past wasn't that complicated. It wasn't love at first sight between them. Their first meeting was nearly 20 years ago. Back then, Karen was a promising young woman, having already reached the threshold of saint level at a young age, while Kanya was the second strongest member of her clan and a wind elemental warrior. Elemental physiques were already very rare, and wind elemental physiques were among the rarest of all. The two hit it off immediately upon their first meeting, though they had their disagreements. To outsiders, they seemed like a match made in heaven. However, both of them were young and ambitious, proud and arrogant, and neither wanted to settle down so easily. They decided to maintain contact first, and make their decision later. They only spent a short time together during their initial joint operations before returning to their respective countries. Their countries were practically on opposite sides of the continent, a considerable distance apart. Even correspondence took many days to arrive, and both nations were very conservative in their diplomacy, rarely disclosing national affairs. This period of separation, marked by occasional correspondence, lasted for many years. Although they maintained some correspondence and diplomatic meetings during this time, events gradually unfolded in their respective countries. Kenya was the first to lose contact. By then, Karen had accepted his own feelings. After much deliberation, he realized he still loved Kenya. In his eyes, Kenya was different from other women. She was irreplaceable. Therefore, he wanted to confess his feelings to Kenya, and in person. He wrote to Kenya, expressing his desire to meet her. The letter was sincere. But Kenya did not reply. At this time, Kenya was making a final, desperate struggle before her nation's destruction. For almost 2 years, Kenya waged war on various fronts, attempting to turn the tide of battle. But in the end, she was defeated. Before committing suicide, their king issued a false order to Kenya and her people, sending them to a distant place to intercept enemy reinforcements. This way, they were kept away from their homeland, preventing them from making a pointless sacrifice in the end. Afterwards, Kenya and her people wandered like a band of ghosts, drowning their sorrows in alcohol. They repeatedly attempted to return home for revenge, but were always thwarted by their men. Then, she encountered Moose. By this time, Kenya had gradually recovered from the loss of her kingdom. She established a village and, following the traditions of her former clan, maintained a matrilineal system, with herself as the mistress managing all affairs. Having experienced everything and found peace in her relationship with Moose, Kenya thought of Karen. She considered all the men she had met, but ultimately decided that Karen was the one she wanted. She wrote to Karen, expressing her desire to meet him, her words sincere. However, unbeknownst to her, Karen was currently leading his 50-strong force, struggling against his own people. After waiting a long time for Kenya's reply without success, Karen prepared to travel to Kenya's country to find her. He was shocked to discover that the area around Kenya's country was under lockdown, and during his absence, signs of unrest began to emerge within his own country. Karen was merely a warrior. In the face of political intrigue, he was as weak as an ant. Unbeknownst to him, a letter from Kenya was already lying in his mailbox at home, a home he never managed to return to. On his way home after failing to see Kenya, Karen was welcomed by his own country's army, falling into a huge trap. Later, his entire 50-man squad was wiped out. Heartbroken, Karen, alone and carrying his 50 weapons, began wandering, searching for his men's homeland to return their weapons. During this time, Karen also considered going to find Kenya. But he couldn't find her. Every time he heard news and went to look for Kenya, he discovered she had moved away. Many years had passed by the time he returned all the weapons to their master's homeland, and was finally freed from the burden of past resentment. Just then, he heard news of Tanamura. He had initially thought this would also be in vain, but now Kenya stood before him, and he could feel her soft touch. "I finally found you." "Humph. You still know to look for me?" "Of course I know." "You know nothing." The two exchanged a glance and asked in unison, "The letter I wrote to you." "Ah. I see." Hearing the other's words, they understood that neither of them had actually received the 2 letters. However, the fact that there were 2 letters was enough to explain the situation. "How have you been lately?" "My country was destroyed." "What about you?" "All my men are dead." "Want revenge?" "I can help." "No need." The dynasties in that land changed hands incredibly quickly. They wiped out the previous one, and it wasn't long before they were overthrown. "I didn't even need to lift a finger." "What about you?" "Want revenge?" "I don't need revenge either. Those who brought this upon themselves are mostly dead. That unpopular culprit was poisoned to death by his own men in less than a month." The two looked at each other for a while, remembering these events, their smiles more like cries. Just as the two of them were speechless, Bei Zhao, in the distance, was practically grinding his teeth. "Love is a trap." "A trap?" Karen frowned, raised his hand and drew a Chi-Sek sword, about to strike, when Kenya reached out and took the sword from him. The Chi clan sword, theoretically, cannot be wielded by anyone other than the user. However, when Kanya and Karen teamed up against an enemy, Kanya specifically practiced how to wield Karen's Chi Clan sword. This was the combined technique they developed during their first meeting. Chi Clan sword formation breaking wind spear. Kanya raised her hand, and with a whoosh, hurled Karen's Chi Clan sword towards Bei Zhao. The sword was enveloped in a layer of constantly spinning wind blades. This combined technique wasn't particularly terrifying to Bei Zhao. However, its mental attack was extremely powerful. Love is a trap. Bei Zhao barely dodged the attack and wanted to continue his rampage, but his men surrounded him again. Boss, let's run. We can't beat him. Quick, cover his mouth and carry him back. Attack! Attack! Retreat! Bei Zhao, his eyes bloodshot, stared at Karen and Kanya, struggling as he was carried away with his mouth covered. These men's eyes were sharp. They knew Bei Zhao was already at a disadvantage. His final attack relied on the black smoke he spewed, but this new woman was clearly a wind type. Add to that Karen, who had been playing around and not taking the fight seriously at all. And then, there was the woman whose hand, once severed, could be easily reattached. They couldn't win. They might as well go back and call for reinforcements. Watching his men carry Bei Zhao away like ants, Karen scratched his head. He's quite strong. If he practices his chi, he could probably achieve great things. Kanya rolled her eyes at him. Why are you still like this? This is called not being able to distinguish friend from foe. Karen shook his head. I don't plan to have any enemies anymore. Kanya wanted to tease him, but she swallowed her words. Want to come sit with me? Bring the two of them, Kanya said, pointing to Kaven and Lin Ming, who were still watching from behind the blood shield. When Karen heard Kanya mention going to her place, she asked curiously, Is it just your tribe? My children too. Hearing this, Karen's expression was priceless. Shock and confusion conjured a vivid picture on her face. She hesitated for a long time before finally managing to utter 3 words. Your children? Yes, I seen them both. They're very cute. Karen turned to Calvin in surprise and asked, Really? Calvin thought Karen was asking if Maz was cute, so she thought carefully for a moment, and then nodded vigorously. Yes, I seen them with my own eyes. They're very cute. Let's go. You said you didn't plan on having any enemies, so going to the village shouldn't be a problem. Kanya finished speaking and led the way. Karen followed behind, her mind filled with the word children, feeling her legs trembling as she walked. Chapter 355. On the way back to the village with Kanya, Kaven had originally planned to let Lin Ming go alone while he waited outside. You go first, I stay outside. Lin Ming didn't want Kaven to stand guard alone outside. I think it should be fine. It's hard to say. Kanya, who was walking ahead, heard their conversation, stopped, and turned to look at Kaven. It'd be fine, Maz won't affect you. Are you sure? Of course, I'm his mother. Kanya's casual remark, I'm his mother, struck Karen like a thunderbolt. Karen's mind was filled with these questions. When was he born? Who is the father? Does this involve me? After returning to the village with Kanya, Karen immediately saw Maz. He looked at Maz, then at Kanya again. It didn't look like him. It didn't look like him at all. Kanya has the kind of eyes that crinkle into slits when she smiles. Maz's eyes, however, are always round and bright. Could this child's father have round eyes? What strong genes that must be. While Karen was still speculating that Maz had a father with round eyes, the other villagers recognized her. Karen had met these people when she first met Kanya. A group of them came over to chat and reminisce, but Karen seemed distracted. Kaven tentatively moved closer to Maz, finding that nothing was amiss. Kanya explained, I analyzed Maz's abilities before, mere fear of Maz doesn't necessarily mean malice. I see. Lin Ming climbed off Kaven's shoulder, and briefly explained to Kanya the purpose of their visit, and some changes in the surrounding situation. Kanya nodded. She had assumed the assassins would readily use them as a natural defensive line, but she hadn't expected them to send combat forces. Kanya turned her head, and saw Karen and Maz staring at each other. Strangely enough, Maz, usually timid, wasn't afraid of Karen now. Kid, where's your dad? I don't have a dad. Huh? Karen's face showed surprise, but her heart leaped with joy. Looks like I have something to do here. How old are you? I don't know. This kid, is he not very bright? What a pity, his mother is clearly quite clever. Maz looked curiously at the wooden stick tucked into Karen's waistband. Can I play with that for a while? Karen saw Maz point to her wooden stick, and generously pulled it out and handed it to him. Maz's eyes lit up as he looked at the straight stick. Karen nodded in satisfaction at his reaction. He knows how to appreciate a wooden stick. He's a promising kid. Lin Ming finished explaining the situation in the vicinity to Kanya, and hearing the sounds of Karen and Mus playing around, he tentatively asked, "Would you like to go to the Assassin's Guild?" "Oh, what for? This area is destined to be turbulent. If you stay here, the Assassin's Guild will provide some strategic and material assistance." "No need." Kanya was about to refuse when she suddenly remembered that Karen had actually come with Kaven and Lin Ming. In other words, Karen had already been to the Assassin's Guild. After some thought, Kanya suddenly realized that if she wanted to spend a long time with Karen, she couldn't possibly stay in Gu Village forever. If everything went smoothly, and the two of them were all lovey-dovey and deeply in love, then happily married, they need to go on a honeymoon, wouldn't they? But she was quite worried about Maz's current situation. Looking at Maz, who was playing happily with Karen in the distance, Kanya frowned and called out, "You two kids over there, come here." Karen didn't know who she was calling, but Maz understood and pulled Karen to Kanya's side. Kanya sighed and asked Karen, "Have you noticed anything wrong with this child?" "Something wrong?" "Yes." Karen thought for a moment and replied, "This child inherited too few of your traits. It's a bit of a shame." Kanya rolled her eyes at him. "This brat isn't my son." "Huh? Not yours?" "Of course not." Hearing this, Karen's gloom vanished, replaced by overflowing joy. Kanya told Karen everything about her encounter with Maz. Karen, knowing Maz's identity, observed the round-eyed, short-browed boy more closely, and realized he did indeed look somewhat inhuman. "So you're a demon god," Maz said smugly. "Yeah." Kanya scratched her head impatiently. "That's how it is. Maz is a demon god, and one who can't control his abilities. But even so, I'm still his mother, so I probably stay here until he learns to control his powers." Karen finally understood why Kanya had been changing residences so frequently. Besides, as Lin Ming just said, the situation here is quite complicated. The one who was just driven back was an assassin from the Northern Kingdom. Besides them, other forces could attack at any time. Who knows when? Hearing this, Karen blurted out, "Why don't I just stay here with you?" Kanya blushed a little at Karen's bluntness. Her gaze darted around, and she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. "Well, staying here isn't a problem." Hearing their mistress's permission, the other villagers suddenly seemed to receive a command and began scrambling to prepare a room for Karen. A large room, a double bed, flowers, wine, and even a do not disturb sign. They knew their mistress all too well. Ever since Kanya started living a peaceful rural life with them, she would mention Karen every now and then. Kanya mentioned all the other characters combined, but not as many times as she mentioned Karen alone. Everyone understood the unspoken message, but dared not agree too much with Kanya. After all, Karen was missing at the time, and allowing Kanya to develop unrealistic fantasies about the future might not be a good thing. Having aspirations is good, but compared to the sudden shattering of fantasies, the most cruel thing is the loss of long-held hope, the erosion of aspirations by time. Fortunately, Karen actually came. Kanya's clan was matrilineal, with women holding power throughout history, and women were always prioritized in male-female relationships. Therefore, they felt there was nothing wrong with Karen living there. They even wanted the two of them to have a child as soon as possible. Ideally, a pair. Or a bunch. According to old tradition, if Karen and Kanya had consummated their marriage, Karen would have changed her name. But now they only had the population of one village left, so these old rules were unnecessary. Karen wasn't thinking about having children. He was still quite innocent. Even looking at Kanya for a while made him feel awkward. He was thinking about how to help Maz learn to control his abilities. If it were someone else, they would be completely stumped by this problem. But Karen actually knew how. Because one of his former subordinates had experience learning to control abilities. According to that subordinate, the feeling was like a fish suddenly becoming aware of the existence of water. Maz, from the moment he became conscious until now, had naturally lived within his abilities. For him, being enveloped by his abilities was like a fish living in water. So natural, so much so that he had even ignored it. The solution to this problem is to scoop the fish out of the water. To artificially restrict his abilities. Or, to do the opposite. In Karen's view, not being able to retract one's abilities is the same as not being able to release them. He looked down at the boy with wide, round eyes, and made a bold guess. Because Moose's abilities were too overwhelming, he probably hadn't actively used his true power to this day. His previous passive attacks were merely the aftershocks of his abilities leaked out due to his overly timid nature. Karen thought for a moment, then crouched down and asked Moose, "Do you want to control your abilities?" Mus looked at Karen and nodded. Yes, I don't want everyone to become scarecrows. That's good. I'd like to train with you, but I don't know if you can handle it. Hearing this, Mus's eyes showed some fear, his short eyebrows twitching as he looked at Kanya. Kanya remained noncommittal, simply smiling at him. Mus hesitated for a long time, then his gaze hardened. I can do it. Okay, come with me. Kanya frowned as she watched Karen from behind, feeling uneasy. She was afraid that if things went wrong, she would lose both her man and her child. But she also trusted Karen. After all, Karen was a martial saint, his attainments in cultivation were unmatched. Karen led Mus to the open space in front of the village, and casually summoned a chi-based sword. Malice, disgust, contempt, disdain, hatred. While these emotions arise unconsciously, for Karen, a veteran of many battles, there was one form of malice he could consciously control. That was killing intent. Humans are capable of feeling this intense emotion of killing intent to some extent, though the degree of sensitivity varies from person to person. As warriors, they undergo training in controlling killing intent, concealing it aids in stealth, while releasing it serves to intimidate the enemy. This was a mandatory course for new recruits, and he hadn't tried it for many years. Using it as a test for Mus now was quite appropriate. Kanya was still uneasy. She didn't think Karen could withstand Mus's power with her own flesh and blood. But Karen showed them a cool move the next second. He had been researching how to internalize chi for the past few years. In his view, chi, generated by the human body, should have a way to circulate back inside, protecting the body from within. Watching Karen continuously regulate his breathing, and finally, as golden smoke began to drift from his mouth, Kevin suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" Lin Ming asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "This move looks familiar. Have you seen it before?" "Yes, it's similar to Siming's method of using chi, but not exactly the same." "Oh! Which one do you think is better?" "Well, in terms of internal chi circulation alone, Siming's is more reasonable and more refined." Kevin looked at Karen, thinking that this person truly deserved to be called a martial saint. Unlike Simin, who possessed a naturally harmonious internal energy circulation, Karen's ability to do this was almost a reversal of his body's natural energy flow. With this, he was confident he could withstand Maz's power. Maz looked at Karen, whose body was faintly glowing, and felt as if he were facing a giant. "Boy, there are two key points. First, you should know that I will kill you." Maz trembled upon hearing this. Karen continued, "Second, you should know that you cannot kill me." With that, Karen raised his sword. Up until now, the villagers in the distance thought everything was normal. It looked like a master swordsman teaching a novice. But in an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A massive spring seemed to exist around Karen, continuously gushing forth a chilling aura. Kanya frowned, watching everything before her. Blood began to seep from Karen's body. He was right, killing intent could trigger Mus's ability. The protective aura he used to shield his internal energy wasn't completely impenetrable, so some parts of his skin were still being attacked by Mus's ability. Now, the thatch felt like sharp needles piercing his skin. Fortunately, the thatch could only pierce his skin and couldn't cause further damage. Mus felt he was going to die. Even though he knew beforehand that this was a training exercise, and Karen might not actually kill him, the instinctive reaction still left his mind blank. Although Kevin and Lin Ming were standing far away, they could still feel that chilling aura. Kevin looked at Karen. Karen seemed to be talking to Mus about something. She kept a close eye on Karen and Mus while relaying what they were saying to the little blind boy beside her. Karen was giving Mus instruction. He had initially thought this training would be a long-term, daily routine, but he suddenly noticed something amiss with the straw covering his body as his killing intent intensified. He seemed to have guessed correctly. Mus had indeed never used his true ability, because he had never been truly threatened by malice. His ability directly erased anything that threatened him, which meant Mus had never even experienced a real conflict. And compared to the elusive malice, this tangible, physically felt crisis was the necessary condition to unlock Mus's true ability. Karen looked at Mus, who was already crying and trembling with fear, but still stubbornly standing his ground, and suddenly felt that this child would be someone special in the future. "Take this." Karen looked at Mus and, without hesitation, slashed her sword towards Mus's face. Kanya, in the distance, felt her breath catch in her throat. But Karen's sword stopped in midair. It wasn't that he wanted to stop. His sword was caught in midair by a gigantic hand. This time, the tables turned. Karen was the one who felt the killing intent. He looked at the hand that had seized his blade and realized it couldn't be called a hand at all. It was a gigantic hand woven from straw using crude techniques. Karen felt the sunlight around him dim. He wanted to turn around to look, but just one glance sent a chill down his spine. Behind him, a gigantic, semi-transparent scarecrow, resembling a small mountain, with only its upper body, was supporting itself on one hand, gripping Karen's sword in the other. Its straw-woven face had two empty eyes, staring motionlessly at him. Chapter 356. Karen stared at the enormous scarecrow before him, his astonishment evident. He had only considered that Musa's abilities weren't fully developed. But he hadn't expected that Mus, who seemed so timid, would possess such a terrifyingly large creature in its complete form. This scarecrow was Musa's true power. Karen cautiously observed the scarecrow for a while, noticing that the behemoth remained motionless, simply gripping its sword. Moreover, the grass growing from Karen's body seemed to be summoned, becoming unusually active. If he were to release the protective aura around his body, he would likely be engulfed by the grass in less than a second. Karen looked at the enormous scarecrow with confusion, then turned back to look at Mus. Maz seemed unsurprised by the scarecrow's appearance. He stared blankly at it, then at Karen, before uttering a statement that surprised everyone. It's all right, don't worry. After Maz said this, about 3 or 4 seconds later, the scarecrow, like a dandelion seed scattered by the wind, first broke into scattered straw, then vanished without a trace. The straw on Karen's body also disappeared. As the giant scarecrow vanished, Maz suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Kaven saw Maz collapse, only feeling something flash past him. When he came to his senses, Kanya was already checking on Maz. After confirming that Maz was unharmed and had simply fainted, Kanya breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Karen with considerable anxiety. I only knew he couldn't control his abilities before, but I never imagined this kid had never even used his true power. Karen looked at the wound on his arm. In areas where his chi hadn't been properly protected, his skin and muscle were mangled and bloody, as if something had gnawed at them. He examined his injury and asked curiously, could this kid remove these straws by himself before? Kanya recalled. No, once turned into a scarecrow, it will always be a scarecrow. Karen nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. So it seems we succeeded? Kanya asked curiously, what exactly was that ridiculously large half-scarecrow? If I had to guess, that scarecrow has always been there, just never shown itself. You mean, all those straw attacks were actually done by that scarecrow? I think so. Sensing malice and retaliating with straw was all done by that scarecrow, but Maz didn't realize its existence until just now. Why did the scarecrow only appear when you threatened Maz? Karen smiled. Because he couldn't handle it without showing himself. Dealing with straw was probably a first for Maz, so he had to show himself to take a more advanced attack. Kanya sorted out her thoughts, and found Karen's explanation quite convincing. Thinking back carefully, Maz's abilities did seem to be protected by something, and Maz himself was unaware of it. The moment Maz saw the scarecrow, he probably sensed that this demonic-like creature was actually his guardian, which is why he made it vanish after saying don't worry. Karen held the Chi Master sword, performing several beautiful sword flourishes in the air. That big guy. It probably doesn't have consciousness, right? Kanya asked curiously upon hearing this. How can it act independently if it doesn't have consciousness? Karen pondered for a long time before giving what she considered the most reasonable answer. I think this scarecrow is a manifestation of some emotion or feeling Maz has. As Karen spoke, she tossed the Chi Master sword into the air, then clapped her hands, and the sword instantly vaporized and disappeared in midair. Some emotion of Musa's has separated from his body, or rather, his soul, and then acts instinctively in the form of that scarecrow. Does that mean there's something flaw-like about Musa's personality? Kanya sat sideways on the floor, resting Musa's head on her lap, gently stroking his gray hair. This child. I always thought he was too cowardly, but now that you mention it, it seems he's almost never angry. He might be unreasonable sometimes, but I never seen him display any aggressive emotions, like anger or revenge. Kanya felt everything made sense. Mus wasn't without aggression. His aggression simply didn't exist within his body. Malice is often a cycle. Once it appears, it's unlikely to disappear peacefully. It inflicts malice on others, and those others will respond with hatred. The scarecrow was the embodiment of this retribution. The other villagers gathered around, carefully carrying Mus back into the house. Karen also told Kaven and Lin Ning about her earlier conjecture. Lin Ning scratched his head in frustration. Not being able to see really makes you miss a lot. I really like to know what that scarecrow looks like. Lin Ning pondered Karen's earlier guess, finding it quite reasonable. But as he thought about it, he realized something everyone had overlooked. I suddenly thought of. What is it? Kaven asked curiously. If that half-giant scarecrow is the embodiment of Mus's feedback to Malice, then if we consider Mus and the scarecrow as a single, complete entity. He hesitated, unsure whether he should say this. Because, considering Mus's past battle record, he was actually a petty, extremely short-tempered, and ruthless character. It's just that this narrow-minded and cruel side wasn't manifested in Mus's true form. Although Lin Ming didn't finish his sentence, Kanya had already guessed what he meant. That's not wrong, and I don't think it's a bad thing. If he becomes strong enough that I don't have to worry about him being bullied anymore, I'd be quite happy. Kanya took Karen to the village to treat his wounds. Although Karen didn't care about the injury, Kanya insisted on taking him to get it bandaged, citing unsightly scars. With no one to entertain them, Kevin and Lin Ming spent their time feeding the cows and playing with the dogs in the village. Lin Ming, led by Kevin, kept muttering, if Mus could control his abilities, wouldn't he be ridiculously strong? Even if he can't control his abilities, he's already ridiculously strong. Lin Ming listened intently to the sounds from the village and whispered to Kevin, Karen doesn't seem to be planning to go back. When are we leaving? Huh? He's not planning to leave? Judging from his expression, he probably isn't. Let's wait until Mus wakes up and see if his abilities have changed. But even if Mus's abilities have changed, we won't be able to sense it. It'd be more obvious when enemies come. Shall we go back first? Yeah, let's say hello to Karen first. After discussing it for a while, the two went to where Karen and Kanya were. Mus was still asleep. Karen and Kanya stood on either side of him like two guardians. Seeing them enter, Karen said directly, Maz might need some more training, so I won't be going back yet. Tell Harlinson. Kanya raised an eyebrow. Harlinson? Oh, the vice president of the Assassin's Guild. You call her so intimately, do you know her? She's my junior sister from the same sect. Oh ho! Karen hadn't initially noticed anything wrong with his answer, but he suddenly felt a breeze begin to blow around him. This was indoors. There shouldn't be any wind. This was a characteristic of Kanya's wind elemental constitution. Kanya, she hadn't expected Karen to go see her junior sister instead of coming here first after finding her. Karen felt like a small tornado was about to form inside the room, and quickly explained, I was thinking of going over there to assess the situation first. The power dynamics in this area are complex right now, and I don't dare come here rashly, for fear of causing unnecessary conflict. Karen explained a lot more before the tornado gradually subsided. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and realized that the strategic importance of Gu Village was completely different now than before. He was worried about a strong attack before because the defenses of Maz alone could be breached. But now, Karen, Kanya, and Maz, this newly formed family of three, possessed terrifying combat power. They no longer needed to worry about the safety of Gu Village. They could even worry about the safety of the surrounding local powers. If this family of three were to go out for a stroll, they could probably wipe out one or two small countries. After exchanging a few more words with Karen, Lin Ming and Kevin returned to the Assassin's Guild. They needed to report the situation to the vice president and readjust the troop allocation. Leaving Gu Village, they made their way back to the Assassin's Guild without incident. As they approached the guild, dusk was slowly falling. Lin Ming sighed, feeling the sunlight fading. Kevin asked curiously, what's wrong? Tired? Indeed, not being able to see means I have to concentrate fully. It's much more tiring than before. Still can't see? I try. Lin Ming tried removing the blindfold and looked around. As soon as he opened his eyes, the familiar dizziness returned. Losing his balance, Lin Ming collapsed to the ground. Seeing his condition, Kevin knew it wasn't going to work. Just as she was about to reach out to help Lin Ming up, she saw him wave his hand from the ground. I lie here for a while. I found that when I look at the sky, because there's nothing in front of me, I don't feel dizzy. Oh! So, when I lie down and look at the sky, I can keep my eyes open. Want to stay here a little longer? Yeah. Lin Ming lay on the ground, looking at the unseen sky, while Kevin waited quietly beside him. Yo, you guys are here. It was Nazi's voice. Lin Ming was starting to get used to perceiving his surroundings by sound, so without turning his head, he asked, Nazi? What are you doing here? I just got back too. Lin Ming could hear the worry in Nazi's tone. Is something happening outside? Nazi didn't think it was any secret, so he told Lin Ming, Abnormal calamity has appeared about 5 kilometers from the Assassin's Guild. Abnormal calamity? Lin Ming's heart sank upon hearing those words, and he sat up abruptly. Then, feeling dizzy, he slumped back down. Abnormal calamity? It appeared suddenly. Yes, just in the last 2 or 3 days. Abnormal calamity. If it weren't for Karen's explanation, Lin Ning might not have known what this term meant. An abnormal calamity refers to a disaster caused by an error in the awakening process of a demon god, resulting in unstable consciousness. If a demon god fails to fully awaken, it will directly degenerate, and the energy accumulated in the divine land will dissipate. However, if the demon god's awakening process is not a failure but an error, even the degeneration will be very difficult, becoming a disaster existing in a fixed area. Unlike the mischievous abilities that only subtly manifest in the god's descent, the calamities are always extremely dangerous and highly aggressive. Have you determined what type of calamity it is? Nachi shook his head. We only know a little bit so far. The calamity's range is about 300 meters in diameter, and it looks like a huge green fog. Fog? With wind magic. No, wind magic can't disperse it. Calling it fog is really an inaccurate description. That area is like it's been dyed an opaque green out of thin air. Then, what about its attack method? Well, it's ridiculous, I don't know. Oh, so they haven't entered the range yet? No, actually many people have entered that range, but strangely, everyone who walked around inside and came out remembered nothing. Huh? It's not that they remembered nothing at all. After they came out of that range, they always say they saw a tiny person. A tiny person. Yes, according to everyone who entered that fog, they all saw some tiny red people, only about the size of a palm. Those tiny people would lead them out of the fog. Did they see the true form of the demonic species that caused the calamity? They forgot. Forgot? Yes, everyone who came out of the fog not only couldn't remember what they saw inside, but they even forgot their purpose for entering the fog. Then, they would emerge from the fog in a daze, wondering where those little red people had gone. That's all? Also, after they came out of the fog, they would have some kind of wound on their bodies, as if they had been gnawed on. Hiss. Strange. Entering the green fog, they forget their purpose, then are led out of the green fog by a group of tiny people, and come out with wounds. If that's the case, it seems that no one will ever know what really happened inside the green fog. Everyone who has entered and exited the green fog has a gap in their memory. Being led out of the green mist means everyone who went in got lost. But why would they get lost in a mere 300 meters? Those who came out only said they were led, so where did their injuries come from? Lin Ning found it increasingly strange. But if we just leave it alone, wouldn't 300 meters not be a particularly large area? The problem is, the area affected by this calamity is expanding. At what rate? About 100 meters per day. That means? That's right, if we really leave it alone, in less than 2 months, the Assassin's Guild will be affected, and this area will be a sea of green mist. Chapter 357. Speaking of fog, Lin Ning was quite familiar with it. Although he himself had little memory of it, they had almost been wiped out when they fought the fish demon god. Luckily, Antai was there. This time, Lin Ning also thought of Antai. Although he didn't know if this little ant could still be of help, it seemed that Antai was the most suitable person to explore the fog. The time to explore the green fog was set for the morning of the next day. Those who went to the vicinity of the green fog included Lin Ning, Kaven, Antai, Nazi, and Hyson, who had come to join the fun. The group stood in front of the green fog, and Lin Ning curiously asked Kaven, "What does this fog look like?" "Even with my eyes open, all I can see is a greenish blur." "Actually, it doesn't look like fog, it's more like... Space has been dyed green." Lin Ning imagined for a long time, but couldn't picture it. "Can you give me an analogy? What do you think it most resembles?" "Like fog." "Well, a wasted question." Nazi, standing nearby, gave Antai a few instructions. For example, to try to smuggle out as much information as possible, or to find the location of the true form. If that wasn't possible, to avoid injury as much as possible. Then Antai, with 2 tentacles extended, stepped into the fog. Lin Ning asked Nazi curiously, "Couldn't we just use a wide-range attack spell to blast this place apart?" "We could. What are your concerns? You mentioned last time that the elders have the ability to awaken demonic beings prematurely. We might encounter these kinds of calamities frequently in the future, so I want to learn more about them. Besides, we can't guarantee that a blind attack won't escalate the calamity." The 3 waited outside for a long time before Antai finally emerged from the other side of the fog. Nazi quickly teleported over to check on Antai. He found Antai seemed somewhat dazed. Although Antai was usually expressionless, he was different now. His face was filled with visible confusion. Moreover, Antai had injuries on his body. Of everyone present, the most confused was Kaven. Kaven knew Antai's toughness best, having fought him before. Antai wasn't someone who could be easily bitten, but now, The wounds on Antai's body looked as if chunks of flesh had been effortlessly torn off. Nazi confirmed that Antai was conscious and quickly asked him if he remembered what happened inside. When Naki mentioned inside, Antai still looked confused. Nazi was quite impatient, pointing at the green mist and saying, "Look at this. What did you see in there when you came out?" Antai, upon hearing this question, pulled out a notebook and pen from his pocket and wrote a sentence that chilled Nazi's heart. "What is this?" "It's the purpose of our trip." "You don't remember anything at all? You don't remember the other antis either?" Antai thought for a moment and wrote 2 words, "None." Antai's network failed. Nazi and Lin Ming both found it strange. Nazi took the pre-prepared gauze and began bandaging Antai's wound. While bandaging, he muttered, "According to what we said before, the antis connection could even be real-time, but this time we haven't found anything unusual. Could it be that all of Antai's memories have been affected?" Lin Ming interjected, "Since none of Antia realized there was a problem with their memories, does that mean the green mist might not be altering their memories?" "Not altering memories. Then what is it altering?" Lin Ming pondered for a moment, then offered his hypothesis. "Perhaps it's changing cognition, or rather, changing the weight of memories." Nazi, while considering Lin Ming's conjecture, bound Antia like a small mummy with bandages. Changing the weight of memories. Does that mean making memories related to this green mist insignificant? Perhaps even more exaggerated. What do you think is the lightest weight in the weight of memories? It's probably something we do every day, like drinking water or going to the toilet. Because there's nothing special about it, we often forget it. But these aren't even the lightest weight. Then, according to you, the lightest weight thing should be? Nazi looked at the green mist, and suddenly realized what Lin Ming was trying to say. It was something we do all the time, but almost never remember: breathing. Even simple actions like drinking water or using the toilet might leave a record in memory under certain circumstances, but an instinct like breathing doesn't necessarily enter memory. Even if a person briefly enters a state of awareness that they are breathing, they won't remember the act of breathing. The strange disaster before us may very well have transformed information about the green mist into something as weighty as breathing in our memories. So Antai's memories weren't altered, rather, he simply forgot. And this forgetting was perfectly natural. Although Antai share the same memory network, because the network is so vast, the amount of information he forgets is far greater than that of ordinary people. Therefore, to other Antais, everything seems normal. It's just that this Antai encountered something completely unnecessary to remember. Lin Ming felt that one could even think of it more extremely. Perhaps the demonic species that caused this calamity sits there within the green mist, but its ability is to make everyone who sees it forget everything related to it. This is a true zero presence. If that's the case, entering this green mist is the switch that activates this ability. Lin Ming stroked his chin, thinking that if this demonic species were to fully awaken, it would undoubtedly be a strange existence beyond the comprehension of ordinary logic. Antai walked around like a little mummy, arms outstretched, seemingly unconcerned about needing bandages for his injury. The problem now is, what should we do with this green mist? Lin Ming sighed. Let's just blow it up. Really? Of course, with Hyson, a spell with a diameter of about 400 or 500 meters should be manageable. Just as Lin Ming finished speaking, Hazen's voice rang out behind him. You really think highly of me. That's 400 or 500 meters. Why are you here? Just came to join the fun. I just got here and you're telling me to blow up something 400 or 500 meters wide. Can't you do it? No. How lame. Well, you're very brave. Just kidding, Just as the group was still joking around while trying to come up with a solution, the green mist suddenly began to spread at a visible speed. Hey. This speed isn't right. Hazen's face darkened as he watched the green mist spread, and he raised a huge ball of lightning. Sensing the lightning element around him, Lin Ming asked in surprise, Didn't you say you couldn't do it? Let's do our best. Now's not the time to think about that. Let's just blast it first. Lightning punishment realm. After seeing Nachi lead Lin Ming and the others to safety, Hyson hurled a ball of lightning at the green mist. Up until he threw the ball, Hyson didn't think anything was wrong. It wasn't until the lightning ball exploded and the shockwaves scattered the green mist in all directions that he realized he had made a fool of himself. The green mist engulfed him with lightning speed. Seeing the situation was dire, Kaven, with Lin Ming in one arm and Naki in the other, slung Antai over his lap and flew into the sky. Naki, carried by Kaven, looked down and saw that Hazen's lightning ball was indeed incredibly powerful. A deep crater had been blasted into the very center of the green mist, and from high above, the entire mist appeared to have been blasted into a ring shape. The fact that it could be affected by the shockwave confirmed that the green mist was indeed a fog. Incidentally, the reason they hadn't initially sent a wind mage was because they were afraid the green mist would spread. But Hazen's lightning ball had still managed to spread it. However, this was for the best. It had to be dealt with sooner or later anyway. Sometimes, a desperate measure is the best policy. Because the green mist had thinned slightly from the blast, Nazi could now see Heisen walking slowly within it. Besides Heisen, there was nothing else in the mist. Strange. Could it be that the mist itself is the true form of the demon god? Because it lacks independent consciousness, it can't stabilize its form, and thus becomes mist. Heisen seemed to know exactly where he was going within the mist, his steps appearing determined. But from Nazi's overhead perspective, he appeared to be moving forward, then backward, and occasionally spinning in place. According to those who retained some memories, several small red figures would lead the way. However, Nazi couldn't see anything else in the mist, until Heisen reached the crater he had created. Because of the recent blast, the shockwave had cleared the area of mist. Heisen, having reached the center, emerged from the green mist, suddenly waking up and frantically looking around. He was surrounded by green. What was terrifying was that he had absolutely no idea why he was there. He seemed to have just been guided by several small red figures. Under normal circumstances, one would only emerge from the green mist at its edge. A normal person, seeing a normal scene in front of them and a suspicious fog behind them, would naturally instinctively move away from the green mist. But Hazen's situation was different. He was surrounded. Moreover, he noticed that the fog seemed to be slowly gathering, as if it would engulf him. Having no clue how he got in, Heisen felt a chill run down his spine. He had no idea what would happen next. As a lightning mage of the Assassin's Guild, his past mercenary experience allowed him to act reflexively in this crisis. When in doubt, he conjured a ball of lightning for courage. So, Heisen raised his hand and created another large ball of lightning. The surrounding green mist seemed to sense some danger and accelerated its rush towards Heisen. Holy crap. Heisen was still completely bewildered. On one hand, he knew he couldn't let the green mist get close, but on the other hand, he didn't know where to throw the lightning ball. Fine, I just throw it anywhere. In a panic, Heisen flung the lightning ball away, and the instant he threw it, he realized once again how stupid he had been. Because of the shockwave from the explosion, he was trapped in the green mist again. Nazi, watching from above, rolled his eyes so hard they almost reached his hairline. This guy really doesn't learn his lesson. But it seems he doesn't remember anything in the green mist anyway. Just as Heisen found himself once again stuck in a rut, Nazi, looking down from above, noticed that the green mist was beginning to change. The green mist seemed to be consciously altering its form. Nazi muttered to himself, "Why? Is it because it's been attacked?" Lin Ning didn't know what was happening below, so he had to rely on Nazi to explain. After listening to Nazi's explanation, Lin Ning felt that this prematurely awakened demonic species might not be completely unresponsive to external stimuli. Previously, they had merely passed by in the green mist, so they hadn't paid much attention. However, it was precisely because of Hazen's two lightning orbs that this unseen demonic species began to sense the presence of others nearby. The green mist gradually began to converge towards a single point. The mist that had been scattered by Hazen's explosion began to condense, shrinking from a radius of several hundred meters to a mere dozen meters in size. Hazen, emerging from the green mist again, was still completely bewildered. Caven placed the three of them back on the ground. While explaining what had happened to Hazen, Nazi looked towards the area where the green mist had gathered. It seemed the green mist was trying to coalesce into a fixed shape. But it kept failing. It appeared the green mist's vitality was gradually fading. Nazi suddenly realized something inside. A previously unconscious phenomenon is beginning to attempt to perceive the world. I read about this hypothesis in literature. Lin Ning asked curiously, then, what happens next? If his life force is sufficient to support him in completing this process, he will awaken. If it's insufficient, he will dissipate. So he is still trying to awaken? Yes, perhaps this is the obsession of the demon god race. In his initial green mist state, he was merely existing. He had no awareness of his own existence. Just now, those two lightning balls from that simpleton made him suddenly aware of the outside world and himself, like a child feeling something for the first time. Nachi looked at the irregular shape formed by the condensed mist. It constantly changed shape, but could never stabilize. This was certain. Because he was a premature baby, he lacked too many necessary conditions. He was an innocent demon race, used merely as a weapon. He hadn't even seen what this world looked like. The green mass slowly began to lose its vibrancy, seemingly shifting from struggle to sigh. Then it fell silent. Finally, it turned brown, withering away like a grotesque plant. Nazi stood there, staring blankly for a long time, until Lin Ming called him, bringing him back to his senses. He had actually expected this outcome, but a strange feeling lingered within him. If it were an enemy, it wouldn't deserve sympathy, but facing something that wasn't even a life, he felt a strange sadness. Let's go back. Heisen, write the report with me. Huh? I don't remember anything. Just write that you threw 2 lightning orbs. Lin Ming thought it was alright that things ended so peacefully. He was about to reach out for Kevin to lead him back when he felt a shiver run through him. A familiar feeling instantly seeped into his bones. Although he couldn't even use the world silk now, he could still sense that incredibly powerful presence. It was a spider. Another spider had been resurrected. The resonance between the primal element and the spider reverberated incessantly, its intensity and duration unlike anything Lin Ming had ever experienced before. Theoretically, the resurrection of a spider's severed limb shouldn't elicit such a strong reaction from the primal element. Lin Ming felt there was only one possibility. Although he didn't want to believe it, his body told him it was true. The resurrected spiders weren't just one. They were all the remaining ones. Chapter 358. At this crucial moment, Qi was absent again. Lin Ming's resonance with the spiders reached an unprecedented level in an instant. He even felt that these spiders were right beside him, within his reach, standing, observing, and judging him, this bizarre being a mixture of many elements. Hey, are you alright? Nachi saw Lin Ming's complexion turn pale in an instant, and thought he was having another episode of dizziness. Lin Ming calmed down for a while, then waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He was indeed fine. But in this world, things were uncertain. Lin Ming told Kevin to quickly take him back to his residence. After Kevin closed the door, he sat down in a chair, ripped off the black cloth covering his eyes, and covered his face with his hands, remaining silent. Hearing Kevin's question behind him, what happened, Lin Ming felt as if he had been choked, unable to utter a single word. Just as he was trying to organize his thoughts, their door was suddenly pounded on. Carmen opened the door in confusion, and there was Arns, who had lost her balance due to the force of the fall. Arns landed on the floor, not even bothering to brush off the dirt, but judging from the dust on her clothes, she must have been tumbling and crawling all the way here. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Arns stammered, only able to call Lin Ming's name, but unable to utter a complete sentence. Carmen, observing their reactions, roughly guessed how serious the situation was. Lin Ming heard Arns's voice and asked with difficulty, "Is it everything?" Arns's voice trembled like a kitten on a cold, rainy night. "Yes, all of them, all of them. All of them." According to Qi's previous statement, the number of spiders in this world, excluding the spider demon god Arns, who didn't belong to the spider race, should be 7.5. Adding the Elder Council, which split into 5. Of all these spiders, Lin Ming knew of the first one, the Elder Council, of which the second of the 5 was confirmed dead. The second one was Qi, who was always by his side. The third one was Chan Wuzi from the Southern Territory. The fourth one was Hu, who was already dead. He had previously guessed that there might be spiders that had already awakened, but he hadn't met. But now it seemed that this question no longer needed to be considered. After all, they had all awakened, and meeting them would happen soon. Moreover, Lin Ming felt that these newly awakened spiders might not act independently, because this matter was very strange. Kevin helped Arns into the house, patted her clean, and then helped her sit down. Lin Ming asked, to awaken them all in an instant. That must be supernatural, right? I think so too. Lin Ming had previously heard that the Elder Council possessed the ability to prematurely awaken demon gods, and he assumed they would use it on the Lord of Man. He hadn't expected their target to be one of their own. However, this didn't make sense. They had just resolved the problem of that strange calamity, and from the green mist, it was clear that the prematurely awakened demon gods were flawed, incomplete beings without independent consciousness. Considering this, Lin Ming had a rather logical guess. The Elder Council's goal was likely to prevent these later awakened spiders from developing independent consciousness. All they needed were puppets. Or rather, the empty souls of other spiders. Further reasoning, Lin Ming had reason to suspect that the Elder Council possessed more than just the method to awaken the demon god. They might also possess another crucial ability. Spider fusion. Thinking this, Lin Ming shook his head again. No, what they possess might not be such a wonderful ability as fusion. They had most likely learned how to devour their own kind. It was precisely because of this ability that they could awaken other spiders so recklessly. Even if they were incomplete, it didn't matter. Even if they lacked consciousness, it didn't matter. Even if they were just wandering souls, it didn't matter. As long as they could devour and use them for their own purposes, that was enough. After that brief moment of resonance, Lin Ming's connection to those spiders vanished. What Lin Ming didn't know was that on that very day, the National Council issued attack orders to all front lines almost simultaneously. The war had begun. In the following days, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. The battle was in complete chaos, and news of it quickly reached the Assassin's Guild. The vice president convened an emergency operational meeting. Les and Flower were supposed to return to Shilinsel soon, but since the journey involved crossing 2 battlefields, it was better for them to stay with the Assassin's Guild than to make the long trek back. The guild leader was also blocked outside. Although he wanted to return, he was hindered by the numerous battle lines, and since he wasn't particularly strong, he could only wait until things calmed down before sneaking back. The area around the Assassin's Guild was also in turmoil. In the National Council's plan, this was the first general offensive. The stalemate between the Assassin's Guild and the surrounding countries crumbled instantly, and the Assassin's Guild's main fighting force was deployed to various battlefields. Lin Ming had been extremely anxious these past few days, because he felt something was amiss. The National Council's first general offensive, on the surface, seemed designed to weaken the Assassin's Guild's allied forces, but considering the spider's awakening, Lin Ming felt it was some kind of smokescreen. The elders were trying to use the war to cover up their actions. If Lin Ming wasn't mistaken, the elders should currently be recovering these awakened spiders. But what were they trying to do? The spiders' goal had always been to find a way to stabilize their souls. Initially, they believed it was necessary to return all spiders to oneness. Later, they tried to transform their souls into humans. But so far, both methods seem to have failed. Perhaps the elders have long forgotten their original intentions. They merely seek to control power. After all, this is still a world where force can determine one's voice. Lin Ming now has only one crucial task: to restore his sight. Once he can see, he can use the world silk to find the newly awakened spiders and verify his suspicions. Therefore, Lin Ming has been practicing constantly. Because his eyes can instill fear in those who look directly at him, he practices at the headquarters training grounds. Kaven sometimes accompanies him, but with the surrounding conflicts raging, Kaven is mostly on the front lines assisting. Although Lin Ming desperately wanted to regain his sight, the only practice method he could think of was to try his best to see the objects in front of him clearly. In short, he was forcing himself to see even when he couldn't. Just as Lin Ming was relentlessly trying to control his eyes, an uninvited guest arrived at the main training ground. Because most of the main combat force had gone to the front lines, the headquarters was actually quite deserted, and the training ground was practically empty. Lin Ming was sitting on the ground, trying hard to see what was in front of him. He could now vaguely make out an outline, but just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Lin Ming initially thought it was Kaven. He was about to ask why he had returned so quickly when he sensed something was wrong. The footsteps were unfamiliar. During the time he had been blind, Lin Ming's hearing had become exceptionally sharp. He could now distinguish familiar people by their footsteps. The footsteps behind him were clearly not from anyone he knew. Not even anyone he had ever seen before. Who is it? The person behind him didn't speak, continuing to approach him. Lin Ming seemed to hear some strange insect chirping. The one who doesn't speak first is definitely not a good person. Just as Lin Ming was about to stand up, he felt a sharp, oppressive feeling from behind, and at the same time, a hand touched his back. Lin Ming's heart tightened. He wasn't afraid of being ambushed. What he was thinking was, since this person could get to him so silently, did it mean that the others in headquarters had already been killed? Lin Ming didn't have time to think. He transformed his body into mycelium and crawled along the person's hand. Simultaneously, spores and underground mold also began to approach the intruder. At the same time, although his vision hadn't fully recovered, he still wanted to see the other person as soon as possible. So, without moving his body, he turned his head 180 degrees to look behind him. To Lin Ming's surprise, just as he turned his head, and the mycelium was about to touch the other person, the insect chirping he heard suddenly grew louder. It was the sound of flying insects flapping their wings. The sound was like the buzzing of mosquitoes and flies, or the buzzing of bees. With this strange sound, his spores sensed that the other person's body vanished in an instant. Or rather, dispersed. Lin Ming could sense that the stab he had just received was poisonous. Fortunately, he had moved his main body underground as soon as he heard the footsteps. The pierced part above ground was only a portion of the mycelium. Ignoring the poisoned mycelium, Lin Ming slowly rose, halfway up the ground. His vision was blurry, but he could make out a cloud of what looked like floating smoke. The cloud was emitting a constant buzzing sound. If he wasn't mistaken, this cloud was a swarm of insects. Having felt the poison, Lin Ming felt slightly relieved. An attack of this magnitude wouldn't be enough to wipe out everyone else in headquarters. Did you come specifically to find me? The buzzing swarm of insects didn't respond. Not going to talk, huh? I've been in a bad mood lately. Lin Ming was already unsettled by the spider's sudden awakening, and now, with the war raging, he was helplessly stranded here, blind as a bat, his mood at its lowest point. And now, this taciturn, pretentious creature had appeared. Lin Ming pulled out his staff, connected it with mycelium, and planted it in the ground. Then, he stomped down hard, embedding the entire staff into the earth. You have about 20 seconds to decide whether to speak, Lin Ming warned the swarm of insects, while absorbing elements from the ground. As Lin Ming absorbed elements, he felt the swarm seem to grow larger. The buzzing sound seemed louder too. Could it be that it could multiply? If so, its true form was unknown, it could multiply, and it was poisonous. He encountered a fellow insect. Since they were fellow insects, their weaknesses must be similar. Lin Ming didn't transform into a single element form, he merely allowed his body to slightly merge with the element, making elemental switching easier. Forest of Steel's realm of bitter cold. Lin Ming waved his hand towards the swarm of insects. Within a radius of several meters centered on himself, the temperature plummeted, and ice spikes 3 to 4 meters high continuously shot up from the ground. The crisp crackling sound of the ice spikes forming, and the clanging of them colliding filled the air. The once flat training ground instantly transformed into a jumble of icy fragments. After casting a spell, Lin Ming listened intently, and found that he could no longer hear the swarm. He initially thought they had left the spell's range, but soon, the incredibly annoying flapping of wings returned. The spell didn't seem to have caused any real damage. Ice didn't work, so lightning did. Lin Ming completed the elemental replacement of his body in a dozen seconds, and with a stomp of his foot, sparks began to flash continuously in the air around him. Forbidden lightning domain. Since the opponent was a swarm composed of countless small individuals, this area of effect attack was the most effective. The lightning in the air gradually intensified, and Lin Ming began to hear crackling sounds coming from the direction of the swarm, along with the occasional smell of burning. This time, the chirping finally disappeared. Lin Ming listened intently for a while. There was truly no sound. As a precaution, Lin Ming didn't immediately move his position, but instead used spores to continuously check the surroundings until he was absolutely certain that there were no other life forms nearby before leaving the training ground. He didn't think the opponent would be so easily wiped out, but even temporarily repelling them was good. He could then report the invasion of headquarters to the others. Just as Lin Ming was about to report the intrusion to the others, Caven suddenly landed in front of him from the sky. Huh? Caven? Yeah, it's me. I just got back. Lin Ming was about to ask if she came to pick him up when he heard the exact same buzzing sound coming from beside Caven. Lin Ming was startled. He hadn't expected that this guy, instead of being killed by him, had come after Caven. Caven, be careful of that. Be careful of what? Can't you hear that? That disgusting bug sound. Okay, stop talking, I'm about to cry. Huh? Caven sighed, pulled out a black cloth, and covered Lin Ming's exposed cross-shaped eye. Then he said to the swarm of insects around him, Is this okay? Lin Ming didn't know what was happening. After a while, he heard the buzzing stop, replaced by the sound of human footsteps. She's here to see you. Huh? To see me? Not an intruder. Calling her an intruder isn't wrong. She did come in without proper authorization, but it was a last resort, because the assassins can't let the others in the Assassin's Guild know. You talk to her yourself. Hearing Caven tell her to speak, Lin Ming pricked up his ears, ready to hear her purpose. But after listening for a while, he heard nothing. You spoke? Caven scratched his head. Her voice is rather soft. Listen carefully. Lin Ming craned his neck for almost 2 meters before finally hearing a voice barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. I was sent by Lord Qi. Oh Qi, then why didn't you speak at first? Caven explained, her voice is only this loud. You can't hear it unless you're right next to her ear. Then why do you always turn into a swarm of insects buzzing? Lin Ming strained his ears, and heard the other person weakly utter 3 words. I'm scared. Caven added helplessly, she scatters into a swarm of insects when she sees your eyes, just like when you were dropping mushrooms at first. She came to me because she couldn't talk to you at all. Luckily, I could see the words she formed in the air, otherwise she would have attacked directly. Lin Ming scratched his head and asked Caven curiously, is she a demon god? Of course, the bee demon god Yin Ming. Chapter 359. The bee demon god Yin Ming. Lin Ming only realized that she actually possessed her own faction when he heard her address Qi as my lord. Because Qi usually acted like a follower in his presence, Lin Ming had always overlooked this fact. Yin Ming's abilities weren't particularly offensive. She was exceptionally skilled at infiltration, because she could disperse her body into a swarm of insects. In crucial moments, she could paralyze opponents with her bee venom, but other than that, she had few other abilities. What happened to Qi? Lin Ming asked, then listened intently for a long time without receiving a reply. This was troublesome. He and Yin Ming were even having trouble communicating. Yin Ming was also anxious because she didn't actually communicate with others by speaking. She used her bees to form words above her head. As the bee demon god, she carried subtitles herself, but Lin Ming couldn't see them. Caven could only act as a translator. She said she doesn't have time to come back and report to you right now, because the situation elsewhere is very strange. So it really is about the spiders resurrecting? She said that after Qi noticed this, she immediately went to check on the resurrected spiders, and those spiders were basically in a state of unconsciousness. That's pretty much what I guessed. Qi hasn't come back. Could it be that she's being watched? She said yes, Qi's existence has been noticed by the elders, and for some reason, she seems to be being closely watched, so she can only stay in her own space, checking on the newly awakened spiders. Being closely watched. Does that mean there's danger? She said she wasn't sure either. After Qi sent her the message to come find you, he never came out of the space again. Lin Ming's heart sank. Since Qi chose to hide, it meant he realized that even as a spider, he wasn't safe. Yin Ming, from your perspective, what do you think the spiders want to do? Lin Ming wanted to hear other people's thoughts. He figured Yin Ming probably knew about the spiders, so he asked for her opinion. After a while, Caven translated, she said. She thinks the spiders seem to be vying for the leadership position. Oh! Why do you say that? She said that a group always needs a leader, otherwise it will be chaotic. That makes sense. After all, she's a bee, it's perfectly normal for her to have such thoughts. You seem to have revealed your weakness just now, she said. Ah, ? Yin Ming's words almost explained her ability. Her swarm wasn't capable of infinite reproduction. If Lin Ming wasn't mistaken, her swarm likely had individual units with specific functions. To defeat Yin Ming, finding the leader of the swarm was the key to victory. Seeing Lin Ming stop asking questions, Yin Ming suddenly transformed into a swarm of insects and flew away. After a while, she returned. She had something else in her hand. It was a book. Caven continued relaying the message. She said she asked her to give this to you. Lin Ming fumbled for the book and took it, asking Caven curiously, what book is this? The book is called The Not So Innocent Boy and the Naive Young Woman's Daily Evenings. As exciting as ever. But what does she want with this book? Caven took the book, flipped through a couple of pages at random, and found that besides the original text, the margins and corners were filled with various doodles. Some of these doodles were meaningless, some were self-portraits of Qi, and others were Qi's imagined versions of the characters in the book. None of these mattered. What truly mattered were the pages containing Qi's various opinions and speculations about spiders. These even included Qi's views on Lin Ming and Ershram. Caven randomly turned a page and saw Qi's reflections after witnessing Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes. On the margin of that page, a cross was drawn, and below it were written, terrifying. At the very end of the book, Caven saw Qi's speculation about the Elder Council's actions. They abandoned fusion, they wanted to absorb. This doesn't seem to be the spider's ability. Has the stripping of the demon god's abilities been completed? They went from 1 to 5, and now only 2 remain. Caven painstakingly explained the valuable information from the book to Lin Ming. When he mentioned that only one of the 5 Elder Council members remained, Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Not counting the second one who had already died, of the 4 Elder Council members, only 2 remained. The 2 who disappeared certainly weren't killed in the war. They were absorbed. The spider might be gaining power from other members of its kind by killing them. If that's the case, it's not just Qi who's being targeted, it might also be Chong Wuzi from the Southern Territory. But the question is, what exactly does the Elder Council want? Most people who want to become stronger ultimately have a purpose. Revered by thousands, incredibly wealthy, even world-ruling. But for the spider, none of that seemed to matter. As Lin Ming pondered this question, Caven suddenly uttered, "Eh? What is it? There's a sentence on the last page of the book. What is it?" It says, gain the power to confront humanity. The sentence she wrote on the last page was like lighting a candle in a dim room, making everything clear to Lin Ming. Why would the spider suddenly abandon everything it had painstakingly accumulated, instead using an almost manic method to enhance its power? It wanted to confront humanity directly, specifically the primordial human, the so-called Lord of Humanity. They had dealt with the primordial human before. They knew that a single spider didn't even have the right to speak with him. To avoid being swept away like dust when facing the primordial human, they chose to become strong enough, intimidating enough. They might want to use this to negotiate with the primordial human. Previously, the elder spiders hadn't chosen this path, because they were unsure if the Lord of Man would awaken. Now, however, they had mastered a way to awaken the Lord of Man ahead of time. With proper preparation, they could directly rouse this source of all evil and have a proper showdown. In other words, the Lord of Man was indeed the primordial human, a theory now confirmed. The Lord of Man really was the primordial human. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Yan Ming, hearing Lin Ming's words, cautiously patted Caven's shoulder and pointed to the top of his head. The words above her head read, "I know about the Lord of Man," she said. She knows about the Lord of Man. Huh? How do you know? She said she sometimes had her copy things, mostly past knowledge. Did she initially want to write a book? That was the beginning, but she quickly lost patience. Yan Ming recalled what she had heard while working under Qi, recounting Qi's knowledge regarding the Lord of Man. The place where the Lord of Man resides isn't actually the land of the gods. It's merely the burial ground of primordial humans. After deciding to disappear from this world, primordial humans gradually dispersed their souls, centering on that place. The primordial humans transformed their souls into ordinary humans, endowing them with the ability to reproduce like other creatures, and then sank their last wisp of soul into that land. This wisp of soul is actually the anchor ensuring the stability of all human souls. Because of the existence of the remnant soul of the original form of the human lord, the human soul has not, like other creatures, undergone mutation during the long cycle of generations. When a human dies, their soul is refreshed according to the form of the remnant soul. When a new human is born, souls similar in form to the remnant soul begin to grow anew, starting new experiences. The reason the original human transformed into countless weak humans was probably simply to experience this world. What he wanted was experience. He loved this world, so he chose a method that allowed him to experience it more fully. All people, all senses, all thoughts, all perceptions, when they belong to humanity itself, they also belong to primordial humanity. He, amidst countless souls, life after life, generation after generation, experiences everything about this world. Although retaining a wisp of his soul, the Lord of Man has no intention of awakening again in the form of primordial humanity. Because he is happy in his current state. In a sense, he has not died. Humanity is him, and he is humanity. Primordial humanity exists within the soul of every human being. By following certain rules and mastering certain methods, humans can slightly awaken the primordial part of their souls. This is the practice of the Church of Light. The Lord of Man is roughly such an existence. Considering the spider's recent behavior, one can guess that the spider harbors considerable resentment towards humanity. They cannot tolerate the primordial humanity's habit of sleeping soundly after causing trouble. Therefore, they found a way to drag the Lord of Man's wisp of soul from the ground. They want revenge. They sought to avenge the alteration of their souls, to reseal the centuries-old hatred that had bound them, and to establish a new spider demon god, turning countless kin into insects. However, the problem was that even if the original humans didn't reclaim the souls of all humanity, the mere remnant soul left behind by the Lord of Man was not to be underestimated. Therefore, the spiders of the Elder Council were willing to devour other members of their kind to grow stronger, hoping to gain the opportunity to contend with the remnant soul of the Lord of Man. If the spiders of the Elder Council could defeat or control this remnant soul, then all of humanity would essentially be under the control of the spiders. Going a step further, if the Elder Council could devour the Lord of Man just as it devoured its other kin, then the Lord of Man's ability to create demon gods might also fall into the hands of the spiders. At that point, there would likely be no space for humans to survive in this world. The spiders would conquer everything. Thinking of this, Lin Ming suddenly clapped his hands. He had realized something. Arns's soul was immortal. As a spider demon god, this characteristic seemed somewhat inexplicable at first glance, but from the perspective of the original humans, it suddenly became clear that it was actually a brilliant move. Arns was a safety net. She was directly created by the original humans, and her abilities might also have been intentionally designed by them. Arns's purpose was to restrain other spiders, preventing them from becoming a massive race capable of directly confronting their avatars, humanity. Because she was important, her death was unacceptable. Just as Lin Ning was gradually clarifying the Elder Council's objectives, Qi, in the distance, was witnessing a battle between their own kind. She was very glad she had sent Yin Ming. Among her subordinates, Yin Ming wasn't particularly capable, nor was she particularly intelligent. But she was very trustworthy, and she remembered the most past knowledge. She hid in her own space, barely daring to move even within it. Because she was afraid. The Council of Elders now had only 2 members left. The third and fourth. The third member's aura was as powerful, direct, and extremely intimidating as before. He was the strongest of the 5 members of the Council of Elders. The fourth figure, however, made Qi feel nauseous. In her perception, the fourth figure was like a human form pieced together from the corpses of different people. It possessed the auras of the first, fourth, and fifth figures simultaneously. She couldn't discern who had initially devoured whom, but she knew the fourth figure's devouring wasn't over. She watched helplessly as the fourth figure approached an awakened spider, devouring it piece by piece like a vicious dog. The forcibly awakened spider lacked consciousness, but already possessed a physical form. It stood there, surrounded by strange shifts in gravity. The ability to influence gravity was likely this spider's power. But the fourth figure, simply by raising its left hand, dispelled its gravity-influencing ability. From this moment, she began to feel fear. Because she didn't know if her ability to hide in the space could be so easily dispelled. Just as she was worrying, the spider that had just awakened, not even knowing who it was being devoured alive by the fourth one. She had to cover her ears to avoid the piercing screams. She didn't even remember how long the screams lasted. She only felt that, as a spider, she was experiencing cruelty for the first time. The reason she dared not escape from the space was that she could sense that the third and fourth spiders seemed to be able to see her hiding in the space. She dared not reveal herself from the space. She feared her ability to enter the space would be revoked. She was currently safe in the space, but if she couldn't return after leaving, she would become a lamb to the slaughter. She didn't want to be devoured alive. She also dared not go directly to Lin Ming, because if the third and fourth spiders could pinpoint her location, finding Lin Ming would be tantamount to leading them there. She dared not take that risk. Strangely enough, witnessing this scene of fratricide stirred a strange hope within her. She began to hope that Lin Ming would truly become the god she had imagined. And then, save the world. Chapter 360. Thinking about not having Qi, the know-it-all, left Lin Ming feeling somewhat anxious. He could no longer afford to stay so leisurely in the Assassin's Guild. Qi had probably already guessed that Lin Ming's vision was now limited, so when she sent Yin Ming to find Lin Ming, she had her bring him the location of a newly awakened spider. Should you go? I'd think about it. Lin Ming actually had a concern. He felt he should leave the Assassin's Guild. He wasn't sure if he was included in the Elder's plan. If he had become a target, then the Assassin's Guild was already unsafe. Perhaps he should leave. Caven, let's leave here and hide for a while. Caven naturally understood what Lin Ming meant. She nodded, agreeing that leaving was indeed better. Then, shall we go say hello to the Vice President? Yes, of course we say hello. Lin Ming told Yin Ming to go outside the Assassin's Guild and find a place to wait for him. Then he and Caven went to the meeting room where the Vice President was. On the way, they encountered Shinku, who was inventorying weapons. Hey, blind swordsman, where are you going? Going on a long trip. Going on a long trip at a time like this. Shinku looked at Lin Ming, and suddenly felt that Lin Ming's expression was somewhat serious. A long trip, huh? Shinku continued to organize the weapons, and as if chatting casually, she talked about some things from when they first met. Speaking of which, I initially thought I was counting on you to make me rich. Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. By selling mushrooms? Yeah, back then, I didn't even want to be a mercenary anymore. I just wanted to go into the restaurant business. Then why did you bring us to the Assassin's Guild? Shinku said, thoughtfully. I thought about it for a while too. Business was a good way out, and you two were so clueless back then, you could easily pull off a deal. But I still preferred the life of a mercenary. Shinku picked out a dagger from the pile of weapons, twirled it in his hand, sheathed it, and then looked at Lin Ming and Caven. Bringing you to the Assassin's Guild is one of the best things I ever done in my life. Shinku looked at the two of them and suddenly asked, Are you two not coming back anytime soon? That's hard to say. Then, grant me 2 requests. What requests? First, leave me some mushrooms. Second, Caven, I want to see a handsome guy. Caven didn't understand what he meant at first, but Lin Ming explained it to her with a smile, and she realized that Shinka wanted to see her male form. That's easy. Kaven's gender switching was now quite proficient. She transformed into a blood sphere, and after a short while, a familiar figure emerged from it. Shinka nodded in satisfaction, collected the mushrooms, and watched Lin Ming and Kaven walk away. She had a feeling that she sensed something ominous about Kaven and Lin Ming. What they were about to do was definitely extremely dangerous. But she didn't intend to stop them, because just as she had chosen to be a mercenary, she believed that Kaven and Lin Ming also had choices to make. After greeting the vice president, who didn't say anything, it was clear the two were completely free to act, something the president had specifically instructed them to do before leaving. They didn't need any special preparations or luggage. They simply greeted everyone in the Assassin's Guild and even went to check on the cat before departing. After traveling some distance from the Assassin's Guild, they met up with Yen Ming. Lin Ming felt they had two destinations to choose from. First, to the location of the newly awakened spider left behind by Qi. Second, to find Changwuzi in the Southern Territory. After discussing it with Kaven, they decided to go to the location she had marked. It was quite a distance from the Assassin's Guild. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry, he needed time to recover his eyesight. A full day after leaving the Assassin's Guild, while still some distance from the location she had marked, Lin Ming suddenly sensed something was amiss with the surrounding atmosphere. Stop! Stop! Kaven and Yen Ming were both surprised. They didn't know what Lin Ming had discovered. Lin Ming was certain there were spiders nearby. Although he was blind, he could directly sense the spider's presence with his body. He whispered to Kaven, "It's a spider. Be careful, it might attack first." Lin Ming had only sensed the spider's presence, but he didn't know whether it was a previously awakened severed limb or a pre-awakened calamity. Kaven looked around, spread his wings, gripped his blood scythe, and went into alert mode. He saw a figure in the distance. The figure appeared to be a woman. The woman had a curvaceous figure, and wore a strangely tight-fitting bodysuit. The bodysuit was a completely pure black, and the woman had long, jet black hair that almost reached her ankles. Most strangely, Calvin noticed that the bodysuit covered her head completely. Her face, which should have had the contours of a nose, lips, and brow bone, was entirely flat. Her face was completely smooth, like a head model that hadn't yet had its features sculpted. Besides, there was a vertical line on the woman's stomach, seemingly a seam in her clothing. The upper end of the line was at her chest, and the lower end at her lower abdomen. Kaven whispered to Lin Ming, explaining the situation. There are definitely enemies. And their aura is ominous. Their appearance is also ominous. Kaven had been cautiously observing the woman, but after remaining motionless for a long time, she suddenly reached out and plunged her hand into her stomach. Then, as if trying to split herself in two, she forcefully pried open the gap in the middle of her body. Finally revealed to Kaven was a red eye standing upright in the center of the woman's body. That eye, as if just waking up, looked up and down, finally locking onto the location of Kaven and Lin Ming. The world of magnificent wonders at this point. Lin Ming knew it was too late to retreat. He could only instruct Kaven and Yen Ming beside him. Kaven, keep us together. We don't know the opponent's abilities yet, so focus on gathering intelligence first. Lin Ming finished speaking but received no response from Kaven. Kaven? He assumed Kaven was considering a strategy. Kaven, being male, was generally quiet, so this wasn't unusual. If you need my support, command is yours. Kaven still didn't respond. Lin Ming seemed to sense something in an instant. He ripped off the black cloth covering his eyes, and waved his hands wildly around him. Nothing. There was no one around him. The entire area was empty. He couldn't hear Kaven's voice, nor the chirping of insects from Yen Ming. This was the most terrifying moment Lin Ming had experienced since losing his sight. Sweat streamed down his face to his chin. In this blurred vision, he didn't know what was happening. More importantly, he didn't know what had happened to Kaven. The opponent was a spider. It wasn't surprising what abilities a spider possessed, but a spider shouldn't possess the ability to directly annihilate a demon god of Kaven's level. Probably not. Hopefully not. No, absolutely not. Just as Lin Ming was forcing himself to calm down and stop his body from trembling, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from in front of him. It sounded like the crawling of some slimy animal. He quickly took a few steps back. After a brief moment of panic, Lin Ming still began to fight back. He started spreading his hyphae and spores towards the direction of the sound. But strangely, his hyphae and spores seemed to touch nothing. Was that empty space? Lin Ming's mind was filled with questions. Everything that had happened since then had been extremely bizarre. He couldn't even figure out what the other party's ability was. To protect himself, Lin Ming covered his body with mold. ensuring he could at least retaliate immediately against any enemy who touched him. Although he knew calm reflection was paramount, he was still deeply troubled. He didn't know what had happened to Caven. Caven, in fact, faced a similar situation to Lin Ming. The instant the woman's eyes locked onto them, Caven felt a momentary darkness before his eyes, and then he realized Lin Ming and Yan Ming had vanished. He was left alone in this empty space. Caven's thoughts were the same as Lin Ming's. He didn't believe the spider was capable of so easily eliminating Lin Ming. But then, the woman's attack method startled Caven. The woman stood motionless, and then something, like a spirit, emerged from her body. This spirit was translucent, seemingly unaffected by gravity, and floated incredibly fast in the air. Caven found opponents without a physical form particularly troublesome. He swung his blood-red scythe at the spirit a few times, finding it completely ineffective against this intangible entity. Instead, the ghostly creature began crawling up his scythe onto his body. This ghost had no weight. Caven couldn't even determine if it was real or a hallucination. This thought only lasted a few seconds. Suddenly, the ghost darted onto him and opened its mouth wide on his shoulder. That mouth wasn't located in the lower part of a normal person's face. Instead, a gaping maw, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, opened wide from the center of her face. Through her open mouth, one could see countless sharp teeth. Caven tried to grab the ghost, but found he couldn't. The ghost's mouth bit down on him. A searing pain, like a file piercing his bones, shot into Calvin's brain. Caven was usually fearless of pain. He was the kind of person who would often turn himself into a dumpling-like shape. But this ghost's bite made Calvin realize for the first time how terrifying pain could be. He looked at his shoulder in horror, expecting it to be a bloody mess. But when he looked at his shoulder, he froze. His shoulder was completely unharmed. There wasn't a single mark of injury. But the pain, and the fear, continued to assault his mind. The ghost seemed determined not to give up, changing its position and biting down again. Meanwhile, Lin Ming's situation wasn't much better. Although he was covered in mold, he felt something approaching him. Then, the touch of two hands appeared above his head. Lin Ming was startled and quickly took 2 steps back. He was astonished. Someone actually dared to touch him directly after seeing him covered in mold. Since the other party was a sentient spider, it should have already mastered its abilities. But it still dared to touch him, which meant that it was likely not afraid of the mold. Indeed, it was true. Lin Ming felt the other person was like a pervert, seemingly constantly trying to make physical contact with him. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, cursing incessantly in his mind. He cursed his own eyes. If he could see, he might not be in this predicament. He was now in a pathetic state. He couldn't confirm Caven's safety, nor could he extricate himself from the danger. If possible, he desperately wished Caven would whisper in his ear the next second, "Everything's taken care of, don't worry." But this feeling of dependence on Caven made him feel like a useless piece of trash. Thinking this, Lin Ming took a deep breath, then adjusted his posture, staring intently at what was in front of him. Since this thing wanted to touch him, then let it touch him. Before, he was always the one trying to get close to others. Now, that the other wanted to engage in close combat, he had no reason to back down. "Come!" Lin Ming's eyes widened, and countless mycelial tentacles, each over 10 meters long, shot out from behind him. Black mold was constantly forming on these tentacles. The mold, like black slime, stretched into thin threads in midair. Lin Ming stared intently at the creature before him, trying to make out its appearance. Finally, the creature reached out and pressed its hand down on Lin Ming's head. Without hesitation, Lin Ming used the tentacles behind him to instantly coil around the creature, like a group of pythons, firmly controlling its prey. Just when Lin Ming thought he had the situation under control, the hand on his head suddenly twisted downwards 180 degrees, becoming a palm on his forehead, fingers covering his face. Then, as Lin Ming used the mold to corrode the creature's body, the creature's fingers suddenly lunged towards Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming hadn't initially taken this attack seriously. Because he was now a mycelium, this kind of attack wouldn't have any effect. However, as those 2 fingers pierced his eyes, an indescribable pain, like an iron pestle, churned through his mind. Amidst this excruciating pain, Lin Ming was horrified to discover that everything before his eyes had turned completely white. Chapter 361. Lin Ming endured the pain in his eyes, as the tentacles behind him attacked his opponent like a swarm of enraged snakes. In the excruciating pain, Lin Ming didn't even have the energy to sense whether his attacks were effective. He felt his mind was turning to mush, and even his mycelium was struggling to maintain its human form. He now looked like a melting snowman. Lin Ming was in a predicament, and he knew this better than anyone. This bizarre enemy, even if he could see, wouldn't necessarily be easy to defeat. Huh? As Lin Ming's situation gradually worsened, he suddenly felt something float past his eyes. That was silk? He was surprised. You see, his eyes hadn't seen anything with such a tangible form for quite some time. The number of silk threads was increasing. These silk threads felt like the world silk he was most familiar with, but their shape was slightly different. This world silk seemed finer. If the world silk of the past was like human hair, then this was like lamb's wool. Lin Ming panicked. He had no idea what was about to happen. He only felt the threads in front of him increasing in number. Just then, he suddenly saw a figure within the world threads before him. The world threads outlined the figure's silhouette. Lin Ming was seeing what his opponent looked like for the first time. The opponent's body was being relentlessly attacked by Lin Ming's tentacles. Her body was like a piece of soft clay. Each time it was attacked, a hole would be pierced, but once the tentacles left her body, it would regenerate at an astonishing speed. Lin Ming even felt that her recovery speed surpassed that of Caven. Regarding his sudden ability to see the world silk, Lin Ming had a very pessimistic hypothesis in his mind. He was probably blind. His recent visual loss wasn't actually not seeing, but rather seeing too much. The world silk's field of vision suddenly became more refined, interfering with his normal vision, causing the dizziness and blurriness. The attack he had just suffered had very likely destroyed his original eyes. Since his ordinary eyes were ruined, the world silk was no longer interfering. It could even be clearer. Being able to use the world silk's vision, Lin Ming suddenly calmed down. This long-lost feeling of being able to see was so dear to him. He didn't need to guess through sounds, nor did he need to ask Caven. Caven. Lin Ming's mind raced at the thought of Caven. You son of a bitch. He locked onto her location, pressed his hands to the ground, and countless mycelia instantly surged forth, swaying gently like seaweed drifting on water. Lin Ming's mycelia, like a swamp, began to drag the woman towards the ground, digging a deep pit filled with mold. Lin Ming had initially thought that decomposing her completely would win the battle, but his opponent seemed far more vulnerable. Lin Ming sensed her size increasing. She was multiplying. Why were all his recent opponents multiplying? Now, his rate of corrosion was gradually falling behind her growth rate. The woman's body had grown so large that the pit Lin Ming had dug for her wasn't big enough. She crawled out of the mycelial swamp he had created, landing on all fours. When Lin Ming looked up at the creature lying on the ground like a giant beast, he suddenly noticed something pulsating in its abdomen. This thing appeared for only a moment before disappearing. Then the enormous woman suddenly rushed towards him. Lin Ming immediately transformed into his mycelial form and began to maneuver around her, constantly trying to figure out what that pulsating thing was. From his perspective, it didn't seem like it suddenly appeared and disappeared, but rather suddenly appeared, then disappeared. To confirm this guess, he strained his eyes to look at the woman's abdomen again. He even crawled under the woman's stomach to get a clearer view. Lin Ming saw clearly that it was an organ resembling a heart. For some reason, the vision he now possessed through his world silk was far more powerful than before. He could even adjust the degree of his X-ray vision. It was also through this ability that Lin Ming discovered that the thing in front of him might not be a spider in its true form. This thing had no internal organs or skeleton. All that remained was this one constantly pulsating organ, and that seemingly infinitely proliferating body. That pulsating organ must be the opponent's weakness. Having determined this, Lin Ming reached for his staff, flicked it, and it transformed into a sharp cone. He moved close to the ground, appearing beneath the woman, then abruptly raised his hand, aiming the staff's tip directly at her abdomen. As soon as the woman realized Lin Ming was about to attack the organ, her hand twisted at an uncanny angle, blocking her abdomen and grabbing Lin Ming's staff. As expected, Lin Ming felt he had guessed correctly. Since they were so urgently protecting this organ, it meant it was indeed a vital point. That made things easier. Lin Ming allowed the mold to cling to the staff, using its corrosive properties to pull the staff from the woman's hand, then planted it directly in the ground, stomping on it to firmly establish its roots with mycelium. Faced with such a large, proliferating enemy, ice was still the best choice. This time, Lin Ming went straight to the point, completing the elemental transformation in just about 5 seconds. He became completely white, his skin covered in dazzling, diamond-like ice crystals. Frosty Land Steel Forest modified Frozen Touch Scorpion Sting. Lin Ming gently lifted his finger, and countless extremely fine ice spikes emerged from the ground beneath the woman. Wherever these spikes touched, frost began to spread outwards, as if possessing some kind of icy poison. The terrifying aspect of this spell lies in the fact that as long as the target remains in contact with the ice spike, The frost will continuously spread from the point of impact until the target is completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Ordinary people use this spell with a single ice spike, employing it for a carefully planned ambush after luring the enemy in. Lin Ning, already an ice elemental, naturally wouldn't use such a petty spell. His ice spikes practically turned the ground into a bed of nails. If the opponent were human, Lin Ning could single-handedly take on an entire army with just this one spell. Lin Ning looked at the ice spikes before him, and suddenly felt that he seemed to see something strange. Those ice spikes, something's wrong, no. Lin Ning raised his elemental hands. In his memory, these hands were snow white. Now, in the World Silk's vision, there seemed to be something on his hands. No, it should be said, there was something within his body. Lin Ning looked at the ice spikes again, then at his hands. Then he suddenly remembered what happened on the day he lost his sight. At that time, he saw elements. What he was seeing now might also be elements. The reason Lin Ning believed what he was seeing was elements was because he had learned the fundamental theory of elements when studying magic. The scholars of this world, over a dozen generations, through various experiments and observations, deduced the basic properties of elements. The deductions were as follows. Each element possesses its own characteristics. The characteristic of fire element is vibration. The characteristic of lightning element is unidirectional, high-speed movement, changing its trajectory when obstructed. Ice element is interconnected, but the connections are not strong enough, disintegrating upon exposure to high temperatures. Wind element is suspended, and can be constantly altered by external forces. Beyond their fundamental properties, each element possesses a distinct field. These fields converge to form the major elements: lightning, fire, ice, and wind. Lin Ning first witnessed elements when defusing a bomb for Kuei-Jijio. At that time, he saw countless particles constantly vibrating, their surrounding fields radiating light and heat. This time, however, the particles he saw had changed form. They no longer vibrated but were firmly connected to each other. At this point, Lin Ning was essentially certain that what he was seeing were elements. Since it's elements, Lin Ning recalled a famous theory. That is, the transformation between elements can be achieved by changing their state of motion. It sounded remarkably like the descriptions of alchemy in the world Lin Ning had once lived in. When Lin Ning first learned this, he had rather unkindly mocked it. But now, he suddenly felt it was worth a try. His world filaments could interfere with objects without physical contact. Now that he could directly see elements, it meant he could interfere with their states. Just as Lin Ning was rapidly considering a strategy, the woman seemed to realize she was at a disadvantage and lashed out with her arms, which were like two elastic whips, aiming at Lin Ning. Lin Ning knew that he couldn't let her hit him, no matter what. This opponent's attack was likely aimed directly at his soul, which was why his eyes were injured even while he was in his mycelial form. Although Lin Ning knew he couldn't be attacked, he couldn't move if he wanted to maintain his elemental form, so he held both arms outstretched, each palm extending an ice spike. Frost crossed Lin Ning concentrated intently. The instant the woman's hand touched his ice spike, he clenched his fists, crushing the ice spike into fragments. These fragments didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they hovered silently in the air. The moment the woman's hand touched the ice crystals, all the ice crystals transformed into countless cross-shaped ice spikes, each taller than a person, like miniature bombs in midair. The woman's hands were firmly pinned to the ground by these cross-shaped ice spikes. At that moment, Lin Ning suddenly saw an ice flower float past him. Curiously, he used his world silk to observe the ice flower, then tentatively tugged at the ice element he saw. What happened next didn't shock Lin Ning much. However, the woman who had been relentlessly fighting him suddenly began to struggle. Because Lin Ning only saw elements, he couldn't see things like red fire or blue-purple lightning that ordinary people could see. To him, it was just that the elements were disturbed by his movement, causing a brief period of chaos in the air before settling to the ground. From the outside, it appeared as if Lin Ning had waved his hand at the ice flower in front of him. The ice flower ignited. Then the flames transformed into arcs of electricity, and finally, the arcs extinguished. The woman sensed this incredibly bizarre change in that instant. Lin Ning realized that the woman seemed to want to escape. The woman desperately pulled at her hands, which were pinned to the ground, tearing off her arms, then quickly repairing them, and began slamming them against the ground. Lin Ning felt the ground shake from her impact, and as he wondered what this strange thing was trying to do, he saw something like a wandering ghost drifting towards him through the world silk. Lin Ning curiously looked towards where the ghost had come from, and the moment his gaze fell there, he felt his blood rush to his head. There lay Caven, lying on the ground. "Caven!" Lin Ning called out, but Caven didn't move. Lin Ning had now somewhat discerned the opponent's tactics. They wanted to forcibly separate him and Kevin, then defeat them separately. However, the one sent to deal with Lin Ming suddenly panicked after witnessing Lin Ming's elemental transformation and summoned its companions. At first, Lin Ming genuinely believed they were allies. But the next moment, he saw the enormous woman and the ghost merge into one. Lin Ming could clearly see that, with the ghost's entry, the woman, who originally had no internal organs or bones, began to develop various organs, eventually transforming into a complete human form from the inside out. Lin Ming didn't want to deal with her, he only wanted to check on Kevin's condition first. Judging from the ghost's appearance, it was likely the type of incorporeal being that Kevin was least adept at dealing with. Lin Ming just wanted this unknown monster to get lost. Whether he continued fighting or killed it, it would take a considerable amount of time. Although Kevin didn't show any visible injuries, since the opponent was capable of directly attacking the soul, Kevin's current situation must be very dangerous. Lin Ming, facing the woman, slowly lowered himself. The woman, thinking he was about to attack, also lowered her stance. But Lin Ming suddenly reached out towards Kevin, pulling him close. He quickly checked Kevin's condition. Kevin was still alive. That was beyond doubt. Lin Ming could still sense life force emanating from Kevin's body. The woman opposite him, seeing Lin Ming pull Kevin to her side, suddenly made a strange sound. It sounded like someone speaking with their mouth closed. After a muttering, the woman suddenly reached out and inserted her hand into the fissure in her abdomen, as if trying to open the eyes they had initially seen. But just then, a buzzing sound of insects suddenly rang out. As soon as the huge eye in the woman's abdomen opened a crack, a bee, like a swiftly flying sword, whoosh, pierced into that eye. At the same time, the swarm of bees in the air formed two words and an exclamation mark. I stab you. Chapter 362. The Bee Demon God, Yen Ming. When she, Lin Ming, and Kevin encountered that strange woman with eyes on her stomach, the three of them were separated. Although they didn't know the exact mechanism, when they were affected, it was as if they had been pulled into three completely independent spaces, unable to perceive each other, and forced to fight independently. It was at this moment that Yen Ming realized she had been clearly underestimated. Because there wasn't a single enemy in front of her. Lin Ming was confronting an infinitely regenerating soft monster, and Kevin was dealing with a ghost immune to physical attacks. Yen Ming was in a daze. She transformed into a swarm of insects one moment and human form the next, looking around restlessly, feeling uneasy, as if a thorn was in her side. She didn't know what was happening with Lin Ming and Kevin, and could only wait quietly, but she felt she couldn't do nothing. So she waited anxiously again, until the isolation spell was lifted. After their isolation was lifted, Yen Ming didn't appear immediately. She was originally a demonic being skilled at concealing her presence. She simply lay hidden in the grass, quietly watching Lin Ming and Kevin confront the strange man. Yen Ming reassured herself as she dodged. This wasn't fear, it was a tactical temporary retreat. Yes, a tactical retreat. Yen Ming cautiously, trying her best not to reveal her presence, watching as a ghostly figure merged with a hideous monster, transforming into the woman they had initially seen. A tight-fitting bodysuit, long hair, a thin line on her stomach, and no face. Then she saw the strange man try to open the eye on her stomach again. Oh no! Oh no! She was assigned a private room with no opponents just now, but that might not be the case this time. So, Yen Ming decided to make her move. A sneak attack with bees. Her attack was originally quite insignificant. Although she possessed bee venom, its effect was only to slightly paralyze her opponent and cause them some pain. To inflict a fatal blow, she would need to sting them at least 100 times. But she knew her attacks were weak, so she focused on increasing her speed. Yen Ming would create a special entity within the swarm, an entity with enhanced flight speed. With this enhanced bee body, she could achieve lightning-fast speed. Moreover, while her attack might not be fatal in one strike, it was more than enough to dazzle the eyes. Yen Ming's special bee stinger flew between the strange person's eyelids the instant they tried to open their abdominal eye. Then the special wasp raised its stinging rear end and spurted its stinger at the large eyeball. The woman, completely caught off guard, quickly crushed the wasp, then, as if she'd eaten something bad, clutched her stomach and clenched her legs, the faceless head emitting muffled groans. The sting must have been incredibly painful. Lin Ming, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity created by Yen Ming slip by. He bound the woman's body with mycelium, then, like swinging a yo-yo, slammed her repeatedly against the ground. These blows weren't intended to kill her outright, but rather to buy time to analyze her weaknesses. Lin Ming's eyes could now truly see through people. Analyzing the woman's body, he was astonished to discover that although she had a human form, her organs were different from humans. Besides the large eye that occupied half of her abdominal cavity, she had no heart, but there were two round, constantly pulsating entities in her lower abdomen and head. With each pulsation of the one in her head, Lin Ming felt as if a large number of the mycelium holding her would die. The woman seemed to have recovered from Yan Ming's sneak attack. She suddenly shook her head, and a layer of semi-transparent, coating-like substance appeared around her body. As soon as this substance appeared, Lin Ming immediately felt a burning sensation traveling from the mycelium. The feeling was like accidentally holding a cup of boiling water. In addition, a rather ominous sensation quickly traveled up the mycelium towards his body. Lin Ming quickly severed this part of the mycelium. He was quite surprised because this was the first time his mycelium had transmitted pain. No, it should be said that his sparse soul, attached to the mycelium, transmitted the sensation of pain back, and it seemed the other party wanted to invade his body through his mycelium. If he succeeded, the problem would be enormous. This was the first time Lin Ming realized that his mycelium was also connected to his soul. He had originally thought his mycelium was merely a tool that obeyed commands. In this way, the other party had practically turned him into an untouchable, red-hot iron block. If Lin Ming wanted to attack the other party with his mycelium, he would have to bear the risk of his own soul being attacked as well. Lin Ming looked at the semi-transparent coating on her body, then at her internal structure, and realized that she had actually split into two parts. She was now using that semi-transparent ghostly form to envelop the regenerating monster whose core was in its abdomen. This was troublesome. Using mycelium would allow the monster to use its network to attack her back home, and using magic wouldn't work on the regenerating monster at all. Wait, what scared the regenerating monster so much that it hastily merged with the other part? Elemental transformation. The problem was, Lin Ming only knew that the monster feared elemental transformation, but he didn't know how to use this ability. The situation was like a stick trying to fight a wolf. Both sides were afraid. Just as Lin Ming was considering how to deal with the enemy, Caven, who had been unconscious, suddenly said, "Looks like she's quite troublesome." "Huh? Caven, you're awake? What's wrong with you?" Lin Ming only got halfway through his sentence before realizing that it wasn't Caven's voice. Caven sat bolt upright on the ground, turning to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming stared at Caven's bloodshot eyes, the sharp teeth protruding from his mouth, and his red hair. "You old codger. TSK, who are you talking about?" This was the first generation. The first generation had been awakened by Caven. Caven had gone to great lengths to wake the first generation. He knew that the first generation was now just a remnant of his soul, practically dwindling with each use, but given the current dire situation, even the ashes of his ancestor had to be used. Caven would awaken the first generation, because the first generation was a master of soul attacks. Compared to Caven, who excelled in physical attacks, the first generation's attack methods were always about directly striking and destroying the soul. Caven realized that the first generation might be better at dealing with the ghost than he was, so he sacrificed one core, using it to withstand the ghost's attacks while trying to awaken the first generation. Although the awakening was slower, he ultimately succeeded. The first generation looked at Lin Ming's eyes and asked curiously, "You don't even have pupils. Can you see anything through these two lines?" Lin Ming was taken aback by the question. I guess I can see." Just as the first generation was calmly chatting with Lin Ming, the faceless woman suddenly rushed over. Judging from the woman's posture, it was more like she crawled over than rushed. Seeing her approach, the first generation first carefully examined the soul coating on her body. "No wonder you called me." The first generation stood up and kicked Lin Ming hard in the butt, creating some distance between them. Only he could handle this thing. The woman reached out, 5 sharp fingernails suddenly sprouting from her fingertips, and grabbed at the first generation. The first generation, unperturbed and quite elegantly, raised his hand, aimed precisely, and slapped the woman's faceless features. Lin Ming was stunned. This seemingly casual slap sent the woman flying a considerable distance. She rolled on the ground for a long time before coming to a stop. Lin Ming noticed that the first generation's arm, from which he had swung his hand, had turned translucent red, resembling a transparent ruby from a distance, yet without the sharp edges of a gemstone. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see what appeared to be fluorescent blood flowing within his translucent palm. The change occurred in an area roughly the size of his right forearm and palm. The first generation looked at his hand and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Is that all I have left? Oh well, this is it. Nightborn blood soul body degraded version. One hand formed the first generation's blood soul body, and the strange woman's attack method were strikingly similar. The blood soul body could directly transform its physical form into a state capable of touching the soul, yet it wouldn't completely become intangible. In this state, attacks possess both physical and spiritual attributes, and upon touching the opponent's soul, it could release an extremely powerful impact, which would then affect the opponent's body through the soul. At his peak, the first generation was almost always swirling around in his entire blood-soul body, but now, he could only achieve a blood-soul body in one hand, and he didn't know how long he could maintain it. The first generation looked at the woman getting up from the ground, and suddenly felt that this thing looked familiar. He seemed to have seen it before. "Have I seen you before?" The woman ignored the first generation and lunged at him again. The first generation slapped her again, sending her flying. "Wait a minute, let me think. I don't know if I lost this part of my memory. It's quite difficult for a dead person like me to recall the past." The woman grew increasingly enraged. She felt that the first generation was toying with her, so she decided to use her trump card directly. Lin Ming watched as the woman suddenly collapsed to the ground, her size gradually increasing. At first, he thought she would transform into a wild beast, but gradually, he realized that this form was strange. It was a spider, over 10 meters long, entirely purple. The spider's body was still encased in the soul coating. On the spider's abdomen was a gigantic eye. But this was only part of the mutated monster. The original multi-eyed creature and fangs were absent from the spider's head. Instead, there was a half-body of a gigantic woman, extending from the soul coating. This half-body was translucent, still faceless, and disheveled. Seeing this, the first generation suddenly clapped his hands. "I remember. Your name is EP331." Remembering who this was, the first generation's brows furrowed even more. He turned to Lin Ming and said, "Something strange." Because in the first generation's memory, this person had fought him, and was one of the few who had fought him and escaped unscathed, so he remembered her vividly. EP331. She called herself Ming. Yes, in the distant past, she could speak. And she had facial features. Back then, she could even banter with the first generation. Although she was occasionally a bit eccentric, she was definitely not like this, completely devoid of self. Mirai. The first generation looked at Mickey's complete form and remembered the past. Mirai was a spider. She had mentioned this after being defeated by the first generation. According to Miki herself, her consciousness was discontinuous, sometimes clear, sometimes chaotic, but even in chaotic moments, she wouldn't completely lose her reason. She would only experience some emotional instability and sudden changes in personality. The reason she fought with the first generation was because of this. Back then, Mei was almost killed by the first generation. Mei felt that her consciousness wasn't solely her own, it could be influenced by other entities. However, she didn't explicitly state what these other entities were. The first generation pondered for a moment and guessed the gist of it. Since Mei had said her consciousness could be influenced by other entities, her current brutal and ruthless state, clearly rejecting everything, was most likely not due to a problem with herself. But rather, it was a problem with those other entities. The first generation shook her head. "It's really tough. I can't even control myself." Mei, who had been in a frenzied state, suddenly seemed to freeze in place when she heard the first generation call her name. The first generation beckoned to Lin Ming, taking advantage of Mei's momentary daze, and told Lin Ming about Mei. "How's it going? Any leads?" "This is fantastic." The first generation didn't have much information about the spiders, nor did they know the current situation, so they were completely bewildered by Ming's condition. However, Lin Ming understood what was going on simply by hearing Ming's previous account. Ming had some kind of conscious connection with the other spiders. This connection wasn't bidirectional, but unidirectional. Ming could be affected by the state of other spiders, but the other spiders were unaware of Ming's existence. Now, thinking back, this was probably some kind of after effect left over from when the spiders attempted to merge and communicate their consciousness. Ming's awakening actually happened very early. She had no greed or purpose, and her interests changed quickly. Later, she got bored and spent most of her time sleeping. But what Ming didn't expect was that the spiders were now facing a calamity created by their own people. Many spiders were suddenly and forcibly awakened, and some began to die in extremely gruesome ways. The connected consciousness, which was originally harassment, directly turned into attack. By the time Fate realized the source of everything, it was too late. Her already weak self-awareness shattered completely under these repeated shocks, leaving only an empty shell. Her appearance, her voice, all her identifying marks were gone. Only a body remained, acting solely on instinct. And this body, devoid of consciousness, relied on instinct to arrive at a place she believed she should be. She found the person she believed she should be looking for. Lin Ming. Chapter 363. She must have come looking for you. The first generation pointed at Lin Ming with his right blood spirit form, which resembled red jade, possessing an elegant and composed beauty. Looking for me? Lin Ming was quite puzzled. He didn't understand why a spider would specifically seek him out. After the first generation called her name, Ming seemed to fall asleep, ceasing her attacks and remaining in a form with a semi-transparent human female upper body and a purple spider lower body. Her hair was also semi-transparent, slowly fluttering in the air, resembling some kind of aquatic plant. The first generation looked at his right hand. The range of his blood spirit form was slowly shrinking. When he first activated it, its range was above his elbow. Now it had retreated to below his elbow and down to his forearm. The first generation sighed. A remnant soul is, after all, a remnant soul. It can't roam around outside forever. Kid, what's your opinion? I still have the ability to destroy her, but if you hesitate any longer, things might change. The first generation waved his right hand, indicating that Lin Ming's time was limited. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. He felt he couldn't spare her life. Now that he had regained his world silk vision, he knew the elders were relentlessly devouring other spiders. If he let Ming go here, she would ultimately be consumed by her own kind. Moreover, Ming was very strong. Since encountering Lin Ming, she had always attacked like a wild beast, fighting entirely on instinct. During his fight with Ming, Lin Ming had gained a fairly good understanding of her abilities. First, there's the eye on her abdomen that eye seems capable of separating an opponent and then destroying them piecemeal. Then there's Mei's most unique ability. Her body and soul can act separately, with her body capable of near-infinite proliferation and her soul immune to physical attacks. Furthermore, attacks on both her body and soul can directly affect her soul. With such abilities, if Mei were a rational and tactically astute individual, Lin Ming might truly be no match for her. In other words, if the elders were to seize this ability and use it for their own purposes, it would become extremely troublesome. Lin Ming nodded to the first generation, who understood Lin Ming's meaning. The first generation knew how to kill Mei. Without him, Lin Ming would likely not be able to defeat Mei. Because Mei's ability has a most difficult aspect to deal with. If her soul and body aren't destroyed simultaneously, she will regenerate. The first generation sighed. He hadn't expected to encounter an old acquaintance after waking up. The first generation spread its wings and flew to a height level with Ming's head, realizing that its body was roughly the same size as Ming's face. It slapped Ming's head with its blood soul form's right hand. Hey, wake up, let's fight. Ming seemed to be jolted awake by the slap. She swung her arms and lunged at the first generation. The first generation flapped its wings, dodging the attack. Lin Ming didn't want to just stand by and watch, so he used ice magic to restrict Ming's movements on the ground as much as possible. Seeing that the time was right, the first generation retreated, creating some distance, then extended its left hand, pointing towards the top of Ming's head, and its blood soul form's right hand, aiming at Ming's forehead. In an instant, a red cloud appeared in the sky where the first generation had pointed with his left hand. Because the cloud appeared so suddenly, Lin Ming thought he was seeing things. Red cloud void summoning blood nail. The first generation spread his wings and slashed downwards with his left hand. Lin Ming stared at the red cloud, almost unable to believe his eyes. He had never seen such a spell before. The red cloud was like some kind of otherworldly summoning gate, and a huge cross-shaped blood nail fell from it. The blood nail was even larger than life itself. From Lin Ming's perspective, it looked as if a giant in the red cloud had hurled the blood nail at life. As the huge blood nail continued to fall through the air, the first generation flew towards Life's head in a whirlwind. Life's weak points in this form were two. One was the eye on its spider abdomen, and the other was its forehead. Ming seemed to sense the blood nail aimed at her vitals, and began to struggle to escape, but her lower body was almost entirely restrained by Lin Ming's numerous ice spells. The first generation blood soul's hand, and the giant nail falling from the sky touched Ming almost simultaneously. The first generation thought he was hallucinating. He felt that Ming had just nodded. But this was only a fleeting feeling. The first generation's attack did not stop. The blood nail pierced the spider's abdomen and continued to plunge into the ground. The blood nail hit the ground with a loud rumble. The shaking of the ground forced Lin Ming to use his mycelium to grip the ground to avoid falling. The first generation blood soul's right hand plunged directly into Ming's forehead, piercing through the core of her soul. Everything was going smoothly. The first generation thought so, and so did Lin Ming. In fact, Mei had indeed suffered a fatal injury. Her two cores were damaged simultaneously, her body and soul began to disintegrate at the same time, and her hair, which had been floating in the air, gradually fell down. She still had no features, no words. The first generation felt that everything was over, and even felt somewhat fortunate. Mei was now almost completely powerless to resist. If Mei had been conscious before, he wouldn't have been able to win in her current state. Just as the first generation was about to end it all, and fly back to Lin Ming's side, he suddenly saw Mei lower her head, and slowly clap her hands lightly in front of her. She looked like a joyful young girl, secretly celebrating something. Lin Ming on the ground thought it was just a coincidence, but the first generation froze in midair. He was very familiar with this gesture. It was a subconscious action that Mei used to often perform. Whenever she felt that things were progressing as she expected, she would clap her hands lightly with secret joy. Just like the actions from before, exactly the same. Watching Mikoto gradually disintegrate until she was unrecognizable, the first generation felt as if struck by lightning, understanding everything. Mikoto had come here following her instincts. Perhaps not to find Lin Ming, perhaps she had come to find him. The first generation was a carefree person, bordering on cold-blooded. He didn't know how Mikoto viewed him. Perhaps, in Mikoto's mind, he was the only one capable of killing her, or perhaps, he was the one Mikoto wanted to fight one last time. Even in her dazed state, fate followed a wisp of his remnant soul and found herself. This was all exactly as she had planned. The first generation smiled bitterly, reached out, and mimicked fate's gesture, patting himself in front of him before shaking his head. After settling on the dusty ground, Lin Ming collapsed to the floor. He knew the battle was over and began frantically processing the information he had gathered. The first generation landed back on the ground, and Lin Ming quickly asked, "Is Kaven alright?" The first generation glanced at Lin Ming. "Why didn't you ask if I was alright? You weren't dead, this was just a temporary return of your soul." The first generation flicked his right hand, dispelling his blood-soul form, and let out a long sigh. "It's really amazing that I'm not completely dead. I find it amazing too. You really wanted me dead that much? Before, yes, but now that I know you can help, I think it's better if you don't die." The first generation had a vague idea of why he could still exist in this form. Kaven seemed to be nurturing his remnant soul in some way. This behavior was somewhat foolish, but the first generation's current form was more like a parasite residing in Kaven's body, so he wouldn't object to Kaven treating him however he wanted. The first generation sat down, and Lin Ming noticed that his fangs were slowly shortening, and his red hair was gradually turning back to black. Before leaving, the first generation told Lin Ming to ask whatever he wanted. Lin Ming thought about it, and realized there was indeed something he couldn't understand. Why did Ming immediately stab me in the eye? Her attack actually helped me. The first generation sneered. Don't you realize how terrifying your eyes look? I think Kaven was simply terrified and reflexively tried to destroy something scary, nothing more. Lin Ming looked at the first generation and asked, "So, are you all dead this time?" "You're really rude." "So you're not all dead." The first generation didn't reply. Kaven had now returned to his original form. Lin Ming pursed his lips and glanced up at the huge, blood-red judgment nail still standing on the ground. He had initially thought it was a crystallization spell, but it seemed this huge judgment nail would remain there for quite some time. Lin Ming checked Kaven's condition. His breathing was steady, and he seemed alright. Just as he was tidying up his belongings, he looked up and saw a rather slender girl. "Huh? Who are you?" Upon hearing his question, a T-T appeared above her head. This probably meant she was crying. "Oh, it's Yen Ming. Sorry, this is the first time I've seen you like this." Yen Ming's appearance was somewhat different from what Lin Ming had imagined. He had always thought Yen Ming might be short. He even imagined her to be about the size of a small coconut. But in reality, Yen Ming looked like a young girl. Her hair was short, reaching her ears, with some natural curls that made the ends curl slightly outwards. Her bangs were level with her eyebrows, and the hair at her forehead and temples was unusually long, almost reaching her abdomen. Yen Ming wore a small cape that reached her elbows, and she seemed to be wearing tight-fitting gloves. The fabric around her waist was also tight, revealing a waist so slender it seemed almost fragile. Lin Ming initially thought she was wearing a skirt, but from Yen Ming's exaggerated movements, he realized it wasn't. It looked like she was simply wearing strips of cloth around her waist, overlapping each other, with a tassel at the bottom of each strip. A strange outfit. Yen Ming was currently in a state of shock. Since her awakening, she had never seen such a scene. Giant spiders, giant nails, a floor full of top-tier ice spells, and a Kaven that clearly didn't look like Kaven. Yen Ming looked at Lin Ming and cautiously floated a few words above his head. "How's Kaven?" Lin Ming, finally able to communicate with Yen Ming through the subtitles, replied. Looks like he's not in serious trouble, but since he suffered a soul attack, his recovery will be slow. Yin Ning circled Caven with small steps and asked, Is there anything I can help with? Lin Ning glanced at Yin Ming, not thinking he could be of much help, and casually joked, Why don't you sing a song? Maybe he wake up after you sing. After saying this, Lin Ning saw a question mark appear above Yin Ming's head. Lin Ning currently had a ton of things to do. He needed to look after Caven, while simultaneously analyzing the spider's situation. He looked up into the distance. He wanted to see the spider's location. He first looked towards the southern border, and found Changwuzi still there. Then, turning his head, he couldn't help but frown. There was a gigantic, constantly moving spider soul. The moment Lin Ning saw this soul, he felt a heavy sense of oppression. His attention had been entirely focused on Ming, oblivious to the other spiders. Now, he suddenly noticed this enormous soul, permeated with an ominous aura. The feeling was like being swimming in the deep sea, and discovering a fish millions of times larger than himself was constantly beside him. Because it was so enormous, it was difficult to detect. The form of this soul was unlike any Lin Ning had ever seen before. The souls of spiders were originally extremely clear and perfectly compatible with this world. But now, this spider's soul was like contaminated filth. Lin Ning watched the colossal creature still moving towards the other spiders, temporarily averting his gaze. He shouldn't think about anything else now, focus on the present, on taking care of Caven first. He suddenly became very curious as to why Yin Ming could appear before him in human form. He looked at Yin Ming, about to ask a question, when he found Yin Ming standing still, his mouth opening and closing. Although Yin Ming's mouth was moving, Lin Ming couldn't hear anything. Was this girl really singing? Are you singing? Yes, you said it would help. This kid is really straightforward. What are you singing? Someone sang it for me before, that's all I know. Give me some subtitles, I look at the lyrics. Yin Ning obediently sang, while displaying the lyrics above her head. Lin Ning looked at it for a while, then felt something was off. The lyrics included things like sleep peacefully, forget your worries, and peacefully until dawn. Isn't it a lullaby? Ah, what? Yes. Will singing this help? Lin Ming looked at Caven. I think singing a lullaby isn't appropriate to wake someone up. Yin Ming frantically waved her hands in the air, as if she wanted to crush the song she was singing. Lin Ming watched as the subtitles above her head became a mess in her panic, until finally they stabilized, and a familiar sign appeared. T-T. Chapter 364. Caven didn't wake up until nightfall. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Ning and Yin Ning sitting beside him like two protectors. How long has it been? Hearing his question, Lin Ning casually replied, More than a year. The spiders are all dead. After we resolved the world crisis. Do you think I believe that? Just half a day, maybe a few hours. Caven sat up and looked up to see the blood nail still standing on the ground. He knew what the first generation had done. Caven looked at his right hand and began to ponder whether he could learn the blood-soul-body skill. Seeing that Caven seemed alright, Lin Ming asked, How's your injury? I feel like my whole body has been chewed up by a dog. Soul damage, it seems that's true. There's nothing I can do but slowly recover. I feel okay, it shouldn't delay our journey. How about you? Caven had noticed earlier that Lin Ming seemed to have regained his sight. His cross-shaped eye was clearly seeing. Your sight has returned? Lin Ming shrugged. Quite the opposite. I think I lost my sight. Right now, I only have World Silk left to use. Fortunately, World Silk is better than normal eyes in many situations. Oh right. Lin Ming suddenly turned to Yin Ming and asked, What color are your clothes? The answer appeared above Yin Ming's head. Yellow and black. Then I really wasn't wrong. Caven looked at Lin Ming's cross-shaped eye and suddenly asked curiously, Can you see words now? I can still see it, but it's a bit blurry. I was just looking at the book she left behind. Lin Ming noticed a visibly disappointed look on Yin Ming's face when she was mentioned. He suddenly became curious. Yin Ming, are you and she close? Yin Ming seemed a little confused by this question. She wasn't sure if they were close. She was a demon race with little real power, and her initial encounter with Qi was purely accidental. She originally thought she was a human girl. Because she could act arbitrarily in her own world, her method of controlling her human subordinates was to provide them with things that satisfied them within her space. Food, wine, she could create almost anything in her space except for living things. Initially, she used these things to keep these humans working for her, but later, she gradually built up her own power base. Yin Ning went to see Qi simply out of curiosity. She had heard that a strange woman was recruiting subordinates. So, like a curious child, Yin Ming went to investigate. She was puzzled the moment she saw Yin Ming, because based on her understanding of humans, most people who came to her had faces filled with greed. But Yin Ming was different. This girl was innocently naive, almost foolish. She asked curiously, "Is there something you want?" Then she didn't answer, just looked at her with curiosity. "Why are you staring at me?" Hearing Chi's question, Yin Ming made two okay gestures with her fingers, then put the rings over her eyes. Chi then realized that the other party was a demon god. When interacting with humans, she would use disguise, at least making her eyes appear human, but this disguise couldn't fool a demon god. "What are you doing here, a demon god?" Yin Ming thought for a moment, then two words appeared above his head. "Cute, huh?" "Cute? Me?" This was the first time Chi had been praised for her appearance. While she was surprised that Yin Ming could say something so straightforward that made her blush, she also gained a general understanding of how naive he was. At that time, she had just started reading novels. She thought that Yin Ming was, after all, a demon god, and keeping him around would be useful sooner or later. But after a while, she realized she was wrong. Besides grinning foolishly, turning into a swarm of insects and flying around, and then reading her books, Yin Ming seemed to be of no use at all. Moreover, Yin Ming had even learned how to use letters and symbols to form emoticons from those novels. Yin Ming even gave this thing a name, emoticons. It was around this time that she discovered Yin Ming's memory was actually quite strong. The people she had dealt with before were either fierce or annoying. She had never met anyone as quiet and reserved as Yin Ming. So she began to slowly chat with Yin Ming, sharing what she knew. She felt that letting Yin Ming know these things wasn't a bad thing. Until the elders awakened all the spiders, she found herself in danger. In a panic, she grabbed Yin Ming, threw her out of her spatial dimension, shoved a book into her hand, and instructed her to find Lin Ming. She wasn't the emotionally expressive type. She couldn't accurately articulate what Yin Ming meant to her. However, Yin Ming knew very well the weight she held in her heart. She looked at Lin Ming, seemingly hesitant, and a line of text floated above her head. "I want to save her." "She?" Yes, Lin Ming scratched his head. It wasn't that he was completely indifferent to Chi's life or death. Whether from an emotional or purely pragmatic perspective, she was very important. She was Lin Ming's personal encyclopedia, and Lin Ming hadn't yet reached the point where he already knew everything. Some crucial information remained only known to Chi. Even so, the plan to rescue Chi was still impossible to implement. As long as Chi didn't emerge from the spatial dimension, he couldn't pinpoint her location. Therefore, instead of searching for Chi, it would be better to go directly to the locations of the various spiders. But then another problem arose. Judging from their encounter with Ming during the day, the spider's strength was far beyond what they could reliably defeat at their current level. Rushing there would be practically gambling with one's life. Besides, Caven needs time to recover. After some thought, Lin Ming decided to go to a safer place first, the Southern Territory. Caven nodded in agreement with Lin Ming's suggestion. This seemed to be the best option right now. Judging from the information she had brought, Chong Wuzi had no interest in getting involved in the mess between spiders and humans. Before setting off, Lin Ming asked Yin Ming curiously, "Did she tell you about Chong Wuzi?" "I only know that name." It seemed Yin Ming doesn't have any other information. Although Caven was injured, he could still fly. Lin Ming felt Caven was weak, so he didn't let him carry him. He could fly himself, though a little slower. After settling in, Lin Ming, Caven, and Yin Ming took to the skies together, heading towards the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory was quite far. They traveled for about a day before finally seeing that familiar place. The unpredictable weather made Yin Ming quite nervous. Her swarm of bees felt cold one moment and hot the next. A torrential downpour would one moment stop abruptly. Lin Ming, watching her swarm's flustered state, chuckled, "We were like this when we first arrived. It's quite amusing once you get used to it." The Southern Territory was very deserted. Considering their current special status, Lin Ming didn't greet his old friends when passing through Xialinsel. Along the way, they could see scattered Xialinsel troops. These were the Southern Border Guards, replacing Gu Qianbu and his forces. Fortunately, Qiang Wuzi had been relatively quiet, and the Southern Border Guards were now practically a sinecure. Exhausted, Lin Ming looked down at the terrain and finally spotted the familiar Southern Border city wall. "Let's rest for a bit." The three landed on the city wall. Lin Ming noticed that there were no longer any humans stationed nearby. It seemed that Xialinsel had adopted a different management style for the southern border since taking over. Since no one was bothering them, the three began to rest on the familiar city wall. Lin Ming curiously looked down at the city wall and discovered that the large hole that had been damaged earlier had been repaired. Not far away, traces of Lin Ming's rampage could still be seen. The area where the southern border guards once lived was now desolate. Lin Ming looked at the open space, and recalled the scene of Les running laps around it, after eating the firebolt whip. Caven, seeing Lin Ming's smiling face, asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" "Remembering Les. Speaking of which, we had a really good time when we last came to the southern border." "Yeah, but now there's no one here and—" Caven pointed to the inner part of the southern border. "It seems a bit too deserted in here." Unlike Lin Ming and Caven, Yin Ming was visiting the southern border for the first time. She looked around with curiosity. Lin Ming quickly warned her, "Don't be too curious about the animals or plants here. I'm not exaggerating. If you're careless, you might really die here." Lin Ming had barely finished speaking when he heard a woman's voice from below the city wall. "What? Are you so determined to die here?" Lin Ming followed the voice, leaning halfway out from the city wall to look down. Chong Wuzi was sitting on the back of a white, lion-like magical beast. At first glance, the beast looked like a lion, but upon closer inspection, a rhinoceros-like horn appeared on its head. It sat with its legs crossed, looking up at the three uninvited guests. Chong Wuzi didn't seem to notice Lin Ming's glance, but the lion beneath her trembled violently at his exposed head. What had been a lion-skin sofa for Chong Wuzi now felt like a massage chair from Lin Ming's fright. Chong Wuzi could only stroke the lion's head to calm it down. As Chong Wuzi's awakening time lengthened, the magical beasts of the Southern Territory were no longer in the form of wild beasts, but rather resembled a well-trained army of ferocious beasts. Yin Ming also heard the female voice below. She glanced down and saw a naked, brown-haired beauty. "Wow, what a figure!" Lin Ming quickly reached out and cleared the subtitles above her head, then said to those below, "We're not here to cause trouble." "Of course I know." Chong Wuzi stroked the head of the white lion beneath her, looking at Lin Ming and saying, "If I wanted to fight you to the death, I wouldn't have come to see you like this. Come with me." With that, Chong Wuzi sat sideways on the white lion and walked deeper into the Southern Territory. Lin Ming and Caven exchanged a glance, realizing they had no other choice now. The three of them flew from the city wall into the Southern Territory. The environment here seemed less eerie than before. Yin Ming entered the Southern Territory, constantly looking around curiously. Lin Ming warned her not to look at the strange things, as she might be cursed. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Yin Ming was unsure where to focus her gaze. She looked around and found the most captivating sight to be the side profile of Chong Wuzi, and the two legs dangling beside the white lion. So, Yin Ming's gaze became fixed on Chong Wuzi, and she stared at it with obvious delight, causing the swarm of bees above her to buzz happily. Lin Ming followed Chong Wuzi deeper into the Southern Territory. He hadn't ventured this far during his last visit. Although Chong Wuzi was with the magical beasts, Lin Ming was still very curious about how Chong Wuzi lived in the Southern Territory. This question was answered when he reached the depths of the Southern Territory. Here, there was actually a city. Calling it a city might not be accurate. It looked more like some kind of nomadic tribe's tribe. In the center was a tall tent, and around it were smaller places that looked like rain shelters, which Lin Ming assumed were for the magical beasts to rest in. Chong Wuzi led Lin Ming and the others into the tent. Lin Ming found that although it didn't look particularly luxurious, it had everything one needed. "Sit down." Chong Wuzi leaped down from the white lion, patted its back, and the lion obediently ran to the side and lay down. Chong Wuzi walked to a chair draped in animal skin, picked up a water bag made of animal skin, and took a sip. Yin Ming was dumbfounded. Because Chong Wuzi was completely naked and utterly oblivious to her actions. She truly saw everything she shouldn't have. Chong Wuzi also sensed Yin Ming's gaze, glanced at him, sniffed the air, and asked curiously, "What's your relationship with Qi?" Yin Ming was startled by her question, cautiously uttering two words above his head. Subordinate Chong Wuzi seemed to smile disdainfully. Someone like Qi actually has subordinates like this. We're all different now. Lin Ming sensed the implication in Chong Wuzi's words. You say different. Yes, haven't you noticed, Spider, that you're changing? After all, I don't know what you were like before. Chong Wuzi sighed. I stay here because I think it's all so foolish. How can something that's already different be pieced back together? Chong Wuzi raised his left hand, examining it for a long time, then muttered to himself, if possible, I really want to see the human. Chapter 365. Lin Ming was quite curious about Chong Wuzi's description of the spider's transformation. Is there a big difference between the spider of the past and the one of now? Chong Wuzi shrugged. Of course there is. I wasn't always like this. Chong Wuzi looked up at her large tent and said with a touch of melancholy, at first, I wondered why I covered the sky, but then I realized it's really comfortable. Her answer was irrelevant, but it was also pointed. Chong Wuzi looked into Lin Ming's eyes and asked curiously, "You came to find me, perhaps because you're afraid I'd be eaten by that strange creature?" Chong Wuzi pointed in the direction of the huge, filthy soul. Lin Ming shook his head. "Being afraid you'd be eaten is only one reason we came to find you. To be honest, I came to ask for help." "You?" For some reason, Chong Wuzi scoffed at Lin Ming's words. She seemed to think Lin Ming was playing a trick on her. In her eyes, Lin Ming didn't need to ask anyone for help. "So what exactly do you want to do? Do you want to wipe out the spiders and leave humanity a peaceful haven, or do you want to watch the spiders wreak havoc on the world, then eliminate humanity and build a new world?" "Neither. Don't tell me you want to help both sides. That's more childish than a 3-year-old's burp." "Of course not." Lin Ming closed his eyes, realizing that Chong Wuzi wasn't the tyrannical person he imagined. She seemed genuinely interested in talking to him, so he spoke his mind. "Initially, I did want to wipe out the spiders and preserve human civilization." "Oh, and then what happened?" "You know, I learned a lot about spiders." "Yeah, President Xi always talks about you." "Not just Xi. At first, I thought spiders were just a group of ancient monsters, an uncertain factor threatening humanity, but now I think spiders are much more complex than I imagined." "And then? Did you develop pity for the spiders?" "No, you still can't stay in this world." "Ha ha ha, you really dare to say that." Chong Wuzi seemed to be mocking Lin Ming's boasting, but her laughter clearly lacked conviction. To be honest, Chong Wuzi wasn't as calm as she appeared, because she had absolutely no idea what level of existence Lin Ming was now. Originally, she thought Lin Ming was just a vessel for Ershram, and as long as Ershram didn't intend to destroy this world, there was nothing to fear. But the current Lin Ming had completely exceeded Chong Wuzi's understanding, even exceeded the understanding of spiders. She didn't know if the usually knowledgeable Qi had truly grasped what kind of being Lin Ming would become, but just looking at Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes, she already felt an instinctive fear. Lin Ming looked at Chong Wuzi, and suddenly remembered a detail that had bothered him greatly during his battle with fate. "Chong Wuzi? You can call me Chong if you find it troublesome." "No need, your name is quite nice. I want to show you something." "Oh!" Chong Wuzi was very curious. He watched as Lin Ming, like a magician, pulled out a small piece of ice elemental crystal from his person, then raised his hand and began to fiddle with the crystal, frowning. At first, Chong Wuzi didn't understand what he was going to do, but after a while, she heard Lin Ming say, "So that's how it is." Then she saw Lin Ming pat the ice element crystal, which instantly shattered into powder. Then, Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes suddenly widened, and he swung his hand sharply at the floating crystal powder. A chilling whoosh sound echoed through the air. The originally white ice element powder instantly transformed into lightning element. With Lin Ming's wave of his hand, the lightning element emitted a dazzling pale purple light, like a small thunderstorm suddenly appearing in the tent. Chong Wuzi jumped up from her chair. Looking at everything before her, she instinctively took a step back, but stumbled because her foot hit the table beside her. Seeing Chong Wuzi's reaction, Lin Ming basically confirmed his guess. The spider knew what elemental transformation meant, otherwise, neither Ming nor Chong Wuzi would have reacted so strongly to it. Lin Ming finished his elemental transformation performance and looked at Chong Wuzi, who was still trying to maintain a facade of composure. Chong Wuzi carefully moved her chair, intending to sit down, but as soon as her bottom touched the chair, she felt extremely uneasy and stood up again. Her inner turmoil was so great that she even considered putting on some clothes. Lin Ming looked up at Chong Wuzi's face and asked, "I want to know, what does this really mean?" Chong Wuzi steadied herself and beckoned to the white lion beside her. The white lion walked to Chong Wuzi's side and then turned its head away from Lin Ming's view. Lin Ming looked at the white lion's rear end and felt his popularity was declining. Chong Wuzi petted the lion for a while, seemingly calming down, and began to slowly explain about elemental transformation. "I don't know how much you know about the origin of this world. I feel like I know almost everything I can. Well, then I get straight to the point. Spiders, as the original life forms of this world evolved from the primordial element, have memories preserved deep within our minds of creation." "Creation? You mean the memory of the primordial element differentiating into the world?" "Yes, it might sound unbelievable, but we can feel that memory in our dreams or when we are in meditation." "Oh, what kind of memory is it?" "It would be difficult for me to describe it, but I can only tell you that the most captivating part is elemental transformation, a shared memory among all spiders. In the spider's memory, elemental transformation is the beginning of everything. The primordial element, after laying everything out, like constructing a painting, created all things through elemental transformation. This process of creation, so beautiful and impactful, was imprinted in the memory of every spider. Although they hadn't witnessed the magnificent spectacle of creation, they all knew an undeniable fact. The transformation of elements is itself the force that shapes the world. Stable becomes unstable, active becomes inactive. Movement patterns, structural distribution, spacing. Dispersing certain elements into fields, and then attaching fields to elements. Initially, the structures and combinations were categorized into only a few simple types, but later they evolved into a vast universe. And everything originated from the transformation of elements. Although elemental transformation always carried a sacred connotation in the spider's memory, in this already stable world, such transformation was impossible to repeat. They all believed this. Until Lin Ming appeared. Wait a minute. Lin Ming listened to Chang Wuzi talk about elemental transformation and suddenly realized that, if this was true, did the primordial element truly possess its own consciousness? Did the primordial element create the world with its own consciousness? I don't think so. Chang Wuzi firmly rejected Lin Ming's conjecture. But if there's no consciousness, how? How? Chang Wuzi suddenly fell silent, seemingly considering her speculation, opening her mouth several times, and then closing it again. She was a spider, and she actually had her own conjectures about the birth of this world, but she always felt that whatever her conjectures were, they all sounded foolish. Trend? Chang Wuzi suddenly uttered these two words. A trend? Well, if you ask for my opinion, this is probably the only thing I can think of. The differentiation of the initial elements follows certain trends and rules. These trends and rules should be very simple as 1 + 1 = 2. All the elements follow these rules, forming the world we know today. Lin Ming felt this statement was very familiar. He recalled that in his own world, there was also the saying that the foundation of the world is mathematics, which was somewhat similar to Chang Wuzi's conjecture. The primordial elements provided matter, and this world also had its own underlying rules. The combination of the two constituted this world. Lin Ming originally wanted to ask Chang Wuzi some more questions, but Chang Wuzi suddenly turned and left the tent with the white lion. I have some things to think about. You guys can wander around. Inside the large tent, Lin Ming, Kevin, and Yen Ming were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Yen Ming, hearing Chang Wuzi tell them to wander around, didn't stand on ceremony and began to tour the tent. She would take Chang Wuzi's water bag and smell it, then sit on the animal skin chair, and then transform into a swarm of insects and fly to the ceiling to look at the patterns painted on it. Lin Ming, watching her carefree behavior, found it hard to imagine how Qi, who even spoke in a very serious manner, had kept her by his side. Kevin looked at Lin Ming curiously and asked, "What level of elemental transformation can you achieve now?" "I can transform the elements I'm familiar with. Once you find the knack, it's not that difficult. You just need to change a tiny bit," Lin Ming said, suddenly remembering the trends and rules that Chang Wuzi had mentioned earlier. He turned to Kevin and asked, "Do you remember the formula for the world that Qi and I talked about?" "Of course I remember. Actually, I think I have the ability to obtain this formula." Hearing this, Kevin asked with great curiosity, "Does that kind of thing really exist?" Lin Ming didn't rush to answer this question. Instead, he told Kevin how he made clothes using mycelium. The clothes he was wearing now looked no different from ordinary fabric, but they were actually imitated using mycelium. At first, it took him many days to replicate a garment, but later, it only took him a few minutes. This was because he was familiar with the structure of various fabrics. He only needed to break down the fabric little by little using mycelium and mold, memorizing its characteristics, structure, and fiber direction during the process. Then, he would reconstruct it using mycelium. A mycelium garment was thus completed. This garment was essentially one with him, so no matter what form he took, he would always have clothes to wear when he returned to human form. After listening to his explanation, Kevin gave him a meaningful look. "So, does that mean you're actually running around naked right now?" "Huh?" Lin Ming hadn't really thought about that. But wait a minute. What Kevin said actually made some sense. "No, that's not my point. What I mean is, perhaps the way to obtain the world's formula is similar to this." "Ah, that's exhausting. If you want to obtain all the world's formulas, unless..." Kevin stopped there. He suddenly understood what obtaining the world's formula really meant. A short silence fell between Lin Ming and Kevin. They both recalled many things. Until Yen Ming flew back with a buzzing sound. Lin Ming didn't want to sit idly. Since Chang Wuzi had told him to wander around, he might as well. After all, he was quite familiar with the Southern Territory. Leading Kevin and Yin Ming, Lin Ming arrived at a familiar lake. It was here that he had witnessed Susie capture the black fire bull. After walking around for a while, Lin Ming even took Yin Ming to see the place where he had encountered the flowery but centipede. As the three of them were still enjoying their sightseeing, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the direction of the city wall. The sound was like thunder, but the sky was still clear, showing no sign of rain. Lin Ming initially thought it was some strange celestial phenomenon, but he immediately sensed an ominous elemental aura. He quickly used mycelium to form a protective wall in front of him. Just as the wall took shape, a powerful lightning spell landed nearby with a crack. Kevin frowned, about to go and see who was attacking, when he heard Chong Wuzi's voice from behind. "They're here again." "Again?" "They're the army from a nearby country. They've been trying to take this place 3 or 4 times already." "Huh? Doesn't Xiaolincel care?" "Why should they care? If this place is taken, it's actually a good thing for them. After all, humans only use each other, but they have an innate aversion to us." Lin Ming still didn't quite understand. Seeing Lin Ming still frowning, Chong Wuzi sighed and said, "They must have obtained some substantial intelligence. They know this war outside is a struggle between a side led by spiders and another side led by humans, and they probably already know I'm a spider." Lin Ming was incredibly shocked. He had always thought that only a few people in this world knew about spiders. Chong Wuzi patted the head of the white lion beside him, then suddenly stretched out his right hand, drew a circle in the air, then a vertical line, and finally pointed to the city wall. Lin Ming saw hundreds upon hundreds of magical beasts emerge around them, following Chong Wuzi's gesture. These magical beasts varied in size, and some even looked remarkably humanoid. Chong Wuzi turned to look at Lin Ming. "I'm going to fight. What do you think? Are you planning to watch?" Chapter 366. Lin Ming, Kevin Yin Ming, and 2 others arrived at the city wall, peeking out with their heads sticking out. Outside the wall stood a neatly arrayed line of soldiers. Lin Ming looked out from inside the wall and found it quite surreal. The last time he was here, he was monitoring from the outside. Now, they were defending against the outside from the inside. Chong Wuzi, still sitting sideways on the lion, leisurely walked out of the city gate. From the city wall, Lin Ming saw that the leader opposite seemed to be a mage. The mage wore a long purple robe, and the lightning spell he had just used confirmed his identity as a lightning elemental mage. The soldiers behind him looked well trained and didn't seem easy to deal with. Lin Ming suddenly became very curious about how Chong Wuzi would face this enemy who had come to his doorstep. "Kevin, do you think these people really think they can beat the spiders? Maybe they're just harassing us. Or maybe they have some surefire way to win." Below the city wall, Chong Wuzi and the opposing Thunder Mage seemed to be talking. "You mean a surefire way to win? Something like a sneak attack?" "Not necessarily." Before they could finish speaking, a hidden arrow shot out from behind the opposing Thunder Mage, striking Chong Wuzi squarely in the neck with a thud. Kevin clapped his hands. "See? What did I tell you? It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow." Yin Ming, seeing Chong Wuzi's neck pierced, was startled, causing the insects to scatter wildly. Lin Ming quickly reassured him. "It's all right. If spiders were so easy to deal with, we wouldn't have gone to so much trouble." Chong Wuzi lay on the ground, trying to sigh, but his mouth was filled with blood and froth rising in his throat. Seeing Chong Wuzi fall from the lion, the opposing troops swarmed forward, but after only a few steps, Chong Wuzi sat up. The lead soldier quickly stopped. Chong Wuzi raised her hand, grasped the arrow, and began to twist and pull it out. "Hey, can't get it out?" Chong Wuzi patted the white lion. "You do it." Hearing Chong Wuzi's command, the white lion raised its massive paw, stomped Chong Wuzi under its foot, then bit the arrow's fletching, and with a powerful pull, a spurt of blood gushed out. The arrow was out. Chong Wuzi's neck was a mess. She held her head with both hands, grabbed a yellow-green snake from the ground, and wrapped it around her neck. Lin Ming had assumed the snake would be used to stop the bleeding, but what happened next completely surprised him. The snake, upon contact with Chong Wuzi's blood, began to slowly merge with his body. They fused together without any resistance, as if they were one. Initially, the snake's middle section merged into Chong Wuzi's neck, with its head and tail still protruding. Then, slowly, the head and tail sank into Chong Wuzi's body, seemingly swallowed whole. Finally, only some snake-like marks remained on Chong Wuzi's neck and shoulders. The human troops opposite were dumbfounded. The 3 people on the city wall, watching Chong Wuzi's recovery method, found it strange. Kevin found it powerful, and Yin Ming found it lewd. Chong Wuzi stood up, his body covered in blood. She waved behind her, and Lin Ming saw a strange, somewhat familiar reptile emerged from the herd. The reptile looked like a lizard, and to Lin Ming's surprise, the lizard had clearly reached the opposite army without the humans noticing. Then, the lizard suddenly flicked its tongue and swept through the crowd, sending 3 soldiers flying. Lin Ming, witnessing this, had a question mark appear above his head. Lin Ming and Caven weren't surprised, because they recognized the creature. This was the chameleon they had encountered outside the city walls. Caven could sense something there through its aura, and Lin Ming's world silk was naturally immune to such illusions. But Yin Ming and the humans opposite were completely baffled by this invisible entity. The chameleon licked its way through the crowd until it was struck by a bolt of lightning, its body smoking. The leading thunder mage glared at Chong Wuzi, seemingly feeling insulted. He stood still, raising his staff and conjuring a magic seal about 2 meters in diameter in midair. He then pointed the staff at Chong Wuzi, seemingly muttering curses. Lin Ming watched with great interest, even wanting to grab some melon seeds. Chong Wuzi, seeing the magic seal, remained unfazed. He reached out and stroked the white lion beside him. The lion lightly shook its mane and took a step forward. Seeing the lion move, the thunder mage assumed an attack was imminent and swung his staff, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning directly at Chong Wuzi. Chong Wuzi stood motionless. The lightning bolt, which had struck Chong Wuzi directly, suddenly tilted just before reaching the ground. It seemed as if it had been sucked away by something, landing entirely on the white lion beside him. To be precise, it struck the white lion's horn. The structure on the white lion's head, resembling a rhinoceros horn, had now become a lightning rod, and even after being struck, it showed no signs of injury, instead comfortably bathing in the lightning. After a while, the lightning dissipated. The dust settled, and the white lion's horn and eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. The lion's nostrils twitched, as if it had sneezed due to the rising dust. With a loud sneeze, a burst of lightning shot from the lion's mouth. The lion, jolted back a step by the recoil of the lightning sneeze, shook its head, and calmly stared at the lightning mage. The lightning mage seemed to still be cursing, but his voice was noticeably softer, and his gestures were more restrained. Chong Wuzi tilted his head, looking at the opposite side, seemingly waiting for the other's next move. The lightning mage seemed very angry, issuing a series of commands to the soldiers behind him while tapping the ground with his staff, appearing quite exasperated. Caven, don't you think these magical beasts are actually quite cute after a while? No, have you forgotten what the spotted centipede looks like? That's an exception. Look at this lion and some foxes and wolves around it. Although they're a bit different from ordinary animals, overall, they're quite good-looking. Caven shook his head. I think you think that way simply because the magical beasts have become very obedient. Before Chong Wuzi woke up, this southern territory was terrifying. Speaking of which, I have a question. What? I'm really looking forward to eating the magical beasts I ate before. Do you think Chong Wuzi will be angry? I really don't know. There's no definitive answer as to what kind of relationship she has with the magical beasts. Indeed, Lin Ming had originally thought that Chong Wuzi and the magical beasts had a leader-follower relationship, but just now Chong Wuzi easily fused with that snake, which suggests that Chong Wuzi and the magical beasts might be some kind of shared entity. Just as Lin Ming was reminiscing about the taste of the magical beasts, the human troops opposite him pushed out a cannon. The cannon barrel was about the thickness of a person could fit inside, and there were some fire elemental runes on the barrel. It looked like an enormous magical weapon. Chong Wuzi watched curiously as the people opposite her fiddled with the cannon. Lin Ming initially thought the cannon would fire fragments of nails or sheet metal, causing damage through impact. However, when the human carefully produced a large iron ball, Lin Ming frowned. Caven, get some protective shields ready. Something big might be coming. Is that thing dangerous? I can sense the elements within that projectile. It's a mixture of wind and fire elements. The person who made something so intricate is truly a genius. Caven scratched his head. Explain it simply. Once that thing hits something and explodes, the fire and wind elements react in a chain reaction, and the explosive force can directly blow the city wall away. As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, before Caven could react, Yin Ming swiftly dodged behind Caven, crouching down with his head covered in defense, leaving only 2 bees outside to observe the situation. The Thunder Mage, seeing the cannon, was quite pleased. He ordered his men to prepare shields to deal with the impending shockwave. Chong Wuzi frowned and looked back at the beast horde. He saw a one-eyed gorilla over 2 meters tall, roaring as it walked out. Seeing that his side was prepared with defenses, the Thunder Mage activated the cannon with his lightning magic. With a loud boom, The cannonball flew through the air in a parabolic arc towards the city wall where Lin Ming and his group were located. My god, it's actually flying this way. Just as Lin Ming was trying to figure out what to do, he heard a shout of woe. And then a huge body soared into the air. Lin Ming had never seen a gorilla jump so high. This gorilla almost reached the same height as the city wall, which was over 10 meters high, with just one leap. The gorilla leaped up and caught the cannonball. Huh? Lin Ming clearly heard the Thunder Mage on the other side exclaim in confusion. The gorilla caught the cannonball and landed on the ground with a dull thud. However, because the cannonball was very hot from being fired, the gorilla switched the round cannonball from its left to its right hand, blowing on it repeatedly, but the cannonball only got hotter instead of cooler. The cannonball grew increasingly hot, and just as it was about to slip from its grasp, the gorilla roared "Ooh-hoo!" and flung the cannonball back towards the opposite side. Seeing this, Caven quickly reached out and pressed Lin Ming and Yin Ming's heads down, then activated his blood shield. A deafening boom resounded, and the entire city wall seemed to tremble. Fortunately, the opposing human forces had prepared for the attack, preventing them from being completely annihilated. A considerable amount of time passed before the shockwaves slowly subsided. Caven deactivated his blood shield and looked outside. Because the gorilla's throw was slightly off target, the human troops weren't directly blasted away, but rather thrown back by the shockwave. The lightning mage, his clothes half torn and his hair singed, was using his staff to prop himself up and avoid collapsing. Although Chong Wuzi was also affected, when Lin Ming looked down at Chong Wuzi's location, he saw the gorilla completely shielding him with its body. The gorilla's thick skin meant the shockwave was nothing to it. Seeing Chong Wuzi was unharmed, the gorilla roared and ran away. The humans were completely defeated. The Thunder Mage and his subordinates, dragging the wounded, fled. Chong Wuzi, seeing the threat gone, looked up in Lin Ming's direction. Lin Ming, thinking she was asking about the excitement of the battle, gave Chong Wuzi a thumbs up. Before Chong Wuzi could say anything, the gorilla, seeing Lin Ming's thumbs up, returned it, looking quite proud. After this ordeal, Lin Ming and the others lost interest in wandering around and followed Chong Wuzi back to the large tent. Back in the tent, Lin Ming noticed the snake-shaped mark on Chong Wuzi's neck. That snake, did it merge with you? Yes. And what's your relationship with the magical beasts? Chong Wuzi seemed surprised by his direct question. Magical beasts? If that's the case, then all spiders are magical beasts. Huh? But other spiders won't obey your commands. Yes, our existence is similar, but at different levels. Spiders are the highest level beings among the original creations of the primordial elements, while magical beasts are secondary. I see. I thought there would be some kind of contract between you. Contracts do exist, but only at the soul level. If necessary, I could merge with all the magical beasts, but I don't want to. Merge them all. Lin Ming suddenly felt a chill. It's important to understand that the entire southern territory is comparable in size to a small country, teeming with magical beasts of all sizes. And just now, a single snake had instantly healed Chong Wuzi's seemingly fatal wound. If she were to truly fuse with all the magical beasts, the extent of her power would be unimaginable. Thinking this through, he seemed to understand why the elders hadn't prioritized Chong Wuzi, and why she would occasionally seek her out instead of other spiders. The reason was remarkably simple. He knew he might not be able to defeat her. Seeing Lin Ming's surprised expression, Chong Wuzi continued, having dealt with spiders for so long, you should know that no spider can be easily wiped out. The spider outside that's devouring its own kind is well aware of this, which is why it awakened the other spiders prematurely, intending to use those that weren't fully awakened as a means to enhance its own strength. As he spoke, Chong Wuzi rubbed his neck for a moment, then, as if by magic, produced a small snake, about the thickness of a finger, from his neck. The snake was yellowish-green, its tongue flicking. Chong Wuzi placed the snake on the ground, and it slithered away. His entire plan is perfectly reasonable, and he doesn't need to devour all the spiders. More spider souls aren't necessarily better. Chong Wuzi glanced at Lin Ming. If you think he'd devour all the spiders before acting, you're mistaken. The disaster of this world will come sooner than you imagine. Chapter 367. That night, Chong Wuzi gave Lin Ming and his companion two choices. Either stay in the tent nearby, or stay in the ruins left behind by the former guards outside the city wall. Lin Ming initially wanted to stay in the tent, but as soon as he entered, he saw the gorilla winking at him, which terrified him, and he ran back outside the city wall. He had spent some time here before, and was familiar with the surrounding terrain. He even found some items left behind by the former guards, some documents written by Gu Qianbu with typos, and several pieces of children's clothing that looked like they belonged to Xiao Yezi. Time had passed, and things had changed. Lin Ming tried to lie down on the bed, but as soon as he sat up, the bed collapsed with a crash. Kevin asked from the side, "Isn't it necessary to find a room? None of the three of us really need to sleep in a bed. I'm just a little nostalgic for the last time I was here, wanting to reminisce. By the way, it seems Chang Wuzi isn't planning to help." "Yeah, I didn't expect her to help anyway. I just wanted to find out her stance. So, judging from the current situation, she probably won't get involved." Lin Ming shook his head. "She doesn't want to, but she won't." Lin Ming looked up at the enormous spider soul. "What do you think he's trying to do by devouring the other spider souls? To gain abilities? I don't think so. Having more abilities doesn't necessarily mean being stronger. Even if you acquire a bunch of inexplicable abilities, you're still vulnerable to being overwhelmed by brute force. Is it to merge souls? The stronger the soul, the higher the chances of winning in the end?" Lin Ming found it strange. He felt there were aspects of the elders' actions he hadn't considered. Their plan was definitely more than just making himself stronger. But what use is devouring one's own kind besides becoming stronger? This isn't like collecting the Dragon Balls, where collecting them guarantees success. Yan Ming, overhearing their conversation, uttered a comment above his head. He might be analyzing. Analyzing? Is this Chi's speculation? Yes, but what are they analyzing? They're the same kind, their structure should be similar. Yan Ming pondered for a moment, seemingly trying to recall Chi's earlier statement. The leader said back then that spiders were originally the same, but now they're different. His sigh. This statement, it must be said, gave Lin Ming a sudden insight. Originally the same, now different. Indeed, they were all originally spiders. Their souls should be identical. But even to Lin Ming, their soul forms were different. Where does this difference come from? Lin Ming took out the book she had left behind and began flipping through it page by page. As he read, he noticed a sentence she had left. The methods of sealing spiders vary. Sealing methods? Lin Ming remembered that. When he first discovered the spider limbs, each spider's sealing environment was different. The prison's limbs were underground, while Xiaolensel's were in a sea of fire. Could it be? The differences in the spiders originated from primordial humans? Lin Ming felt like his thoughts were like the slight blockage before constipation cleared up. Just a little prompting was all it took to release it. But it was just a tiny bit off. What's wrong? He flipped through the book for ages, but couldn't find any other annotations from Chi. Lin Ming lay on the ground, and soon turned into a puddle of mold. Yan Ming curiously poked the mold, then a hand emerged from it, and slapped her hand away. "I need to think, stop fooling around." Since learning that all the spiders had awakened, Lin Ming hadn't seriously organized his thoughts. The most crucial question now was, what exactly was the spider's purpose? Lin Ming didn't accept the idea that they simply wanted to become stronger and defeat humanity. The complexity of this world couldn't be solved by a fight or a negotiation. The spiders' problems couldn't be resolved with words. Their ambitions had always been great. They wanted to reclaim this world. The deaths of Hua and the second seemed to indicate that altering one's own soul was forbidden. Since they couldn't change themselves, the spiders could still change the world. Whether the original humans can still exist as independent consciousness remains unknown. If the history Chi described is true, the original humans have now transformed into the human race that has continued to thrive on the earth for generations. If he were to be fully resurrected, all humanity would inevitably perish. From the perspective of the original humans, this would essentially be a complete waste of all their efforts, a losing proposition. He probably wouldn't want that either. The mold that Lin Ming had transformed into began to pop back and forth on the ground like a snotty monster. Kevin watched Lin Ming sliding around on the ground, and thought he looked like a puddle of black sesame paste that had come to life. After thinking for a while, Lin Ming still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to go find Chang Wuzi and ask her, the spider, for her opinion. Just as he was about to head towards the city walls, he saw Chang Wuzi riding out on a white lion. Lin Ming poked his head out from the mold. "Huh? You came to see me? Don't flatter yourself. I just came out for a walk." That's right, now that the southern border guard was gone, Chang Wuzi didn't have to stay inside the city walls. "I happen to have some things to ask you." "Go ahead, you came here to ask me things, didn't you?" The former spider, did she have a different personality? Chang Wuzi sat sideways on the lion's back, crossing her legs. "That's an interesting question. So, are there differences?" "There should be. Although spiders back then communicated with each other and didn't have secrets, their perspectives on different things still had subtle differences. For example, Chong Wuzi said, stroking the white lion's head, for instance, if one spider saw a flower, all the spiders would know of its existence, but not all of them would go to find it, only a few would want to take another look. Chong Wuzi frowned suddenly. That's not right. Not right? This feeling is something I only realized after working backward using my current thinking. Back then, spiders didn't have this awareness, because we didn't know what personality was. Hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly felt his thoughts begin to flow smoothly. Then can I speculate that it was the original humans who gave you souls? Chong Wuzi fell silent upon hearing this. Lin Ming realized he might have been too talkative. The spider still harbored resentment towards being modified by the original humans. Sure enough, Chong Wuzi seemed to lose all interest after his comment and turned to walk towards the city walls. Before leaving, she said to Lin Ming, I think you might be right, and I don't think you can stay here any longer. I suggest you leave. I don't have any more intelligence here. Lin Ming didn't see this as an order to leave. Chong Wuzi seemed genuinely anxious. She judged the situation to be urgent. Although she didn't intend to participate in the war, she didn't want the world to become a mess, so she placed her hopes on Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought so too. Caven walked over and asked, Are you going to stay around here any longer? Lin Ming sighed. No, I should go. Besides, I really figured some things out from Chong Wuzi's answer. What things? The spiders, perhaps, are analyzing the part of the soul left in them by the primordial humans. But why would they devour their own kind to analyze the soul? Because the soul left in each spider by the primordial humans is different. If Lin Ming's guess is true, then the spiders may have already discovered this problem. Although they and the demon gods are similar in structure, they are fundamentally different. The demon gods were created by the primordial humans after they upgraded a species using their own souls. The spiders, on the other hand, are independent beings, and the primordial humans impose restrictions on them. Therefore, the effort and soul resources that the original humans expended on spiders were definitely different from those of the demon gods. He likely encountered considerable difficulties when sealing each spider, racking his brains to devise the sealing method. While it was called sealing, Lin Ming found the original humans' methods quite strange. They seemed to have a hidden meaning, but the meaning was unclear. Lin Ming raised his head, gazing at the starry sky, and let out a cry from the depths of his soul. What exactly do you all want? Can't you just say it clearly? While Lin Ming was still complaining, she had already seen through everything. She wasn't dead. She was still hiding in her own space. Although her life wasn't in danger, her situation was awkward. The Elder Council had already devoured several of its own kind. Each time a member was devoured, the Elder Council member, a mix of various spider souls, would fall silent for a period of time. Moreover, the Elder Council acted in pairs. The fourth was the one who had been devouring its own kind, while the third was more like a bodyguard. During his time monitoring the Council of Elders, she suddenly realized that his previous assumptions seemed to be somewhat wrong. The two spiders in the Council of Elders didn't seem to be seeking to grow stronger through their own kind and gain the qualifications to confront the primal humans. They were conducting research. This was consistent with their character. The 5 individuals in the Council of Elders had always been engrossed in research and experimentation. Now, the third and fourth, after each time they devoured their own kind, would meticulously record details and say things like, indeed, or almost there. This demonstrates that their actions were purposeful, planned, and executed quite smoothly. Until this point, she only vaguely guessed the Elder's purpose. Later, she witnessed an experiment. The Elders encountered bandits. That's right, although they were spiders, because they didn't have any accompanying guards, to ordinary humans, they appeared to be just 2 ordinary people. She initially thought they would easily eliminate these ignorant bandits, but unexpectedly, the 4th person used these humans to test their research results. That was the first time she had observed a human soul with her own eyes. To be precise, it was a fragmented human soul. Perhaps due to insufficient technology, or perhaps because their research was not yet complete. The human soul was only partially fragmented. The process, even to Chi, a person with extensive experience, was extremely bizarre. The 4th person was a short man. Although he was generally a slightly hunched, dark-haired man, his body had some incongruous features due to his consumption of other spiders. For example, his eyes were asymmetrical, his hands were of different skin colors, and his hair was of mixed textures. His overall appearance seemed somewhat disheveled, but upon closer inspection, a hint of the eerie could be discerned. His form didn't resemble a human, rather, it looked like a puppet. The 4th method of executing the bandits was to directly pierce their bodies with his bare hands, and she was astonished to find that the human soul seemed to tremble slightly. Then the person began to alternate between maniacal laughter and agonizing sobs until foaming at the mouth and completely lifeless. Then the fourth person pulled their hand from the human's body, holding a semi-transparent spherical object. She believed that was the soul, but not a complete one, but a part of it. The fourth person looked at the spherical object and muttered to themselves, "Only this much. Huh? That should be enough for experiments." Then, the fourth person directly grasped the soul sphere in their hand, and suddenly spider legs sprouted from their body. This form is not uncommon among spiders. Whether it's Qi, the elders, or even Lin Ming, they all possess this spider form, where their soul manifests when using their abilities. But what made Qi extremely uncomfortable was that because the fourth person had devoured other spiders, when their soul manifested, the spider legs behind them weren't eight, but a swarm. Those spider legs followed him like the vengeful spirits of the devoured spiders. The fourth person held the soul sphere, then suddenly pulled on it, yanking it. In an instant, the soul lost its spherical shape, transforming into a white mist. This small patch of white mist drifted in the air for a while, then slowly turned black, eventually becoming a hazy gray. Next came the moment Qi understood everything. She saw the fourth person inhale the mist as if smoking tobacco. Then she could clearly feel that the fourth person's soul, as if nourished, grew several sizes larger. Not only that, but the third person beside him also inhaled the mist of soul energy, similarly receiving nourishment from the soul. If Qi were to leave the space now, she would likely also absorb that misty soul energy. This process was probably passive. Like a plant absorbing nutrients from the soil, the human soul was made by the fourth person into a form that would be automatically absorbed by the spider. After completing this task, the fourth person nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Once this is finished, this world, humanity, will become a breeding ground." Chapter 368. She roughly understood what the elders were planning. The problem now was that this was beyond her control. She needed to find a way to tell Lin Ming. Her first priority was to determine whether the third and fourth spiders would pose a threat to her safety. She didn't want to be treated like a snack by the fourth spider, only to become a vengeful ghost forever attached to him. The fourth spider could sense Qi's location. Spiders can sense each other's presence if they are close enough. The fourth spider had sensed other spiders nearby from the very beginning, but couldn't see them, and had already guessed that it was Qi. Qi had caused a lot of trouble for the National Council in the past, so the elders were very familiar with this fellow spider's abilities. After absorbing a portion of the human soul, the fourth spider sensed Qi nearby and suddenly said, "You also have value. As a spider, you should come to my side." Qi shook his head vigorously in his own space. "Bullshit! Who would go to your side?" Although she thought this, she didn't dare say it aloud. She was wary of the third person beside her. The third person's appearance was always shrouded in a large cloak and hood, completely concealing his face, except for a sharply defined chin. Nothing could be seen. The third person was, no, it should be said, the strongest individual spider among the existing members of the Elder Council. The other spiders were merely difficult to deal with, but the third person was simply overpowered in terms of attributes. Strength, speed, healing ability, eyesight, hearing, even intuition. He completely overwhelmed the other spiders. But what didn't match the third one's formidable strength was his apparent lack of independent thought. He mostly followed others' orders, lacking his own desires and preferences. His mind was filled with thoughts like, perhaps I could become even stronger. To achieve this goal, the third one even mobilized the entire resources of the National Council. Martial arts, weaponry, combat tactics, he was hopelessly addicted to these things. If the fourth one had acted independently, she might not have been so terrified. But with this monster, the third one, she felt that she might truly be crushed like an ant the moment the space opened. The fourth one continued, "Have you guessed what I'm going to do? Don't you think this is wonderful? Everything in humanity will become nourishment for us to absorb, and we will rebuild a world." The fourth one's tone became somewhat agitated as he said this. In the world of spiders, we are the ones who share the same origin as this world. Only we have the right to decide what this world is like. We will have our own history, our own civilization. All of this is predicated on what I am doing. The fourth one happily started spinning in circles. We were all wrong before, foolish, incredibly foolish. That guy was wrong too. That's not what we need. I thought about killing that artificial spider first, but her soul was locked. So I figured it out. She felt a chill run down his spine in his own space. The fourth one was like a clear-headed mental patient, conceiving his own creation blueprint. If the fourth spider were simply spouting nonsense, she wouldn't find it particularly frightening. The problem is, everything he said was actually feasible. The fourth spider had indeed found the method that all the spiders were searching for. Moreover, Chi had personally witnessed that this method worked. The fourth spider was still trying to persuade Chi. The key to solving this problem isn't the human, but his remnant soul, not that anchor point. She was completely bewildered. Besides the anchor point known as the Lord of Humanity, did the original human have other remnant souls? Yes, there were. The fourth spider pointed to himself, then to the third spider beside him, and then to where Chi was. Within each of us spiders who have been affected, there is a remnant human soul. Hearing this, Chi subconsciously looked at her hands. Yes. She was now slowly accepting her human form, but she hadn't always been in this form. Hollow eyes, pale skin, a girl's figure, small breasts, small hips, completely unlike anything depicted in novels. This form actually originated from the remnant soul left to her by the primordial humans. The fourth continued, in the past, we studied humans and demonic beings, trying to decipher the human soul, but we always failed. This is because the information within the souls of both humans and demonic beings has been modified. Their souls contain various suppressions and alterations, which is why they appear so stable. She had already guessed what he was going to say. To seal us away, the primordial humans left different fragments of the soul within our bodies. These fragments are the true face of the human soul, the original form of the human soul. Upon hearing this, she suddenly understood something, as if struck by lightning. Why are spiders often so deeply mired in suffering? So that's it. It's not because of any inherent flaw in the spiders themselves, nor because of the original humans, but because the human soul is inherently like that. Because each individual spider is extremely powerful, the original humans used completely authentic human souls to repair the nearly disintegrated souls of the spiders. Unmodified, unaltered, unsuppressed. Those souls initially likely didn't possess such precise characteristics, merely exhibiting certain tendencies. However, because spiders are inherently simple and extreme beings, these souls began to manifest more and more concretely during the fusion with the spiders. Thus, various traits appeared on the spiders: jealousy, curiosity, emptiness, a desire for control, admiration for strength, insecurity, distorted self-perception. Now, every spider carries such a soul. The fourth person discovered this. And from the authentic souls attached to the spiders, they found a way to break the human soul. Then, using this method of deciphering, combined with the spider's own abilities, human souls will be transformed into nutrients for the spiders. When I completed everything, this world will become like the soil beneath trees for the spiders. We only need to exist to continuously absorb those souls. The artificial spider's soul will also dissipate. At that time, all spiders, all their kind living in the corners and crevices of the world, will become a new species. Yes. All spiders. If the fourth one truly succeeds, there will be no humans or demons left in the world, only spiders that have evolved after absorbing the nutrients transformed from human souls. She silently thought in his mind, but, is this really possible? Are you wondering if this is even possible? She was startled, his thoughts exposed. The fourth one looked in Chi's direction, and said something that made Chi truly hesitate. You didn't question this world, but you're considering whether I can do it, right? In other words, you don't reject the world I'm about to create. Chapter 369. Chi hadn't really thought that far ahead. What about whether the fourth one could actually do it? What about all the spiders evolving, and humans being decomposed into nutrients for the spiders to absorb freely, and so on? To Chi, these were all just the fourth one's side of the story. What she cared about now was whether she could still live. Or rather, whether the fourth one still wanted her to live. According to the fourth one, after he completed this grand plan, all the spiders would enter a new state of existence. But the problem was, if Chi, like those spiders that hadn't yet awakened, was devoured by the fourth one, then this new era would have absolutely nothing to do with her. At that point, she wouldn't even be the founder of this new era, she would just be the cement used to lay the foundation. So, compared to the fourth one who was currently envisioning such a grand blueprint, she still felt that Lin Ning was more trustworthy. At least Lin Ning wouldn't constantly threaten to change the world. Right. She suddenly sat up in bed with great curiosity, and looked at the fourth one outside. The fourth. Did they even consider Lin Ning, this huge unpredictable factor? She, like a follower, watched Lin Ning step by step, from a simple vessel for Urshram, to merging with the primal elements, awakening his world-silk vision, and then accidentally seeing the elements in an emergency. Besides that, she knew many other things about Lin Ning. For example, Lin Ning was a variable that didn't belong to this world. And right now, this variable, who could potentially influence the fate of the entire world, was roasting sweet potatoes. Kevin, try it and see if it's cooked. Why should I try it? I don't like them. You're getting a head start by being in the right place. Lin Ming and his two companions were still near the southern border. There was nothing more to discuss with Chang Wuzi. They were originally planning to set off for their next destination, but before leaving, Lin Ming decided to replenish his mycelium. He then discovered a pile of exceptionally good-looking sweet potatoes underground. Back in the southern border, Lin Ming often saw Little Coconut eating roasted sweet potatoes, which he assumed was just a personal hobby. Actually, it was because the sweet potatoes grown outside the southern border city walls were exceptionally good. Lin Ming and Yin Ming, their faces glowing yellow from eating the sweet potatoes, watched them with a frown. Kevin tentatively took a bite and found it quite delicious. Where to next? Lin Ming put down the sweet potatoes, sighed, and pointed to the giant spider soul in the air, visible only to him. I plan to go directly to him. Directly? Yes, from what I can see, this thing is gradually getting stronger. Rather than watching it grow stronger, it's better to just fight it directly, and besides. Lin Ming frowned as he said this. She should be nearby too. I'm a little worried, Lin Ming said, glancing at Yin Ming beside him, who was happily munching on a sweet potato. Yin Ming probably thought he was worried about Qi's safety. But actually, what Lin Ming feared most was Qi teaming up with the other party. The more he understood Qi's abilities, the more troublesome he felt. So what's the plan? No plan, just eat first, then sleep, and when I wake up, I go and take him down. Although Lin Ming spoke very boldly, after finishing his sweet potato, he still cautiously devised a retreat strategy. The overall strategy was to fight first, and if they couldn't win, retreat quickly. This time was different. He was genuinely afraid of losing. Furthermore, he was still very concerned about Qi. Judging from what Qi had told him before, Qi still had a lot of information she hadn't shared with Yin Ming, and this information happened to be about him and Ershram. The next day, Lin Ming and his group left the southern territory. As they gradually approached the fourth position, the most panicked person was Qi. Qi could sense Lin Ming's location because she was the spider who had spent the most time with him. She was intimately familiar with the primordial elemental aura emanating from him. The fourth and third positions couldn't sense Lin Ming's movements. Qi felt that Lin Ming might come to directly stop the fourth position, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She figured that since Lin Ming would come sooner or later anyway, there was no risk of her revealing his location. Rather than letting Lin Ming arrive unprepared, she might as well go and deliver the information first. She was about to move within the spatial dimension when she noticed the third figure intently watching her. Unconvinced, Qi instantly teleported several hundred meters within the space, only to have the third figure catch up with her in a few steps. It turned out, she wasn't the one monitoring them. They were monitoring her. Although the fourth figure had been subtly trying to persuade Qi to join the spider side, what he truly desired was Qi's ability. With Qi's ability, they could be invincible in the upcoming operations. Therefore, upon discovering Qi's proximity, he had the third figure lock onto her location. The moment Qi left his spatial dimension, the third figure had the ability to capture her instantly. Qi ran for a while, before realizing her efforts were futile. The third person's speed far exceeded her speed of movement within the space. This gave her a rare sense of frustration. Lin Ming was getting closer and closer, so Qi simply sat cross-legged in the space, completely giving up. She planned to let Lin Ming and the fourth person fight directly. If Lin Ming won, everyone would be happy. If the fourth person won, she would simply sit there and die. Sitting and waiting to die, TSK. Qi felt increasingly indignant. As a scholar, observer, and recorder, there was no reason for her to be forced into this situation by a reckless man who didn't even know who he was. Thinking this, Qi pondered briefly, observed Lin Ming's position, and started running again. In the distance, Lin Ming was gradually approaching. He, Kevin, and Yin Ming had flown in from the sky, and the three were prepared for a fierce battle. However, as they flew, Kevin keenly sensed the third person in the distance. Because Kevin couldn't sense Qi's location, he could only see the third figure moving back and forth at an unbelievable speed. What's he doing? Huh? What's wrong? Lin Ming also saw the third figure. He could sense from the soul's reaction that it was Spider. The three of them, seeing the third figure running back and forth on the ground, stopped in the air, somewhat bewildered. What is he doing? Kevin asked, puzzled. Lin Ming didn't answer. He frowned, staring at the third figure's movements, feeling something was amiss. It seemed to be chasing something unseen within a range of several kilometers. This thing, could it be Qi? But Shi Mingming had no reason to expend so much energy running away. Did she intend to exhaust the guy chasing her outside? That didn't seem realistic. Knowing Chi as he did, even if she moved quickly within her own space, she should be exhausted by now. Wait. No. Lin Ning looked at the ground where the third person had run, and noticed that their path seemed to be some kind of character. It looked like numbers. And 3 separate numbers. 5, 19, 52. Numbers? Numbers. Conveying information. A code? Looking at the numbers Chi had left on the ground, Lin Ning suddenly remembered the book Chi had left for them. Lin Ning quickly grabbed the book and turned to the corresponding page. Page 5 contained some of Chi's understanding of elements. Page 19 described some of the demonic species Chi had encountered. Page 52 has no special markings, but in the original plot of this book, it's a new chapter titled, Everything Returns to Normal. Elements, demon gods, everything returns to normal. Upon seeing this, Lin Ning suddenly recalled information he had heard about the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders can temporarily alter the rules of this world. 2 of these abilities are the nullification of elements and the temporary degeneration of demon gods. And now, both of these abilities are simultaneously in the hands of a 4th person. Chi must tell Lin Ning this information, and then Lin Ning can decide whether or not to fight this completely unfair battle. Chapter 370. During the time Lin Ning was blind, he inquired extensively about the Council of Elders. Lin Ning knew that the Council of Elders possessed the ability to nullify elements and degenerate demonic races. A few days ago, he would never have risked his life to confront this formidable opponent, since all his and Kaven's combat strength came from elemental magic and the abilities of demonic races. But now, Lin Ning's knowledge had reached another level. He began to question the ability of elemental nullification. For ordinary mages, elemental nullification was equivalent to sealing all spells, but Lin Ning scratched his head. Elements shouldn't even have the concept of nullification. In the past, he would have thought elements might possess different properties, but now Lin Ning could directly observe and even influence elements. Therefore, he felt that the concept of elemental nullification was utter nonsense. The Elder's ability, at best, only temporarily transforms active elements into inactive ones. In other words, it forcibly stabilizes elements that were originally in motion, thus preventing them from exhibiting their properties. Fire cannot generate heat, lightning cannot penetrate, ice cannot connect, and wind cannot move freely. Moreover, this ability is temporary element nullification, which further confirms Lin Ning's guess. The so-called nullification is merely a word game. Lin Ning frowned, pondering a countermeasure. He wasn't concerned about the elements themselves. This stemmed from the confidence instilled in him by the world silk. He felt that currently, no one in the world understood elements better than him. The key issue to consider now is the degenerate demon god. Lin Ning looked at Kaven, suddenly filled with curiosity. Kaven. Huh? You said before that you're not a bat, right? Yes, I'm not. Or rather, the first generation wasn't a bad demon god, at most it just looks like one. Then, do you know what your true form looks like? Kaven's expression instantly became very complicated upon hearing this. I do know. But even if I told you, you might not recognize me. Could it be some kind of extinct ancient creature? How do you know? Huh? It really is? Lin Ning had always known that Kaven's identity was not simple. However, he hadn't expected it to be this level of complexity. Now that he thought about it, among the classifications of demon gods, world gods should be the surviving species, while demons are most likely extinct ancient and strange creatures. Following this line of thought, Lin Ning suddenly realized that the Lord of the Ghosts might not actually be a soul, she might simply be some kind of gaseous creature capable of merging with souls. The world's past might have been far more colorful and diverse than they imagined. Just as Lin Ning and Kaven were discussing countermeasures, Chi, in her own space, misjudged the distance she was moving. The third entity noticed Lin Ning and Kaven's presence. Watch out. Kaven saw the third entity in the distance suddenly glance at him, knowing they had been exposed. He instinctively pushed Lin Ning in midair, but before his hand could touch Lin Ning, the third entity appeared before them with unbelievable speed. Kaven glimpsed the third man's face from beneath his fluttering hood. It was a male face, expressionless. Ordinary, nothing special, even somewhat wooden at first glance. The third man suddenly reached out, trying to grab Lin Ning. Kaven kicked out, but the third man grabbed his ankle, spun him in midair, and tossed him away. Kaven tried to steady himself in the air, but the force of the throw was too great, he couldn't even spread his wings and crashed straight to the ground. Kaven! The third man used his last moments in the air to glance at Lin Ming, his eyes seemingly scrutinizing this strange man with cross-shaped eyes. Then, he disdainfully looked away. That look ignited a fire within Lin Ming. He hadn't just been attacked, he had been scorned. The third figure landed back on the ground, relocked onto Chi's position, pointed threateningly in Chi's direction, and then flashed to appear in front of Caven. Seeing the third figure attack, Caven raised his arm to block. Then, Caven noticed that the third figure's movement pattern was strange. His speed was incredibly unusual. Normally, speed is a whoosh, but the third figure's attack seemed to have a pause. Lin Ming also noticed this, and he understood this strangeness even better than Caven. The third figure's movements were dropping frames. By the time Caven saw the third figure's initial punch, the attack had already struck his arm. The power of this punch completely exceeded Caven's expectations. He thought his arms could block the attack, but under the third man's blow, they were like two dried straws. The third man easily broke Caven's arm, his fist slamming directly into Caven's chest. Caven, surprised, focused his internal energy to prevent the punch from piercing through him. The third man seemed puzzled that the punch hadn't penetrated Caven's chest. He tilted his head and raised his hand again. This time, Caven was smarter. He didn't even wait for his opponent to complete his stance. The moment the third man moved, he flipped and fled. The third man wasn't going to let him go. He got up, pushed off the ground, and instantly caught up with Caven. It was that same eerie speed, that same eerie jarring speed. Caven's observation skills had always been excellent. As he gradually merged with the first man, his senses had been further enhanced. He could actually confirm that he had seen the third man's movements. He simply didn't understand. The third person's actions were less about being fast and more about omitting the travel distance. To use a normal punch as an analogy, one should raise their hand, swing their fist, and let the fist travel through the air until it hits the opponent. That's normal. But the third person's attack just now only showed the first half of the punch's motion before directly hitting Caven. It's the same now. Almost all of the third person's movements are these kinds of movements that omit a part of the travel distance, and it's precisely because of this that the third person's actions are ridiculously fast. While the third person and Caven were still fighting, Lin Ming had already arrived at the place where the third person had been chasing Chi. Chi? He sensed Chi's location and called out tentatively. She didn't peek out from the air as usual. She didn't dare. Although the third one was currently confronting Caven, it would be incredibly easy for the third one to appear before her instantly and snap her neck. Because for the third one, the concepts of instant and distance were different from ordinary people. Chi understood some of the third one's information, but she still couldn't clearly explain the reason for the third one's immense power in a few words. Caven, constantly observing the third one's movements, simply understood the third one's ability as skipping the journey. His every movement seemed to consist of only a starting and finishing motion. The moment he raised his hand, his fist was already in front of him. The instant his foot lifted, he had already taken a step and landed back on the ground. The moment he bent his knees, he was already at a height requiring a leap. Caven needed to rely on his extensive combat experience to anticipate his opponent's next move, fighting with all his might just to avoid being badly beaten, but his opponent moved with effortless ease, not even his breathing faltering. The fourth person, in the distance, silently observed the battle for a while. He knew the third person's habits. Once he started enjoying himself, no one else could interfere. If he rashly intervened, he might incur the third person's wrath. Besides, his target wasn't this Shisheng, but the Lord of the Alien Fungus. Lin Ming was preparing to help Caven fight the third person, but just as he was about to make his move, he sensed a chaotic aura approaching from afar. The fourth person hadn't expected Caven to withstand the third person's attacks. His original plan was for the third person to eliminate one opponent first. But it seems this fanged, constantly healing creature isn't going to die so easily. Ultimately, demon gods are a rather awkward existence. The fourth one muttered to himself, looking at Caven. Like some kind of downgraded god. Once stripped of their human form, these beings become incredibly fragile, except they're just animals. The fourth one raised his left hand, pointing in Caven's direction. Lin Ming, seeing the fourth one's raised left hand from a distance, knew something was wrong. He transformed into mycelium, and swiftly appeared before the fourth one from underground, instantly enveloping him to stop his next move. It's useless. Because you're also within this range. Gate of retreat. The fourth one's left hand flashed with a blinding purple light. A barrier-like structure, centered on his left and right sides, like a giant bubble suddenly inflated, instantly enveloped a radius of several hundred meters around them. Lin Ming felt a deep sense of unease. But he didn't think he was doomed. He also had his own speculations about this demon god's degeneration. Kevin, naturally, was inevitably affected by this ability, but Lin Ming was different. His situation was overly complicated. This ability caused demon gods to degenerate, and Lin Ming had long suspected something very important. Was he truly a demon god? Regardless of Urshrum's attributes, the fact that demon gods were a mixture of primordial human souls and animal forms didn't fit Lin Ming's description. This outsider had inhabited Urshrum's body and, due to the primal element, had become the closest thing to a primitive species in the world. Lin Ming felt like a nested doll. His human form was innate, his abilities were the ashram he possessed, and more importantly, his true form was mycelium. Whether human or mushroom, it was all mycelium. In other words, Lin Ming had always been quite straightforward, wandering around in his true form. As for regression, he didn't seem to have anything left to regress to. After the fourth person's regression ability swept over him, a few seconds passed, and Lin Ming tentatively raised his hand. Then he clenched his fist and controlled the mycelium to wave it in the air. Lin Ming wasn't wrong. He had indeed completely transcended the so-called demon god species. Finding that this ability didn't work on him, he gave the fourth person a sly hee. The fourth person looked extremely surprised. No wonder, the failure of an ability would definitely be a huge blow. Lin Ming looked at the fourth person and suddenly noticed something strange in his eyes. He wasn't looking at himself, he was looking behind him. Lin Ming curiously turned around and glanced back, then was so startled that he plopped down on the ground with a thud. The fourth person was already mentally prepared that Lin Ming wouldn't regress, since the existence of the Urshram couldn't be classified as a demon god. However, what he hadn't expected was Kevin. Now appearing before Lin Ming, the third person, and the fourth person was a monster nearly 100 meters tall, entirely crimson, with enormous membranous wings on its back. Even the slightest movement of its feet caused the ground to shake. The monster's breathing sounded like thunder. It seemed somewhat confused, looking around before looking down at the few people on the ground who resembled ants. The monster suddenly bent down, its two front paws landing on the ground. Because it was so enormous, the impact of its paws lifting Lin Ming's buttocks off the ground. The monster lay prone on the ground, bringing its head close to Lin Ming's position, staring at him with its vertical pupils. Lin Ming felt he was smaller than one of this thing's nostrils. He recovered from his shock, staring at the monster. Suddenly, a species similar to this behemoth came to mind. A gigantic body, the ability to fly, a legendary ancient creature. Although you look a little different, Kevin. Could you be a blood-sucking dragon? Chapter 371. Looking at Kevin's enormous, dizzying figure, Lin Ming's jaw nearly dropped. He didn't know if Kevin still had any sense. If such a behemoth were to start writhing around here, the area within several kilometers could be leveled. Actually, even more shocked than Lin Ming was the fourth person. He had originally thought Kevin was at most a bat. This warrior with extraordinary healing abilities, though skilled, would only be a small animal once reverted to its original form. He hadn't expected that while Kevin had become animal, it was anything but small. The third person, seeing Kevin's towering figure, wasn't particularly afraid. He flashed into the air and kicked Kevin in the back with all his might. He thought this kick would at least knock the monster off its feet, but it felt like kicking a mountain. Kevin, who had been watching Lin Ming with curiosity, suddenly felt a strange push on his back. He turned around to look at the third person, then continued to lie on the ground, curiously watching Lin Ming again, as if nothing had happened. After a demon god seed degenerates, its consciousness is indeed unclear, especially in the immediate period after degeneration. Demon god seeds will experience some degree of memory loss. For example, Kevin right now couldn't remember who Lin Ming was at all, he just felt that this little guy looked vaguely familiar. This sudden change left everyone somewhat bewildered. The fourth person actually lacked close combat ability, which was why he had brought the third person with him. The third person is constantly adjusting their attack methods, trying to inflict some substantial damage on this behemoth. They now feel that Kevin might be easier to deal with in this state, because during their earlier maneuvering, they noticed that Kevin seemed to be slowly figuring out their abilities. The third person's ability isn't simply shortening time, or actually reducing the distance traveled. Inch life, centimeter splitting ruler. This is the name of the third person's ability. All of the third person's strength, speed, and perception actually stem from one ability, distance manipulation. The third person can change distance. All their abilities originate from this. The third person's distance manipulation can forcibly shorten the journey they are about to travel. When an ordinary person throws a punch, if the fist is used as a travel marker, they need to first retract the fist to their side, then throw the punch, the fist traveling the entire arm's length before hitting the opponent. The third person's ability can shorten the distance the fist travels to 1 centimeter. He only needs to travel less than a centimeter for his fist to achieve what appears to be a complete punch to others. Because the distance is so short, his speed looks unbelievably fast. Similarly, the third person can shorten the distance when observing distant objects, allowing their visual range to exceed that of ordinary people. The frame-dropping effect of his movement arises from this. Because all of the third person's attacks are achieved by manipulating distance to reach high speeds, he found that a mere few meters of accumulated distance was insufficient to harm the massive cave-in. To increase attack power, the accumulated distance needed to be increased. In other words, he needed to be far enough away from cave-in to deliver a truly powerful blow. Having made up his mind, the third person leaped slightly from the ground, retreating dozens of meters in a single step. He originally intended to continue retreating, accumulating enough distance for his next attack, but just as he was about to continue, he suddenly saw the fourth person's soul extend a branch. That branch, like a finger, pointed directly at the third person's location. Upon seeing the branch, the third person immediately stopped. The fourth person knew what he intended to do. The third person's ability required space. However, the fourth person didn't want the third person to move over a large area. Although the third person could complete the attack in an instant, the fourth person wasn't sure if she would tamper with things in that instant, nor was he sure if Lin Ming and Cave-in would be flattened in that instant. Lin Ming, observing the interaction between the third and fourth individuals, realized that the fourth was actually holding the third hostage. He could kill the third at any moment, but kept him by his side for other reasons. Although ordered not to stray far, the third wasn't about to stand idly by. His figure suddenly flashed within 100 meters, delivering a punch directly to Cave-in's back. Cave-in, who had been looking at Lin Ming, his mind preoccupied with some thoughts, was suddenly pushed from behind. Normal Cave-in wouldn't have lost his composure from such an attack. But he was currently in his primal form. Beasts don't have such a gentle temperament. Cave-in suddenly tilted his head back, flapping his wings. Lin Ming quickly used his mycelium to grip the ground, preventing himself from being blown away. Then, Cave-in suddenly began inhaling at the third and fourth creatures. Huh? Lin Ming's mind didn't immediately process what Cave-in was doing. It wasn't until he saw almost everything on the ground being sucked into Cave-in's mouth that he realized. Cave-in's current form was that of someone who had truly lived on this continent. With such a massive body, he was bound to eat. Lin Ming wasn't sure if anything larger than Cave-in existed on the ancient continent, but even if it did, he figured their numbers wouldn't be many. Therefore, the food source for a nocturnal creature in its primal form became a problem. This question had flashed through Lin Ming's mind, but he hadn't found an answer. Now, Cave-in's actions showed Lin Ming his hunting methods. In its primordial form, the nocturnal creature indiscriminately sucks up any living thing on the ground, chews it up, sucks out the blood, and then spits out the residue. It's practically a feeding method like a land whale. Lin Ming felt like his scalp was being sucked off. He thought that Cave-in's vitality might be related to his abnormally large body. Thinking about it, Cave-in's previously goofy yet quirky personality actually matched this size quite well. He looked around amidst a whirlwind-like current of air and noticed that the fourth creature had several extremely long claws growing from its hands, but hadn't been sucked into Cave-in's mouth. The third creature, because it could control distance, wasn't sucked into its mouth in an instant either. In the end, Cave-in was left with a mouthful of dirt. After Cave-in stopped inhaling, the third person returned to the fourth side, assuming the attack was over. However, they hadn't expected that Cave-in couldn't swallow the stones and sand he inhaled. He had to spit it out. Cave-in looked down and saw the third person, recognizing him as the one who had attacked him earlier. He snapped his neck, lowered his head, aimed at the third person, and with a sharp roar, violently blasted all the stones and sand from his mouth onto the ground. Lin Ming felt as if the world had turned upside down, with countless clods of dirt and stones raining down. The stones themselves weren't the scary part. What was terrifying was the force with which Cave-in expelled them. In the sandstorm Cave-in unleashed, trees that had escaped unscathed during the inhalation were now pulverized into splinters. The sandstorm blotted out the sun, making the entire area almost pitch black. Lin Ming, not needing to see, could sense the positions of the third and fourth individuals. The third individual had led the fourth to retreat from the area when Cave-in unleashed the sand and gravel. Although he himself was riddled with holes, he noticed their retreat. Lin Ming knew that whether this conflict would continue or end in a second depended on this moment's decision. And the deciding factor in whether they had the leverage to regroup was Qi, currently hiding in the rear. Lin Ming frantically calculated the distances in his mind, from the third individual to himself, and from himself to Qi. He decided it was feasible. The third individual was currently too preoccupied to keep an eye on Qi. After confirming this, Lin Ming spread his mycelium underground to Qi's location, then emerged from the ground with a head, and gave Qi a concise command: "Run." Chapter 372. Lin Ming's thought was that in times of trouble, running away is the best option. He hadn't originally intended to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the fourth one. His primary goal here was to ensure Qi's safety. Qi, having seen the ridiculously large cave outside in her own space, was already terrified. She considered herself a scholar, and actually had some knowledge of this species. However, she hadn't expected that this creature hadn't gone extinct, and that a demonic race had survived. "Run!" Lin Ming's shout snapped Qi out of her shock. She immediately understood his meaning and, without looking back, fled eastward at an astonishing speed. The third one sensed Qi's movement. He wanted to give chase, but Caven was now throwing a tantrum. After reverting to his original form, his consciousness was already somewhat clouded. Coupled with the kick he just received from the third person, Caven, though still confused about what had happened, was still furious at being attacked for no reason, and he genuinely disliked the third and fourth people. Caven took a step forward, violently whipping his tail towards the third person's location. The third person wasn't afraid of such powerful and heavy attacks. Seeing the third person dodge, Lin Ming retreated to a safe distance. Caven's tail slammed into the third person's spot with a loud thud. The force of this tail attack was immense. Lin Ming felt the ground shake for miles around. Although the third person dodged the attack with agility, Caven's tail quickly arced through the air again and slammed down once more. This time, the target was the top of the fourth-ranked vampire's head. The fourth-ranked vampire felt the sky darken instantly. Looking up, he saw a gigantic tail, like a toppled tower. Unlike the third-ranked vampire, he didn't possess such rapid movement abilities. If that tail were to fall, he would surely be turned into a spider-like pancake. Considering that the demon god's degeneration ability didn't actually affect Lin Ming, maintaining that ability was pointless. The fourth-ranked vampire frowned and waved at Caven. Lin Ming felt the surrounding space tremble slightly, and then Caven's enormous body suddenly vanished into thin air. Where the giant monster had been, only a familiar vampire lay on the ground. Caven was already weakened. After his battle with Ming, his soul repair was still incomplete. Having experienced this degeneration, although his body wasn't seriously injured, his soul couldn't withstand the torment, and he collapsed on the spot. Seeing that Caven had reverted to his original form, and was temporarily incapacitated, the third vampire instantly appeared before him, intending to finish the vampire off in one strike. Just as the third was about to attack, he saw Caven's head twitch. The third cautiously stopped and observed. Then he saw a massive swarm of insects suddenly emerge from beneath Caven. The swarm, initially small in number, multiplied at a visible rate. Finally, like a dark cloud descending upon the earth, it blanketed Caven in darkness. These swarms were composed of tens of thousands of bees. The swarm formation, the third person was genuinely intimidated by this formation. However, Yen Ming herself was terrified. Because it was just a bluff. Even if Yen Ming replicated herself 100 times, she might not be a match for the third person, but she figured that since the third person didn't know her abilities, she could pretend to be very powerful and might even scare them. After all, Caven was about to be attacked, and she couldn't just turn and run. Yen Ming kept mentally preparing herself, afraid of giving herself away. To make herself appear powerful, Yen Ming even made the swarm fly rapidly around Caven, attempting to intimidate the third person with the enhanced flight speed of the bees. And surprisingly, the third person was genuinely surprised. Because Yen Ming's enhanced flight specialized bees flew incredibly fast, from a distance, it looked as if a whirlwind of bees was rising around Caven. The third person, not knowing what the swarm's abilities were, took a step back. The fourth one watched from afar, raising his hand to use the power absorbed from the other spiders to deal with the swarm. But the moment he raised his hand, his left eye suddenly turned black. At the same time, the fourth one seemed to hear a piercing scream behind him. "Who's there?" The fourth one shouted, turning around and startling Lin Ming Yen and the third one. Because they hadn't heard anything. And where the fourth one looked, there was nothing. The fourth one turned back and saw an empty expanse of land, immediately understanding what had happened. His absorption of other similar souls wasn't an instantaneous fusion. It was a slow, gradual erosion. It was like first swallowing the souls of other spiders into its body, then slowly digesting them. The illusion just now came from the undigested souls of the other spiders. He needed more time. Just then, The fourth spider and Lin Ming, not far away, suddenly exchanged a glance. Through this brief exchange of glances, the two leaders understood each other's thoughts. The fourth spider wanted to retreat first. He had a grander plan. A life or death struggle with Lin Ming here would directly impact his final plan, a loss not worthwhile. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was worried about Caven. While he wasn't particularly afraid of the two spiders, Caven's condition seemed dire. Compared to stopping the spider's plan to destroy the world, he felt Caven was more important. So, after a brief standoff, both decisively took action. The fourth spider recalled the third, and then retreated into the distance. Lin Ming turned and ran towards Caven. The two men, without looking back, showed no sign of lingering in the fight. Before long, the third and fourth disappeared without a trace. Lin Ming watched their souls vanish into the distance before feeling slightly relieved. They hadn't won this conflict. It was merely a compromise made by both sides for their own reasons. Lin Ming looked at the still buzzing swarm of bees and said, "That's enough, Yin Ming. They won't be coming back for now." The bees, which had been diligently flying through the air, all paused for a moment, then huddled together, transforming into human form. Yin Ming slumped to the ground, repeatedly rubbing her chest. She was truly terrified. She felt like she could die at any moment. She was incredibly grateful to have survived. Lin Ming went to check on Caven, and found that Caven was mostly unharmed, still suffering from soul damage. Lin Ming suddenly felt a lingering fear. If fate hadn't come looking for them, but had been absorbed by the fourth one first, then the fourth one, who possessed the power of fate, would be no match for them. Lin Ming made a pillow for Caven out of mushrooms, then stood up, hands on hips, and looked around for a long time. Finding he couldn't sense Chi's presence at all, he couldn't help but complain. "I told you to run. But come back after the danger's over." What Lin Ming didn't know was that Chi was already almost at the other side of the continent. She was almost traumatized by the third one's unpredictable speed. If she wasn't far enough away, she would never dare to leave her space. Chapter 373. Seeing that things had temporarily calmed down, Lin Ming decided to set up camp on the spot. Caven woke up once, glanced at Lin Ming and Yin Ming, and then fell asleep again. Perhaps, he was relieved to confirm that the situation hadn't spiraled out of control. After briefly organizing his thoughts, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Ming asked Yin Ming to gather some dry branches to start a fire later. While Yin Ming went to find firewood, he began observing the positions of the third, fourth, and other spiders. The third and fourth spiders seemed to be deliberately concealing their presence. They probably also realized that Lin Ming could pinpoint their location. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to locate them so precisely. This meant the enemy was in the shadows while he was in the open, which was quite disadvantageous for the fourth spider. Lin Ming shrugged, watching the gradually fading souls in the distance. The fourth spider's idea was indeed correct. Concealing their souls could prevent Lin Ming from locating them. However, they could only conceal their own souls. They couldn't hide from the other spiders still on the continent. In other words, as long as the fourth spider continued to devour other of its kind, they would inevitably be exposed. After a while, a swarm of bees returned from the sky carrying dry twigs. About a dozen bees dragged each twig. Yin Ming was surprisingly efficient at this task. "I'm lighting a fire, Yin Ming. Get out of the wind, or you get burned." Lin Ming had originally intended to use a flint or something similar to start a fire, but suddenly had the urge to try fire magic. Lin Ming had actually never used fire magic before. His body still couldn't withstand the temperature of the flames, but he could now perform some fancy tricks. Lin Ming raised his hand, pointed at the pile of dry firewood, and flicked his finger, sending a small ball of lightning flying. The instant the lightning ball touched the firewood, Lin Ming attempted to convert the lightning element into fire element. The ball of lightning flickered, then emitted a crackling sound as if a signal was being jammed, and then a small flame popped out with a poof. Although the conversion wasn't complete, it still successfully ignited the firewood. Haha, isn't that amazing? Yeah, pretty amazing. Lin Ming turned around in surprise, and found that Caven was awake. "Oh, you're awake?" "Yeah, I'm awake. Do you remember anything?" "I don't remember anything. Just a buzzing in my ears." "You should thank Yin Ming for that. She saved your life." Caven propped himself up from the ground, looking at Yin Ming in surprise. Yin Ming waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that there was no need to thank her. However, Caven still sat up straight, and bowed quite formally to express her gratitude. Yin Ming, flustered, quickly returned the bow. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two of them were engaged in some inexplicable mutual bowing ceremony. As darkness fell, Lin Ming, warming himself by the fire, asked Caven curiously, "Caven, Don't you have any memory of your original form? Kaven thought for a moment, and shook her head. If it were the first generation, I might know something, but I truly don't know what my original form looks like. Lin Ming pointed to a vast flat area nearby. Look, there used to be a small mountain there, but you swallowed it, spat it out, and with your 2 tails, you flattened it all. Kaven scratched his head. He genuinely couldn't remember what he'd done. He lay back down, looking at the stars, and asked, so where do we go next? To find Chi. I don't know where that hole went. Maybe the 4th one is really terrifying for her. I only know she went east without looking back, but I don't know where she is now. Lin Ming turned to look at Yin Ming. You're often with her. Do you have any clues? Yin Ming thought for a long time. If he had to pick up a clue, he actually did. Although she usually stayed in her own space, she also had a favorite place in this real world. And Yin Ming remembered that she had once said something like, if one day I can't go back to my own space, then this should be the safest place. Although Yin Ming didn't know why she would say she couldn't go back to that space, she still remembered the location. It was an island. An island in the far east of the continent. She said it was safe because, apart from her ability to reach that place through her own spatial ability, it was almost impossible for anyone else to set foot on that island. Lin Ming looked at the subtitles above Yin Ming's head, and spoke about Chi and the island. It seemed she was quite frightened, and had probably moved directly to the island she considered safe. Then, roughly where is that island? Hearing this, Yin Ming pointed east, and then 2 words appeared above his head, at the end. At the end? Yes. Lin Ming felt a wave of dizziness. They came here from the southern border, so they must be in the southern part of the continent. Therefore, finding Chi would almost require traversing the entire continent. However, Lin Ming was quite interested in Chi's hiding place. An island inaccessible to outsiders would undoubtedly be of great strategic importance. It could be used as a base or a prison. Thinking of this, Lin Ming asked curiously, why do you say that other people can't reach that island? There must be quite a few demonic beings with strange abilities there. No, it's said that there's a very special kind of storm there. Special? Is it an elemental storm? I know that stuff well. No. Huh? What is that? It seems to be called a field storm. Field. Hearing this word, Lin Ming instantly recalled the time he spent learning the magic seals under Hyson and Ellie. Field and element are essentially of the same origin, but different natures. They both evolved from primordial elements. However, elements have a definite particle form, while fields have no concrete form, appearing only as an abnormal spatial state. Every element has its own field, but a field doesn't necessarily depend on an element for its existence. Besides elemental magic, there are also those who can master field magic. Black Owl's gravity magic is one such example. Field storm. Lin Ming's brows furrowed. He couldn't imagine what it would look like. He didn't know if it would be as awe-inspiring as an elemental storm, or the opposite, a chilling calm. Regardless, he had to go. Lin Ming felt that the reason she could run so resolutely without looking back was because she knew that if he fell into the hands of the 4th-ranked person, he would surely die. The only reason she could think this way was that she already knew some secrets about the 4th one. The information she currently possessed was exactly what Lin Ming needed most. He wondered if she was currently hiding on an island, crying her eyes out. On the way to that island, Kaven could also rest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Ming glanced at the location of the other spiders and pursed his lips. Sure enough, the remaining spider souls were indeed in the east, a direction Lin Ming was least familiar with. Across the continent, assassins tended to be more west, and Xiaolincel more south. Although Dongcheng was indeed in the east, it was only relatively east, not in the far east, but rather somewhat north. Therefore, if Lin Ming wanted to get to that island in the far east, the entire route would be unfamiliar. Kaven, lying on the ground, suddenly laughed and said, "Isn't this pretty good? We were like this at first, going to interesting places and meeting strange people." That's true. Later, because of the spider, we got so tense that we lost that initial sense of adventure. The 2 of them then looked at Yin Ming. Yin Ming was completely bewildered. Is there anything you need me to do? Yes. Lin Ming and Kaven had actually discovered Yin Ming's potential during their recent interactions. Yin Ming could actually become stronger. She seemed harmless, but that was just because her personality wasn't suited for fighting. If developed properly, Yin Ming could become a very important fighting force. Chapter 374. Heading east. Since Kaven was still recovering, the 3 decided to walk. Thinking about the long journey, Lin Ming's mood was surprisingly good. As Kaven walked, he looked at Lin Ming curiously. Aren't we going back to the Assassin's Guild first? No, Although we're going to find Qi, we're also concerned about the overall war situation across the continent. Traveling between different factions is quite troublesome. Lin Ming turned around curiously. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? I was thinking about your eyes. Oh, right. If Caven hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten. His eyes weren't suitable to be exposed. They would inevitably pass through some towns along the way, and if ordinary people saw his eyes, it might cause a commotion. Should he get sunglasses? Or should I just cover them up? Wouldn't that make you look blind? It's not so bad, is it? That's true. Lin Ming pulled a white headscarf from his bag to protect himself from the sand and covered his eyes. He then looked back at Caven and Yen Ming. How's it going? Looks like a blind swordsman. Caven, Yen Ming, and another blind swordsman had drawn a simple map on the ground. Yen Ming, having previously traveled with Qi, was quite familiar with the geography of the continent. Their planned route avoided conflict zones, so they didn't have many options. But speaking of which, if we could get information from the National Council. Lin Ming stopped abruptly, his eyes fixed on the direction in front of him. What's wrong? What's that over there? Caven was about to ask Lin Ming what he saw when he also frowned and looked ahead. Only Yen Ming had a bunch of question marks above his head. Someone's coming. Yeah, too. Doesn't it look familiar? It does seem a little familiar. After a while, two figures slowly walked over from a distance. It looked like a woman with a small child. The woman had long, straight black hair, her bangs almost completely covering her eyes. She wore a black, form-fitting dress, and had a slender figure with a completely flat chest. The child beside her seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. She was a girl, dressed extravagantly, with a middle parting that was extremely incongruous with her clothes. At first glance, she looked like a large-scale doll. Moreover, the girl's clothes and hairstyle were extremely perfectly symmetrical. Absolutely perfect. Lin Ming sat on the ground, arms crossed, tilting his head as he looked at the two of them. The two women walked and argued. The taller woman kept stopping and starting, seemingly hesitant about something, while the girl kept adjusting her clothes. After a while, the two opposite them saw Lin Ming and his companion. Both sides paused, startled. Lin Ming waved to them. Hey, long time no see, she. How do you know my name? Are you following me? Are you trying to drag me into an alley and then? Shut up. The girl raised her hand and slapped the woman's buttocks. Although the woman's chest was flat, her buttocks were exceptionally shapely. Lin Ming ignored the woman, who was excited by her own fantasies. He looked at the girl and waved to her. Gus Soul, it's been a long time. Huh? You know me? I'm Lin Ming. Gus Soul walked up to Lin Ming, neatly parted his hair in the middle, straightened his clothes, and then clapped her hands, exclaiming, Oh, it really is you. I wouldn't have recognized you even with my eyes covered. Gus Soul, the Lord of Ghosts, and she, the butterfly demon god. Gus Soul can exist purely as a soul, and can possess other people. She can create dolls that are almost indistinguishable from humans. Gus Soul had liked Kishi's dolls when they were in prison. Now it seemed the two of them had formed a partnership. This was the first time these two had met since they parted ways in Marin Cave prison. Lin Ming was quite surprised, because he had gone to great lengths to find Gus Soul before, but hadn't succeeded, and now he coincidentally run into him. Lin Ming asked curiously, What are you doing here? Inspecting the situation. Because there seemed to be a strange sighting around here yesterday, saying some kind of giant beast destroyed the surrounding terrain. Lin Ming glanced back at Caven, who quickly pretended to look around at the scenery. Said you're inspecting the situation? Have you two joined any faction? Hearing this, she replied crisply, We're from the Moonshadow Society. Before she could finish, she received another solid slap on the butt. It wasn't that Gus Soul liked slapping her bottom, but rather that Gus Soul's height allowed him to reach it easily when he raised his hand. The slap was so loud that even Yen Ming, watching from the side, felt a pang of pain in her bottom. However, she seemed completely unconcerned, even showing a hint of pleasure. Yen Ming didn't understand, but she was deeply shocked. She and Gus Soul had only recently been invited to join the Moonshadow Society, recruited by Wilhelm. Because the Moonshadow Society was a semi-underground organization, they couldn't easily reveal their identities, but she felt it wouldn't matter if she told Lin Ming. She looked at Lin Ming, then glanced at Caven behind him, and tentatively asked, By the way, where is Miss Caven? Ah, you're asking about Miss Caven. Lin Ming pointed to Caven behind him. There she is. She's mind raced, but she still couldn't figure it out. It wasn't surprising, after all, the one she was obsessed with in prison was a female version of Calvin. That didn't match up with this one. After Lin Ming's explanation, she finally understood the situation. She was somewhat disappointed. Because this Calvin didn't look fierce at all. Lin Ming looked at Gus Sol curiously. Why does this doll you're using seem a bit taller than the previous one? Gus Sol pointed at she. This pervert upgraded it. After all, she's good at this. Gus Sol was full of curiosity about Lin Ming. Especially the veil over his eyes. Why are you blindfolded? Can you see clearly like that? It's a long story. I can't look directly at things right now. Oh, by the way, your hair's askew again. Gus Sol raised his hand to part Lin Ming's hair symmetrically again, but his hand accidentally touched the blindfold covering Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming realized the blindfold was about to fall down, and before he could cover his eyes, he instinctively glanced at Gus Sol. Gus Sol and Lin Ming's cross-shaped eyes locked eyes. Then Lin Ming saw a semi-transparent soul pop out of the doll's head where Gus Sol was. This truly was a case of being scared out of one's wits. The wisp of Gus Sol trembled in the air for a long time, before shakily retreating back into the doll. Back inside the doll, Gus Sol truly resembled a doll this time, even walking with his arms and legs moving in unison. It's symmetrical. But it's scary. I hope I haven't been under some kind of illusion spell. No, a simple glance won't have any effect. Gus Sol glanced cautiously at Lin Ming again, then looked up and met Caven's gaze, sighing as she said, "It seems you've been through a lot." Such earnest words coming from the mouth of this doll, who looked like a 7- or 8-year-old girl, felt strangely incongruous. Lin Ming stood up, thinking that since they come to him, there was no need to think too much about the next step. You should know where Wilhelm is, right? I want to ask him some questions about the National Council. Chapter 375. Upon hearing Lin Ming's desire to see Wilhelm, she and Gus Sol exchanged a glance. Seeing Wilhelm wasn't difficult. After all, the Moonshadow Society and the Assassin Society were now openly allies. Alright, let's go then. I take you to see Wilhelm. Gus Sol walked ahead, taking large strides to move faster, looking like a little girl striving to prove herself. By the way, why didn't you have she carry you? Or float around in your spirit form or something? Gus Sol turned to look at she. Her? If she leads the way, we probably won't reach town until dark. Oh right, Lin Ming had forgotten about that. She was a severe decision-maker, capable of hesitating for hours at any fork in the road. You just mentioned a town? I thought you guys were staying at the outpost. It is an outpost, that's right. It was originally a deserted town, which we temporarily used as a garrison. Wilhelm seems to quite like that place. Oh! I thought he liked the feeling of being a nomad, but I didn't expect him to like a small town. Mainly, the soil around that town seems to be very good. Soil? Yes, because the soil is good, that town produces some abundant crops. Like what? Gus Sol shrugged. Radishes. Radishes? Yeah, radishes. Wilhelm liked the town because of radishes? Are they delicious? Gus Sol glanced back at Lin Ming. I don't really have much to say about this, because neither she nor I really like radishes. After walking quite a distance, the group finally arrived at the town where the Moonshadow Society was located. It was called a town, but it lacked any sense of everyday life. Everywhere was heavily guarded, and the Moonshadow Society's garrison exuded a murderous aura. According to Gus Sol, the garrison here consisted entirely of Moonshadow Society members. To be able to assemble its own forces in such a short time, Wilhelm was indeed quite capable. Following protocol, they identified themselves and stated their purpose. After learning they were from the Assassin's Guild, the guards softened their tone slightly and led them to the guest rest area. It looked like a reception area. There were a few chairs, and in front of them was a tea table with some tea in. Radishes. Various kinds of radishes. Perhaps to prevent them from losing moisture and becoming unpalatable, the radishes weren't cut, they were simply washed and placed on a large plate. Although Lin Ming couldn't see the color, judging from the shape of the radishes, there were probably various varieties. Actually, the plate of radishes contained white, yellow, red, and green varieties, creating a vibrant, multicolored display. Lin Ming tentatively picked up a radish about the size of his palm and smelled it. Sure enough, it smelled quite good, a fresh vegetable aroma wafted from where the radish tops had been pinched off. Caven also took one and took a big bite. Lin Ming watched him take a rather hearty bite, then crunch away with great enjoyment. Is it good? By the way, didn't you say you don't like vegetables? Caven chewed for a while, then gave Lin Ming an unexpected evaluation. You know what, it's actually quite delicious. Hey, you don't even like mushrooms. Why do you like radishes? I don't particularly like them, I just can't accept them. Maybe because they're so juicy, I just treat them like a chewable, flavorful liquid. Your logic is quite rigorous. Lin Ning looked at the radish in his hand and tentatively took a bite. Wow. Delicious. How to put it? This radish wasn't very spicy, and unlike the radishes he'd eaten before, it wasn't pungent. Instead, it had a sweet taste. Curious, Lin Ning picked up a small, thin radish about the size of a finger and took a bite. This one wasn't spicy at all, and it was very sweet, practically edible like fruit. And most importantly, these radishes weren't greasy, and they didn't leave any unpleasant breath. She, sitting next to Lin Ning, seemed to want a piece too, but her hand hovered over the plate for a long time, unable to decide which one to eat. Lin Ning seemed to understand why she was so thin. Gus Soul, standing nearby, frowned as he watched she raise and lower her hand repeatedly. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he picked up a small, red radish, about the size of a hawthorn with its leaves still attached, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Then she calmly began to chew the radish, leaves and all, bit by bit. It seemed the best way to solve she's indecisiveness was to let someone else make the decision for her, and then she would happily accept it. Just as Lin Ning and the others were enjoying the radish, Wilhelm walked in, carrying a stack of documents in each hand. Wilhelm, perhaps adapting to local customs, wore a headscarf and coarse earth-colored clothes. His original mage robes were gone, and he now looked like a scholar forced into farming. Oh! Lin Ning frowned at Wilhelm. Spit out the carrot first. Wilhelm, holding things in both hands, had the half-eaten carrot in his mouth. Lin Ning took the documents from his hands, and he finally took the carrot out. Wow, I was wondering if the giant beast that appeared in that area was related to you guys. I didn't expect it to actually be. You thought that was me? Huh? Isn't it? Wilhelm took a bite of the green carrot in his hand, puzzled. That wasn't me, it was Caven. Oh ho, I thought it was your mycelium that turned into a giant beast. You were quite good at that. Let's put everything else aside for now. I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Wilhelm suddenly waved the half-eaten carrot in front of Lin Ning, signaling him to hold off, then told the others in the meeting room, "We need to talk privately," and dismissed them. What you want to ask me can't be trivial. Wilhelm knew that Lin Ning would specifically discuss something with him. It was most likely related to spiders. Lin Ning pointed to Gus Soul, and that's true. But aren't they related? No, they're related. Actually, I recruited them to deal with this situation. Alright, what do you want to ask? You should still be able to get information from the National Council, right? Wilhelm frowned slightly upon hearing this, then chuckled, only you. If anyone else said that to me, they probably wouldn't even be able to eat tomorrow's carrot. Just how much do you love these carrots? Lin Ning briefly explained his question to him, also covering up the fourth person's cannibalism with their own kind. Lin Ning wasn't actually afraid of this being leaked. Because to ordinary people, the story was too outrageous, making it less likely to spread. Wilhelm silently took a bite of carrot, chewing slowly. He was thinking. He believed everything Lin Ning said, because he had indeed obtained some strange information before the fourth person left the National Council. At that time, the fourth person seemed to be developing some kind of virus. His mole within the National Council was a top-tier scientific researcher, and that's why Wilhelm was particularly interested in the information this mole brought out. According to this inside man, everyone infected with this virus will turn into a corpse. A bizarre description. When reporting intelligence from the National Council as a spy, brevity is naturally paramount. However, this inside man didn't use the simple word death, but instead said, turn into a corpse. Corpse emphasizes the physical body. After meeting Gus Soul, Wilhelm had learned a great deal about the soul, so he guessed that the Force research might be targeting the human soul. But he had always been curious about the purpose of doing so. Only now, after Lin Ning explained the Force whereabouts, did everything make sense to him. Although Wilhelm didn't know the Force's ultimate grand plan, he still arrived at a terrifying hypothesis in his mind. The Fourth might want to spread a plague targeting the human soul throughout the world. Chapter 376. You mean, a plague? Lin Ning asked Wilhelm, crunching on a radish, as he confirmed the details. According to Wilhelm, the fourth one was likely to spread a plague affecting all of humanity, its ultimate goal being to corrupt the human soul. This coincided somewhat with Lin Ning's initial guess. Lin Ning had also thought that the fourth one's ultimate goal might be to harm all of humanity, but he hadn't expected the method to be like this. Wilhelm listened briefly to Lin Ning's account of the events and learned that they wanted to go to the far eastern island. That island. I heard of it. Heard of it. Yes, because field magic is rare, students often go there to collect data for field magic research. Could it be the National Academy has ever set foot on that island? Wilhelm shrugged. No, and I doubt you could even get there. Is it that exaggerated? Wilhelm glanced at Lin Ming, then said in an ignorance is bliss tone, field storms are not comparable to ordinary natural disasters. You're a mage, so you should know about the human body. Ah, its stable elements and the influence of the soul field that constitute the physical body. But the soul field is just a conventional term. The specific principles of the physical body's composition still have many mysteries. That's right, that's what the books say, but putting aside those mysteries, the field. It is a fundamental element that allows the human body, and even all matter in the world to maintain its form. And as far as I know, in the field storms of the far eastern islands, field disorder causes matter to lose its original properties. So that means anyone who goes in will be directly disintegrated into elements, turning into invisible ashes. But, no buts, as long as it's matter. Lin Ning didn't let him finish, pointing to Gus Sol beside him. And what about her? Gus Sol was riding on Hishi's head, combing her hair in a middle part. Hearing Lin Ming suddenly mention her, he looked over curiously. Wilhelm looked at Gus Sol, and slowly shook his head. Actually, it still doesn't work. I done some research on her too. Gus Sol was taken aback. When did you research me? Don't forget you were a key focus of the National Council back then. The research materials on you could fill a whole truck in the National Council. He pointed at Lin Ming again. The research materials on him could fill 10 trucks. Lin Ming was a little proud. In short, whether it's the National Council's speculation or my observation, her soul form isn't actually a true soul form. Gus Sol, perched on Hishi's head, asked curiously, I didn't even know that myself. If it's not a soul, then what is it? It's a gaseous-like creature. Lin Ming, upon hearing the term gaseous-like creature, quickly turned to look at Caven. Oh! Caven looked at the gesticulating blind man, with an expression, as if he were an idiot. In other words, the concept of demon god species doesn't actually have a classification like true god world god species. They're just different species from common animals. Wilhelm took a meaningful bite of his radish and sighed. Lin Ming was the kind of academic genius, whose talent was obvious to the naked eye. Although he usually seemed somewhat carefree and playful, even Wilhelm could see Lin Ming's genius. He had heard of Lin Ming's astonishing learning ability in the Assassin's Guild. Lin Ming had once mastered all the common elemental hand seals in just a few days. If everything were peaceful in this world, Lin Ming might become a renowned scholar. Wilhelm looked at the radish top in his hand, and smiled wryly. Although he was now on the opposite side of the National Academy of Politics, his mind still held the mindset of the National Academy, with an unconscious admiration for academia and scientific research. If there were no spiders in this world, he even thought he might be able to become colleagues with Lin Ming, perhaps working together in some research institute to promote the world's development. Hey! Don't you guys fart a lot after eating so many radishes? You? What's wrong? I just thought you were a talent, and you asked if you fart. Lin Ming shrugged. It doesn't matter, even geniuses have to fart. In fact, eating too many carrots does produce farts. However, Wilhelm couldn't openly mention the constant banging throughout the town. He could only vaguely reply, it doesn't stink. Although the town wasn't large, Lin Ming and his group were heading to the Far East Island, so they decided to rest a bit and capture an antidote to inform the Assassin's Guild of the situation. Wilhelm provided them with a room so Caven could have a quiet place to rest, and Lin Ming also took the opportunity to learn about the current battle situation. Because the Council of Elders had left the National Council, the National Council was now entirely dominated by humans. Wilhelm had initially thought that if humans were in charge, the National Council might act more gently. However, in reality, human methods were far more insidious. This struggle had subtly transformed into a redivision of power on the continent. Those who once possessed vast territories were unwilling to cede an inch. Small, former island nations sought to expand, and then there was the emergence of new powers, like the Moonshadow Society. How this would ultimately end was anyone's guess. Moreover, if the fourth person successfully wreaked havoc among all of humanity, given the current loose alliance of humans, they might not be able to withstand it for even a moment. Oh, you come at just the right time. Help out with some work, Wilhelm said, readily assigning tasks to Lin Ming. No, we're here to save the world. Stop talking nonsense, a little while won't hurt, get to work. I'm blind. You seem pretty good at holding a radish. After his resistance proved futile, considering Wilhelm's promise to help him gather internal information from the National Council, Lin Ming and Hishi went on patrol. It was called a patrol, but actually, they were going to investigate a place suspected of having enemy troops stationed there. Originally, this task was supposed to be done with Gus Soul and Ishii, but Gus Soul said she might be able to help Kaven, so Wilhelm decided to leave Gus Soul and Kaven behind, while Lin Ming took Ishii with him to investigate. Lin Ming knew that Ishii couldn't complete the mission on her own. Gus Soul emerged from the girl's body, using other people's bodies to communicate with Kaven, so Ishii could bring her doll along. Although his puppet lacked intelligence, it could still be used as a decent fighting force. Alright, let's go. Lin Ming, carrying the radishes for the road and holding a map, walked ahead of Ishii and began heading towards the suspicious locations marked on the map. Lin Ming wasn't worried about Ishii suddenly having decision-making difficulties, because he could simply use mycelium to bind her and lead her forward. After walking quite a distance, they finally arrived at the marked location. It was a strange hilly area, with mountains, but none of them were high, and they were all connected. It looked like a rash on the ground. Lin Ming and Ishii entered the hilly area and found it somewhat dangerous. Because the hills were connected, the entire terrain looked like a maze, and unless you flew, you could hardly see outside the mountain area. Lin Ming, I'm a little scared. Ishii held the puppet's hand, her voice sounding like it was on vibrate mode. Don't be afraid, I think I can easily protect you from death. Once we patrol the entire mountain area, we'd be done. Lin Ming stopped mid-sentence, suddenly frozen in place. He saw something strange. It was a person. The person looked filthy, his hair matted, as if he hadn't washed for days, and he wore a robe covered in patches. Because the person's hair was so long, Lin Ming couldn't quite make out his face, but judging from his build, he was probably a short man. Or perhaps a boy. A homeless person? No, in this tense situation, why would a homeless person be here? And what's even stranger is that this person was sitting at a table, and that table, and the chair he was sitting on seemed utterly out of place in this mountainous region. Based on Lin Ming's heightened sense of danger, he decided to ignore the person. But just as Lin Ming was about to turn his head, he heard the person say in a rather childish voice, "Two people, protagonist and supporting character." Huh? Lin Ming was completely confused. Then, he heard the person say, "Script, have you chosen it?" Hearing this, Lin Ming pointed directly at Ishii. "She's good at this, let her choose." Ishii quickly shook her head. No, I can't choose." Just when Ishii thought the choice was none of her business, the boy suddenly said, "Okay, the script you chose is, The Flower-Giving Child." Ishii was completely bewildered. What, the flower-giving child? The problem is, where are the flowers? Lin Ming frowned. The moment he saw this strange person, he knew this person might be a demon, but he hadn't expected this person's abilities to be so incomprehensible. Just as the demon uttered the name the flower-delivering child, a flower basket suddenly appeared in Ishii's hand. The strange man continued, "The flower-delivering child, with her dog, encountered a postman who helped her find her way." A postman? Lin Ming quickly touched his head. Sure enough, he now wore a strange postman's hat and carried a satchel. He and Ishii now looked like characters from a fairy tale. Could this demon be an illusionist? Lin Ming wanted to attack the real thing directly with his mycelium, but found he couldn't touch the strange man. He and the guy sitting at the table seemed to be in different dimensions. Now, let's begin the first scene. The postman, on his way to deliver flowers with a child, encounters a beggar. The beggar begs the postman, "Have pity on me, give me a hand." Lin Ming didn't see any beggar. He only saw the host performing with great enthusiasm. Alright. The host, having finished the performance, looked at Lin Ming. "Please make your choice." Faced with the poor beggar's request, will you give him your hand, or not? Chapter 377. A hand? To give or not to give? Lin Ming pursed his lips upon hearing this. In his past life, he had played some adventure games, and in this situation, it was usually a case of branching paths. The problem was, what would be the punishment if he chose the wrong path? According to conventional thinking, being stingy and refusing to give to a beggar might result in a more severe punishment. Lin Ming looked at his hand. He didn't lack hands, so giving it away was fine. Just as he was about to pull his hand off, he realized a very serious problem. He and Ishii were currently isolated, meaning that the mycelium he had lost couldn't be replenished. Now it was just one beggar asking for his hand. If 70 or 80 beggars came later, Lin Ming would essentially be dismembered. He had to consider this possibility. This space was also very strange. Compared to the isolated space the landlady and she had, it was more like a membrane covering him and Ishii. Or rather, a barrier. Other demonic species enhance themselves through their abilities, but this demonic species can actually create its own rules. This is really tough. How can there be such a powerful demonic species in a place like this? 5, 4, 3. Wait, why is there a countdown? Hearing the countdown, Lin Ming gritted his teeth, twisted his left hand off, and threw it to the ground. As soon as he threw his hand away, it vanished into thin air. The countdown stopped, and the boy sitting behind the table began to narrate the plot with great intonation again. The beggar received it, nodded in satisfaction, and revealed his true form. He was actually an incarnation of a god, sent to test the postman and the girl who delivered the flowers. Now he acknowledged the postman's kindness. Kindness, my foot! Lin Ming didn't dare say this aloud, only silently cursing in his mind. Isn't there a reward for passing the test? Hearing this, the boy stretched out his hand, making a gesture of putting something down in the air, and then Lin Ming held a card. What's this for? The god has given you a question. Huh? A question? The boy stopped talking. Seeing that the other wouldn't answer, Lin Ming tried to redistribute the mycelium on his body, hoping to grow a new hand. However, he failed. Huh? Lin Ming had never encountered anything like this before. He felt that the barrier he was in didn't allow the concept of a left hand to exist. Not only that, but the world silk couldn't even function here. Lin Ming had once been thankful that the demon god race didn't possess many rule-based or concept-based superpowers. But now he had encountered one. And it was a high difficulty one right off the bat. Lin Ming asked He curiously, I can't see anything clearly right now. What does it say? Just a question mark. A question mark? Yes, just a question mark. Seemingly wanting to end their discussion, the boy continued recounting the plot. The girl and the postman continued on their way. They passed a small river, and suddenly the girl became extremely thirsty. Just as the plot reached this point, she suddenly coughed violently. Lin Ming was startled and quickly checked on she, discovering she was coughing up blood. On either side of the river, there are two people. The woman cries out, Wow! The river water is poisonous, you can't drink it. The man says, Alas! The river water is a miracle, it can cure all ailments. Lin Ming listened to the narration while inquiring about She's condition. She felt a sharp pain in her throat, and at the same time, her throat felt unusually dry. She had never felt so thirsty before. The girl is very thirsty. What should we do? The postman is in a dilemma. Should he give the girl the river water or not? Hearing this, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He patted She's back, signaling her to calm down, then sat cross-legged on the ground, entering thought mode. Anyway, within this barrier, they didn't need to act, they just needed to listen to the plot and make choices. Lin Ming didn't think this ability was invincible. Moreover, since the script includes choices, it means there might actually be an optimal solution for completing the story. However, Lin Ming couldn't be sure what kind of script it was. If it was a tragedy, even completing the game would still lead to disaster. Lin Ming looked at the boy sitting behind the table. He suddenly remembered the sentence from earlier. The gods have given you a question. The card with the question mark might not be the question itself, but rather an opportunity to ask a question. Lin Ming held up the card to the boy. May I ask a question? The boy didn't answer. That was an admission. Lin Ming's brain instantly began to work frantically. If his brain were mechanical, sparks would be flying right now. Lin Ming started thinking because he realized that the boy, the source of this ability, was trying to prevent Lin Ming from obtaining more information. He was wary. The boy was doing everything he could to reduce the amount of information Lin Ming was receiving. However, as the one who activated the ability, he had to follow the script step by step. In other words, the boy himself was also within the rules. Therefore, Lin Ming felt that this ability was not invincible, it definitely had a way to counter it. Besides this, there was another thing that concerned Lin Ming. That God seemed to be the boy himself. Because when he gave him the question card, the boy made a gesture of handing something over, but said it was a question given by a god. Then came the problem Lin Ming was facing now. Could she drink the river water? If she didn't drink it, she wouldn't die, but she would definitely suffer greatly. If she drank it, and it turned out to be poisonous, then the game would be over immediately. Normally, at this point, the question card should be used to ask who is telling the truth, or directly to ask if the water is safe to drink. However, Lin Ming didn't want to use the question card that way, he decided to save it for the next time. Lin Ming looked at the boy and said two words, No. Lin Ming had his own reasons for doing this. She wouldn't die. She had actually told Lin Ming some details about her abilities on the way there. She and her doll were actually one entity. Although on the surface, the doll appeared to be made by he/she, in reality, the two had no master-servant relationship. The only difference was which body their consciousness resided in. Her soul and consciousness could freely switch between the two bodies. If he/she wanted, she could easily use this girl's body to act, and then use this tall, thin woman's body as a doll. Therefore, to kill he/she, both she and the doll must be destroyed simultaneously. Of course, this wasn't something he/she herself wanted to tell Lin Ming. It was information Wilhelm had given him before leaving. Because they were going to act together, knowing each other's ability details would be more beneficial in dealing with unexpected situations. Therefore, Lin Ming didn't need to use this card here. He could use one of he/she's two possible outcomes to get through this situation. Besides, drinking or not drinking was a choice. Maybe he guessed right. The boy looked at Lin Ming in surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Ming to actually not use the card. And Lin Ming actually guessed right. The postman didn't let the girl drink the river water, and the man by the river became a god. He created a poisonous river to test whether the postman and the girl were careful. Careful my foot. This is obviously malicious. Lin Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He noticed some strange things about the script. For example, the god. He snatched someone's hand right off the bat. That doesn't seem like a righteous god at all, but rather a villain. That question card didn't seem like a reward either, but rather like spoils dropped by a villain. If you think about it that way, then this god is a villain who wants to hinder the girl and the postman at every turn. The reason the villainous god is hindering the girl and the postman is that he doesn't want them to deliver the flowers. In other words, the god is afraid they will complete the task of delivering the flowers. Thinking this through, Lin Ming suddenly took out the question card and asked a direct question. How can we use these flowers to kill the god? When Lin Ming asked this question, he clearly saw the boy tremble slightly. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. I guess right. Chapter 378. How to kill a god with these flowers. Lin Ming had come up with this question through a lot of reasoning. And judging from the boy's reaction, his guess was probably correct. Lin Ming suddenly remembered a conversation he had with the guild leader, who had earnestly advised him to control all his physiological reactions when communicating with others. Frowning, twitching of the lips, pupil movement when thinking, trembling, anxious leg shaking and tiptoeing, even changes in the rhythm of breathing. These were all details. The guild leader had said, keeping your mouth shut is simple, but people don't just convey information with their mouths. All your physiological reactions are intelligence to those who are interested. Lin Ming, who had been enlightened then, had put these words into practice until now, allowing him to devise a strategy to counter this absurd ability. That boy, as a demon god, was very strong, but in other aspects, his level was far inferior to Lin Ming's. Faced with Lin Ming's question, the boy, though nervous, had no choice but to answer. Because being asked a question meant having to answer, it was one of the rules. The flowers in the girl's hand have poisonous thorns. Ah, so that's it, flower thorns. Lin Ming glanced at the flower basket in he/she's arms. Strangely enough, within this barrier of power, everything was narrated by the boy. The beggar hadn't appeared, nor had the river or the people by its banks, yet this flower basket appeared out of thin air. Lin Ming used his right hand to examine the flower basket. Sure enough, the flowers that resembled roses still had thorns. The problem now was how to accomplish the task of piercing the god with those thorns. After all, this so-called god was just a concept in the script. If you had to pinpoint a physical form, the god was a boy outside, but they couldn't leave. Huh? Lin Ming suddenly became curious about the flower's poison. The boy seemed to sense something and, wanting to stop Lin Ming, quickly began reading the rest of the plot. The girl who delivered the flower crossed the river, and saw a goat carrying a tree root. The goat seemed to be offering the root to the girl. Did the girl accept the root? He/she's throat was still stinging. After hearing the boy's story, she froze. A goat. Offering him a tree root. To accept or not to accept. He/she still had blood from coughing up at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to have forgotten the pain in her throat, because all her thoughts were focused on the question the boy had posed to her. He/she, who already struggled with making choices, now completely lost her mind. She had absolutely no idea which option to choose. If she accepted, what if it was a trap? If she didn't, what if it was just a prop? No matter which she chose, it would be like unraveling a loose thread in a sweater, instantly unraveling a whole host of problems. When he/she coughed up blood earlier, she hadn't felt particularly panicked, but now, just a few seconds later, sweat was already streaming down her chin. She couldn't choose. He/she looked at Lin Ming in a panic, hoping he would help her. If someone else made the choice for her, things would be much easier afterwards. But Lin Ming, at this moment, seemed completely unconcerned about the script the boy was reading. Lin Ming was now carefully observing the flowers in Ishi's arms. The flowers were beautiful, each one blooming perfectly. Lin Ming reached out and picked one up, tentatively touching the thorns on the stem. Lin Ming wasn't afraid of poison. He wanted to verify one thing, whether the poison the boy mentioned, which could kill the god, was just a plot device or a real poison. He guessed it was the latter. After all, the existence of a flower must have its purpose. Lin Ming stuck a thorn into his finger and began to slowly decompose it with mycelium, then meticulously analyzed the resulting components. Ishi was panicking. She grabbed him and shook him frantically, trying to force him to make a choice. The situation was like mental torture for her. But Lin Ming was now completely oblivious to the plot. He discovered that the flower's poison was real. That is to say, even if it didn't appear in the plot, the poison from these flowers could kill the god. Lin Ming had his own deduction, but to be on the safe side, he used a little underhanded tactic. It's been so long, Caven and the others should be here soon, Lin Ming said, holding a bunch of flowers in his right hand as he looked in the direction they had come from. This was meant for the boy. Caven certainly wouldn't be coming. He was probably currently tending to his injuries, munching on a radish. Lin Ming's vision wasn't affected by the direction he was looking. Even with his back to the boy, he could observe his reaction. When the boy heard Lin Ming say Caven was coming, he looked in the direction they had come from with considerable alarm. At the same time, Lin Ming completed the decoding of the flower poison. His world silk vision had been upgraded. He could now use his mycelium to perform more detailed analysis of anything he came into contact with, and even replicate it. This was the first time he used this ability, and although he wasn't entirely confident, he felt he could do it fairly well. She was still shaking Lin Ming, and the boy had started the countdown, urging them to make their choice quickly, but Lin Ming's appearance began to change. His mycelium started turning the color of a flower stalk, and petals seemed to sprout around his body. Mycelial deconstruction variation melting pseudostate. Lin Ming looked down at the stunned Ishi and said with a smile, "I give you a flower. Do you want to see it?" Ishi imagined Lin Ming's head blooming and quickly shook his head. The boy had stopped reading the script. He stood up from his chair and started to back away. He was actually a recently awakened demon god, and this was the first time he'd seen something like this. The demon god's true form was actually quite unremarkable. Both its cry and appearance were quite repulsive. Its true form was a toad. His ability, called Ghost Suppressing Play, consists of 3 plays: suppressing the ghost, judging the ghost, and killing the ghost. This ability seems to unlock a fairly complete story, but he only recently awakened it, and has only unlocked these 3 segments so far. These 3 plays originally had extremely dark plots, telling the story of a ruthless demon being destroyed. However, such a story would make those who enter his ability overly wary. Therefore, he discovered another way to use his ability, to conceal various illusions as much as possible and alter the content solely through narration. As long as the stages and characters' actions remain unchanged, the demon can also transform into a god, thus lowering the guard of those who enter the ability, and even causing them to misunderstand the purpose of the entire play. Because once the ultimate goal of each of the 3 plays is successfully achieved, imprisonment, judgment, and killing of the demon, the ability will disappear. What he needs to do is prevent those who enter the ability from completing the plays, and, through various branching choices, make them die directly within the plot. Before meeting Lin Ming, his methods had always been successful. But he didn't know how Lin Ming had seen through his plan and even turned him into the final, crucial prop. The demon would die as soon as it touched the flower. He didn't want to continue. Because no matter what the girl chose now, in the next scene, the postman would be killed directly by the demon. The method of death would be through the chest. The boy watched Lin Ming, whose body was sprouting thorns, yet who was still enthusiastically making roses bloom from his fingertips, and thought that this guy wouldn't die even if he were pierced through the chest. Moreover, his entire body was now covered in poisonous flowers. The demon didn't even need to be pricked. It would definitely die as soon as it touched Lin Ming. In other words, the next scene would end prematurely. He had already lost. Chapter 379. Lin Ming was experiencing his new ability, finding it quite interesting. Thanks to his further mastery of World Silk, he could now analyze substances digested by the mycelium, and replicate them using the mycelium itself. Just as Lin Ming was observing his mycelium, fused with flower poison, he suddenly heard the boy point behind them and shout, "Ah! They're here!" Lin Ming was startled. He thought the boy had reinforcements and instinctively turned around, only to find nothing in that direction. Instead, the boy jumped off the chair the moment Lin Ming and she instinctively turned around and began to flee at lightning speed. Lin Ming no longer relied on sight to sense food, so even without turning around, he knew the boy was running away. He tentatively extended his mycelium outwards, discovering that the barrier weakened as the boy ran further away. Trying to escape? The moment the barrier completely disappeared, Lin Ming sank into the ground. The boy ran as fast as he could until he was completely exhausted, then plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. He thought he had run far enough to shake off Lin Ming's pursuit, but just as he was about to stop and catch his breath, he suddenly saw a head with cross-shaped eyes emerge from the ground in front of him. "Hello." Lin Ming, only his head peeking out, greeted the boy kindly. Then the boy froze. "Hey!" Lin Ming tilted his head, puzzled, and poked the boy with a piece of mycelium that emerged from the soil. The boy then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ah! So he fainted from fright. At this moment, she slowly caught up from behind. After the barrier dissipated, the stinging in her throat subsided. Lin Ming was still poking the boy with his tentacles. "What about him?" She looked at Lin Ming's head sticking out of the ground, tilting her head to look. "You, come out first." It was already scary enough, but seeing him like this is even more terrifying. After emerging from the ground, Lin Ming planned to take the boy back. This boy was guarding this strange place. He could be an enemy, but it couldn't be confirmed immediately. Lin Ming thought for a moment, then used his fungal body to directly control the boy's body, like commanding a puppet, making the boy follow him. Then, she planned to return directly to the base, filled with the smell of radishes. Just in case, Lin Ming infused the boy's body with some toxins to prevent him from easily waking up. After all, he had only deciphered one of his scenarios. If this guy switched scenarios, he might not be able to handle it. Back in town, Wilhelm was taken aback when he saw them. "Why did you bring another one back?" Lin Ming explained the whole story, and Wilhelm nodded, summoning the special team tasked with dealing with demonic beings. The boy was locked in a cell. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, "There are no troops stationed around this person, nor any signs of encampment. It's unlikely he's enemy territory." "Then what's your opinion?" Well, it's not impossible that he's a wandering demonic being. He's very strong. If an ordinary person fell into his trap, I can't even imagine how they could escape unscathed. Besides, this little brat is incredibly naive." Wilhelm naturally understood Lin Ming's meaning. Having such a rare fighting force recruited into their ranks was naturally the best outcome. After instructing Lin Ming on the boy's matters, he decided to check on Kevin first. With a carrot dangling from his mouth, he pushed open the door to Kevin's temporary treatment room. Upon opening it, he saw Kevin taking a bath. A large wooden tub filled with hot water sat in the room, head tilted back, a wet towel covering his face, looking quite content. "Kevin, are you taking a bath?" "Yes." "Ah." Kevin's voice sounded unusually languid. "Wasn't it for healing? Where did Gus Soul go?" She said she went to get some herbs. Lin Ming looked at Kevin's bathtub and asked curiously, "How are you feeling now? Any better?" "I feel just soft and limp. I never taken a hot bath before." "Ah? Really?" Kevin didn't actually like hot water. He even tried to drink water that wasn't too hot. At first, when Gus Soul asked him to take a hot bath, he instinctively wanted to refuse, but once he was in, he discovered the charm of bathing. It was a feeling, as if his body was melting. The soul damage he had been so concerned about from the fatal attack was now completely gone. Lin Ming. "What? Why don't you try it too?" "Forget it, it turned into mushroom soup." Lin Ming briefly recounted to Kevin what had happened when they encountered the strange demonic species, but Kevin seemed to be out of his mind. He answered absent-mindedly, just sitting in the bathtub, lost in thought. Lin Ming had never seen him like this before, and found it quite amusing. After a while, She's doll pushed open the door and entered. "Gus Soul?" "Yes, it's me. I'm still more used to this body." Lin Ming asked Gus Soul curiously, "How long will this treatment take?" "Actually, this isn't treatment. If I were to perform repairs, I have to possess his body." "Did you possess him?" Gus Soul shrugged. "Yes, then I got yelled at and kicked out. It was the first generation." Gus Soul, of course, didn't know that Kevin had always carried the first generation's remnant soul with her. Her original plan was to possess Kevin's body and try to repair his injuries with her own soul, but once she possessed Kevin's body, she found it was quite cramped. The first generation soul was just a fragment. Although the soul wasn't dense, its presence was extremely strong. As soon as Gus Soul attached herself to Kevin, She felt as if something extremely terrifying was staring at her. After several attempts, she became even more certain that something didn't want her to attach herself to Caven, so she gave up and resorted to a more conservative approach. A bath can relax the soul, bringing it to the most suitable state for repair, Gus Soul said, adding herbs to Caven's bathtub. Lin Ning looked at the various herbs and asked curiously, "What about these herbs? What are they used for?" They don't have any medicinal uses, but they make the bath smell very nice, and it improves your mood." Hearing this, Lin Ning leaned closer to smell it. Yes, it did smell very good. Although adding herbs and flower petals to bathwater wasn't uncommon, Lin Ning still felt that this scene was a bit like adding seasonings to a pot. Lin Ning looked at the herbs in Gussel's hand, and suddenly grabbed a handful out of curiosity. He wanted to test his deconstruction and imitation abilities. He used mycelium and mold to decompose the herbs, then slowly began to try to imitate them using mycelium. In no time, he had created a strange mushroom covered in leaves. He handed the mushroom to Gus Soul. "Here, smell this." Gus Soul smelled it, and was quite shocked. "The taste is almost identical. How did you do that?" "I can now imitate plants with mycelium, but it should only be plants, because plants can be directly transformed using mycelium." "Amazing. I was going to get some more herbs, but I think I can just use this mushroom." "How do I use it?" "Just put it in hot water?" "Yes, just throw it in." Hearing that he could just throw it in, Lin Ning raised his hand and whoosh, threw a large bunch of herbs and mushrooms at Caven. "Enough. Enough. He's almost buried alive." "Huh? Wouldn't more be better?" "It would be good. This herb should have a subtle, pleasant fragrance after soaking." Lin Ning scratched his head, glanced at Caven, who was happily enjoying his hot bath, completely oblivious to the fact that he was about to become a fragrant, handsome man. Chapter 380. By the way, has Yin Ming returned yet? Lin Ning had originally asked Yin Ming to find an Antichrist nearby so he could contact the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Although there weren't any special arrangements, it would be good to let them know he was safe. However, Yin Ming seemed to be searching for Antichrist and hadn't returned yet. Lin Ning was puzzled. Whether Yin Ming had found Antichrist or not, he should have returned by now. He went to Wilhelm's office and asked if Wilhelm had seen which direction Yin Ming had gone. "North. Someone in town said they saw Antichrist there, so I sent him over." "Okay, then I go." "Go by yourself? What else? Are you coming with me?" Wilhelm pointed to a pile of documents on the table, shrugged, indicating he wanted to but didn't have the time. "I can go by myself. I'll be back as quickly as possible. I can't stay here too long." Wilhelm waved his hand at him. "Stay if you want, there's plenty of radishes." Lin Ning took 2 radishes from the plate in front of Wilhelm, then spread his mycelial wings and flew north. He hadn't flown far when he saw what appeared to be ruins. It looked like some kind of ancient site, with weathered, unrecognizable walls standing there, surrounded by waist-high weeds. Among the weeds, Yin Ming seemed to be crawling on the ground, searching for something. Lin Ming landed curiously on the ground, watching Yin Ming still intently searching. Yin Ming was completely unaware that someone had appeared behind him. "Hey!" "Eek!" Surprisingly, Lin Ming actually heard Yin Ming speak. Although it was only a mosquito's buzz, he definitely heard it. The sound was quite cute. "What are you looking for here?" Seeing that it was Lin Ming, Yin Ming pointed to the ground, and then 3 words appeared above his head. "Down there, down there?" "What's down there, Radish?" "Anti is down there, huh?" Lin Ming's mind raced for a while, but he still didn't understand what anti is down there meant. Yin Ming kept gesturing, wanting Lin Ming to explore the underground first. Lin Ming tentatively used his mycelium to probe, and was surprised to find that there were tunnels underground here. It felt like some kind of defensive fortification, like the kind of underground paths dug to catch the enemy off guard. Hiss. Lin Ming sensed the direction and size of the tunnel, then turned his head back to look at Radish Town in Wilhelm. Could it be a plan to launch a surprise attack on Wilhelm's town from underground? By the way, how did you know Antichrist was down there? Yin Ming pulled a notebook from his pocket. The notebook looked tattered, as if it had been soaked in rain and then dried. Most of the pages were illegible, with only a few pages showing legible writing. The notebook contained accounts of his travels. Things like what kind of insects are spicy, what kind of plants would cause numbness, and where to find water. Although it looked like he was writing diligently, it felt like a child practicing calligraphy, scribbling whatever came to mind while trying to make the characters as neat as possible. Lin Ning flipped through a few pages, and saw on one page that there was a strange opening near the ruins, and he wanted to go check it out. Lin Ning scratched his head. "But how can you be so sure this notebook belongs to Anti?" Yin Ming looked at Lin Ming as if he were an idiot, took the notebook, and flipped to the first page, where Entai's name was written. But even so, how are you sure Entai is down there? This was very unusual. Based on Lin Ming's understanding of Entai, if any Entai was in danger, the nearest Entai would rush to their rescue. While Entai sometimes abandoned individuals, most of the time, if one was bullied, a large army of Antis would inevitably arrive. Hearing Lin Ming's question, Yin Ming made Lin Ming lie down on the ground as well. Lying on the ground, Lin Ming suddenly saw a black and yellow insect emerge from the soil. Although it looked like a bee, its wings were very small, and its two front legs looked particularly strong. Lin Ming immediately understood that this was a special burrowing bee created by Yin Ming. Yin Ming had been lying on the ground, searching for the entrances written in the 8 notebooks. She sent a bee to dig through the ground, burrowing all the way down. Through the bee's vision, she saw what lay below. She saw many Antichrist corpses. The corpses were all gruesome, especially their heads. They looked as if they had been used for some kind of experiment. Lin Ming listened to Yin Ming's description, and also used his world silk to sense the situation below. Indeed, as Yin Ming said, there seemed to be a separate space below, used for research on Antichrist. The heads of those Antichrists were basically all literally opened up. He felt a surge of anger rising within him. Entai, after all, was his own child. How could he let someone else just smash his head open like that? But Lin Ming seemed to understand why Entai hadn't gathered other individuals to attack this place. Judging from that research method, it seemed he wanted to influence Entai's own internet network. Lin Ming's expression looked somewhat frightening, and Yin Ming stood by, barely daring to breathe. Entai was already a considerable fighting force for the Assassin's Guild. Leaving aside the ease of communication, if Entai were to truly gather all his individuals, he would be an almost invincible force. Therefore, this underground space was very likely a research project by some force targeting the Assassin's Guild. If they could truly influence Entai's internet network, it would be equivalent to affecting a crucial intelligence channel for the Assassin's Guild, with immense strategic significance. Entai was probably also avoiding blindly gathering individuals, because if he were to lose, he would only provide research material for the enemy. Seeing Lin Ming begin to ponder, Yin Ming cautiously floated 2 words above his head. What to do? Insufficient intelligence. Lin Ming, by nature, never fought without intelligence. But this time might be an exception. He felt like his own child had been bullied, and he was furious. Moreover, Lin Ming suddenly remembered that since meeting NT, he seemed never to have asked anyone for help. Assassins never provoke anyone without reason, and Lin Ming wondered if this was why these people thought the assassins were easy to bully, able to use such underhanded methods to bully a small child here. Yin Ming, fly up there first. What are you going to do? Tear it up. Lin Ming flung his arms, which instantly transformed into countless mycelia. These mycelia then plunged into the ground, multiplying rapidly underground. Normally, digging a hole would be fine. But this time was different. This time, he needed to project power. He needed to let the other side know who he was messing with. Mycelia, earth vein, surge, icy rock suspended soil. Yin Ming stared at the ground below, almost dumbfounded. Before Lin Ming, an area of land several hundred square meters appeared to have been sliced into cubes by some sharp, invisible blade. Lin Ming's mycelia lifted each of these square clods into the air, making it look like a forest of varying heights with cubic canopies. Lin Ming's mycelia had already mixed with the soil, and with the help of a touch of ice element, its strength was maximized. His mycelia were no longer limp and lifeless. After a violent tremor, Lin Ming looked down into the now fully exposed tunnel. He didn't see anyone, but he saw Entai's corpse. Although he knew these few Entais wouldn't significantly impact their group, Lin Ming still felt annoyed. Extremely annoyed. He used his mycelium to drag the corpses out, and discovered that one of them seemed to still be alive. Yin Ming, keep an eye on it. Leaving Yin Ming to watch over the Entai, Lin Ming prepared to check the other side of the tunnel. Yin Ming initially thought Lin Ming was about to enter the tunnel, and she was afraid if she couldn't see his location, but the next second, she realized she had been overthinking it. Lin Ming had no intention of entering any dungeon. He moved forward, churning and shoveling, like an icebreaker, revealing the previously hidden underground passages, turning them into spacious, open trenches. Along the way, they saw a few people, but these were obviously ordinary soldiers. Lin Ming simply used mycelium to tie them up and lift them into the air, occasionally swinging them to make them shout louder, so that the person in charge here would know that someone had come to cause trouble. Chapter 381. Lin Ming followed the tunnel, overturning everything in his path. Yan Ming watched Lin Ming's journey, thinking that another downpour would turn the area into an artificial river. Yan Ming, seeing Lin Ming still digging the canal, figured there was nothing to worry about. She took out a handkerchief and began wiping the face of the still living Anti. After a while, Anti suddenly regained consciousness and abruptly opened her eyes. Yan Ming had never seen anything like it before. She was startled and instinctively threw Anti away. Just as she threw him, she realized what had happened, but it was too late. Anti landed on a rock with a solid thud. Yan Ming rushed over to check on him. Anti stood up, looking at Yan Ming with a bewildered expression. Neither of them was seeing him for the first time. They were all thinking the same thing. Why wasn't he saying anything? Anti looked around and saw Lin Ming still pulling people out of the tunnel in the distance. Now there were about 10 people hanging in the air, looking like dried meat. Anti saw Lin Ming and understood what was going on. Yan Ming carefully generated a line of text above his head, pointing to his own head to make sure Anti noticed. Does anything hurt? Anti shook his head, pointed to Lin Ming, and tilted his head, indicating his confusion about Lin Ming's presence. Yan Ming understood Anti's meaning and explained how they had accidentally found the notebook and then the tunnel. Anti frowned. He was far more familiar with this tunnel than Lin Ming. Before his entire anti-force was wiped out, he had clashed head-on with the garrison here. At the end of this tunnel was actually a teleportation array. Countless soldiers could pour out of that array. Perhaps because the array itself was relatively fragile, they placed it at the rear of the tunnel, then attempted to use it to attack distant towns. Lin Ming, still advancing, also sensed something was wrong. More and more people were pouring out of the tunnel. At first, there were a dozen or so, then dozens, and now it was basically one after another. Lin Ming looked at the ground with suspicion. Just as he had expected, the ground was flat, showing no signs of a military base. Seeing the increasing number of enemies, Lin Ming pursed his lips, turned around, and started walking back. The pursuers behind him wanted to keep up, but when they looked up, they saw a shower of cubic blocks of earth suddenly falling from the sky. Lin Ming used mycelium to control the clods of earth, stacking them like building blocks, and with a few taps, he completely blocked the tunnel. He even reinforced it a bit. Lin Ming sealed the entrance, nodded with satisfaction, then climbed onto the ground and sat down. Anti and Yan Ming walked to his side, watching Lin Ming curiously, wondering what he was up to. After a while, a shovel broke through the ground in the distance. Then a head covered in dirt crawled out. I'm speechless. I rather guard the border. What kind of job is this, sending people here and not allowing them to go back? The person turned their head and saw Lin Ming sitting on the ground. And there were cube-shaped clods of earth flying everywhere. Lin Ming looked at the head that had just emerged and said, "Pull your head back in." Huh? The person who had just poked their head out hadn't even realized what was happening when they felt something dark and heavy fall from above. With a thud, Lin Ming had blocked the hole they had just dug. Yan Ming and Nt exchanged a glance, then sat down as well. What followed was a fun game of whack-a-mole. The person underground tried to come out, but every time they dug through the ground, Lin Ming blocked them back in. Lin Ming didn't seem to mind, but Yan Ming and Nt were having a blast. Whenever someone poked their head out, they excitedly pulled on Lin Ming's clothes to block it. After this went on for a while, the person underground finally couldn't take it anymore. Lin Ming sensed an elemental fluctuation. Instinctively, he pulled Anti and Yan Ming behind him, then saw a burst of fire erupt from the ground not far away with a poof. A large hole was blasted into the ground, this time too big for Lin Ming to block. From the hole, a rather disheveled man in a red mage's robe crawled out. "Pa! All dirt. They didn't say anything when they sent me here. What a lousy teleportation array, and it's only one way. I really had enough." Several soldiers followed the fire mage out, their faces blackened by the fire spell, their hair still smoldering. Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh. He thought of tandoor roasted meat. The fire mage, leaning on his staff, stood opposite Lin Ming like an unearthed artifact. The man wiped his head clean, revealing a gleaming bald head. In stark contrast to his bald head was his excessively thick beard. The fire mage saw Lin Ming and Yan Ming Anti, cleared his throat, and asked, "Humph. You're the culprit behind all this? State your name." "Lin Ming." The bald man was silent for a moment. "Lin Ming of the Assassin's Guild?" "Yes." "Lord of the Alien Fungus?" "That's me." "Humph. Excuse me." Without another word, the bald man turned to run, but the soldiers who had just crawled out of the ground grabbed him. "No, Grand Mage, if you leave, we're all doomed." "Yes, but I'm doomed even if I don't leave." No, you came on orders from the National Council. You can't disobey military orders. The bald man sneered. I always believed in the principle of discretion is the better part of valor. The bald man finished speaking, then pulled out a Nationalist Party badge and tossed it on the ground. I quit. I resign. After a long commotion, the soldiers finally calmed the bald man down. Leaning on his staff, he looked at Lin Ming again. Lin Ming was now leisurely munching on a radish, even offering one to Anti. Anti took the radish and devoured it quickly, finishing it in 3 or 4 seconds. Lin Ming glanced at the bald man, then turned to Anti and asked, Is it him? Anti shook his head. The bald man had heard several rumors about Lin Ming, and was quite wary of this strange demonic being, but seeing the other party so disregard him still annoyed him. So he decided to test him with a few spells. Sparrowfire, the bald man swung his staff, and as a hand seal lit up, a beam of fire flew straight towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming calmly used his mycelium to lift a stone and flung it, directly neutralizing the attack. Just as Guan Ju was about to launch another attack, he looked up and saw Lin Ming blowing a bubble. He had never seen such a technique before. Although Lin Ming could now directly influence elements, he still wanted to try this long-lost spore bubble. His bubble was filled with spore dust. Yin Ning looked at the bubble, a line of text appearing above his head in confusion. What is this? Lin Ming thought for a moment. This dust can explode? Anyway, you can call it less happy bubble. Chapter 382. With the dust bubbles, the battle ended remarkably quickly. The bald fire mage's defeat stemmed from his carelessness. Seeing the bubbles, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Huh? What's this? Never mind, let's burn it. Then, with a loud explosion, everyone on the other side was lying on the ground. Lin Ming walked over, looked down at the bald man lying on the ground, his face smoking, and turned to ask Anti, Is it him? Anti shook his head. Lin Ming squatted down and asked, Who is conducting the demon god experiments in this tunnel? The bald man was silent for a moment, then rubbed his face, blackened by the explosion. If I remember correctly, it was the researcher's priest Sig. Oh! It was indeed a familiar name. Back then, he, Caven, and Shinku had stormed the research institute, the serpent demon god, and the first Nightborn had both fallen into his hands. He heard from Caven and Shinku that he hadn't fought Sig to the death because he gone berserk outside, and the regulations between the Assassin's Guild and the National Council prevented it. It was quite a deep-seated grudge. Lin Ming turned to look at Anti, somewhat troubled. To be honest, he really wanted to handle this himself. Including Anti, the first generation, the Serpent, and Sig, they were already beyond redemption. But he still had to go to the far eastern island. He couldn't waste time on this side quest. Just as Lin Ming was struggling with his decision, Anti patted his leg. Lin Ming turned around curiously, and saw Anti writing something in the notebook he'd been working on, then handing it to him. It read, I can handle this. Even if you say that. Lin Ming's words were cut short by a rumbling sound. In the distance, a large group of people rushed towards them at an unbelievable speed. Yen Ning frantically patted Lin Ming's back, wanting to ask him what was happening. After a while, Lin Ming gradually recognized who was approaching and chuckled. It was Anti. A dark mass, all Anti. Looking around, there were at least several thousand of them. These Anti were all dressed differently, suggesting they had gathered from various places. The bald fire mage, who was lying on the ground, felt the ground beneath him shake. Thinking a large force was approaching, he sat up abruptly. Then, glancing at the thousands of identical-looking Anti rushing towards them, he silently lay back down. Seeing this, Lin Ming understood what was going on. Anti was about to clash with Sig. Although his momentum was strong, Lin Ming still felt he couldn't act so recklessly. Based on his previous experience fighting the second opponent, those who did scientific research all possessed strange and unusual abilities. If things went wrong, they could be wiped out. He couldn't accompany Anti now, but he could send reinforcements. Originally, he wanted to find Anti to re-establish contact with the Assassin's Guild, and now he could discuss both matters at the same time. Having summoned Anti and snatched a new notebook and pen from the bald man, Lin Ming finally re-established contact with headquarters. Headquarters wasn't peaceful either. Battles raged nearby. The guild leader had returned to Assassin's Guild headquarters, and Karankanya and the family of 3, Karankanya and Maz, had also joined the Assassin's Guild's forces. Upon learning that Lin Ming was unharmed and heading to the Far East Island, the Assassin's Guild responded that they could arrange nearby forces if assistance was needed, and that he would return as soon as he was done. Return as soon as I'm done. Lin Ming muttered to himself. After reporting his safety and understanding the Assassin's Guild's current situation, Lin Ming briefly explained what had happened to Anti. After recounting the events, there was a moment of silence at headquarters. Then Anti, standing beside Lin Ming, typed, "New grudges plus old ones, I'm going to kill him." This was probably said by Shinku. Lin Ming also briefly shared his thoughts. Going to take down Sieg. Avenging Anti was only one reason. More importantly, Anti was a crucial link in the Assassin's Guild's information network, and Sieg absolutely could not be allowed to disrupt it. Her strategic significance was considerable. After conveying his thoughts, headquarters replied, "Okay, I will make arrangements. Thank you for your hard work." This was probably from the vice president. Oh, right. Lin Ming suddenly remembered something else. He had a question for the clairvoyant Yuta. But before he could even say what he wanted to ask Yuta, she sent him 2 words. New beginning and replacement. Huh? Lin Ming was completely confused. Yuta then explained that these were the 2 most comprehensive instructions she had derived after deciphering nearly half of the dream's divination, and these instructions might come true for Lin Ming. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lin Ming ended his contact with headquarters. He looked at Anti and asked, "You gathered so many, can you save one for me?" The Antis exchanged glances, and an Anti carrying a green shoulder bag stepped out from the group. Only then did Lin Ming notice that almost everyone in Antiety was carrying a bag, some backpacks, some shoulder bags, containing books and pens. Lin Ming reached out and took the bag from Antiety, then watched as the rest of Antiety's army, following the vice-chairman's orders, rumbled away into the distance to the north. The bald man on the ground finally sat up, pulled something from his pocket, and tossed it to Lin Ming. "Take this." Lin Ming looked curiously at the item he received and discovered it was the bald man's National Council badge. "What does this mean?" The bald man lay back down. "It's yours. The National Council's days are numbered. The current conflict is no longer led by the National Council. Factions like ours, which never advocated war, will only become cannon fodder while making countless enemies. It's not worth it." The bald man smiled, said nothing, sat up, looked at the soldiers behind him, and his expression turned serious. "I went bald in my 2nd year as a barber, and just as I touched the threshold of the Yang level, the national government collapsed from within. It was just bad luck, but at least I lived most of my life. Whether I live or die doesn't matter to me, but..." The bald man sat cross-legged on the ground, pointing to the soldiers behind him, and said forcefully, "These young people have a long road ahead of them. I wonder if you could give them a way out." Lin Ming was taken aback by these words. Your magic isn't that great, but you talk a good game. You gave me the badge, so even if I don't kill you, what are you planning to do?" "Back to my old profession." "What's your old profession?" "Barber." Lin Ming looked at his shiny bald head. "I think you have no talent." Chapter 383. National Council Badge, Designer, 3,000 Floating Wanderers. Lin Ming ultimately let the bald man become a barber. He also obtained a crucial item, the National Council Badge. Lin Ming returned to Wilhelm with Yen Ming and Antai, briefly recounting the events and showing the badge to Wilhelm. Wilhelm, seeing the familiar badge, was quite moved. "No matter how many times I look at it, I always think this badge is exquisitely crafted." Lin Ming asked, "What about yours?" "I remember you had one too." "Destroyed?" "People like us who have clearly broken with the National Council wouldn't keep such things. Besides, after the National Council incident, all badges were replaced. Now there should be more anti-counterfeiting measures." Wilhelm examined the badge from top to bottom for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the anti-counterfeiting measures were. Lin Ming also took the badge, examining it repeatedly for a long time. He felt that the badge looked somewhat strange. "Speaking of your badge." "Theirs." "Oh, their badge. Does it have any meaning?" Wilhelm, hearing this, took the badge and sighed softly. "What's wrong? A little sentimental." "Of course." Wilhelm ran his fingers over the badge and said, "The former National Council was truly the glory of humanity. Back then, the research institutes weren't so extreme, and the National Council was genuinely changing the world." "Changing the world?" "Yes, the improvement of food, the cure for plagues, the development of magic, the establishment of laws. The National Council propelled human civilization forward step by step." Lin Ming frowned upon hearing this. "And then what happened? How did they become so insane?" Wilhelm didn't answer directly, but pointed to the emblem and said, "Do you see this pyramidal gem?" Lin Ming nodded. Although he didn't see it directly, he could sense the raised gem on the emblem. This gem symbolizes knowledge and progress. "And what about these below?" "These 2 below are called feathers. They are both feathers and blades. His. Hearing this explanation, Lin Ming suddenly understood why Wilhelm was so fixated on the past of the National Council. They viewed knowledge and progress as precious as gems, but when danger arose on the path to progress, the feathers symbolizing freedom could also be used as sharp blades. Lin Ming suddenly became very curious about the history of the National Council. When was the National Council established? Wilhelm shrugged. That's a long time ago. The National Council wasn't originally an organization, but a school of thought. This school had a presence in many parts of the continent, but it gradually formed a powerful force in Zhengwen Kingdom, slowly evolving into a large organization. So, the National Council wasn't initially led by the Council of Elders? Of course not. The National Council was originally called the School of Righteousness, advocating no evidence without proof, no doubt without depth. It was a school that emphasized experimentation and encouraged questioning. You remember quite clearly. Of course, it's required for entrance exams. But perhaps because the National Council had such a strong academic character, most of its members weren't really interested in power struggles or personal gain. Otherwise, the Council of Elders wouldn't have been able to dominate for so long. Lin Ming took the badge, played with it for a while, and suddenly said, "Don't you think this badge is a bit strange?" What's strange about it? You just said the gem symbolizes knowledge. But as far as I know, this shape is similar to the shape of tombs in many places. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. And then, there's the protective feathers. While the interpretation of wings and blades is fine, the 4 on left, 4 on right structure. It just makes me feel. Wilhelm understood what Lin Ming meant. He recalled something in his mind. When he was reading the history of the National Council, it seemed to mention the time when this badge was designed. That time. It really was around the time the elders came to power. If, according to Lin Ming's analysis, the protective feathers represent an 8-legged spider, then the tomb-shaped gem probably refers to the past and history. After hearing Lin Ming's explanation, Wilhelm suddenly felt less nostalgic. He tossed the badge back to Lin Ming. Take this. With this, you should be able to get through most of the National Council checkpoints, and you won't have to take detours in areas where the conflict isn't too serious. Oh. Lin Ming stuffed the badge into his pocket, feeling it was time for them to set off. By the way, Wilhelm suddenly said, if you're going to the Far East Island, I suggest you prepare some supplies first. You'll probably be traveling by water for a while. Water? We shouldn't need to, we can fly there. No, it's not as simple as you think, Wilhelm said, pulling a large map from under the table. He laid the map flat on the table, about to explain, when he noticed Lin Ming's blindfold. Can you see it? I can see a little. But I can't make out the words. That's all right, look here. Wilhelm pointed to the eastern edge of the continent, where a solitary piece of land looked like a piece of a strangely shaped pancake had been torn off. That torn piece of land was called Annex Island. Although Annex Island was the easternmost point of the entire continent, it wasn't the far eastern island. The far eastern island where Qi was located was a small, inconspicuous island further east of Annex Island, nestled in a storm. To reach the far eastern island, one had to first reach Annex Island. To reach Annex Island, one had to travel by sea. Although you and Caven can both fly, you must also know that there are extremely rare field storms near the far eastern island. The impact of these storms isn't limited to that small island. The adjacent islets are also affected. Wilhelm pointed to the location of the adjacent islands and said earnestly, the airspace leading from the mainland to the adjacent islands is a place that all birds actively avoid. Although the field storms there aren't as intense as those on the far eastern island, it's still possible to be torn to shreds by a sudden field storm. Lin Ming didn't seem to care. Because the waterway didn't look that wide, by boat, it would take at most half a day to get there. Wilhelm seemed to understand Lin Ming's thoughts. He smiled slightly, rummaged through the table for a while, and pulled out another map. The map was covered with all sorts of crooked lines, each one like a lost snake, twisting and turning several times. Lin Ming asked, puzzled, what, is this a maze? No, this is a waterway map to the adjacent island. Wait. This? Lin Ming thought he had misheard. Can't we just go straight? Of course not. These winding routes are safe routes that the sailors there risk their lives to find. So to get to the adjacent island, you have to spend at least 2 days at sea. 2 days? Yes, 2 days. Because a classmate of mine did research in the Far East before, so I know a little about the situation there. Lin Ming thought about it for a moment, then suddenly became curious again. So, according to you, the environment on that attached island must be extremely harsh as well? Of course, only about a quarter of the entire island is safe. Then why are there so many shipping routes? Are there many people who want to go there? Wilhelm smiled slightly. Those people are all going there to make a fortune. What do you mean? 70% of the entire attached island, from the surface to underground, is made up of crystal mines. Chapter 384. Lin Ming and the others should set off as well. She and Gus Sol really wanted to go with Lin Ming, but Wilhelm wouldn't allow it. After a quick rest, Lin Ming packed a large backpack with a bunch of carrots, said goodbye to Wilhelm, and continued on his way. Lin Ming, Kevin, Yen Ming, and the newly recruited Anti left Carrot Town and continued eastward. Seeing the weather was nice, Lin Ming took to the skies, Kevin followed closely behind, and Yen Ming transformed into a swarm of insects and ascended into the air. Anti looked at the three circling in the sky and shrugged. He felt the three were showing off. After some discussion, they decided that Kevin would carry Anti, and Lin Ming would carry the luggage. The four of them traveled at breakneck speed, barely resting, striving to reach the water surrounding the island as quickly as possible. Lin Ming flew through the air, munching on carrots, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Qi. Qi is now obediently hiding on the far east island, which actually makes him feel more at ease. He has already witnessed the abilities of the third and fourth. If the third has truly devoured Qi and mastered Qi's abilities, he simply cannot imagine how to defeat this opponent. Lin Ming was flying steadily in the air, and could vaguely see the water in the distance, when suddenly his body tilted. Kevin asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you hit some big flying insect?" "No. My eyes seem." Lin Ming's eyes were always covered by a cloth. Since being attacked by Ming, he had been relying on the world silk to perceive the world. Although the world silk allowed him to move freely, it was not true vision, and there were still many inconveniences in daily life. For example, he couldn't see colors, and the writing on paper was very blurry. But halfway through the flight, he suddenly felt a flash of light before his eyes. This was strange. He could only perceive light when his vision was perfect. Kevin, hearing Lin Ming mention his eye problems, tucked Anti under his arm and used one hand to help Lin Ming land. Kevin had actually considered this before, but he hadn't confirmed it with Lin Ming. Lin Ming's improved eyesight was actually a blessing in disguise. The attack from fate had directly blinded Lin Ming at the soul level, preventing his true eyes from interfering with the world's threads, allowing Lin Ming to be in his current state. However, fate's soul attack wasn't permanent. In other words, if Lin Ming's soul fully healed, he might very well return to the state where his vision was completely blurred upon opening his eyes. Kevin landed Lin Ming and Yen Ming in a forest, casually placing Anti on the ground, then watched as Lin Ming removed the blindfold from his eyes, and looked around at the scenery. Seeing that he didn't faint immediately like before, Kevin was slightly relieved. "How are you?" "Actually, not so good." Kevin's guess was correct. If Lin Ming's current vision is divided into two parts, his original eyes are the surface, and the world silk is the interior. The surface part was destroyed before, and now, the destroyed part is slowly healing. He can truly see things again. He can now perceive some colors, and the brightness of light. And, fortunately, his eyes are healing very slowly, giving him time to adapt to the feeling of his eyes, and the world silk coexisting. The first step in the gradual fusion of the glasses and the world silk was that the world silk became increasingly dense and, moreover, acquired color. With the healing of his eyes, Lin Ming's vision, or rather, his ability to perceive and analyze matter, became even stronger. What he previously perceived as identical stable elements, now revealed subtle differences through color differentiation. Kevin asked worriedly, "Then, if your eyes heal, will you go back to being completely blind?" "I don't know yet. But at this healing speed, I feel I might be able to adapt." "It's alright. If you find it difficult, I can call the first generation to come out and blind you again at the soul level using the blood-soul body." "What if it heals again? Blind you again?" "I think the first generation would be quite happy to do that." "Then I really thank you both." Kevin, looking at Lin Ming's shifting cross-shaped eyes, put his hands on his hips and said, "I'm really curious. What does the world look like to you now?" Lin Ming pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Then, gesturing as he tried to explain, "Well, the existence of matter has some necessary conditions. World silk might represent space. The existence of matter doesn't occupy space, but rather changes the state of space where matter is located. Then, there are elements. Stable elements will spontaneously combine to form stable structures, which then construct natural materials. And I always feel that another dimension is needed for the structure to be complete. The stability of this world is influenced by all these factors." Although Kevin didn't understand it all, he still listened with great interest. But after a while, He felt that Lin Ning had no intention of stopping, so he pulled out a carrot from his bag and shoved it directly into Lin Ning's mouth. Lin Ning, a carrot dangling from his mouth, shook his head and looked east. He could already sense the rising moisture. They shouldn't be far from the water surrounding the island. Since his eyes were merging with the world silk vision, he didn't need to blindfold himself anymore. While in the air, Lin Ning had seen several caravans coming and going below. Flying over again would be too conspicuous. So, they decided to walk for the rest of the journey. After walking for a while, they emerged from the woods, and a vast dock came into view. The four of them were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. While not exactly bustling, it was certainly lively and bustling. Looking beyond the dock, they could see the seemingly endless waters surrounding the island in the distance. Although Caven had excellent eyesight, he could only make out a blurry black line on the horizon. That must be the island. They had initially thought this body of water was at most a large river, but now it seemed its width far exceeded that of a river. You could even say the adjacent island was another continent, and people would probably believe you. Moreover, more than the dock and the distant island, what shocked them most were the strange clouds that had become increasingly clearer over the island's waters. These clouds were nothing like ordinary, soft, gentle clouds. The island's waters resembled a forest of whirlwinds. The funnel-shaped whirlwinds touched the water surface, creating numerous large and small eddies. Looking up from the water's surface, the whirlwinds appeared to grow larger and larger, resembling the shape of a swana, a type of Chinese wind instrument, with its mouthpiece pointing downwards. Some of the whirlwind's uppermost crowns would connect, and these connected whirlwinds would slowly converge, eventually forming even larger whirlwinds. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Ning suddenly understood why the navigation map Wilhelm had shown him was so convoluted. To avoid these whirlwinds, ships had to constantly change direction, strictly adhering to pre-planned safe waters to ensure safety. Because the moisture was drawn into the upper atmosphere, the sun was almost invisible over the entire area surrounding the islands, and a light rain was falling incessantly. And this wasn't the strangest thing. In stark contrast to the otherworldly spectacle before them, the whirlwinds in this area weren't wind. Lin Ning and his companions, standing on the shore, couldn't even feel any wind. The only sensation they could feel on their skin was a barely noticeable breeze that could barely stir their clothes. This was a weak form of field storm. While marveling at the spectacle before him, Lin Ning inquired with the sailors at the dock about boarding a ship to the surrounding islands. Just as he approached the dock, a commotion erupted. All the sailors crowded to the shore, pointing and gesturing towards the distance. Lin Ning went over and saw half a ship. Or rather, only half a ship remained. The ship looked as if something had bitten it in half, leaving only the stern, and it was slowly sinking into the water. The sailors murmured amongst themselves. Among the crowd was a gaunt, shirtless old man who counted on his fingers, then shrugged at the others around him, and said in a nonchalant tone, "The helmsman must have been distracted, or the steering system malfunctioned. All 18 people on board are definitely gone." Chapter 385. Lin Ning was curious and wanted to go over and ask what was going on, but he was pulled back by Caven by the head. Eyes. Oh, okay. Lin Ning forgot that he hadn't covered his eyes. If anyone saw his eyes, probably no one would let them on the ship. The wrecked ship only caused a brief commotion. Soon everyone went about their own business. Lin Ning found a kind-looking old sailor and told him about their upcoming ship trip. The sailor had a black turban and a full beard. He looked at Lin Ning and his companions and asked curiously, "You don't look like you're short of money. Are you going to do scientific research?" Yes. We're going to the vicinity of the Far East Island. Academic research, you know. If it succeeds, we make a lot of money." Lin Ning, of course, didn't want to reveal his identity, so he went along with the sailor's story. To convince the sailor, he even showed him the National Council badge. After some conversation, the sailor agreed to let them board and gave them some instructions. The ship was about to set sail in about an hour. It wasn't a large ship. With 5 sailors and 15 passengers, there were 20 people in total. The sailor turned to look at Antai, asking with some concern, "Is this child all right? It's actually quite dangerous on board." At that moment, Antai, who had been observing insects under a nearby rock, seemed to want to move the rock, but then, finding it too troublesome, he simply tilted his head back and smashed his head against it. The half-meter-high rock shattered in two with a loud bang. Judging solely from the sound of the collision, no one would guess it came from a head. Antai broke the stone in two, then picked up several centipedes from underneath, curiously playing with them in his hands. The sailor witnessed the whole thing. He suddenly wondered if he had been too hasty in letting these people board the ship so easily. Once aboard, Lin Ming and Kevin looked around at the other passengers. Most of them seemed to be workers heading to the crystal mines. Everyone looked grave, as if they were heading not to an island, but to hell. After some preparation, the bearded sailor gave a final warning. The whole journey will take at least 12 hours, and at most 3 days. You can ask me for food and water, but it will cost money. 3 days? Lin Ming asked curiously, why so long? Of course, it's because we're not going in a straight line. If the storm is too complicated to handle, we won't be able to reach the shore on either side, and we'll have to circle around in the water, looking for a chance to land. But it's okay, no one on my ship has ever died. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly felt guilty. There were several rooms in the cabin. Lin Ming and his group asked for a small, private room to discuss matters. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Ming visibly slumped down. Kevin, seeing his bewildered state, was very curious. What's wrong? Are you afraid of boats? I'm not afraid of boats. Then what is it? There's no land here. I feel so panicked. For Lin Ming, this mushroom, soil is his foundation. Although he can barely survive in water, that feeling is definitely incomparable to the nutrient-rich soil. Seeing Lin Ming increasingly panicked and starting to scratch at the walls, Kevin realized this wasn't a solution. Before the ship set sail, he asked a sailor for a bowl and went to the shore to fill it with soil for Lin Ming. Back in the room, he shoved the bowl of soil into Lin Ming's arms. Holding the soil, Lin Ming surprisingly calmed down. As he held the bowl of soil longer and longer, small mushrooms began to sprout from it. I hope we get to the other side soon, Lin Ming said pitifully, clutching the bowl of soil. Sitting in the corner of the room, Anti kept picking mushrooms from Lin Ming's soil bowl and stuffing them into his mouth. The ship set sail. With a rocking motion, Lin Ming's ordeal began. He had never imagined that leaving the land would be such a terrifying thing. Kevin looked at the lush mushrooms in his arms, and decided to let him adjust for a while he went to the deck to check things out. Upon reaching the deck, Kevin discovered the first strange sight in the water surrounding the island. The rain was flowing horizontally. Elsewhere, only extremely strong winds could blow rain at a near horizontal angle, but in this body of water, even without wind, the rain wouldn't be vertical. The various storm fields affected gravity in this space, and the most direct manifestation of this gravitational anomaly was the fine raindrops. Kevin stood on the deck and felt it. He could indeed perceive a subtle shift in gravity, and some fast-moving free elements were flying erratically with the raindrops. It was utter chaos, completely without any pattern. The old sailor turned around, and was somewhat surprised to see Calvin standing calmly on the deck admiring the scenery. You see, other passengers had only come out for a glance before being frightened and retreating back to their cabins. Having been in this area for so long, he had never encountered a passenger as calm as Calvin. Hey! Young man. Calling me? Calvin walked curiously to the sailor's side. The sailor pointed to the side of the ship, where, about 10 meters away, a whirlwind had whipped up a column of water shooting straight into the sky. Let me show you something fun. The sailor stood up, a hand seal suddenly appearing on his left. He then made a javelin-throwing motion, forcefully flicking his arm, and a shard of ice shot out from his hand with a whoosh. Unexpectedly, this sailor was actually an ice mage. The ice shard flew towards the whirlwind's location, and Kevin noticed the anomaly. As the ice shard approached the whirlwind, it suddenly began to tremble violently, and just before touching it, it shattered into a cloud of mist, being swept into the whirlwind. The sailor smiled. Not just ice, even wood, iron, stone, even people, will turn to dust if they get close to this kind of whirlwind. It's amazing, isn't it? People who get close to the whirlwind, before they even finish shouting, are already scattered into mist. Chapter 386. Lin Ming, inside the cabin, was still clutching a pot of soil, praying for an early arrival at shore. But just as he was about to ask where Kevin was, the entire ship suddenly began to shake violently. The ship creaked and groaned with the shaking. To avoid falling, Lin Ming had transformed into a swarm of insects and flown into the air, while Anti covered his head and bounced around the cabin like a bowling ball. Lin Ming tried to stand up, but the shaking was too violent for him to walk normally. He had to change his method, transforming his lower body into mycelium, leaving only his upper body on the ground, and crawling out of the cabin like an octopus monster, trying to get to the deck to check the situation. Other passengers in the cabins also wanted to go to the deck, but as soon as they opened the door and saw Lin Ming crawling on the ground with a pot of soil, they quickly slammed the door shut. Lin Ming crawled all the way to the deck using his lower body, only then seeing what had happened. A massive storm whirlwind was directly in front of their bow. This whirlwind was about 10 meters in diameter, making it one of the largest in the entire body of water. Kevin was currently helping the sailors take the helm. Although he had little experience in steering, he couldn't be expected to do much in this situation. The bearded sailor was struggling to climb onto a manhole-like object on the deck. Some of the other sailors were busy securing items on the ship, while others were lying on the deck, using elemental crystals to inscribe something on it. Lin Ning then noticed that the scratches on the ship's deck, seemingly chaotic, were actually magical seals upon closer inspection. Lin Ning wasn't sure if he could help. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a whoosh behind him, as an empty wooden barrel flew past his ear. He then realized that the ship wasn't trying to avoid the whirlwind. It was being sucked in. Everything on the deck that wasn't secured was being sucked into the whirlwind, wood and metal alike, turning to dust the instant they reached it. Kevin! Lin Ming called out to Kevin. Kevin turned and saw Lin Ming's severed body on the ground, shouting, "We need to find a way to stop the ship." As soon as Kevin finished speaking, the bearded man finally opened the manhole cover-like device and yelled to the other sailors, "Ready? Hurry! Ready!" The other sailors, having finished their tasks, all placed their hands on the deck. The bearded man was positioned right in the center of the group. Lin Ning sensed a rather exaggerated elemental fluctuation. He instinctively took a step back, and then a huge blue magic seal lit up on the deck. Upside-down glacier river, sky-reaching frost tree, fixed ice anchor. These sailors had actually completed an extremely complex spell through their respective tasks. As the spell was activated, Lin Ning didn't see any ice elements on the deck, he only felt the ship's temperature growing colder. The sailors remained motionless in their spellcasting postures, and Lin Ning heard the crisp sound of ice forming coming from the bottom of the ship. After about 10 seconds, the ship finally stopped, no longer being sucked away by the whirlwind, and the violent rocking of the ship ceased. Lin Ning and Kevin both breathed a sigh of relief. Although the whirlwind's effects were still present, as long as they weren't sucked in, they were temporarily safe. Lin Ning had a rough idea of how the sailors had stopped the ship. It was an incredibly imaginative and quite effective method. If he wasn't mistaken, there should now be numerous solid icicles extending from the hull, anchored to the underwater rock structure. If the entire ship were turned upside down now, one would see many towering, enormous icicles. Seeing that the situation had temporarily stabilized, the bearded sailor beckoned Kevin and Lin Ming to the cabin, indicating he had something to say. Kevin and Lin Ming followed the sailor, wondering what the bearded man wanted to say. Once inside the cabin, they could finally talk without shouting. The bearded man cut to the chase. "The situation is very bad." Lin Ming, clutching his earthen basin, thought to himself, "It certainly won't be this smooth sailing." "Explain in detail. There's always a way, right?" The bearded man shook his head. "Our ice magic can only stabilize the ship's position, like an anchor directly underwater, but even if it's stabilized, those whirlwinds will still move." "Move?" "Yes. Although not fast, it feels like the whirlwind will hit the ship in about an hour." "An hour?" Lin Ming, holding the earthen basin, thought for a moment. He certainly couldn't just sit and wait to die, but in the current situation, there didn't seem to be any good solutions. The sailors' faces showed barely concealed fear. Since they were in this line of work, they weren't naturally that afraid of death, but even so, when the reality of death was right in front of them, no one could remain calm. Lin Ming conjured his lower body again, then sat cross-legged on the floor, and said to the sailors, "I'm not sure if there's any way, but waiting to die without trying is absolutely not an option. I need information now. Everything about this area, the storm, the whirlwind, and the ship. Tell me everything." Several sailors looked at Lin Ming, who had been clinging to the earthen basin since boarding the ship, with some doubt in their eyes. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Ming extended 2 tentacle-like mycelium from his head and untied the blindfold. The moment his cross-shaped eyes appeared, the sailors all collapsed to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, they had lived lives where death was a constant threat and were quite experienced in this area, so they weren't immediately scared unconscious by Lin Ming. "I said I have a way. Trust me. Now tell me the information. I need the details." The sailors exchanged glances and began to speak one by one, but Lin Ming felt this was a waste of time. "Speak together." "Huh? You guys speak together? I should be able to hear you." The bearded man nodded upon hearing this, briefly assigning tasks, letting each sailor explain a topic. The 5 sailors surrounded Lin Ming, beginning an information exchange 5 times the volume. Each time Lin Ming heard something noteworthy, he would raise his hand and point to the sailor who had mentioned the key point. The others would pause, and after that information was finished, Lin Ming would wave his hand again, and the 5 of them would speak together, as if a power button had been pressed. Kevin watched from the side. He couldn't understand anything, feeling as if he had fallen into a duck's nest, everyone's voices a jumbled mess. He couldn't understand how Lin Ming managed to obtain information amid such noise. Kevin had actually noticed before that Lin Ming was very intelligent, the kind of genuinely sharp mind, but only now did he understand just how capable Lin Ming was. Realizing he couldn't help here, he returned to his cabin and explained the situation to Yin Ming and Antai. Lin Ming spent about 30 minutes acquiring almost all the sailors' knowledge about the water, and then 10 minutes summarizing a roughly feasible plan. By this time, the whirlwind was quite close to their ship. Lin Ming stood up, placed the earthen basin on the ground, and then had Kevin called Yin Ming and Antai to the deck. When Yin Ming heard Lin Ming call her out, she asked curiously, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Lin Ming looked at her and smiled. "Actually, I can't really help much. But I think the process might be quite interesting. It would be a shame if you were all stuck in the cabin and couldn't see it." Chapter 387. Lin Ming stared at the whirlwind, pondering a solution. According to the sailors, these whirlwinds moved slowly across the water. Each time a ship crossed the river, it would slightly update the whirlwind's position on the water, allowing subsequent ships to avoid it as much as possible. However, whirlwinds weren't so obedient. As a special type of weather phenomenon, they experienced a life cycle like animals. The whirlwinds in this area also underwent a process of renewal, and there were distinctions between young, middle-aged, and old whirlwinds. The whirlwind blocking their path was a powerful, peak-stage whirlwind. The most useful knowledge Lin Ming gained from the sailors' reports was that whirlwinds could influence each other. If a whirlwind encountered another whirlwind during its movement, two things could happen. Either the two whirlwinds merged into one, becoming an even larger whirlwind. Alternatively, the two whirlwinds might fight each other, with the stronger one surviving and the weaker one dissipating. The sailor didn't explain why there might be two possibilities, but Lin Ming had his own guess. Whirlwinds, though seemingly identical, might have differences in their properties. A field storm, as the name suggests, is a storm formed by a field, and there isn't just one type of field. Whirlwinds with compatible field properties will merge, while those with conflicting properties will consume each other. Even among elements, there are relationships of mutual restraint between ice and fire, wind and lightning, but because these relationships aren't very pronounced in the realm of magic, they're generally not mentioned. However, for fields, these relationships might be more pronounced. If we use people as an analogy, the mutual restraint between elements is merely a matter of dislike, but not a major conflict. However, the mutual restraint between fields is a matter of life and death from the moment they meet. Lin Ming's method for solving the current problem is also based on this characteristic of fields. He stood on the deck, his clothes almost being torn off by the whirlwind's pull. Although he didn't know if his plan would work. It was the only way now. Yin Ming seemed to want to say something, but the swarm of insects she used for subtitles was sucked away as soon as it appeared. The bearded sailor, braving the strong winds on deck, shouted to Lin Ming, "What do you plan to do?" Lin Ming, arms crossed and gripping the deck firmly with his mycelium, replied, "First, find out the field of this whirlwind, then create another whirlwind with a field that counters it. Then, let the two whirlwinds approach each other and cancel each other out." The sailor, stunned for a moment, pointed at the whirlwind in front of him, his face contorted with disbelief, and asked Lin Ming for confirmation. "So, you're going to handcraft something of this caliber and then make them collide?" "That's right." The bearded sailor seemed about to say something more, but glancing at Lin Ming's eyes, he knew that if this man said something like that, he must have a reason. There were still about 10 minutes before their ship was torn apart. After a while, Lin Ming remained motionless, like a plant rooted to the deck. Kevin stepped forward and stood next to Lin Ming. He had intended to ask if there was anything he could help with, but as soon as he got close to Lin Ming, he heard Lin Ming mutter, "Gravity isn't gravity." "Huh?" Kevin didn't understand and subconsciously asked, "Then what is gravity?" "It's a phenomenon that occurs when special fields and elements mix." Kevin then noticed that Lin Ming's eyes were rapidly rotating, as if tracking something. While constantly observing the whirlwinds on the water with his extraordinary eyes, he subconsciously muttered, "Fields are different from elements. Fields can't be clearly classified by properties. Different fields might exhibit the same characteristics, but when combined with elements in the same space, they will show different properties. Gravity, repulsion, pressure, tension, fields and elements are inseparable. There isn't just one type of field. Different fields have different characteristics." In other places, Lin Ming might spend a lifetime without perceiving these things, but in this water, all types of fields were displayed like exhibits in a museum. Lin Ming felt that the longer he looked at these whirlwinds, the better he could distinguish them. Before this enormous whirlwind that was about to turn them into particles, Lin Ning was like a student eager for knowledge. He felt he had found the final piece of the puzzle for this world. The connection between the primordial elements and the world, the laws governing the world's composition, were gradually becoming clear. Elements do not exist in isolation. The field is the foundation of everything. After this thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he suddenly had a breakthrough. Looking at the whirlwind before him, Lin Ming closed his eyes and used his world silk to sense the entire body of water. Perhaps realizing the essence of the field, he felt he could now perceive its existence. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if another world had opened before him. The field itself was invisible, but the subtle elements in the air clearly outlined its shape. So that's how it is. Lin Ming subconsciously placed his hand on the spot where the primordial element had merged with him, muttering to himself, "So this is the logic behind your creation of the world. Truly exquisite. Creating a whirlwind by hand. If this were in the Assassin's Guild, even if you asked that academic, nerdy guy, Heisen, to do a dozen somersaults and stand upside down for an hour, he might not believe anyone could do such a thing. But Lin Ming felt he could. Because this body of water was special. The field here was too unstable. Even the slightest disturbance would cause the fields to influence each other, eventually naturally forming a surging yet stable form, a whirlwind. Therefore, Lin Ming only needed to determine the properties, find a suitable base, and then give it a gentle tug. Like whipping a spinning top, he made the rotation continuously expand. Lin Ming made up his mind. He walked to the side of the ship, stretched out both hands as if trying to grab something out of thin air, pushed one hand forward, and pulled sharply at the water surface with the other. A small whirlpool appeared on the water surface with Lin Ming's action, but it vanished immediately. The bearded sailor, seeing the whirlpool, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He knew Lin Ming wasn't joking. Everyone, get to the cabins, hands behind your heads, and crouch down. Sailors, reinforce the hull with all your might. Prepare to set sail again. Seeing the bearded sailor also getting busy, Lin Ming knew everything was ready except for the whirlwind. He felt that using only his hands might not be enough, so he extended several mycelial tentacles from behind, like a giant octopus, grabbing the world silk on the water surface and beginning to conjure a whirlwind. Spin. Lin Ming's movements resembled conducting an invisible orchestra on the water's surface. Before long, a whirlwind gradually formed on the water's surface, and its size continued to grow. Lin Ming had initially been thinking about how to move this whirlwind to the bow of the ship, so they would collide, but now he realized he was overthinking it. Even if he did nothing, the newly formed whirlwind would be directly sucked in. Almost there. Lin Ming happily looked at the whirlwind he had just created, thinking that its size was acceptable. He cheerfully turned to Caven and asked, "Guess which of the two will win?" "Huh? It's not like it's an insect fight." The two were still chatting and laughing, while the sailors on the ship were almost scared to death. A single whirlwind of this magnitude would basically obliterate everything, and now there were two in front of them. "Oh, right." Lin Ming turned around and asked the sailors for a few ice elemental crystals. He took the crystals, held them in both hands, and his arm slowly turned white, his skin shimmering with a crystalline light. Ice shield frosty dome, a hand seal lit up, and a semicircular, transparent dome covering the entire deck appeared above their heads. Just after Lin Ming had set up the protective measures, the two whirlwinds finally collided. Clashes of whirlwinds were not uncommon in this area, but no one had ever observed the entire process so closely before. A hissing sound emanated from the point where the whirlwind was about to make contact. Others might not recognize the sound, but Lin Ming felt it resembled the crackling white noise of a radio losing signal. The hissing grew louder, and the ice shield began to be relentlessly battered by shockwaves, causing the entire ship to shake violently. The bearded man shouted at them, "The ice anchor below is about to give way. Be careful, everyone on deck, there will be tremors." No sooner had the bearded man finished speaking than Lin Ming felt the ship suddenly plummet. With a sudden jolt, the protective ice shield shattered instantly, sucked into the whirlwind. Perhaps these ice shield fragments exhausted the whirlwind's last kinetic energy, because when Lin Ming and the others looked up to check the situation, they only saw two weak whirlwinds flicker like candles in the wind for a moment before vanishing with a whoosh. Whoa! Lin Ming ran around in circles on the deck, waving his tentacles like an octopus as he went. He was so happy he almost forgot himself, but after a short while, he tripped over his own feet and fell flat on his face. Caven looked at the silly kid and shook his head helplessly. 1 second this guy was conjuring up a whirlwind to save someone from danger, and the next he was so cocky he tripped and fell flat on his face. Face first. Chapter 388. The whirlwind problem was solved. Although they couldn't reach the shore immediately, their journey became much smoother. Lin Ming felt his vision was clearer than before, so he decided against blindfolding himself. Anyway, the others on the ship had seen what his eyes looked like, so blindfolding didn't matter. The sailors were busy dealing with the whirlwind's aftermath. Other passengers occasionally peeked out from their cabins, but quickly ducked back down after seeing Lin Ming. The rest of the journey went smoothly. After changing directions several times on the water, they were finally close to shore. The attached island finally came into view. As the ship gradually approached the shore, Yin Ming was the most excited. The attached island was actually very beautiful. Due to the crystal mine, the entire island shimmered. Everywhere you looked, there were sparkling elemental crystals. Perhaps because of the rich elemental concentration, the storms on the island were different from those on the water. Lin Ming had initially assumed the island would be barren, but in reality, there was some vegetation. The plants were all small. The tallest tree was only about a meter high. After docking, passengers disembarked one after another. Unlike Lin Ming and his companions who calmly stepped onto the island, the other passengers had already donned protective suits before disembarking. These suits had been blessed by priests to protect them from the crystals. The high-purity elemental crystals on the island were different from ordinary crystals. Ordinary crystals could be handled and carried, but once a crystal's purity was too high, it was like a red-hot metal block. A slight touch could burn off a large chunk of flesh. Lin Ming happily disembarked from the ship, sprawling on the ground as if reborn. Caven, Yin Ming, and Anti stood watching him. "What are you doing?" "Feeling the earth." "Then feel it slowly." "Can we go back without taking the ship?" "Sure, once you find Chi, you can just borrow her route." "Oh right." Lin Ming suddenly perked up at this. What they needed to do now was cross the attached islands to reach the far eastern island where Chi was. Caven looked into the distance and noticed there was still a storm raging on the island. Flying directly there might be difficult. He was quite skilled at low-altitude flight, but Lin Ming couldn't. Of everyone, Anti was the most anxious. He disembarked on his own, appearing somewhat uneasy. Yin Ming noticed the little boy constantly looking around and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Anti looked at Yin Ming, then at Lin Ming and Caven, pointed to the top of his head, and then helplessly shrugged. 2 tentacles had already extended from the top of his head. This was Anti's way of strengthening communication with other Antis. But now, perhaps due to the storm in the water city, the Anti that Lin Ming and the others were with was temporarily out of contact with the other Antis. Can't contact the outside world. Lin Ming had a feeling this wasn't a good sign. "So you guys also need a signal?" "I thought it was like direct telepathy." Anti seemed not to understand what signal meant. He was still anxious about not being able to contact the other individuals. After some discussion, the group decided to walk. The island wasn't large. Even at a leisurely stroll, they could reach the edge in less than a day. Along the way, there were mines everywhere. If he didn't have other commitments, Lin Ming would have loved to go down into the mines. Near the mines, there were many carts used to transport crystals to the shore. The miners wore protective suits and repeatedly performed the cycle of mining, transporting ore out of the mine, then back to shore, and so on. Lin Ming overheard them chatting, mostly about other work teams stealing their mined crystals and other items, and how they would fight to the death if more crystals were stolen. It seemed that various factions existed on this small island. Judging from the amount of crystals they mined, they were indeed making a lot of money. This kind of dangerous work, unless driven to desperation, presumably wouldn't attract anyone willingly to mine here. Lin Ming walked along the path, occasionally picking up small crystals from the ground and fiddling with them in his hands. He noticed that the soil here was unusual. Normally, soil should be a completely stable element, but the soil on the island retained a certain degree of activity. Therefore, Lin Ming guessed that this soil was formed from elemental crystals that had cooled over a long period, transforming from unstable to stable, and then mixing to form soil. Now that Lin Ming was gradually understanding the concept of fields, he could already perform rudimentary manipulation of objects. He first picked up an elemental crystal, held it in his hand, waved it back and forth in the air for a while, and then released it. The elemental crystal had turned into an ordinary, unremarkable stone. He showed the stone to Caven. "Look. Can it be restored?" "Restoring it is a bit difficult, but it's possible." "Speaking of which, have you figured out how to break through the field storm of the Far East Island?" "It's probably impossible to just hand-make one and crash into it again, right?" "I do have a way. I'm actually practicing right now." Lin Ming raised his head, looking towards where Chi was in the distance. Actually, they could vaguely see the Far East Island when they disembarked. It was incredibly conspicuous. The entire Far East Island was enveloped by an enormous field storm vortex. If estimated by the naked eye, the diameter of that field storm would be several kilometers. Compared to that situation, the waters surrounding the island were completely calm. Lin Ming had been experimenting with turning various crystals into stones along the way, essentially experimenting with how to calm the field. The field around a stable element is also stable, so theoretically, if an unstable element can be transformed into a stable element, then a raging field storm can also be stabilized. As they walked, Yin Ming suddenly tugged at Lin Ming's clothes and pointed to the top of her head. A line of text appeared above her head. How are the other spiders now? The others? Lin Ming looked around and sighed. The others? Sigh. Huh? Ugh. Bang. Ouch. Lin Ming and the others all tripped over a stone at the same time. Caven had the best balance. He only made an ouch sound before regaining his balance. Lin Ming staggered a few steps, turned around, and asked, "Are you all alright? I keep falling on flat ground lately." Yin Ming helped Antai up and waved to him, indicating that he was fine. Lan Qi, are you alright too? Lan Qi scratched his gray hair sheepishly. I'm fine. Oh, that's good. You can rest if you're tired. Lan Qi took out a water bottle from her bag. Want some water? We walked quite a distance. Caven shook his head, looking at the magnificent field storm in the distance. Lin Ming sat on a rock nearby, still studying ways to stabilize the field. Antai was still trying to contact the other individuals. Yin Ming took the water from Lan Qi, took a sip, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. A question mark subconsciously popped into her head. What's wrong? Before Yin Ming's question could form, it was interrupted by Lan Qi's question. What was I wondering about just now? Yin Ming felt something was strange, but she didn't know why. She looked at the others. Everyone seemed quite calm. Lin Ming, Caven, Antai, Lan Qi, and herself, the five of them had traveled a long way to reach this island. Yin Ming had long considered the other four as close confidants. So what was strange about it? Chapter 389. Lan Qi. At first glance, he appears to be an ordinary young man with medium-length gray hair and a perpetually mischievous grin, giving him a somewhat slick appearance. As the octopus demon god, Lan Qi loves this island. The island has a high population turnover, and everyone is on edge due to the harsh environment. Furthermore, its relative isolation from the outside world allows his abilities to be most effective. His abilities can be divided into two parts. One part is conventional mimicry. He can alter the light and aura around his body to achieve invisibility. The tripping incident involving Lin Ming and the others was actually part of his plan. Originally, Lin Ming could have detected conventional mimicry with his cross-shaped eyes, but Lin Ming had been focused on studying matter transformation and hadn't paid attention to his surroundings. By the time he started observing his surroundings, Lan Qi's second ability had already taken effect, external mimicry. This ability takes only half a second from trigger to completion. In the brief moment of panic caused by losing their balance, Lin Ming and his companions were already deeply immersed in the mimicry of outsiders. All four of them assumed Lan Qi was one of their own, someone they had risked their lives for, and automatically fabricated memories of him in their minds. Lan Qi used this ability to steal money and mines throughout the entire island, acting with impunity. Now, he was thinking about how to extract money from these seemingly wealthy people. Although Lin Ming and his group had already accepted him as one of their own, he knew nothing about them. To extract information from them, Lan Qi began casually chatting with them as they walked. His intention was to find out the group's destination. As they didn't seem to be there for mining, they were more likely conducting research, since researchers are usually well-funded and on government scholarships. Currently, apart from the person at the front whose eyes looked intimidating, the others seemed normal. Lan Qi observed the group for a moment and asked, "We've been walking for so long. When will we arrive?" Lin Ming, upon hearing his question, pointed to the rather astonishing storm in the distance. "Look, judging by the distance, we should arrive in a few more hours." Lan Qi paused slightly upon hearing this answer. "You? No, where are we going?" "Yes." "Ah." Lan Qi had a vague sense of unease. He turned around and saw Yin Ming staring at him. His disguise was unlikely to be detected. This woman was probably the type of person who was particularly sensitive to her surroundings. They could sense certain anomalies. Lan Qi had encountered this situation before, but he wasn't worried at all about Yin Ming exposing him. They walked for a while, and arrived at a vast area of lightning elemental crystals. Crackling lightning was everywhere, and there was nowhere left to step on the ground. The group stopped, looking at each other in bewilderment. Looking around, They estimated the area to be about 200 or 300 meters long. Actually, taking a detour was the best option, but they wanted to think of another way. If they took a detour, they might not reach the Far East Island before dark. Although arriving day or night was the same, they felt it was safer to conduct their business during the day. Caven stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. How about I try flying low over there? Don't bother. There's a storm up there too. The safe flight zone is probably incredibly narrow. You either be torn to shreds or electrocuted. Then what should I do? I go check it out first, Lin Ming said, striding into the crystal area crackling with lightning. Lan Chi was dumbfounded. He was a seasoned veteran who frequently traveled to the attached islands, but he had never seen anyone dare to walk straight into the crystal area without any protection. He had thought that Lin Ming would be obliterated by the lightning the moment he stepped into the crystal area, but to his surprise, Lin Ming was not only unharmed, but his appearance also changed as he ventured deeper into the crystal area. Looking at him, Caven suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. Lin Ming, now fully adapted to the crystals, had completely transformed into his lightning elemental form. His skin glowed, the crosses on his eyes remained, but the base color of his eyes had turned entirely blue, and sparks crackled constantly across his skin. I was saying, you looked exactly like this back in the Les mining area. Oh! Now that you mention it, it's true. Lin Ming looked at his lightning elemental body, and suddenly had a terrible idea. Caven. What do you think would happen if I just fired a shot at that storm over there from here? Caven shrugged. I don't think anything would happen, considering the sheer size of that storm. But I think it has some value. If the spell is ineffective, it means the storm has some kind of defensive effect, which might come in handy later. Caven stared at him for a moment, then bluntly said, You just want to have some fun, don't you? Hee hee. Caven knew Lin Ming was naturally playful, and this island covered in crystals was a playground for him. Suit yourself, but don't forget how you got us across. Caven turned around, signaling Yin Ming, Antilon, and the others to step back. Actually, Lin Ming wasn't just being playful. He could now convert these lightning element crystals into relatively stable ice element, but before that, it was best to weaken the elemental density. The best way to weaken the elemental density was naturally to consume it with magic. Lan Chi didn't understand what was going to happen next. He asked Caven curiously, What's he going to do? Caven shrugged. You find out soon enough. Lin Ming felt his current body might not be able to withstand such a large elemental transfer, so he increased his size to about 3 meters tall. Then, raising his hand, he summoned an immense magical seal towards the storm above the far eastern island. The moment Lan Chi saw the seal, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. To avoid accidentally harming Chi within the storm, Lin Ming deliberately tilted the spell upwards. Then he stopped. Caven waited for a while, seeing Lin Ming still motionless, and asked in confusion, What are you waiting for? What do you think of the name Thunderbolt Cannon? I feel it's not grand enough. You still have time to think of a name. Hurry up. Ah, I got an idea. Thunderlight modified 30 times Thunder Seal Thunderbolt Cannon Killing Cannon. As Lin Ming unleashed his spell, a deafening thunderclap resounded throughout the entire island. Then, an astonishingly bright pillar of lightning shot straight towards the horizon. The pillar of lightning lasted for a good 10 seconds. The entire attached island was illuminated. Even from the docks on the opposite shore, the pillar of lightning was clearly visible. To the unsuspecting sailors and miners, this exaggerated lightning seemed like a divine manifestation. Lan Chi thought he was dreaming. He turned to look at Yin Ming, Anti, and Caven. Caven looked curiously in the direction of the storm, wanting to see if this level of magic could affect it. Anti had given up contacting the other Antis outside. He was munching on a radish while enjoying Lin Ming's performance. Yin Ming, on the other hand, looked amazed and even clapped his hands in a seemingly serious manner. Only Lan Chi was so surprised his jaw almost dislocated. No, this doesn't make sense. He had traveled far and wide for a long time and had seen countless experts. Oh, it's an illusion. Absolutely an illusion. As events spiraled out of his comprehension, Lan Chi subconsciously began to escape reality. Although he desperately wanted to believe Lin Ming's massive super lightning cannon was an illusion, the scattered lightning elements that had rushed towards him earlier confirmed it wasn't. He suddenly realized that these people weren't joking when they said they were going to the storm. They were serious. Next, they wouldn't just walk straight through this crystal area, would they? As if responding to his thoughts, Lin Ming turned around and grinned mischievously at Lan Chi. How about it? Want to try walking a few steps? No way. Lan Chi shook his head so hard it was almost blurry. Although the elemental crystals had dimmed considerably due to the spell, their elemental density was still extremely high. He estimated. He wouldn't last more than a few steps before turning into a steel-plated octopus. Chapter 390. Lin Ning could easily sense that Lan Qi was acting strangely. Although Lan Qi could directly alter others' perceptions, making them trust him out of thin air, he was still one step behind. He didn't know that Lin Ning's eyes could see elements. This attached island was extremely rich in elements. Besides elemental crystals, there were also many free elements in the air, to the point that the air on the island had a strange smell. Although these free elements were still elements, they were so tiny that they were invisible to ordinary humans, and couldn't emit the energy that elements should have. Compared to elemental crystals, these free elements were more like a special kind of dust. Because there was a considerable amount of this elemental dust on the island, staying there for too long could even lead to lung disease. Because of this, when Lin Ning looked at others, in addition to seeing how they appeared within the world silk, he could also see the elemental particles clinging to their bodies. These elemental particles were like dust, sticking to people's bodies little by little. Although the number was small, they were still very noticeable to Lin Ning with his special vision. Caven Yinming and Anti were relatively unscathed from their recent arrival on the island, so they weren't covered in much elemental dust. But Lan Qi, he was filthy, as if he rolled around in elemental dust. Lin Ning hadn't spoken to Lan Qi since he snuck in. He'd been preoccupied with elemental transformation and other matters, so his attention hadn't been on the others. When he finally turned his focus from the stone in his hand to his companions, he immediately spotted Lan Qi, covered in elemental dust. This doesn't make sense. Either Lan Qi has a special constitution, attracting elemental dust, or Lan Qi has actually been on the island for a very, very long time. Lin Ning had questions, but he didn't voice them. He had actually been secretly observing Lan Qi the whole time. The elemental dust around him didn't seem to be gathering on him, so the first hypothesis was invalid. Lin Ning could always sense something strange about Lan Qi. This strangeness was odd, but he couldn't figure it out for the moment. Judging from the current situation, he couldn't understand whether Lan Qi had a problem or he was just being overly sensitive, so he simply continued walking with this strange fellow for a while longer. Then, they reached the crystal area, and Lin Ning suddenly had a brilliant idea, to unleash a storm-like attack. Just as Lin Ning fired the shot, he couldn't help but sigh, if this level of firepower were in his original world. Wait. His original world. Lin Ning looked at the 30 times powered light-killing cannon he had unleashed and briefly recalled his past life. Good heavens. Lan Qi had suddenly appeared in his memories of his past life. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. While everyone was watching the lightning spell, Lin Ning sorted through his memories. Then, like sifting sand from grains, Lan Qi was sifted out. The ability of external mimicry isn't actually about altering memories, but rather about suppressing the thought of doubt as much as possible. Whenever the affected person has doubts, external mimicry will provide a reasonable explanation for that point of doubt. This method works every time with others. Unless everyone is sitting together catching a traitor, Lan Qi is almost never exposed. However, a bug appeared in Lin Ning's case. Lin Ning's memories were two completely different segments from everyone else's. When he recalled his past life, while harboring doubts about Lan Qi, a contradiction arose. He knew Lan Qi in his past life. He came to this world alone. Only one of these two things could be true. Lan Qi's existence, in this world, might not raise much suspicion for Lin Ning, but in his memories of his past life, it felt quite abrupt. As Lin Ning's doubts deepened, Lan Qi's abilities' influence on him weakened. This ability was most effective on the simplest people. Coincidentally, Caven Yinming and Anti were all incredibly straightforward. The three of them combined were less suspicious than half a mushroom. Lin Ning's thought process was based on instinctive questioning. With doubts, the elemental dust, and the almost certain confirmation of his distorted perceptions, Lin Ning was certain they had been tricked. However, he didn't immediately expose Lan Qi. He was acutely aware of the danger of this ability, the potential to create internal strife. He could confirm through past memories and elemental dust that Lan Qi wasn't one of their own, but Yinming, Caven, and Anti didn't share that view. If all three of them acted foolishly, thinking Lin Ning had gone mad and believing this outsider, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Lin Ning planned to play a dirty trick. Since Lan Qi's ability could alter others' perceptions and fabricate memories when doubts arose, did that mean he could now arbitrarily change Lan Qi's persona? In any case, in Yinming, Caven, and Anti's minds, their understanding of Lan Qi would automatically be consistent. How about it? Want to try walking a few steps? Lin Ning, having used the time he spent casting the spell to clear his head, looked at Lan Qi with a mischievous grin. No, 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 no. Lan Qi shook his head desperately, but Lin Ming remained unmoved. What's wrong? Didn't you show us how to break crystals with your bare hands last time? Yen Ming, do you remember? It was on the ship, Lin Ming said, looking at Yen Ming with a determined expression. Yen Ming tilted his head subconsciously at first, then recalled for a moment, and then clapped his hands in sudden realization, the words "oh yeah" appearing in his mind. Sure enough, Lin Ming knew he was right. After he said that, Yen Ming would doubt whether Lan Qi could break crystals with his bare hands, and once the doubt showed any sign of arising, Lan Qi's ability would erase it. Because Yen Ming's trust in Lin Ming wasn't that of an ordinary companion, in her mind, Lin Ming was extremely special, almost a godlike being. Therefore, the scales of trust in her mind tilted slightly towards Lin Ming. Based on this trust in Lin Ming, doubts were erased. Thus, the fact that Lan Qi did indeed perform the act of breaking crystals with his bare hands on the ship was now etched into Yen Ming's perception. Then, like a chain reaction, Caven and Anti saw that Yen Ming believed this, and their perceptions synchronized. So, guided by Lin Ming, the three of them looked at Lan Qi with expectant eyes. Lan Qi's teeth were practically grinding to powder. His biggest problem now was that he wasn't sure if Lin Ming was still within his simulated image. Because the rewriting of perception is based on the affected person's memories and personality, if that person's mind is far-fetched enough, unexpected situations are possible. For example, he had once encountered an old man who treated him like a kept male concubine. It was a truly unbearable memory. Most importantly, after witnessing Lin Ming's outrageous outburst, Lan Qi dared not easily reveal his identity. His only thought now was to find an opportunity to escape quietly. But the most urgent matter was resolving the current crisis. Lan Qi looked at the slightly dimmed crystals. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Hearing Lan Qi's stammering fear, Lin Ming barely suppressed a laugh. Lan Qi's willingness to leave had its reasons. As an octopus, Lan Qi's regenerative abilities were very strong. He wasn't actually afraid of wading through the crystal area. He could break crystals with his bare hands. While he could do it, it only meant he wouldn't be in mortal danger. He couldn't avoid the other substantial consequences such as, that thing hurts. Having spent years mingling on the adjacent islands, he knew what it felt like to directly touch crystals. Due to the elemental activity, even through clothing, one could feel the stimulation of the crystals. Although the temperature of the crystals wasn't necessarily high, the sensation was similar to being roasted or burned. After much deliberation, Lan Qi gritted his teeth and strode towards the crystal area. At first, he didn't feel anything unusual, and it didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. Just 3 seconds later, he realized he had been too naive. Hot! 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 Lan Qi had only taken a few steps when he was scalded and jumped around on the ground. The intensity of these crystals wasn't enough to cause him any real harm, but the active crystals could still penetrate the soles of his shoes, burning his feet painfully. Lin Ming watched him with amusement, seemingly catching a whiff of seafood. Looks like this guy's planning to keep up his stubbornness for a while. Lan Qi walked a short distance in the crystal area, then quickly retreated, took off his shoes, hugged his feet, and blew on the soles of his feet. Yen Ming and Cavendish applauded him happily. Although Lin Ming knew he was a strange creature, he couldn't just stop because he stopped. So he simply used his mycelium to start turning over the ground, pushing the crystals aside and digging a path. Seeing everyone watching Lin Ming dig, Lan Qi quietly hid behind a rock. When no one was looking, he slowly blended his body color into the stone. His normal mimicry was completely undetectable to ordinary people. Lan Qi figured that once these people realized he was gone, they would leave. His cognitive rewriting ability would naturally disappear after a while once he was out of their sight. But what Lan Qi didn't know was that his conventional mimicry relied on color and light. Lin Ming, however, didn't care about such things. After digging the path, he turned around and saw Lan Qi, covered in elemental dust, pressed motionless against the rock. Lan Qi had thought no one would notice, and he could use this opportunity to slip away. Then he saw Lin Ming glance back at him, and a mycelial tentacle shot out with a whoosh, lifting him directly from the rock. You're here. Seeing that he'd been discovered, Lan Qi could only slowly revert to his original form. Lin Ming pulled him in front of him, grinning, and said, "See, still so fond of playing hide-and-seek with us." Lan Qi was now certain that cross-shaped I was intentional. This guy was playing me. His expression was even uglier than if the old man had treated him like a male concubine. He initially thought Lin Ming was a rich fool. But he was utterly wicked. It was outrageous.